Chapter 1. It slithers in the dark how many years? He thought to himself. How long has it been since I was confined to roam this earth as nothing more than a phantom, a shade, a disgraceful apparition? How long was I forced to consume rodents for sustenance, drink from murky waters, and fear for my safety in the weakness of these vessels? The man scowled as he stared at his reflection in the mirror, his new vessel's hand attempting to resist his control. No longer will I be prey. No longer will I be the one living in fear. It may have failed before, but Quirrell was weak and my plan was misguided. This time I will succeed, and the world will tremble before my name once more. Harry Potter, I will kill you. Water raced down Harry's body as he tried to work the knots and kinks out of his muscles under the heat of the shower. As he placed the palm of his hand below his chin, moving it to the side in order to crack his neck, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurd intensity of his training with Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore. Luckily for Michael, who lived at Grimmauld Place, and Neville, who visited frequently, after Augusta had agreed to join the new Order of the Phoenix, their training was over after finishing Sirius or Remus regimen. He, however, was not as fortunate. His meditation sessions with Dumbledore placed heavy strains on his exhausted mind, and for the first 2 weeks of the training, he had passed out before the training was complete. 100 mental attacks. Harry thought as he scrubbed himself with the shower sponge shaking his head, that man is insane. Even after a month, the furthest Harry could go was 20 repelled attacks before collapsing. While his occlumency was, without a doubt, growing stronger, he still had a ways to go, as Dumbledore had claimed not to even be using 50% of his full power yet. Still, Sirius and Remus were watchful of the old man, and Harry was thankful for their intervention, allowing him free time to fly around with Michael and Neville, test out the Weasleys' gags, and most importantly, some time to write to the princess. Remus had suggested the use of Creature to deliver letters to both Greengrass siblings, as while both Remus and Sirius felt no ill will towards either Greengrass sister, their parents were enigmas. Peacetime may have shown on the surface, but every adult in Grimmauld Place, with the inclusion of Harry, knew the truth. War was coming, and a neutral house wasn't worth the risks. Harry turned off the shower faucet before reaching out into the steam-filled room, grabbing a towel and quickly drying off. Harry looked at himself in the mirror. His hair had grown out a little bit, and while it wasn't as messy as the pictures of his father's hair, his fringed hair had certainly grown messier, with a single strand often falling onto his forehead. He didn't mind much, but knew it would bother Daphne to no end. As he squirted the cedar and green apple cologne to his neck, he couldn't help but think back to the last time he'd seen Daphne in public, the train station. While the feeling of her vanilla-balmed lips pressed against his was certainly a positive, the foul-feeling magic radiating from Mr. Greengrass had dampened the mood. Astoria had promised to send him an SOS if anything happened, and from the post he had received from her, she seemed to be doing fine, if a bit lonely. Harry hoped he'd get more insight into both Greengrass sisters' lives today, as he had planned a very busy schedule. He had agreed to spend his day with Astoria as she prepared for her second year, while at night he had arranged to meet up with Daphne for their stargazing show. Slowly he pulled on a salmon-colored tank top he had received from Tonks from the Bent-Winged Snitches concert she'd gone to the week before, as well as a pair of black shorts before he walked downstairs to find Sirius in the kitchen with Emmeline. "Padfoot," Emmeline spoke, "when you whisk eggs, you need to tilt the bowl. Otherwise, you're just going to be smacking your eggs for no reason. Honestly, didn't you ever learn how to cook?" "No," Sirius replied honestly. "Had a house elf or the Hogwarts kitchens all my life. I'm wondering why you learned how to cook." "It's therapeutic," Emmeline responded, and Harry could hear the grin on her face. "Plus, I'm good at it. Here," she spoke, lifting what Harry could only imagine was a completed dish. "Eat." "Holy shit, that's good," Sirius spoke in ecstasy. While Harry normally may have assumed he was just trying to talk up Vance due to his attraction to her, Harry had tried Vance's beef Wellington one day, and calling it good would have been a tremendous disservice to Vance's talent. It was at that moment Harry had jokingly given Sirius permission to marry her. As someone who loved food, Harry definitely wanted Vance to stick around. Harry smiled as he heard her laugh. Both Sirius and Emmeline weren't exactly a couple yet, despite the fact that she had nearly become a permanent resident. While Harry didn't want to rush his godfather, he deeply hoped that Sirius would finally stop being so concerned about the past and try to move forward. Secretly, he wished the same for Remus, who, unlike Sirius, hadn't even made an attempt at befriending the opposite sex outside of Andromeda and Tonks. He knew his uncle believed himself too dangerous to be around in that sort of way. Despite all of Harry's, Neville's, Michael's, and Sirius' persistence that his mindset was completely untrue, Remus himself didn't believe it yet. Harry cursed internally as he stepped on a rickety floorboard of the house. In truth, the house had been disgusting upon first moving in. Since they couldn't hire a team of elves to clean without giving the business the location of the house, the duties of organizing all the disgusting crap in the house fell to its residents. Sirius had barked at Creature for refusing to take down certain paintings or clear out Regulus' room, but Harry had helped the two come to a compromise. All the Black family heritage that Creature wanted to preserve could remain in Regulus' room. Still, even with all their cleaning efforts, the house still needed a lot more work. Of all the things that disturbed him within the house, there was one object that had once been hanging over the fireplace that gave his body chills. The ancestral sword of House Black. The weapon was a full hand and a half sword with the blade itself as black as onyx, and the hilt a dull brown. The reason it had such a frightening nature was that nobody besides Creature with the use of elf levitation magic could even move the sword. When Sirius had attempted to hold it, he claimed it felt as if all the magic was being sucked out of his body. It was clear that it was not destined to be wielded by any user of magic, and yet it resided in a pureblood home. "Harry," Sirius called out, breaking his focus. "Yeah," Harry spoke a bit nervously, feeling as if he had interrupted something. Sirius and Emmeline walked out of the kitchen, and with a smile Sirius spoke. "What's got you up so early? Normally, on free days, you're not up until 1 in the afternoon." "True," Harry said with a grin, "but I've got plans to do my back-to-school shopping with Astoria today before I meet up with Daphne for our date tonight. It's in Muggle London, so it should be safe enough." Sirius nodded but spoke cautiously. "I want you to live your life, pup, but don't get careless, especially now. Vance has told me about some rumors going around with Azkaban being understaffed after your Dementor extermination. Many of the inmates were his followers. Have fun, but stay sharp, all right." Harry nodded. "If there's any trouble, I'll call Creature to get us out of there. We're still using the Black Cottage in Dublin as the transport spot, right?" Sirius nodded, and Harry continued with a teasing grin. "All right, well, I would stick around, but I see that you and Em are clearly busy with each other, so I'll be heading out now." Sirius gave a playful scowl before Emmeline laughed and spoke. "Do you want some breakfast before you go? We made some ham and cheese omelets for everyone." "That depends," Harry said with a chuckle. "Did you make them or Sirius? I need to know if I'm going to be dying of stomach pains later." "Watch it, pup," Sirius said with a laugh before Harry followed his godfather and Emmeline into the kitchen. The joy he felt as he bit into one of Vance's omelets had made Harry feel certain that there weren't many better ways to start the day than with Em's food. On any other occasion, had you told Astoria that she'd be seeing her big brother come morning, she would be ecstatic. But when her oddly acting father and Lucius Malfoy were having a private discussion in her father's study a few doors down, relaxing was a near impossibility. When Astoria felt her father's magic at the train station, she couldn't believe it was the same man. Her father had always been a cold man, but the magic she sensed didn't feel cold. It felt malicious. Malfoy was only the most recent in the list of visitors. Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, so many high-ranking members of wizarding society asking for closed-door sessions with her father. Despite her curiosity, her fear had kept her locked away in her room. But now, with the casting of the Dark Mark last year, and many suspected Death Eaters entering and leaving her house, she couldn't let any more opportunities slip by. "I will always encourage my cubs to do what they believe is right," Astoria recalled from her conversation with Professor McGonagall. With a deep breath, she pointed her wand at her feet and muttered, "Quietus." Harry wouldn't be afraid, Astoria thought to herself, and slowly, under the cover of the large manor's darkness, she approached her father's study. Her heart was pounding in her chest as she placed her ear against the cold wooden door, knowing the danger the man on the other side presented. But she quickly silenced herself, biting down hard on her thumb to keep her cool as she listened. "How do you know he's coming back?" Her father had spoken in a low voice. "Many believe he was defeated for good." "Many are wrong," Lucius hissed. "I've come offering you one last chance to join the right side. I'm sure the others have already filled you in on your initiation procedure. The 25th of August, I hope you choose wisely." Are you certain he has the power to give me what I want?" Her father spoke softly, in a less appalled voice than Astoria would have hoped for. In fact, her father sounded rather mystified in his question. "He has the power to bend the world to his will," Lucius spoke. "Make yourself useful to him, and he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams, after he's won, of course." There was a slight pause in their conversation, and for a moment, Astoria wanted to run. She wanted Harry here, she wanted her sister here. The blood in her head was pounding, and every muscle in her body screamed for her to flee, but she had to stay, as Lucius continued. "You're a good man, Jonathan. It would be a shame if you were to be exterminated, especially with your daughters so close to that boy. Save yourself and your wife. You can always have more kids, obedient ones." "Of course, yes. The 25th of August, I'll be there," her father replied in a monotone voice. The sound of chairs being pulled out had sent Astoria into a frenzy, and hopping her quieting charm held its effect. She rushed back to her room, her hands trembling from the action and information she had just been witness to. "It can't be true," Astoria thought to herself. "He can't be coming back. Father," she thought to herself sadly, "would you really become one of them?" Despite her best efforts, sleep hadn't come to grip her, and Astoria remained motionless, curled up in her bed as she attempted to digest the information she had heard. No amount of relief had compared to how she felt as she saw the sun emerge from behind the mountain, range through her window, and instantly she began preparing to leave the house. Quickly she showered, before pulling her hair into a loose ponytail, throwing on her cut-up black shirt and red boho shorts, and sliding into her sandals before vanishing with a call for Dobby, the elf that Daphne had left to watch over her during the summer, to Diagon Alley. There were many things about her upbringing that were less than fortunate, but with a household of people pretending she didn't exist, disappearing was quite easy. Astoria patted down her pockets as she arrived, ensuring she hadn't lost any of the galleons that had been tossed at her by her father in order to keep up appearances. As she concluded that each coin was accounted for, she took a deep breath in an attempt to calm herself before walking towards the meetup point, Quality Quidditch Supplies. Astoria had known she was early, but time seemed to completely elude her as she looked through the window pane at all the protective gear, custom ball sets, and freshly crafted brooms that adorned the walls of the building. For a moment, her anxiety seemed to cease, until instantly she flinched, re-entering high alert mode as a hand made contact with her head. Quickly, she turned around and stared at the figure before her. She breathed a sigh of relief before swatting at him. "Don't sneak up on me like that. You scared the crap out of me." Sorry, Harry laughed apologetically. "You're a little jumpy this morning, though, aren't you, Short Stack?" "I actually grew a bit this summer," Astoria said, her cheeks filling up in her balloon-like pout. "Like an inch," Harry teased before allowing his face to fall into a look of serious reflection. "Still, that doesn't explain why you look like you didn't sleep and are a bit overreactive. Are you okay?" I don't know." Astoria spoke tiredly before her stomach growled loudly, causing Harry to stare at her with a bit of perplexity. "Sorry, I'm really hungry. I'll tell you about what happened, but can we get breakfast first?" "Do you have the money for breakfast?" Harry asked, a bit concerned, as Astoria shook her head guiltily, knowing she only had enough for school supplies and a few elective choices. Harry replied with a sigh, "All right, Short Stack. I'll buy you breakfast, but please try not to make me poor over the course of one meal." Astoria smiled for the first time in a while as she nodded, and together, both she and Harry walked towards the leaky cauldron, desperate for both breakfast and the need to remove the weight of the information she'd acquired from her chest. In all honesty, Astoria had always found the leaky cauldron sort of, well, gross. The place itself felt so ominous as she and Harry approached from the rear entrance, which despite the warm glow of summer always felt cold. even though Astoria knew it was purposely designed in a way to prevent muggles from entering. The broken-down old pub never made her feel super comfortable. However, even with the dark and shabby atmosphere and the strong feeling of musk in the air, the aroma of the pub carried a delightful scent of crust rising for the steak and kidney pies, as well as the brewing of a myriad of soups ranging from familiar scents like tomato bisque to things that smelled rather unfamiliar, but not at all unpleasant. The pub was pretty empty, all things considered. Of course, there were people eating, but Astoria had assumed most were simply residents of the pub waking up early enough to catch the breakfast menu, which was surprisingly Muggle-inspired. Yet as soon as she and Harry had been spotted, the little movement that occurred in the building came to a complete stop. Astoria quickly gripped Harry's arm in reflex as all the eyes in the store began to focus on him. Her eyes then shifted to behind the bar as a man with a hunched back and remarkably bald head moved towards the two of them with an awkward smile taking over his toothless face. "Harry Potter, it's good to see you again. Please, let me know if there's anything I can get you." It hit Astoria like a crashing wave on the shoreline. She had spent an entire year around Harry, and while at first the shimmering view of the boy who lived had secretly entranced her, Harry had become more of a big brother than a hero to her. But to others, especially those who had never seen Harry in person, it was almost like looking at a god. The boy who killed the Dark Lord, the boy who survived the killing curse, the boy who lived. "Right," Harry said with a smile. "Well, Tom, can we get some breakfast menus, please, and if you don't mind, I'll pay in advance. If I don't, I feel that this one," he said, tilting his head towards Astoria, "will run me out of galleons." Of course," Tom said with a deep bow. "But please keep your money, it's no good here." "I can't take advantage of you like that," Harry replied sincerely, but Tom wanted to hear none of it. "Please, I'd say you've done the wizarding world enough of a service to enjoy a free breakfast. Just let me know when you're ready to order." Harry sighed in defeat, and within minutes, Astoria stared down at her bacon, eggs, and waffles in glee as she poured on her syrup. Astoria was thankful that Harry had simply watched in silence, allowing her to finish her plate before he asked gently, "All right, short stack, what happened?" Astoria told him. She told him about her father's strange behavior, his meetings with a barrage of former Death Eaters, and most disturbingly, she told him of the initiation ceremony that was slated for August 25th. As she finished her tirade, she watched as Harry bit down on his piece of toast before mumbling, "Interesting." She wasn't sure why, but the level of calm Harry had presented at that moment had shocked her. If the former Death Eaters were planning something, she was certain Harry would have had a bigger reaction, and yet he looked so focused and entranced in his thoughts. "You said it was Malfoy SR. That delivered the message, right?" he asked. "He was the last one to come, yes," Astoria spoke firmly. "If you don't mind me asking, why did you say it was interesting?" "The Death Eaters," Harry spoke bitterly. "They aren't particularly brave people. Those not rotting in Azkaban escaped by throwing other members of the organization under the bus or pleading innocence due to the Imperious curse. Being purebloods, many of them enjoy a life of luxury and power within the Ministry. If what you believe is true, and they are planning an attack, it's because something or someone has given them the confidence to act. But who could give them the support they needed to mobilize?" Astoria spoke now, pondering her own thoughts before fear shone in her eyes. You don't think you know who's coming back, do you?" Astoria watched in horror as she desperately prayed for Harry to reassure her that she was wrong in her assumptions. But that prayer was never answered as she watched Harry slowly raise his hand and place his palm over his jagged scar. "I don't know what's going on for sure, Astoria," Harry said in a chilling voice, "but I don't like it." Chapter 2. The darkening mark the wind blew through her honey blonde hair as she stared across the River Thames with a bright smile. The smell of flowers in full bloom filled her senses as she looked upon the rustic red stone building in glee. The sun still loomed overhead, and even though she knew it would be a few hours before the stars emerged, she simply couldn't contain her excitement. She had wanted to come here for so long, and even without stepping foot into the building, the observatory grounds encapsulated her focus as her toes felt the perfectly manicured grass through her T-bar sandals. She hadn't stopped until she had found herself before the statue of General James Wolfe, with compart telescope in hand. She smiled as she reflected on how long mankind had been interested in the stars as she adjusted her sage green romper. Tracy's voice echoing in the back of her head. His jaw is going to drop when he sees you, as she pondered why she had ever agreed to wear something so loose-fitting. Excuse me, she heard a boy call out to her. Slowly, Daphne turned, trying not to let her Ice Queen persona out as the boy looked quiet and timid. He was taller than her, maybe only an inch shorter than Harry the more she thought about it, and his eyes were a warm chocolate brown. Nervously, the boy brushed his brunette hair out of his eyes before he spoke. I was just wondering if maybe I mean you're very. But while part of her did gain some amusement in seeing the boy stutter, she forced herself to remember that not everyone she met was as bulletproof to her sarcasm and intimidation as Harry and Tracy were. Gently, she replied, Sorry, I'm actually here waiting for my boyfriend. Oh, okay, the boy said awkwardly before he bolted off in the opposite direction, causing Daphne to shake her head in confusion. Honestly, muggles are so strange. Quickly, Daphne shook the experience from her head as blindly. She began to walk the paths throughout the park, her heart fluttering at the well-manicured gardens and the rushing water spouting from various fountains. She had found herself smiling as she watched kids excitedly pull their parents along from sculpture to sculpture, and yet she felt sadness as well. A pang of sadness filled her heart. Yes, Ewan Davis had always been kind to her, and in a way, he was the father she wished she had. But part of her still craved for the same types of childhood memories with her own parents. She wished she could remember times when her family would laugh together or go on adventures. Yet all she could recall were bitter conversations about business and the importance of appearance. Suddenly, her heart quickly began to pound in her chest, as her vision blackened from a pair of hands resting over her eyes. Her primary reaction forced her hand towards her bag where her wand was stored, but she stopped herself as she inhaled the scent of cedar and green apple, and with a voice she had been craving to hear for over a month she heard, Guess who? Very funny, Flyboy, Daphne said with a forced scowl as Harry removed his hands from her eyes. The first thing she saw was that, while the boy was always quite lean, his muscle definition had become much more apparent, even through his white button-down shirt. The second thing she noticed was that his hair had grown out, and as she watched the way a single strand of hair fell to his forehead, she instantly knew it had been done intentionally to bother her. Yet there was no time to complain as Harry smiled at her gently, forcing her body to relax as he spoke. Where's your sense of humor, princess? Daphne gave a mock look of disapproval, but her facade quickly melted as Harry spoke the words she'd been feeling for weeks. I've missed you. It's only been a little over a month, Daphne spoke with a soft smile, her cool personality falling apart as she felt Harry's arms wrap around her waist. So what? Harry said with a teasing grin. That's more than enough time for me to miss you. Harry leaned in, and Daphne closed her eyes as she felt the taste of Harry's lightly salted lips rest against hers, before wrapping her arms around his neck in equal affection. As the two broke apart, Daphne was forced to reveal her truth as she rested her head into his chest and smiled. Yeah, I missed you too, Flyboy. It was too peaceful without you around. Daphne allowed her defensive state to drop in Harry's presence and happily accepted his hand as they walked towards the red stone building. The show was about to begin. Harry felt his heart racing as he watched his girlfriend smile. In all honesty, while Harry didn't much care for astronomy at Hogwarts one way or the other, the way Daphne would stare in wonder every time the conductor of the star show would point out a constellation had made Harry feel happier than he could even explain. He grinned as he felt Daphne reach for his hand, and with joy, he took her hand in his. The show had lasted an hour, and while the auditorium requested silence, every time he glanced at Daphne, her stare had told an entire story. As the lights began to fill the darkened stage once more, he allowed a satisfied look of glee onto his face as he heard Daphne whisper, "Thank you." As the two walked through the winding halls, Harry laughed as Daphne expanded on her knowledge of telescopes and how important astronomy was for sea travel back in the day. As they approached the end of the hall, Harry had wrapped his arms around Daphne's waist as he rested his head atop hers and listened. Did you know that Galileo wasn't the first person to suggest that the Earth revolves around the sun? A lot of people attribute that discovery to him, but he wasn't even the first modern-time astrologist to suggest that. In fact, Nicolaus Copernicus was. She then stopped as she turned up to face him. I'm boring you, aren't I? Not a bit, Harry said with a smile, amused at the fact that the stoic Daphne Greengrass was finally allowing herself to get excited about something. In the Muggle world, she wasn't forced into being the Ice Queen, and he wasn't forced into being the boy who lived. He may not have shared his girlfriend's love of the stars, but he liked being this way, just him and his princess, without any titles involved. Daphne smiled and Harry listened as she rattled on about the silencing of Copernicus by the Catholic Church and the development of Galileo's telescope. It wasn't until the security guards of the business had informed them that the exhibits were closing did Harry finally escort Daphne from the building. The summer winds had picked up as the night went on, and Harry felt Daphne shiver beneath his arm. He looked at the outfit she was wearing and instantly concluded that Tracy had put her up to it, as it was far less modest than anything Daphne would choose to wear of her own will. Slowly, Harry removed his sports jacket and placed it over Daphne's shoulder, causing her to look up to him with a soft smile. Thank you. Honestly, I don't know why I let Tracy. You look beautiful, Princess, Harry whispered gently into her ear, no matter what you wear. But I must say, that shade of green does look amazing on you. Harry smiled as he watched the blush emerge across Daphne's cheeks and chuckled as Daphne smacked him playfully for saying such embarrassing things before allowing him to take her hand once more. Come on, he said with a grin. Let's go get something warm to drink before the night's over. I heard that there's a really good hot chocolate place nearby. Okay, Daphne said with a nod. And then you can tell me what's been on your mind since you got here, besides me, of course. You knew. Harry spoke with a gentle rub of his thumb against the back of Daphne's hand. Please, Flybe, Daphne spoke with a grin. I can read you like a book. I guess I should have expected that, Harry said with a grin. I just didn't want to ruin our first actual date. I'm with you, Daphne said earnestly. I can handle the news. We'll call the date over after hot chocolate. That way I'll always have a good memory of our first date. All right, Harry said, his smile renewed with Daphne's word. I'll take that deal. Together, with Daphne buried into his side under the warmth of his jacket, they walked towards the cafe beneath the glowing full moon. Tears streamed down her cheeks, ruining her perfectly applied makeup as she listened in horror at her son's agonizing transformation. She placed her hands over her ears, begging for the torture her son faced to stop, but no matter how hard she pleaded, no god would listen. Even with the wolfsbane potion calming her son's mind, it did little to alleviate the pain his body felt. For years, she had endured the traumatic sounds. Every month, the pain seemed to worsen, and every month her bitterness grew. She hated her son's fate. She hated her husband's failures, which led to Draco's condition. She hated Greyback, the monster that had infected her son, and most of all, despite her pureblood beliefs, she hated the Dark Lord. He had promised their family. He swore that if Lucius proved his worth to him once more that he would heal Draco. But he, despite all of Lucius' efforts, never cured their son. No, he, the most powerful wizard to ever live, was killed by a baby and left her son to suffer. Yet, despite her internal protest to the Dark Lord, she had to mock expressions of joy as her husband clutched his forearm, where the mark that once constituted him as one of the Dark Lord's most loyal grew darker every day. Lucius had allowed fanaticism to rule his mind. He still believed the Dark Lord would cure his son. So as Narcissa sat there in cold fury, knowing that their lives had only increased in comfort after the Dark Lord's fall, she watched as her husband smiled menacingly, believing in a man with no interests besides his own. He's returning, my love, Lucius spoke in a maddening tone. He's returning to fulfill his promises to those most loyal to him. I may have failed him with his plan to exterminate the mudbloods of Hogwarts due to that muggle-loving freak Dumbledore, but with my plan, my organized attack, the mudbloods and blood traitors will live in fear once more. I will be rewarded beyond all measure, and Draco will be cured. Surely you don't mean for Draco to accompany you on your raid? Narcissa spoke, her heart now beating anxiously at this newly formed piece of her husband's plan. He's too young. He doesn't know what becoming one of the marked means. You must reconsider. Can't you see, Narcissa? Lucius hissed. This is the only way. I will not allow my son to taint my bloodline by remaining a half-breed. He is to be a pure-blood lord, groomed to be the Dark Lord's second, groomed to rule over those of inferior blood. Don't you understand why he must be there? And what of those who will stand and fight? Narcissa asked. What if Draco gets harmed? What if he dies? We can always have another, Lucius spoke. One whose blood isn't tainted. It's the pain, Narcissa spoke in shock and pleading desperation. It must be the pain of the mark that is making you think this way. Yes, Lucius spoke, momentarily falling back to his senses. Yes, it's the pain. I'm sorry, my love. You know I adore our son, but all the same, he will come with me. He needs to grow in favor with the Dark Lord before his complete return. It's the only way. Worry not, my love, Lucius spoke, the madness seeming to fade from his eyes. I will ensure Draco returns alive and unharmed. But he must be prepared. The 25th of August approaches closer each day. Of course, Narcissa spoke with a twisted smile. I understand. With a nod, she picked herself up from the couch and left for the master bedroom. She focused on her breathing, attempting to ignore the screams of her only baby boy the best she could, before she collapsed in the chair that rested before her vanity and placed her hands to her face. Her breaths became sporadic as the tears flowed faster than ever down her eyes, and she glared at her fate in the mirror. How could everything have gone so wrong? Chapter 3. The eve of initiation, Michael sighed as he twirled his screwdriver around his fingers like a drumstick, staring at his pile of what to most people would be nothing but scrap metal, yet to Michael it had reminded him of home. When he had told his mother that he was going to be staying with Harry over the summer, the heartbreak in the letter he received was palpable, but despite it all, his mother understood his decision and hoped that he would continue to write to her. It wasn't that Michael hated his parents. In all honesty, he admired his father's work ethic and dedication to his craft. He just wished that for once his father would lie and tell him that he was proud of his son, but his father couldn't lie, even for something like that. A great quality for a Boy Scout, Michael thought to himself, sadly crappy quality for a dad. Still, the pieces of junk had reminded him about the one thing he loved about being home, his father's workshop. If there was one part about the summer he loved, it was when people would come in with cars, bikes, motorcycles, boats, anything they had that didn't work, and he and his father would work tirelessly to make those motors run as good as new. Yes, Michael was a wizard. If anything they had broke, a simple repairing charm could fix 90% of issues, but Michael hated that feeling. He loved the feeling of grease on his hands, and he tightened screws, dislodged and replaced broken pipes, calibrate pressure gauges. It was a game to him, and finding out what made machines tick was the only thing outside of pranks that really got his blood pumping. Athena, Michael called out to his screech owl, can you grab my box of screws? I'm all out. Athena hooted happily as she flew towards the bedside table where his materials were resting. Michael marveled at his bird's intelligence as she shifted through his toolbox, before letting out a satisfied chirp and flying back to his shoulder, dropping the box into his hand. Good girl, Michael spoke, and he smiled as Athena gently nipped at his ear lovingly. Michael had no sooner screwed in the last piece before a knock on his door had moved him from his space. As he rose, his body cracked from his long, static position as he walked towards the door, opening it to the face of his friends. Harry entered first and immediately collapsed onto Michael's bed, letting out a tired sigh. I think Dumbledore's trying to kill me, guys. I'm exhausted. Michael smirked as Neville walked in moments later, taking a seat in a beanbag chair Michael had conjured to remind him of his room back home before he too sighed. You think with us going to the World Cup tomorrow, they'd give us an easy day. But I don't think my legs have ever hurt as much as they do right now before in my life. Michael nodded in agreement. He had definitely felt growth, not just in the physical aspects that Sirius trained them in, but in his magical capacity under Remus' watchful eye. But the training was brutal. Long runs in the morning, hours of conditioning and magical obstacle courses had pushed them to their physical limits, And then there was the practice of silent casting that Remus was trying to teach them, something that Michael had found interesting but beyond difficult. He had managed to produce a stunner without incantations, though it was incredibly weak and Remus was able to bat it aside with no effort, and somehow he was currently doing the best at it, as even Harry struggled silently casting basic spells like the disarming charm. Michael sighed, pulling himself out from memory lane at the sound of Harry's voice. "By the way, what have you been working on, Corner?" "Oh," Michael said, scratching his head. "It's nothing really. I just wanted to see how magic affects Muggle-built things." Despite Michael's brushing off of the question, Harry and Neville still rose to see what Michael had built, and he smiled a bit in embarrassment as he spoke. "It's supposed to be the Black Lion from Voltron. It was this show I watched when I was a kid. I never thought the action figures were animated enough, so I tried to build my own." "It looks pretty good," Harry spoke in genuine awe, "but what does it well do?" Michael smirked as he placed his wand to the metallic figure, and with a jolt, the figure came to life and began running around the desk and let out a playful yip before Michael placed his wand back to the figurine, stopping it completely. "Not much, but I thought it would be fun to build something for myself." "That's awesome," Neville spoke. "I mean, I've seen toy companies make things like that, but mostly they're just for wizarding cartoons. I'm sure there's a whole demographic of Muggle-born wizards that would love to have these kinds of figures for the shows they watched growing up." "Thanks, Nev," Michael said with a chuckle. "But I don't know about all that. I just like making things for fun. I didn't really think about making money off it." "Just something to consider," Neville said with a smile. "I mean, we're not going to be students forever." "Yeah," Michael said with a slight nod. "I suppose we aren't." Michael turned to face Harry, and something felt wrong. He accepted that his friend was privy to his secrets just like everyone else was, but it didn't make much sense to him. He had come clean over the summer in telling himself and Neville about his plan to capture the Death Eaters and bring them to justice when Sirius had introduced the new Order of the Phoenix, and out of loyalty, both he and Neville had agreed to stand with Harry. But there was something else, something that always seemed to weigh heavily on his friend's mind, and something that he felt he needed to know. But what could it be? It had been over a month since Harry had told her about the attack planned on the 25th, and her father's conversations with Lucius and the other Death Eaters. And while she had seen Harry since their meet-up at the observatory, primarily his and Neville's birthday party at Longbottom Manor on the last day of July, Harry had seen that the thought still weighed heavy on her mind. She sighed deeply as she thought back to the conversation she had with Harry in the Longbottom Manor. Flashback ***. Daphne rested herself on the bed of Harry's room in the Longbottom Manor as Harry wrapped his arm around her. "Are you all right?" he spoke softly as Daphne clutched her forehead, wanting the headache to stop. "Shouldn't you be down there with everyone else?" Daphne said with a soft smile. "It's not right for the birthday boy to leave his own party." "You're more important than a birthday party," Harry said gently as he took Daphne's hand. "So, do you want to talk about it?" "I don't even know what there is to talk about," Daphne said tiredly. "My dad, he's never been a good man, but I never in my wildest dreams imagined him becoming a Death Eater. Astoria told you that my father asked Lucius if the Dark Lord could give my father what he desires, and I've been driving myself mad trying to figure out what it is. It's not power, as while my father is not a member of the Wisengamot, he declined his invitation by choice. His apothecary business makes enough money, and his voice is still heard in the ministry. I don't know what he's after, and I don't know how to keep Astoria safe." "Daphne," Harry spoke gently, "have some faith in Astoria. She's stronger than she looks, and she's not as reckless as I am. She knows when it's time to bail, and because of you and Dobby, she has a way to do it safely. Astoria sees keeping tabs on your dad as her mission. Telling her to stop won't solve anything. I think you learned that lesson last year." "I know," Daphne spoke. "I know she's too stubborn for her own good. But I just hate leaving her there. She's my little sister. I'm supposed to protect her. She's the only blood family I have." Daphne took a tired breath as she spoke. "She's a major headache, but I love her, you know." Daphne watched as Harry nodded, pulling her in for a tight hug, and as Daphne crawled onto his lap, resting her chin on his shoulder as Harry whispered softly into her ear. "I know, but from what I've learned, The greengrass women are more resilient than people give them credit for. Plus, Astoria's important to me as well. I won't let anything happen to her, to any of you, I promise. End of flashback. Daphne had felt so stupid handing Harry his gift after the way he comforted her. He had written to her about his old Quidditch gloves getting worn out, but gloves did so little to compare the gratitude having Harry in her life meant to her. Love was a difficult word for her. It wasn't a feeling she was very familiar with, but at the very least she was thankful to have Harry by her side, not just as her boyfriend, but as someone she could rely on, someone that helped to ease her anxiety, someone who could make her smile. She was pulled from her train of thought by Tracy breaking through her door with a loud bang and shouting, "Happy birthday, Daphne!" Daphne grunted as Tracy fell on top of her, her body not prepared for the impact of Tracy's hug. For as long as Daphne could remember, Tracy had been more excited about Daphne's birthday than she herself was. Years ago, when she had asked Tracy about it, she had claimed that Daphne was the first friend she ever had, and subsequently was the first one to ever invite her to a birthday party. While Daphne had always found her high society, pure blood, birthday parties a real bore, Tracy had certainly managed to liven things up. When Daphne had left the Greengrass household, Tracy had taken it upon herself to make sure all of Daphne's birthdays were over the top, as she used to constantly claim. Having your own birthday just isn't normal. Today, however, was worse than normal, as not only was Tracy excited about Daphne's birthday, much to Daphne's dismay, her birthday had fallen on the same day as the Quidditch World Cup finals, and the fact that Tracy's predicted teams of Ireland and Bulgaria had made it to the finals had only pushed the girls' excitement levels to an 11. "Come on," Tracy called, pulling Daphne from beneath her covers. "Go shower and get dressed, preferably in something green and orange, please." "But," Daphne started, "I said that I think Bulgaria is going to win." "Nonsense," Tracy called out playfully. "Now come on, get up and get ready. We leave in an hour and you won't be able to enjoy your birthday breakfast if you take too long." "Okay," Daphne said, shaking her head with a chuckle. "Okay, I'm up, I'm going." "Good," Tracy said with a satisfied smirk. "Now, do you have any orange clothes? Because if you don't, I have an extra t-shirt you can wear. It has green stripes across it." "That sounds horrendous," Daphne said with a smirk. "It really is," Tracy nodded with a grin herself before she spoke. "But come on, Irish pride and all that." "I'm not eerie," Daphne started before she sighed. "Fine, whatever." Tracy smiled as she bolted out of Daphne's room while she headed towards the shower, and with a smirk she chuckled to herself as she thought, "Well, Harry did say I'd look beautiful in anything. Time to test that theory." Only her father would have found a way of making something she dreamed about a complete nightmare. Ever since she had first seen Quidditch played, she had wanted to see the Quidditch World Cup. But now, she wanted nothing more than to find a way out of going. The reason, they weren't going as a family, or for the love of the sport. No, her family had been invited as the Malfoys' guests, and even worse, the World Cup was scheduled for the 24th of August. The Malfoy Manor, where she had spent the night, had creeped her out worse than her own home had. Like most wizarding mansions, the house was old, and Astoria had found it oddly suspicious how many off-limits rooms there were. Worse still, while most houses weren't warded for elves, previously having one themselves, the Malfoys knew better. Astoria had spent that night on her own, and without a doubt, she could comfortably say that her night at the Malfoy Manor was the worst night of her life. As Astoria rose and prepared herself for the day, she had found herself sitting awkwardly sandwiched between Draco and her father at the large round table where Narcissa Malfoy served her breakfast. Astoria was not nearly as familiar with the house and its inhabitants as Daphne was, due to her spending time here frequently, when she was young with the hopes of her parents, designed towards a union between her and Draco. But she knew enough to know that something felt off. "Father," Draco spoke in a tone filled with glee, a tone Astoria knew was normally reserved for when he bullied people. "When is Minister Fudge coming to get us?" "There is no need to get impatient, Draco," Lucius spoke, a cold smile on his face that sent shivers down her spine. "Without the minister, the games won't begin. We needn't worry about missing anything." "Yes, you're right, of course, but with our plans being so scheduled for the following day, Instantly, a cutting glare from Mr. Malfoy silenced the boy, and Draco nodded. Sorry, father. Excitement got the best of me is all. Is Draco a part of the initiation ceremony? Astoria thought to herself, why? Harry, Michael, and Neville can all wipe the floor with him. What use would the Dark Lord or the Death Eaters have for him? Am I wrong about my hunch? Narcissa, her mother spoke in a jovial tone. Now that it's been brought up, my husband's discussed this business of a busy schedule tomorrow, yet I had no idea your family was to be involved as well. Please do tell what activities you have planned. I am most excited to discover them. Well, Roxanne, Narcissa spoke in a haughty voice, you know husbands, always coming up with plans and not informing us. But I suppose they have their jobs and we have ours, after all. I don't much like to pry. Ah, her mother nodded. I see, it's business-related. Well, that does explain why Draco would be involved. He is set to take over when he comes of age, after all. A look of relief passed between the three males at the table, and instantly Astoria got a sickening feeling in her stomach. What kind of reality is this? Is this what Daphne was talking about when she ranted about clueless, pure-blood women? She then turned to sneak a glance at Narcissa, who was far quieter than Astoria had ever remembered her being. No, Narcissa knows. Astoria realized. Whatever it is that's planned for tomorrow, she knows. But why does she look so conflicted about it? Astoria's train of thought was broken, however, as an echo pounding at the door snapped her out of her pensive state, but not before she watched Narcissa jump, as if being shocked into her sense and excusing herself from the table with haste. I'll get it. Astoria sat there quietly, halting her observations as she felt Draco staring into the side of her skull. Having to hold her tongue came with great difficulty, but thankfully, it didn't last long until a rather large man with a familiar green bowler hat had entered the kitchen with an aloof grin. Ah, Lucius. And Mr. Greengrass, what a pleasant surprise. I suppose these were the guests you had wished to invite. Right in your suspicions, as always, Cornelius, Lucius spoke with a charismatic smile. Though I do believe that your appearance here means that it is time for us to be off. It does indeed, the minster spoke, his chest puffed out proudly from the shallow praise. Now gather around everyone and hold onto the rope, please, and we'll be off. Astoria growled as Draco grabbed her wrist, eliminating the chance of escaping and forcing her to hold the rope. Astoria attempted her best to channel her own passive look as Fudge with the same dumb and unaware smile ensured every hand was placed on the rope before with a crack. They vanished. Harry had tried his fair share of wizarding transportation. He never thought that he'd experience anything worse than side-along apparition, but portkeys most certainly took the cake. Harry opened his eyes to nothing but a blue void, and for a moment, Harry had thought Sirius had gone mad when he shouted to let go. But as he saw Vance and Sirius do it, he decided to follow suit. Which explains how Harry currently found himself barreling towards the earth at an alarming speed. Focusing his mind, he leaned his body forward, and as he watched Neville hit the ground with a bumpy roll, he planted his fist and knee onto the ground, landing like a superhero. As he brushed the dirt off his jeans, he turned and shook his head in aggravated amusement as he watched Tonks, Andromeda, Remus, Sirius, and Emmeline walk on the air as if it was a staircase gently towards the bottom. Nice landing, kid, Tonks teased with a laugh so hard it forced her to snort. Ah, put a sock in it, Harry replied with faked aggravation as the adults landed beside them. Harry had hoped that his landing would quickly be swept under the rug, but soon he stood at attention as footsteps were heard coming over the hill, and with a laugh, he heard a familiar voice call out, "So that was you. Nice landing there, Potter." Harry shook his head with an amused smile as he looked up towards the tall, gray-eyed boy before lifting his fist and bumping it against the boy's knuckles. "Glad you got a kick out of it, Diggory. That landing absolutely destroyed my kneecaps. Now imagine if Corner hadn't saved you after that stunt you pulled to win the cup last year," Cedric said with a laugh. Harry shook his head. "I'd rather not." He then spotted the omnioculars that dangled from Cedric's neck as Harry wondered aloud, "You planning on recording the whole match?" "Nah," Cedric said, waving his hand. "But there aren't too many big seekers in the game, and I figure since Crumb's the best of them, might be useful to take some notes." "See," Harry laughed, This right here is why playing against you gives me nightmares. Here I am being lazy trying to enjoy the game, and you're out here studying plays. I'm starting to think you took your house's loss a little harder than you let on." "Maybe I did," Cedric said with a smirk. "I guess you won't find out until Quidditch season starts." "Bring it on, Diggory," Harry said with a confident glare. However, Harry and Cedric's conversation was broken by a rather jolly-looking man with a bright smile and hair that for some reason reminded Harry a lot of the Benjamin Franklin portraits he saw in Muggle school back in the States. The man, while being tall, was slightly shorter than Cedric, but he watched his Hufflepuff rival smile as the man placed his hand atop Cedric's shoulder. "There you are. I know you're a big man now, but don't go giving your old man heart attacks by disappearing like that." "Sorry, Pops," Cedric spoke earnestly as he scratched the back of his neck. "Just saw some familiar faces." Cedric then looked around a bit before he spoke. "The kid with the blue hair over there, his name's Michael Corner, one of the smartest chasers I've ever seen. The brown-haired kid's Neville Longbottom. He's actually thinking about trying out for the Hufflepuff team this year. And well, I doubt I have to introduce this man right here." "Harry Potter," the man spoke, reaching out his arm. "I read about you a lot last year, even came to that last game of yours. You're quite gifted on a broom, but I'm afraid my son is better." Harry watched as Cedric palmed his face in embarrassment before the man's hefty laugh returned Harry's focus. "The name's Amos Diggory, Cedric's old man." "It's nice to meet you, sir," Harry spoke politely. "Ha," Amos spoke in jovial amusement. "No need for the sir business." Harry then watched as Amos' view shifted to Remus and Sirius. "Ah, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your letters have certainly been intriguing, to say the least." "Letters?" Harry and Cedric spoke in united confusion. "Yes," Sirius spoke with a smile, "but here is hardly the space to speak of it. Not to mention we need to get our campsite ready, so we're not unpacking after the game. It's sure to be an exciting one, that's for sure." "That it will be," Amos said with a clap that indicated his support. "But you are right, Sirius, let's be off." Harry laughed as Michael, Neville, and Cedric all discussed their summers. As Harry had suspected, Cedric was certainly doing his best to try and balance his training schedules with his prefect duties, and Harry couldn't contain himself from bursting when Michael had said, "But you're gonna let Harry, Neville, and I get away with a prank here and there, right?" "Oh yeah, for sure," Cedric said with a laugh of his own before Harry had found himself in a sea of tents. The first thing Harry noticed was the tents looked surprisingly small, but Harry saw they quite far from ordinary, as many tents were adorned with chimneys, belples, or weather vanes. On top of that, support for the teams in the World Cup were far and above what Harry had expected, as many tents were decorated with shamrocks or moving posters of Bulgaria's star-seeker Viktor Krum. Suddenly, a smile grew on his face as through all the commotion Harry heard a familiar voice let out an aggravated snarl. "Can you believe these people? All they do is hang up pictures of their star, as if there weren't 6 other people on the team. I mean, honestly, why can't these people just be classy like the Irish and use the team's symbol instead? Does it honestly bother you that much?" Another voice that Harry knew to be Daphne's responded. "Yes," the auburn-haired girl spoke as she came around the corner, and Harry just grinned as she watched Daphne shake her head in total confusion over her friend's outrage. Harry's eyes caught the Princess Icy Blue's, and subtly, Harry saw a gentle smile rise to her face before Daphne snapped. "Hello, Earth to Daphne, are you listening? You look like you've seen." But as Tracy turned her head to face Harry, a happy grin emerged before she took Daphne by the wrist and ran over to meet him. "Well, well, well. Fancy meeting you here, Harry." "Yeah," Harry said with a teasing smile. "What a surprise. Though if I had to guess, I'd wager you found out I would be here and started dragging Daphne around in an attempt to find me so you could tease her. Am I right?" "Bingo," Tracy said with an amused smile, and Harry shook his head before approaching the blonde. "Happy birthday, Princess," Harry spoke with happily as he pulled Daphne into a deep hug, knowing that major public displays of affection weren't exactly her thing before letting her go. "Having a good day so far." "It just got a bit better," Daphne said warmly, and a loud awe from Tracy permeated the air. "You two are so cute together it bothers me," Tracy said with a smile. I swear it's like I'm reading a romance novel with you two. Harry watched as Daphne rolled her eyes before he spoke. So where are you guys set up? Far from here? Not too far, Tracy said brightly. We're actually just a couple tents down from here. Blaze and my dad are setting up the tent. But the heartache on my best friend's face after being away from you for too long took all my attention, and I simply had to leave the work behind to scour the campgrounds looking for you. In other words, Daphne said teasingly, she didn't want to lift anything and quickly found an excuse. Don't downplay my heroic efforts, Tracy said with a sarcastic smile, and Harry couldn't help but respond. Thank you, Tracy, Harry said with his own sarcasm lacing his words, for your noble pursuits of bringing my princess to me, but now that I have her safely delivered, I think I can take it from here. All righty, Tracy said with a laugh. Be safe, kids, don't do anything reckless. You're literally 4 weeks older than me, Daphne responded, but at that point, it was too late as Tracy had already left for her own tent. Harry smiled as Daphne turned up to face him with a nervous grin. Sorry about that, Tracy. Sometimes she doesn't know when to stop and... It's fine, Harry spoke with a smile. She's trying to tease me over being your boyfriend when all that does is make me smile. It really doesn't bother me at all. Harry flinched slightly as Daphne smacked his arm, causing him to wonder, why'd you do that? Because you keep telling me cute things, and I feel terrible because I'm awful at saying sweet things. Daphne spoke, her cheeks puffed out in a manner that reminded Harry slightly of Astoria before he smiled, and quickly stole a kiss from her lips. I can tease you myself if you want, Harry said with a smirk. That shirt gives me so much material. Whatever, flyboy, Daphne said with a smile of her own as she brushed the hanging strain of hair out of his face. You're lucky you're cute. Ah, see, Harry said with a smile, you can compliment people. Oi, Potter, he heard Michael call out. I know you and the Ice Queen are having a moment over there, but can you come and help me unload this box of cooking stuff? Harry nodded before turning to face Daphne. So, do you want to stick around? I won't blame you if you run. Not a chance, flyboy, Daphne said with a smirk. After all, it would be a huge disservice to all of Tracy's valiant efforts if I just left right now. Fair enough, princess, Harry said with a grin. Just be careful lifting things. I don't want you breaking a nail or something. Laugh it up, Potter, Daphne said with a scowl that held no malice. Laugh it up. Chapter 4. A skull in the sky. The further Astoria climbed as they rose through the stands of the World Cup, the more uncomfortable Astoria grew. It wasn't that she was afraid of heights, in fact, it was quite the contrary due to her love of flying. No, she could handle heights. What she couldn't handle was climbing higher and higher between Lucius and Draco Malfoy, two of the least trustworthy people she knew. It didn't help that every time she'd look behind her, a face that could only be interpreted as regret was laced across Narcissa Malfoy's face. Every step Astoria took, she heard her rational mind call out to her, call Dobby and get out of here. But she refused, gritting her teeth with every step as she told herself, I can handle this. I can't allow myself to get scared. If Harry can stand against 100 Dementors, the least I can do is this. It hadn't been more than 5 minutes until the banging of Malfoy S.R.'s cane against the metal guard rail had awoken her from her trance. Lord Black, it's fancy meeting you here, Lucius said. Instantly, Astoria's eyes turned and caught the crowd that had brought out Draco's scowl. Sitting there, of the faces she recognized, were Sirius Black, her former Professor Remus Lupin, Michael, Neville, Tracy, Eowyn Davis, Blaze, and of course, staring right back at her, Daphne and Harry. Astoria? Daphne spoke in her practiced icy tone, though Astoria could see the slight panic in her eyes. What are you doing here? We're invited guests of the minister himself, Draco spoke with aggravating pride. A conversation of politically maneuvered jabs between Sirius and Lucius took place, but Astoria couldn't focus on that. Instantly, she focused her mind onto anything she could think of that could help Daphne and Harry understand the situation without blowing her cover. Mouthing was out of the question due to her proximity with Malfoy S.R. and her father, but as she recalled Harry's writings of practicing his legilimency, she locked on to his emerald green eyes and subtly poked at the side of her head. Astoria had wanted to let out a sigh of relief as she saw Harry's acacia wand slip from his holster, and with a soft whisper, Harry spoke. Legilimens. Astoria wasn't sure what to expect. She'd never been under the effects of a mental probe, and yet she felt Harry inside her mind instantly. With Harry in her mind, she forced herself to think about everything she had seen and heard at the Malfoy Manor as well as her reason for being with her current group. After she saw Harry nod, receiving the message, she forced herself to think, tell Daphne I'm okay. I know to call Dobby if I'm in trouble. I know that you probably know this better than me, but be careful. Once more Harry nodded, before sliding his wand back into his holster before the less than gentle nudge from Draco had forced her into moving. Instantly, she saw fury erupt in Daphne's cold glare, but thankfully, she watched as Harry took her hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Everything's going to be fine, Astoria assured herself. Everything's going to be just fine. Knowing now that Harry had got her message, Astoria continued her climb. Higher and higher she marched until she had found herself facing a closed-off room, heavily guarded and locked with a myriad of Alohomora-proof locks. She watched as, with a smug smile, the minister placed his wand to the door, and instantly it swung open, before he watched the fat man proudly waddle inside. Inside the minister's box was another man who Astoria assumed could only be the anti-Fudge. Where Fudge was short and fat, with a rather balding head covered by a green bowler hat, the other man was tall and muscular, if not a bit overly muscular, with a long mane of dark brown hair which was perfectly maintained. Where Fudge wore rather unflashy suits of mostly brown, this man wore gold-trimmed black velvet robes, which still didn't manage to hide the man's immense muscle definition. Astoria wagered that if a fight between the two broke out, the robed man wouldn't even need to pull out his wand to eliminate Fudge. Ah, Minister Ablansk, Fudge spoke proudly. It's good to finally meet you. As you may know, I am Minister for Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, and these are my guests, the Malfoy family and the Greengrass family. The man turned to Fudge with a rather lost look, and instantly Astoria smiled. English is a national language in politics. It's nearly a requirement for anyone in Europe who wants to hold public office. It was something she had remembered Daphne harping on when she was little. The man was simply making a fool of Fudge, and after Fudge's disastrous use of Dementors the year before, Astoria didn't feel much sympathy. Astoria had to bite her tongue in order to keep herself from laughing as the Bulgarian minister, seeing that she had caught on to his joke, gave her a quick wink which she returned with a slight nod, before watching in amusement as Fudge continued to make a grand fool of himself, trying to mime out his understandings. Eventually, Fudge had seemingly given up in defeat, and Astoria had found her seat directly behind the man in the row established for guests of the minister. Astoria gathered a view of her surroundings and reflected in admiration at the Bulgarian minister. Whereas Fudge had used his power to solicit favors from high-ranking members of his wizarding population, the Bulgarian minister had only brought along one person, a boy. Maybe a year or so older than Astoria, with curly blonde hair and deep almond-shaped brown eyes. "Hello," the boy said kindly as he turned to Astoria. "My name is Damian Ablansk, the minister's son." "It's nice to meet you. My name's Astoria Greengrass," Astoria said with a smile, thankful to be around someone who didn't seem like a complete tool, though a mystery was certainly forming as Damian looked nothing like his father. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to sit quietly with her confusion, she asked gently, "Did you just come here with your dad? Does your mom not like Quidditch or something?" No, Damian said, scratching the back of his neck. "I actually have never met my mom. I guess in truth it would be more appropriate to say I'm the minister's adopted son." "Oh," Astoria said, feeling like she had just placed her foot in her mouth majorly as she continued. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry." "No, it's okay, really. It's not a big deal," Damian said with a smile. Minister Ablansk took me in when I was really young. In all honesty, I consider myself pretty lucky." Before Astoria could even respond with how admirable she had found that viewpoint, the blowing of horns turned her attention back to the field itself, and instantly a smile encroached upon her face as speeding brooms passed overhead. Loud bangs of exploding powder erupted across the pitch, and from the powder rose the symbol of the Irish team, a giant leprechaun. Astoria laughed at the way the bright green man danced in the center of the pitch before the whooshing sounds of brooms racing past crashed through the leprechaun with streams of red. The Bulgarian team had arrived. Harry wrapped his arms protectively around Daphne's waist as he whispered, "She's going to be fine. She knows to call Dobby if she's in a bind, and there are too many witnesses here for Malfoy to do something to her during the game. I get that you're worried for her, but she's going to be fine." "The rational side of my brain knows that," Daphne said with a tired sigh, "but the paranoid side of my brain doesn't trust any of the Malfoys." "I don't blame you," Harry said, turning to look up at the minister's box. "But I trust Astoria, however. If something does happen, I'll have Creature pop us into the box, and we'll kick the Malfoys' asses ourselves. Nobody harms Astoria if I'm around." "I'm not sure why," Daphne said with a gentle smile, "but for some reason that helped a lot, Flyby, thank you." "Always, Princess," Harry replied, kissing the top of her head before the announcement of Minister Fudge set the games to begin. Gently, Harry broke apart from her, though he remained by her side as Michael filled the other, and with a grin he spoke. "For now, though, let's focus on watching an amazing game." Instantly, Cedric's voice caught his attention as a thin, dark, and sallow-skinned young man swooped into the arena. He had a large, curved nose and thick back eyebrows that made Harry think of the man as more hawk-like than a person. "That's him. That's Crumb," Cedric said with a focused stare. "I can't believe he's only 18. Must be one of the youngest professional players in history." So that's Crumb, Harry thought to himself. All right then, let's see what he can do. Mate," Michael called, nudging him. "You good? You sort of have that look you get when we're about to spar on your face." Daphne shook her head at Harry in amusement. "Honestly, does everything Quidditch-related have to be a competition for you?" "Yes," Harry responded with a grin, and before he knew it, the quaffle was tossed into the air, the bludgers were unchained, and the snitch was released. An excited and focused look grew on Harry's face as he watched the game begin. "They're off," shouted the announcer, a man Harry saw through his omnioculars as a blue-eyed, blonde man with rosy skin. Harry couldn't help but feel a fire burning in the pit of his stomach as his eyes trailed quickly behind each speedy blur. So this is what high-level Quidditch is like. Harry thanked Sirius for handing out the omnioculars as, without it, he doubted anyone would have been able to clearly follow the action. But even with the ability to slow down time and focus on players, the man Sirius had called Bagman had helped greatly with his commentating. "And its mullet passed to Troy, handed off to Morin," then Bagman shouted. "What's this? It's stolen by Dimitrov, and what a steal by the Irish. Mullet's defensive skills are certainly nothing to sneeze at." It was Quidditch to level Harry had never seen played before, and his body trembled in excitement, wishing more than ever than he could have a chance out on that field. Michael's jaw had fallen to the floor as he called out, "Nev, Harry, are you following this?" "Nope," Neville spoke in equally stunned confusion as they watched the Bulgarian keeper block a shot from Troy that riled up the entire sea of red-wearing fans. But unlike Michael and Neville, he saw it. The way Troy had spun over the Bulgarian chaser Ivanova had blown his mind, and the reflexes of the Bulgarian keeper would have been enough to make Wood furious with envy. It was Quidditch, the game Harry loved more than any other, played at its pinnacle to Harry. It was art. It wasn't just their speed. The quickness of their passes had only given the poor announcer enough time to say their names. Harry was confident he could achieve this speed on his firebolt, but his mind pounded at the absurdity of the practices those teams must have faced to build up the required stamina to play at that rate for possibly hours. "Hawk's Head attacking formation," Michael spoke in awe, as Harry turned to face the Irish chasers zooming down the field with Troy in the center. "It's the standard flight pattern for the Ravenclaw team, but I've never seen it done so quickly." "That's a Porskoff ploy," Cedric said, his perfect smile shining in amazement, as Troy managed to dart upward with the quaffle drawing away from the Bulgarian chaser Ivanova before punching the quaffle over to Morin. Instantly, Harry watched as Morin spun, the broom just barely missing the impact of the bludger smacked at him from the Bulgarian beater Volkov, and Harry felt Daphne flinch at the close impact beneath his arm as Neville spoke. "Merlin, How can someone even move that fast? But in mid-spin, Harry watched his smile beginning to hurt his face as Levski smacked the quaffle out of Morin's hand and watched it land into Dimitrov's, who quickly bolted past the Irish defense. But doing something Harry had never seen before, the keeper for the Irish team, Ryan, bolted away from the hoops, and with dexterity Harry, though impossible to a keeper, caught Dimitrov's Hail Mary shot before launching it and amazing speed towards Troy, who caught it like a kid would catch a baseball gently lobbed from his father. Once again, Bagman's commentary described the insanity best as he called names in rapid succession. Troy to Mullet, back to Troy, behind the back to Morin. It's Troy, Morin, over Dimitrov to Mullet, Mullet to Troy, Troy scores. This time Harry watched as Tracy and her other Irish national team supporters rose to their feet and cheered so loudly Harry was certain the arena would fall apart. 100,000 people in the arena and at least half roared in applause as Troy scored. Harry was certain he'd be deaf by the end of the night, but he truly didn't care. If Harry had to bet, he'd argue that as a whole, the Irish chasers were better than the Bulgarians. They worked as a seamless group as if they appeared to be able to read one another's mind. He was proved right as within minutes Ireland had scored twice more, bringing the lead to 30-0. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. As he himself was forced to put on his omnioculars, the players were moving faster still, and the plays were becoming more brutal. He watched as the Bulgarian beaters, who played more aggressively than any Harry had ever seen at Hogwarts, had turned the tide on the bludgers, bullying the onyx orbs more than the bludgers bullied the players. Harry's eyes scanned feverishly as he watched the Irish chasers become handicapped from the Bulgarian beaters' onslaught, stopping some of their more elaborate plans. He couldn't help but shake his head in stunned disbelief, as with a whack of a beater's bat that echoed like a thunderclap through the stadium, the Irish chasers were forced to scatter as Ivanova broke through, slamming hard against Mullet before scoring Bulgaria's first goal against Ryan. The score had changed to 30-10. Like a waterfall into an empty basin, Harry heard the crowd gasp as he watched the man he'd been focusing on dive through the chasers, as if gravity had a higher effect on him than others, as he plummeted towards the ground. Victor Crumb's speed on a nosedive was something Harry couldn't help but marvel at. And as he watched the Irish chaser lynch in hot pursuit, Harry understood the plan. It was Crumb's specialty after all, and Harry closed his eyes as he felt Daphne's hand squeeze his arm. The Bulgarian crowd cheered as at the last moment Crumb pulled off the Wronski feint, but the Irish crowd reeled as Lynch had hit the ground with a deafening thud. "It's time out," Bagman spoke. "Medical witches are coming to check on Aidan Lynch. The game will resume momentarily." "If I ever see you do something like that in a game," Daphne spoke in a chilling tone, "you better hope you crash, because if you scare me like that, I'll kill you myself." Harry gave a gentle smile as Cedric laughed in the background. I doubt Harry would even fall for a feint like that in the first place. I mean, honestly, what was Lynch thinking? "I think you have too much faith in Potter's rational ability," Michael said teasingly. "This is the same idiot that jumped off a broom no more than 5 months ago." "You're never going to let me live that down, corner," Harry said as he shook his head. "Nope," Michael responded with a grin. Harry's attention was turned from the conversation as he pulled his eyes away from Lynch, who was currently being revived by an entire trolley of potions towards Crumb, who had risen into the air and circled for a moment before stopping. "Are you watching his eyes, Potter?" Cedric asked quietly, and Harry nodded. He was indeed, and what he saw magnetized him. Scanning was nothing new. All seekers needed it as an essential ability. But as Harry remembered his first impressions of Crumb's hawk-like features, he concurred it was more than looks. Now, Harry was certain that if it were possible, Crumb had the eyes of a hawk transplanted into his skull, as the 18-year-old seeker scanned the field menacingly. Both Harry and Crumb's concentration were broken by cheers from the green-clad supporters as Lynch finally rose to his feet. Harry watched, but his amazement was only outdone by Daphne, who seemed to marvel at the speed in which the medical staff was able to revive Lynch. Harry smiled as he whispered, "Maybe you can be the healer on my team if I go pro." Harry had expected Daphne to fire back with sarcasm, but his smile only grew as Daphne spoke in awe. Yeah, maybe. Lynch is up, Bagman spoke in glee, referee Mostafa. When you're ready, restart the game. A blow of the referee's whistle started the game once more, and Harry couldn't believe how quickly the game was picked up once more. He watched as he realized that Lynch's revival had given the Irish a second wind, but it had also made it painfully obvious to everyone watching that Crumb was the better seeker. But the Irish didn't let that deter them, and Harry had to split his attention between the onslaught of goals scored by the Irish and the fact that Tracy looked about ready to burst with glee at any moment. And then the whistle blew. For a moment, Harry stood there in motionless confusion. The game was over, and Harry didn't understand why. The Bulgarians were only 2 goals shy of a possible victory, and yet Crumb had decided to end the game. An honorable move, Harry heard Remus call from behind him, or a selfish one depending on how you look at it. Harry noticed he wasn't the only one to turn to Remus in confusion, as Michael, Neville, and Cedric all did the same. And with the patience of a true professor, Remus continued. The Bulgarians were going to being fouling. You can see they were becoming more aggressive by the minute. Crumb ended the game before any shame could come to the team due to their tactics. I suppose he saw it as an honorable defeat being worth more than a shameful victory. Though his teammates may find this a bit selfish, as had they only scored 2 more times, they could have won. Either way, Crumb wins. He's proven he's the best professional seeker in the world. Harry understood, but he didn't much care for the tactic. Sure, it may have been honorable, but Harry didn't much like the idea of preserving one's own fame over the efforts given by every member of the team. All the same, the whistle blew, and though Harry had found it terribly anticlimactic, the 1994 Quidditch World Cup had come to a close. Astoria had never been in a situation where she had been so miffed about her team winning. What made it worse was that Damien was equally as miffed about how his team lost. Still, with a sad smile, Astoria turned to her new friend and spoke. So, it was nice meeting you. Maybe if I ever come to Bulgaria, we'll see each other again. I don't think it'll take that long, Damien said with a smile. You go to Hogwarts, yes. Astoria nodded in affirmation, and Damien's smile grew even wider as he said in a pleasant tone, Then it looks like I'll be seeing you sooner than you think. Astoria had wanted to ask many more questions, but before she could even think of where to start, Damien had dipped down, kissing her hand gently before following after his father, who had since left the minister's box, after revealing his knowledge of English to Fudge, who seemingly curled himself up into a ball of embarrassment before him, and his private detail apparated away. Astoria turned her focus to the large stadium clock that once shone in bright purple with advertisements that now simply read, Ireland wins. And below it, the time of 11:42 p.m. Astoria yawned loudly, and as she watched Draco, her father, and Lucius all seem to break away, she wanted to take this chance to reunite with Harry and Daphne. She had quickly picked up her bag, ensuring her wand was safely stored away before she began moving to the exit of the minister's box. Just before her hand was able to push against the door, another firm hand gripped her shoulder, and she found herself face to face with Narcissa Malfoy. Can I help you? Astoria spoke a bit irritated by the constant stream of delays. Don't stay here, Narcissa spoke with a soft voice that shone with fear. Go back home with your mother. I'm not going anywhere without my sister, Astoria spoke firmly. Fine, Narcissa spoke with a sigh full of heartache. Get your sister and be out of here by midnight. Intelligent, pure-blood women are becoming harder and harder to come by. I don't want anything happening to you. What do you mean by thaw? Astoria started, but before she could even finish her sentence, Narcissa Malfoy had disappeared into the crowd outside the minister's box, and Astoria felt her hand start to tremble as she muttered to herself. They're planning to attack here. I gotta find Harry and Daphne, quickly. Astoria had wanted to call for Dobby to pop her away, but she could hardly get a word out as her short stature made her feel like a muggle pinball being pushed around from person to person as the stands cleared. 11:54, she read by the time she had finally reached the bottom of the stands, gasping for air. Gotta find Harry or Daphne. Damn it, where are their tents? Astoria felt her mind focus as the crying of a young boy caught her attention. He was shorter than her, tears streaming down his eyes as he cried out, "Mommy! Daddy, where are you?" She knew she needed to find Harry. Informing them of what she suspected was a priority. But if she was right, she couldn't simply leave a kid no older than 6 all by himself. She swallowed hard as she approached the kid, and with Harry's calming smile in mind, she imitated the kind look as she spoke. "Hey there, kiddo, did you lose your mom?" "Why, yes," the boy said with his bottom lip quivering. "I am scared." "It's okay," Astoria said as calmly as she could. "I'm going to help you, okay? Do you know where your tent was?" "Be by the foodstuff." He spoke, his voice trembling from holding back his tears. "That's all the way on the other side." Astoria cursed to herself, but kept a gentle demeanor as she spoke. "All right, I know where that is, come on, let's get you back to your parents." "Really?" The boy said, a thankful shimmer in his eyes. "Yeah," Astoria said with a smile as she took the boy's hand. And as she looked at the clock in the stadium, she pondered, how many kids just like him are here? Too young to even have a wand. The stadium clock shifted to midnight, and Astoria whispered, "Please let me be wrong." But there was no such luck as, in horror, she watched as the sky lit up a miasmic green, and from the center of it, a skull with a snake peering out of its mouth. Astoria's hand trembled slightly as she looked up at the sigil, and through gritted teeth, she muttered, "Damn it all." Chapter 5. The masks of death. Harry dropped to his knees as he clutched his scar tightly. The pain in his head was overwhelming, and the chaos swarming around him as people fled screaming away from the skull that had manifested in the sky certainly didn't help. Harry crawled into the tent with the help of Sirius and Remus as he saw the concerned look in Daphne's eyes before he closed his own, entering his own meditative state. His mindscape was covered in a sickening green fog, and Harry had focused his mind to the source, the same chest he'd locked away his conduit with Voldemort. With an internal groan, Harry shouted, "Get the hell out of my head!" He clenched his fist as he watched the effects of Dumbledore's training begin to pay off as the miasma that once filled his mind receded at his command back into his locked chest. Maintaining his focus, Harry pulled himself out of his mindscape and saw the terrified look in his girlfriend's eyes, who was standing protectively over him. "Harry," she spoke with relief, "are you?" "I'm okay," Harry said as he took Michael's outstretched arm and pulled himself to his feet. He leaned on his 2 comrades as he worked on regaining his balance. Slowly they emerged from the tent once more, and Harry confirmed what he already knew. Damn it! When they said they were going to attack on the 25th, I didn't think they meant as soon as it started. "It's not so much the danger they pose to us directly," Sirius spoke, "but there are too many young kids here. Some don't even have a wand." Suddenly, a black plume of smoke appeared before them, and out of the darkness rose a figure that sent Harry's blood into a boil. The figure emerged from the smoke in a cloak almost as black as the night itself, and across the person's face a mask embezzled with black lines and snake-like eyes slits. "Death Eaters," Sirius growled. Harry stepped in front of Daphne, pushing her behind him as the Death Eater lifted his wand. Harry snarled as he lifted his own, but clearly, this Death Eater had expected his appearance alone to be enough to jolt them. What he hadn't expected was for Remus and Sirius to lift their wands in resistance to his fear. "Expelliarmus!" Remus snarled as Harry swore he saw panic rise in the masked man's face. Before the Death Eater could even move, though, Sirius blasted him away with a quick flick of his wand as he barked. "Reducto!" The man landed before him, a hole through his torso with blood pouring out like a river. As the man faded into the next world, the mask on his face evaporated into mist, and Harry stood in shock as a man he'd never seen before. Not Avery, not Crabbe or Goyle, not even Malfoy lay dead before him. Tonks gasped. "That's Alex Bailey." Harry turned to face her older sister in confusion. "He was an Auror in the academy with me. Why would he be?" "Damn," Emmeline spoke. "Bailey was always a little touched, but now we know they're already growing inside the ministry." Sirius gritted his teeth before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. As he slowly opened them, he heard Sirius speak. "All right, Harry, Michael, and Neville. Remus, Augusta, Emmeline, and I all allowed you to be considered members of the New Order because you've shown tremendous growth over the summer. I need you to listen close. It's time for your first mission." Harry felt the confused look of Daphne burning into the back of his head. but with a nod, he, Michael, and Neville nodded. Right. Your job is to help evacuate the innocent, starting with children that don't have a wand to protect themselves with a working up. Take them out of the campsite, and then have Creature apparate as many as he can to the safe house in Dublin. Sirius then turned to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, I believe you have an elf as well. I know you don't owe us anything, but... I'll help, Daphne responded with a nod. Good, Sirius said with a nod. Harry said you know basic healing magic after you bring back your first group of refugees. I want you to stay at the transfer point and make sure you tend to the wounded enough so that they won't bleed out during apparition. Tonks, Sirius said, and Harry watched as Sirius' eyes shifted to the pink-haired Auror. I don't think any of us were expecting Fudge to bail so quickly. Get to the ministry and tell Bones to get every Auror she can over here. Remus, Emmeline, and I are the vanguard. Everyone has their assignment, now let's move. Instantly, Harry turned to Neville and Michael. We have our assignment, you get hurt em back. And for the love of God, try not to die. Right back at you, Potter, his two friends echoed, and Harry forced his fist forward, bumping it against the fists of his friend before they nodded and broke apart. The last words Harry heard before departing came from Cedric, who called out, I'm helping too. I can't just watch people get hurt or die, before Harry had found himself barreling through a cloud of smoke. I have so many questions right now, I don't even know where to start, Daphne said in an aggravated tone as together they weaved through the crowd. I promise you, I will answer all of them after we get through this, Harry said, clutching his girlfriend's hand before he pulled his wand from his holster and placed it at his throat. Sonorous? With the loud screeching sound confirming the spell had activated, Harry prepared to speak as he closed his eyes, remembering what Sirius had told him during their first week of training. Flashback asterisk. Harry, Sirius spoke gently as Harry panted tiredly, the towel hanging around his neck that was almost as wet from his sweat as it would have been if he'd have just left a shower. Do you know why it's important that you train harder than anyone else? Because I'm the one destined to kill Voldemort in the prophecy, Harry spoke in a rushed fashion, feeling as if the answer to the question was quite obvious. That is partially true. Your final stand with Voldemort is certainly important, but believe me when I say it isn't the most important reason for you to be strong. Harry looked up at his godfather in confusion as he watched the man smile. The reason it's important for you to be strong is much like the reason Dumbledore had during the First War with Grindelwald or Voldemort. Your strength isn't just a stat to gauge your combat ability. You need to be strong because you embody hope. And while love is certainly a powerful weapon, as demonstrated by your mother and father's sacrifice to protect you, hope is just as powerful, as without hope fanning the flames of resistance, the fire will die out, and darkness will spread without containment. End of flashback. Hope, Harry thought to himself, the will to fight back. Slowly, Harry cleared his throat before he spoke, and allowed his charm to magnify his voice. Please listen, he shouted well over the screaming of the terrified fleeing people. My name is Harry Potter. As you all know, years ago I survived the killing curse and defeated the Dark Lord. I'm here now, speaking to all of you to tell you that the men that stand before you clouding their identities behind masks are nothing more than cowards. Hideous people with grotesque ideologies that seek to rule people through fear, but being afraid is nothing more than a choice. These Death Eaters aren't agents of fear and chaos. They're pathetic human beings who can't even face the backlash their out-of-date ideologies would lend them. I implore you, please, don't allow these cowards to frighten you. Don't allow them to win. Harry watched as many who heard his message began to calm. The stampede around those who heard his voice began to cease. And though Harry hated attention more than anything, it was worth it if it contained the fear. Once more Harry continued, Atop the hill, my house elf is waiting to apparate all those too young to protect themselves to a safe house of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry watched as the mention of the Order got positive responses throughout the crowd, and with Harry's final testament he spoke. I can't do this alone, so please, I'm requesting your help. Those of you who are of age and willing to stand and fight, protect the hills so those who can't protect themselves can flee. Right now the wizarding world needs heroes, not bystanders. This is your freedom to live without fear that they are attacking. It's your families they intend to subjugate. It's your magic that they want to strip from you. And it's your pride as a wizard they want to destroy simply because of the blood that runs in your veins. Those are cowards trampling on your homeland. Show them they aren't welcome here. While some still continued to flee, Harry smiled brightly as he watched many full-grown witches and wizards stop in their tracks as looks of anger rose to their faces. He watched as wizard after wizard drew their wands and turned their faces back towards the commotion. Many turned to their young children, pointing to the large hill Harry had indicated before standing tall, and with a deafening roar, a citizen army of witches and wizards barreled towards the chaos. "You really have a way with words, Flyboy," Daphne spoke in sincere admiration. "You managed to quench a lot of their fears. You gave them hope." "That was the plan," Harry spoke, but concern laced his voice as he hoped none of the innocent people he had mobilized into action got hurt far beyond repair. However, knowing he had a mission at hand, he squeezed Daphne's hand tightly before turning his attention towards the hill. "Come on, princess. The night's not over just yet." The hill, Astoria thought to herself as her body was sent flying into the air with the flick of a masked man's wand. Just gotta get the kid to the hill. Slowly, Astoria pushed herself to her feet as she wiped the blood that dripped down her forehead towards her eyes. "Just piss off already," Astoria growled at the man in the mask as she saw him lift his wand. Quickly, Astoria forced her body to move, adrenaline being the only thing to keep her fear at bay as she quickly grabbed the little boy and dove out of the way of the masked man's curse. Astoria felt her body tremble as she looked up at the tree he'd hit instead of her, and her eyes widened in fear as she saw the perfect hole that was blasted through the trunk. The bastard's actually trying to kill us. By the height, Astoria could tell it wasn't either of the Malfoys or her father. The figure was much taller, and while she wouldn't exactly call either her father or the Malfoys sane, they weren't as openly maniacal as the man before her, whose laugh sent shivers down her spine. "Yes, yes." The man spoke, becoming ecstatic over the battle. "Dance, little girl. Dance, reducto." "Sadistic fuck," Astoria snarled in her mind as she rolled out of the way of the last man's blast. She'd never been in a battle before, but desperately she shouted, "Flypendo!" Instantly she cursed. Her spell was off due to her trembling hand, despite her attempted resistance to her fear. She had wanted to call for Dobby, but she knew that letting her guard down for even a second meant her death or at least serious harm. "What's wrong, little girl?" The masked man spoke through sporadic laughter. "You aren't afraid, are you? What happened to all that spunk you had before?" Flashback asterisk. "The dark mark," Astoria spoke to herself bitterly. "Why now?" Her eyes then shifted to the trembling boy at her side, and gently Astoria spoke. "It's all right, we're going to be just fine, okay? I won't let anything happen to you." "Don't make promises you can't keep, little girl." A chilling voice spoke from behind her, and quickly Astoria turned around as she watched the masked figure emerge from the smoke. She hadn't even a moment to reach for her wand as a heavy fist fell across her cheek, sending her flying. Quickly, Astoria lifted herself off the ground and watched in horror as the man lifted the little boy by the collar of his shirt. Without a thought, Astoria bolted towards the cloaked figure, and not knowing what else to do, she quickly jumped, pointing her wand right at the masked man's face as she bellowed, "Lumos Maxima." Astoria watched as the man dropped the child, covering his eyes from the blinding light before with the slash of his wand. Astoria was sent toppling to the ground. Her body ached, but adrenaline coursed through her veins like fire as she rose to her feet, grabbing the boy's hand and running away. The scumbag had recovered quicker from his temporary blindness than Astoria had hoped for, and moments later, she managed to just barely move, thanks to all the reflex training she had done with Harry on her broom, out of the way of the man's cutting curse, which only scratched her arm. "Why do you run?" The man spoke with a sinister laugh. "Why don't you stand and fight? Are you afraid, little girl?" "Bite me," Astoria growled, "as if I'd ever be afraid of an asshole like you." "Interesting." The man spoke like a feral beast. "So much confidence. Entertain me more. Dance for me, girl. Dance for your life." End of flashback. Astoria lifted her wand once more as she spoke, "Petrificus totalis." But the man simply batted away her spell, like it was nothing more than an irritating fly. Astoria readied her wand for another attack, but instantly a strong gale blew from the tip of his wand emerged, and Astoria felt her body forced off the ground as her back slammed hard against a tree trunk. Blood spilled from Astoria's mouth on impact, as the strike had taken the air out of her lungs before she fell to the ground face first. "You weren't any fun at all," the man winded like an impudent child as Astoria struggled for air. "Honestly, the least you could have done was make it interesting." Astoria clutched the dirt in her hand, cursing her own weakness as tears streamed down her face. The footsteps of the madman approached closer and closer, and she closed her eyes in acceptance of her fate, thinking somberly to herself, "I'm sorry, Daphne, I'm so sorry." Then, as if lightning had struck her, she heard Harry's voice in her head. "You're not giving up already, are you, short stack?" His words jolted life back into her, as Astoria forced her body to move, pushing herself off the ground. "That's right," she thought to herself. "Harry wouldn't simply lie down and die, he'd fight until his last breath. If he doesn't quit, then I have no business doing anything less." "Yes," the man cried in perverted levels of gratification. "That's it, stand up. I want to see the look on your face as I kill you." "Go fuck yourself," Astoria spoke as she forced her arm despite the pain to lift her wand. "You sick freak." "Wonderful," the man moaned in happiness. "That resilience is just so wonderful. It makes me feel so good. Now then, die, little girl." Astoria closed her eyes, but just before she attempted her last spell, a loud pop echoed through the air, before an even louder crack erupted through her eardrums. Her eyes flung themselves open from shock as she heard a calming voice call out to her. "Good fight, short stack." "Harry!" Astoria cried out in relief as she saw her big brother standing before her, blood dripping from his knuckles as the man that had been pursuing her laid flat on his back below him. "Was he the one who hurt you?" Harry spoke in a chilling tone. Astoria had seen Harry angry before, but the coldness of his tone had left her speechless, capable of only nodding her response. In a mixture of awestruck relief and fear, she watched as Harry lifted the man by his robes and hissed viciously. "You hurt my little sister," Harry said, the frost in his voice cold enough to freeze fire. "You're going to regret that." Astoria watched as Harry ripped the mask from the face of the hooded figure and jammed his fist hard into the man's gut, forcing blood to gush from Maniac's mouth at his involuntary cough. Without giving the man even a moment to recover, Astoria watched as Harry placed a sticking charm on the man's back before he roared, "Depulso." The man quickly was sent flying, his back slamming against a tree, but unlike Astoria, he didn't fall instead. He lingered there in mid-suspension and laughed as if the pain was pleasurable to him. With the swipe of his wand, Harry spoke, "Incarcerus!" And instantly, the man was tied up securely against the tree, his wand resting on the ground beneath him. Astoria stumbled behind Harry as he marched towards the man, and Astoria could see the irritation on Harry's face. Clearly, Harry had been hopping for somebody else below the mask, somebody who he had hoped could give him some answers. Astoria watched as Harry placed his wand to the man's throat and snarled, "Talk, now." "Ha ha 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 ha," the man laughed in amusement. "I don't know anything you would want." "What are the Death Eaters planning? What is their motive? Where are they meeting?" Harry roared in anger. "I don't know," the man said with a laugh, "and honestly, I don't care. I was just told that I'd be allowed to hurt people. How could I turn down such a delicious pleasure? Have you ever heard it, Potter, the screams of people terrified for their own lives? The way parents will fall to their knees begging for the lives of their children. There's nothing that gets me off quite like the pain in a mother's eyes when you strip their child's life away from them. It just feels so good." Enraged, Astoria watched as Harry punched the man so hard teeth fell out of his jaw. "You sick bastard," Harry growled. "The Aurors will find out exactly how much it is you know before I personally make sure you rot away in Azkaban." "Oh, I don't doubt your intentions, but they can't exactly question someone who isn't there," the man said with a laugh, and just before either herself or Harry could ask what he meant, the man stuck out his tongue, and inscribed upon it was a single runic character. "Astoria," Harry shouted, tackling both herself and the small boy. "Get down!" Quickly she watched as Harry drew his wand and shouted, "Pratigo Maxima!" And then, boom. "Are you all right, short stack?" Harry asked as the smoke began to clear. "Yeah," Astoria spoke with a nod. A bit cut up, but not as bad as it could have been. I heard your announcement. I was trying to make it to the hill, but then that freak showed up. Are those guys really Death Eaters? I thought they were more, well, refined. No, Harry spoke. They aren't Death Eaters, at least not yet. You were right, this was an initiation test. So they really do believe that he's coming back. Astoria spoke as a chill coursed through her body. Don't worry about it, okay? Harry said with a smile. Even if he does come back, I won't let him hurt you. Before Harry had even finished his sentence, Astoria had raced towards him, hugging him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Astoria, Harry whispered comfortingly as he wrapped his arm around her head. She had lied, she wasn't okay. She wanted to be brave, but things had felt so different now. It didn't matter that she was the one who had been attacked. She watched a man die, and she wasn't sure how to process that. Shamefully, Astoria croaked. I was so afraid. I don't want to be scared, but God, I really thought I was going to die. Creature, Harry called out gently, being greeted by his tired house elf. I have another kid for you. Bring him to Daphne, please. Of course, Master. Creature nodded before popping the kid away, leaving just her and Harry. Why didn't we go with them? Astoria spoke, tears still flooding her eyes. Because I don't want you to leave here feeling like a coward, Harry spoke gently. Being brave doesn't mean you're fearless. People who claim not to be afraid are idiotic, not courageous. True bravery is standing despite your fear, and from what I saw, you showed more bravery than any Gryffindor at our school. That much is for sure. Do you get afraid? Astoria spoke, gently looking up at Harry. All the time, Harry responded with a soft smile as he helped her to her feet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get here sooner. It was pretty chaotic on our end, and Creature had a hard time finding you in the carnage. But I want you to know that I'm really proud of you, Shortstack. And I promise you, if you still want to learn, I'll help teach you some new defensive spells. Do you mean it? Astoria spoke, her tears finally seeming to stop as she rubbed her eyes. Yeah, Shortstack, Harry said with a smile. I promise. Now, are you ready to head back so that Daphne can take a look at these cuts? Astoria nodded before her eyes opened in realization. Harry, before we go, I need to tell you one last thing. Astoria watched as Harry turned to her expectantly. Narcissa Malfoy. She knew about the attack, Lucius told her, and she had warned me to be out of here by midnight. I was going to tell you and Daphne, but I got delayed. The point is, Narcissa knows, and from the time I've spent with her, I have a feeling she isn't too happy about what happened. She might be a useful resource to have in your corner. Astoria, Harry said as he placed his hand atop her head. You are amazing, you know that. Astoria smiled brightly as she stared at Harry. Well, with you and Daphne as role models to look up to, what else do you expect? Harry smiled as he squatted down, and feeling like a child, but knowing she felt too exhausted to walk, she climbed onto his back and rested her chin on his shoulder as Harry wrapped his arms under her legs. All right, Shortstack, Harry spoke gently. Let's get you home. I need more gauze over here, Daphne shouted as she wrapped the last bit from the wizarding first aid kit she had brought to her. Stopping the bleeding was one thing, she knew that spell, but covering the wound and disinfecting it was another issue entirely, especially when the salves and potions she had procured from all the kits were draining rapidly despite her sparing use of each material. We're out, called Tracy as she helped more wounded kids up the hillside. I'll go rip apart some of the fabric from the tents, Blaze called out. It may not be comfy, but it'll hold in the bleeding. Perfect time for the healers to be missing, Daphne growled to herself as she tied the knot firmly around a small boy's arm who Creature had apparated to her side. The boy winced in pain as Daphne smiled apologetically. Sorry, kiddo, had to stop the bleeding. I miss my mom, the boy spoke, a tear streaming down his face. Hey, Daphne spoke reassuringly. My friends are down there helping everyone they can. I'm sure your mom is going to be just fine. You'll see her again real soon. For now, let's get you somewhere safe. Okay, the boy sniffled as Daphne walked the boy over to the two elves she had called who were panting in exhaustion. She had felt horrible. House elves loved to work. It was in their magic. But even though Dobby was still smiling, thankful to be of use, his body was trembling from magical fatigue. Dobby, Daphne asked her elf softly, how are you holding up? Dobby is fine, Miss Greenie, Dobby said, smiling. Dobby can keep going. Okay, Daphne spoke. Here's another kid to take to the safe house. We're almost done, okay? Okay, Dobby nodded, and just before the elf popped away, Daphne thanked him for his efforts, which seemed to revitalize the tiny creature before he popped away. Daphne wiped the sweat from her brow as she saw Michael and Neville appear over the hit, another dozen kids behind each of them. Even for Death Eaters, Daphne thought to herself in disgust, how could someone be willing to harm so many innocent children? Are you doing all right? Michael asked. Harry would kill me if I let anything happen to you. I'm fine, Daphne said through panted breath. How many zones do we have left? When Cedric gets back, Neville spoke. That makes 16 zones. There's still over 50 left to clear. Son of a bitch, Daphne cursed as she struggled to catch her breath, her magic nearly depleted. Where the hell are the healers from the ministry? They're not coming, Michael spat, causing Daphne to tremble with anger. Ministry regulations. Healers aren't allowed to enter an active battle zone. Tonks says many of the healers are pissed about it, but she isn't sure how many healers want to lose their jobs by breaking rules. Suddenly, a flurry of cracks appeared behind them, and from the array of arriving wizards, she heard a shrill voice speak. That is true, Mr. Corner, but right now, technically my friends and I aren't ministry employees. Daphne turned around, and a flood of relief washed over her body as behind her stood the matron of Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey, along with a mini militia of off-duty and retired healers from St. Mungo's, with bags stocked with potions and medical supplies. It didn't take long from the time Tonks arrived at the ministry for Dumbledore to catch word of what was going on. He called upon me to gather any volunteers I could muster and make it down here. I must say, Quidditch always seems to be a course for injuries, be it in itself or by proxy. If Dumbledore heard, Neville spoke in tired breaths, then where is he? I suppose he should be entering the battle at any. Before Madame Pomfrey could even finish her sentence, Daphne watched in awe as in the place where the dark mark once shone menacingly in the sky, a large phoenix emerged, bursting through the skull and replacing the miasmic green with a shimmering white. The old man really knows how to make an entrance, Michael spoke in a mix of frustration and amusement. Would it kill him to show up on time for once? Neville said with a shake of his head. Daphne watched in awe as at the phoenix's presence tens of black clouds evaporated as Death Eaters rapidly left the area. She scowled as she cursed to herself. When it comes to harming innocents, they don't pay any mind. But as soon as someone appears to fight, they flee like ants. Bloody cowards. Her eyes then shifted to the fires burning around the campsite, and her heart sank a bit as she whispered aloud, Astoria, Harry, please be okay. Guilt filled in the pit of her chest. She should have been out there with him. Astoria was her sister after all, and yet she had allowed Harry to go alone. She knew she was needed atop the hill, but that didn't stop her from lamenting her self-prescribed uselessness as she recalled Harry's comforting smile. Flashback. Harry, Daphne called out as he sent a stunner in the direction of a masked man. Have you seen Astoria anywhere? She had hoped that Harry had seen her amidst the madness, but her boyfriend's silence had answered her question. We need to find her. I don't care how strong you think she is. She's not safe here. Nobody is. Daphne, Harry spoke in a gentle tone, get to the hill, grab as many first aid kits as you can. I think there's at least one in each tent, and get to work helping the injured. The medical wizards that were with the Quidditch players left right after the match along with each team, and I'm not sure how many people around here know healing magic. Get to the hill. I'll find Astoria. I'm not letting you go out there alone, Harry. I can't risk. But Daphne was cut off as Harry shot an exploding charm over her head at the Death Eater that had apparated behind her. Before she could even finish her protest, she had felt Harry's lips placed against hers, and as they broke apart, she saw that same fearless smile she had seen on the boy's face when they had faced down the 100 Dementors. I'm going to be fine, Princess. Harry spoke, his hand resting gently on her cheek. We all have jobs we need to do as we wait for help. I need you to do yours. Daphne focused her mind, allowing her Ice Queen persona to take over, helping her consciousness to deal with the stress as she clutched Harry's wrist tightly. You find her, and you bring yourself and Astoria back alive. Do you hear me, flyboy?" "Loud and clear," Harry said with a gentle smile. "Creature," he shouted, summoning his elf, "please help me find Astoria." "Of course, master," the elf said, bowing deeply before with a pop. Daphne watched her boyfriend vanish. She closed her eyes, and with a forceful shake of her head to block out the negative thoughts, she clutched her wand tightly as she began raiding each tent on the way up to the hill. End of flashback. The screams of fear and the roars of battle echoed throughout the night sky, but from the corner of her eye, she felt as if her heart had just been shocked back into rhythm as she watched Harry emerge from over the hillside, Astoria resting gently on his back. Despite her exhaustion, the sight of two of the people that had meant so much to her had given her a second wind, and quickly, she raced off to meet them. She watched as Harry smiled at her gently, her feet pounding against the ground in renewed vigor as she marched forward, before crashing into Harry and allowing her relief to flow through her hug. As she smiled up at her exhausted-looking boyfriend, her eyes shifted to stare at her little sister, and with a trembling voice, she spoke. "What happened to her? Is she okay?" "She's going to be fine. A few cuts, but nothing serious." She watched as Harry turned to look at Astoria with a proud smile. "As for what happened, she proved she was even tougher than I gave her credit for." Steam rose from the battlefield as, with the Death Eaters now fleeing in droves, the Aurors went to work putting out the raging fires as Daphne fearfully reached for Harry's hand, his knuckles dripping with blood that mixed painfully with her tired sweat. "We won," Harry spoke tiredly. "This battle, at least." "My father," Daphne spoke, her heart shattering at her realization. "He was down there, he was one of them." She shivered as Harry pulled her closer into him. "Father," she whispered, "how far have you fallen?" Chapter 6. The Aftermath. Death Eaters Dismantled. By Rita Skeeter. It is a rare event for the Quidditch World Cup to not be the dominating news story, especially so shortly after the match had concluded with Ireland's victory of Bulgaria and their star seeker Victor Crumb. But such is the case with the events that succeeded the World Cup mere minutes later. As many of you have been made aware, moments after the conclusion of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup, chaos erupted on the campgrounds owned by Muggle John Roberts, where many wizards had set up camp to bide their time for the long-awaited competition. The joy was stripped away from many of those in attendance as shortly after the match's conclusion, and for the second time in less than a year, the dark mark appeared in the sky. And unlike the one this reporter gathered from her sources that had been conjured by the nefarious wizard Pettigrew, this one had been accompanied by a plague the world had believed to have been eradicated: Death Eaters. The memories acquired by the Prophet of People in attendance of the attack show that the terror and carnage were nearly unspeakable. Tents were ripped to shreds, fires roared over the fields, and most distressingly of all, children were separated from their parents as everyone fled desperate for refuge. This reporter shudders to think of what could have been, but thankfully, those nightmarish visions are nothing more than dark fantasies due in no small part to the efforts of a resistance group known as the Order of the Phoenix. Our younger readers may not be as familiar with the organization, but to those who share in the dark memories of the First War against He Who Must Not Be Named, will recognize the Order as the very same militia that was led by current headmaster Albus Dumbledore during the darkest hours of the war. However, while Albus Dumbledore is certainly an active member of the Order, seen here, Figure 2, conjuring a brilliant white phoenix to overtake the Dark Mark, and effectively ending the battle as all the Death Eaters who could, quickly fled the area. This reporter has reason to suspect that the Order has appointed itself a new leader, or at the very least are planning to in the near future. While Ministry Aurors did arrive on the scene thanks to the efforts of Nymphadora Tonks, an off-duty Auror in attendance of the match, it was thanks to the efforts of the Boy Who Lived and the hero of Hogsmeade, Harry Potter, that the damages were kept to a minimum. No reporter has managed to get a hold of Mr. Potter since the events of the attack, but memories from those in attendance show the boy rallying the members of the wizarding public to stand against the horrors that had attempted to befall our home. Figure 1. A sentiment that this reporter can truly stand behind. Mr. Potter, along with his rumored but now seemingly confirmed girlfriend Daphne Greengrass, and a small team consisting of Slytherin 4th years Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, Hufflepuff 4th and 6th year, Neville Longbottom and Cedric Diggory. Along with Ravenclaw 4th year, Michael Corner ran a preliminary rescue operation, removing as many defenseless children away from the chaos before the arrival of ministry officials and medical volunteers. Along with their rescue efforts, the Order was also monumental in reuniting the aforementioned children with their parents post-attack, an operation led by the once-thought criminal Sirius Black and heir to House Vance, Emmeline Vance. In short, this reporter is simply blown away by the efficiency and executive ability shown by the Order in this terrifying attack. And while the efforts of those that stood to defend the Hill, where the medical team had set up its equipment to tend to the wounded, should not go unsung, this reporter is simply thankful that Harry Potter continues to be a beacon of light in this dark and disturbing time. While no Death Eaters were apprehended alive, the bodies of those found consisted of a various group of individuals ranging from the wanted family annihilator, Alton Smith, to former Auror, Alex Bailey. The minister has refused to comment amidst all the chaos, but this reporter promises to stay on the trail. The public deserves an answer of how such a coordinated attack could have happened under the ministry's nose. Identities and given obituaries of the 27 fallen civilians found on page 14. Lucius slammed the prophet down with a growl as Narcissa silently burned with internal fury while she placed her wand to her husband's wound. It was nearly immeasurable how badly she had simply wanted to leave the gaping cut on his chest unattended to and watch him bleed out from his injuries. But before all her pettiness, Narcissa had a duty as Lucius' wife, and more importantly, she didn't want his blood staining their sheets. Her husband cursed without restraint as Narcissa painfully sealed the wound, her mind drifting back to her son as Lucius placed his hand to his now-scarred chest. "Damn him! I'll kill that blood traitor Black when I see him next. I'll make him pay for his transgressions." Bitching had become a specialty of her husband, and ignoring his bitching had become a specialty of hers, as her mind continued to wander towards Draco, her son who now sleeping as comfortably as he could after her best efforts to alleviate the burning pain on her son's back from being caught in the explosion of a blasting curse. He had promised he'd look after Draco, Narcissa thought, as she kept her passive face locked on her husband, the lying bastard. How could he allow Draco to be separated from him? All that effort, all that planning, and it had amounted to nothing but a failure. The Death Eaters had indeed killed 27 wizards, but they had lost nearly double that in their raid before being forced to retreat with their tails between their legs. It wasn't often that Narcissa found herself agreeing with the nosy reporter, but she couldn't help but agree that Death Eaters Dismantled was a fitting title. Yes, the main branch of the Death Eaters had escaped relatively unharmed, her husband sustaining what she imagined to be the worst of the injuries, but plenty of recruits had fallen, and worse yet, the name of the once terrifying organization had struck fear into the hearts of none as the revived Order of the Phoenix, along with Harry Potter, had quelled the terror of the Dark Lord's followers. Overall, like everything her husband had led, it amounted to nothing but a pathetic attempt at power. "Harry Potter," Lucius growled, "how dare he make a fool of me? Mobilizing the commoners against those of us with noble blood, how dare he trample on the fear the Death Eaters represent? If he thinks he can make a fool of me and get away with it, I'll show him just how wrong he is. The Malfoy name will not tolerate such disrespect." "Of course, Lucius," Narcissa spoke in a bored and uninterested tone as her husband continued the ramblings he had begun hours ago. "But I must ask, to what end will you pursue this goal? Both you and our son have been harmed in this attempt to revive the Death Eaters in the hopes of returning to the Dark Lord's favor. When is it going to be enough?" "What are you saying?" Lucius bellowed, a twitch forming in his eye. "The Dark Lord will return, and as a family of noble blood, we must be ready to answer his call. To fail to do so would be to believe that those of lesser blood have a right to magic which should only run through the veins of the pure." "I thought you were doing this to save our son," Narcissa retorted, keeping her eyes on the ground, not willing to further risk her husband's anger by looking him in the eye as she critiqued him. "Of course I'm doing this for my son," roared Lucius. "He is of pure blood. I am ensuring that by currying the Dark Lord's favor, Draco will rise through the ranks of his supporters and be cured of his abominable disease which marks him as a filthy half-breed. If the Dark Lord wills it, Draco will walk the earth with the status of a god, rather than the mutt he is now. Narcissa boiled in disgust at her husband. How badly she had wanted to reopen those wounds, to belittle him as he bled out and remind him that Draco's fate was thrust upon him due to Lucius' incompetence. But she knew she had to restrain herself. To lose control would lead to the removal of her name from the Malfoy line, and in turn, removal from her son's life, a fate she wanted to avoid at all costs. Lucius, Narcissa spoke in a pleading tone, please reconsider. Draco, he's already been hurt badly, and he isn't even a marked Death Eater yet. If the Dark Lord does return, the fighting will only get worse, and who's to say that Draco will survive? Please, husband, I'm begging you, keep Draco out of your endeavors. He's but a boy, he. Smack! Narcissa slowly moved her hand to her cheek as she felt the thumping of blood pounding through the area she had been struck. Never in all the years of marriage had Lucius raised a hand to her, but more and more she had seen that the man before her was nothing like the man she had found so illustrious during her youth as a misled, pure-blood girl at Hogwarts. You sicken me, Narcissa. You allow your weakness and care for our half-breed of a son to make you soft. Can't you understand that the Dark Lord is the only one with a chance to save Draco from his fate? He, my son of noble blood, can have no higher calling than to remedy his condition by serving the Dark Lord proudly. And if his life is forfeited in the Dark Lord's cause, the Malfoy name can live on in a new heir. This is the only way. Who is this man? Narcissa spoke, her hand trembling as the taste of her own blood coated her lips. And what am I to do now? Is there really no way out? 12 Grimmauld Place, the Order of the Phoenix, her father attempting to join the Death Eaters, the theorized rising of the Dark Lord, and the fact that Harry seemed certain he'd be at the center of it. Daphne struggled as she sat in a room Creature had set up for her at Grimmauld Place, following the World Cup attack, trying to process what she had learned. Harry, her boyfriend, the boy that was growing closer and closer to her heart by the day, along with Neville and Michael, had agreed to join a militia to face down the Dark Lord's most devout followers, and had spent their summer dedicated to preparing for this task. That fact in itself was hard to swallow, and worse was the fact that she wasn't sure how long Harry had been planning to keep it all a secret from her. Yes, she kept a secret from him, multiple in fact. The separation she felt from her family, the emotional and mental abuse she suffered from her father, and most importantly, Astoria's blood curse. But she had slowly been trying to open up to Harry, allow him into a more permanent place in her life. The more she thought about, the more she cursed her own feelings. It wasn't the secrets that hurt her. It was the idea that, like everything else in her life, if Harry continued down this path, he could vanish, and she wasn't quite sure how to handle that. Daphne had wished she could have been like her sister, who had surprised everyone by adamantly stating that she wanted to stand and fight against the Death Eaters. That she wanted to make sure people who got pleasure from watching others suffer simply because of their blood status didn't get to walk free. The courage her sister had shown had made Daphne feel small. In her heart of hearts, what Daphne had desperately wanted to do was pack everyone she cared about into a box. Tracy, Blaise, Astoria, Harry, and leave England behind for somewhere safe. Yet even her best friend didn't share her view as she took a stand beside Harry. Daphne supposed she should have expected that. Tracy knew better than most what it was like to be looked down upon by her peers for something she couldn't control. It infuriated Daphne. She had every reason to fight. Her friends, her boyfriend, her sister. And yet her heart still pounded painfully in her chest as she remembered her and Harry's stand in the Forbidden Forest. She didn't want to leave Harry. Part of her felt like she couldn't, but she shivered as she thought of what could be coming in the future. A knock on her door shifted her mindset as she tried to apply her Ice Queen persona to her racing mind. Though it melted immediately as the crestfallen voice of Harry called out to her, "Hey, princess, are you sleeping?" "No," Daphne responded softly, her voice quivering slightly. "Can I come in?" he asked once more in such a defeated tone. Daphne cursed herself slightly as she felt a pain in her heart. Even hearing Harry so worried had begun to affect her deeply. Slowly, she pushed herself off the bed as she walked to the door, taking her time as she turned the handle before allowing it to swing open. His eyes were red, and his face was tired, and instantly Daphne felt racked with guilt feeling, knowing that it was her reaction to the news that had caused his degraded state. She watched as Harry lifted a basket of sugar quills as he attempted his best smile. "Hey." "Sugar quills," Daphne said with a small smile of her own. "These are my favorites." "I know," Harry said in a low whisper, and quietly, Daphne stepped aside, allowing Harry into her room. "It's late," Daphne spoke, seeing that it was well past midnight, the light from the crescent moon shining through the old home's many windows. "I know," Harry repeated as he stepped closer, "but I needed to see you. I couldn't live with myself if I let you be upset with me without us at least talking about it. I know that I should have told you what I was planning, but—" "I'm not upset," she replied honestly. "Terrified, confused, nervous. There are so many adjectives to describe my feelings, but I'm not upset or angry." "Daphne, Harry tried to start once more, but stumbled over his words as Daphne realized she was still trembling. Without another word, she felt the warmth of Harry's embrace wrapped around her as she buried her face into his neck. "At the World Cup," Daphne started, "when you vanished to go find Astoria, I've never in my entire life felt so much pain in my heart. I didn't know what to do, and every time I helped a new group of kids to the safe house, I couldn't stop myself from thinking, what if you got hurt and I wasn't around to help you? When Pettigrew ran and you chased after him, even when you had run into the forbidden forest, I couldn't stop myself from chasing after you," Daphne admitted aloud. "I cursed myself with every step I took, but I couldn't turn away. Even when I thought our souls were about to be stolen by 100 Dementors, I just couldn't leave. And then, at the World Cup, I could have just called for Dobby and tried to find Astoria before grabbing Tracy and Blaze and getting myself out of there. But I stayed because I couldn't leave you behind, even though only a year ago I wouldn't have thought twice about it. I thought not caring about anything except the people who I couldn't help but care for made me a stronger person. And ever since I've met you, you've thrown that whole worldview out of order," Daphne spoke. "When I'm around you, I feel stronger than ever, and it has nothing to do with these runes on our wrist. In some ways it's nice, but in others, it's frightening. I'm terrified because I know that if you choose to go down this warpath, I'm not going to be able to stop myself from going down it with you. I'm terrified because I care too much about you to cut bait and leave. I'm terrified because I think I'm losing my mind." Instantly, she felt her mind melt as Harry pressed his lips against hers, his salty taste mixing so beautifully with her vanilla chapstick as he stepped forward, pushing himself deeper and deeper into the room. Daphne wasn't sure why she allowed this. Having a boy, especially her boyfriend, in her room at this late of an hour was bad enough, but snogging him with as much desperation as she could was beyond improper. However, as her heels touched the side of her bed, she didn't much seem to care about proper etiquette and instead turned, making it so that it was Harry who hit her bed first. They broke apart, and Daphne, now resting in his lap, her exhausted head tucked into the crook of his neck, let out a tired sigh as the vibrations in Harry's throat changed into words. "When I was at Muggle school, before I came to Hogwarts, I was an ass. I'd kiss so many girls, go on so many pointless dates, and not once did I feel anything from them. But with you, every time I kiss you, every outing or date, every time I see you sneak a smile, I feel something I can't really explain. I'm not great with really talking about how I feel, but in the simplest terms, being around you, it makes me happy. That's why I'm doing this," Harry spoke. "That's why I push myself so hard. The Death Eaters, Voldemort, they nearly took everything from me once. If it hadn't been for Sirius showing up when he had, I don't really want to think about what could have happened to me. Every time I see Sirius or Remus talk about the last war, the pain in their eyes as they think about what they lost sends my mind into a panic. I don't want that to happen again. I want to be strong enough to protect you and everyone I care about no matter what, be it against Dementors, Death Eaters, or the Dark Lord himself. But last year in the Forbidden Forest, you showed me a truth that terrified me. Honestly, it still terrifies me. You showed me that I can't do this alone. I know it's selfish of me, but what you just told me, about how you wouldn't be able to stop yourself from following me, it put me at ease. It put me at ease because I know that I need you, Daphne. We're a team, and I need you more than you can imagine." Daphne tightened her arms tightly around Harry's neck as she whispered, "You selfish idiot." At her words, she felt Harry return her tightness around her waist, as without a thought, a weak smile appeared on her face. "Always finding a way of dragging me into your messes." "Daphne, you don't need to be on the front lines, But she quickly silenced Harry with a kiss that left his eyes wide in surprise. "I'm Harry Potter's girlfriend," she spoke, trying to develop a light-hearted tone as she looked into her boyfriend's eyes. "I'm on the front lines, whether you like it or not, so you better take some responsibility for it and help me become strong enough to stand beside you." She felt Harry smile against her cheeks, and with an attempt at a light-hearted tone of his own, Harry spoke. "Well, I guess I have no choice, do I?" Daphne pulled herself back as she looked tenderly at her boyfriend before she rolled gently off his lap and fell into her bed. "It's pretty late," he spoke softly. "I should probably go so you can get some sleep," and, to her own mind's disbelief, her hand reached out for Harry's, grasping it firmly as she allowed the desperation she felt to echo through her voice. "Stay, please," she spoke as the fear of nightmares clouded her mind. "Are you sure? I mean, if Tracy or—" Harry started. "I don't care if they find out," Daphne spoke. "It's not like we're going to do anything, I don't want to be alone right now." Harry nodded. "Okay." And slowly she watched as Harry fell to the side opposite hers, resting gently above the covers to ward off all possible suspicion that he knew would embarrass her greatly if they were discovered, especially by Tracy or Astoria. "Aren't you going to be cold?" Daphne asked, feeling a bit guilty for what she had asked of him. But before she knew it, Daphne had found her head resting on his firm chest as Harry snuck his hand under the sheets, gently wrapping around her shoulder as she turned further, throwing an arm around Harry as well. Her icy blue eyes locked with his emerald green, and she listened with a smile as Harry tucked a loose hair behind her ear and whispered gently, "Right now, everything is perfect." Softly, Daphne felt the peck of Harry's lips on her forehead, and as the comfort of her boyfriend's arms took her, Daphne finally allowed herself to sleep. "Dear Michael, thank you for reaching out so promptly after the attack. Had it not been for your letter telling me that you were okay, I would have truly lost my mind with worry. I read The Prophet, and while the thought of what must have happened to you out there frightens me, knowing that my son was willing to put his life on the line to help people in need makes me so proud. I know that I haven't always been there for you, and that you and your father share a difficult relationship, but I know that the path you have to follow is your own, and there is nothing more I can do for you than to give my advice. I know you've stated that you wanted some space, and I understand that, but I just wanted to tell you that I miss you, Michael. The shop isn't the same without you around, and if you ever need either of us for anything, please know there isn't anything in this world that your father and I wouldn't do for you. He may seem a bit callous, but I know that he loves you, as do I. I hope Lord Black has kept you focused on your studies and that you've enjoyed your summer with friends. I'd love to meet them in person someday, perhaps during the Christmas holiday. I guess, long story short, I'm proud of you, Michael, and I love you always. Mom. P.S. We got your report card last week. Straight E's with an A in potions. Keep at it, kiddo. Michael wiped the tears furiously from his eyes as he placed the letter into his trunk, struggling as he tried to desperately organize his school supplies, broom, Quidditch gear, robes, and ordinary clothes. It was hard to believe the summer had come to an end, and while it had in some senses practically been hell on earth with Remus and Sirius working himself along with Neville and Harry to the bone, the results of his training had definitely borne fruit. In the days following the attack, much had happened, but primarily was the realization that usage of the Black Cottage in Dublin as a safe house was forcefully eliminated, as during the reunion of children with their parents, too many people had learned about the cottage's location. And the second was the relocation of Astoria to a momentary safe haven at St. Mungo's for her injuries. Yes, it was true that Astoria's injuries were not nearly as severe as they could have been. But after Sirius had informed the medical witch in charge of Astoria's case of his suspicions regarding Mr. Greengrass, the witch that had been one of those who arrived at the World Cup, To tend to the wounded instantly created as many reasons for Astoria to stay at the hospital under observation for the next couple of days, until the start of term. And while Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass weren't happy about it, they weren't about to publicly slander their good name by removing their daughter from needed medical treatment. Honestly, Michael was impressed. He hadn't expected such a cunning idea to come from the man. But then again, he did come from a family of snakes. He was bound to pick a few things up. "Hey," Harry called out from behind him, his entrance clearly not registering in Michael's rapidly moving mind. "Need any help packing? We gotta get to King's Cross soon." "No," Michael said with a shake of his head. "I can handle it." "Corner," Harry called out, and instantly he heard the concern in his friend's voice, shifting the tone of their conversation as Harry continued. "About this whole order thing and fighting dark wizards, I know you agreed to help, but now that you've seen a battle zone firsthand, I won't blame you if you back out. It's my fight, not yours after all, and..." "Did you get hit in the head or something?" Michael said, cutting Harry off as he turned to face him. "I told you I was going to fight, and I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Did you give Neville this same speech?" "He's not like you. I understand why he wants to get involved. The Death Eaters tortured his parents to a state worse than death," Harry spoke before letting out a tired sigh. "I just don't want to feel that you're putting your life on the line only because you're my friend." "That's reason enough, though, isn't it?" Michael said, his light brown eyes digging into his emerald green. "We're more than just friends, Harry. We're family, if they're coming for you. They're coming for the both of us because there's no way I'm letting my brother go out there and face those demons alone." He watched as a small grin grew on Harry's face, but Michael wasn't finished yet. "But I have other reasons, mainly. It's because to them, I'm not supposed to exist. My mom's a pureblood witch. My dad's a mechanic. The idea of someone telling me I'm inferior just because of who my mom chose to love makes my blood boil. My family, one way or another, are going to be targeted in this fight. The least I can do is make sure I can defend them. Even if my father's an ass, I owe him that much." "Okay," Harry said with a nod. "Sorry, I just needed to make sure." Michael gave a weak grin as he returned the nod. "All right, you get one Potter, but if you ever ask me a question that dumb again, I'll kick your ass." "Bring it on, Corner," Harry said with a smirk as he reached out his hand. "Come on, let's get downstairs for some breakfast. We don't want to be late." Michael nodded before turning to his closet. "Just let me pack my dress robes. Weird that we'd need these, but I guess Hogwarts rarely ever makes much sense. Any theories?" "I don't know," Harry said with a shrug. "Maybe a school dance, it could be fun." "Yeah," Michael snorted. "Coming from the only one of us in a relationship, I guess you would see it that way. Though do you really need a dance? I mean, you and Daphne are already sleeping together." "Corner, I swear to God, if you tell anyone, I'll hex your bits off," Harry said with a fake seriousness in his tone. Yeah, Michael waved it off playfully. "Your secret's safe with me. Just be glad it wasn't Tracy that Andromeda had sent to go snooping around. The whole world would have known about it by Tuesday if she'd seen you and Blondie sharing some sheets." "I was above the covers," Harry said, and Michael laughed, watching his friend try to hide the blush. "It may have started that way," Michael said with a smirk, "but it was a full-on spooning session when I walked it. I'm honestly surprised you're still alive given where your hands were resting, but I guess you are known for pulling off miracles." Harry's face was now beet red as Michael laughed, tucking the dress robes carefully into his trunk before letting out a final stretch. "All right, I'm done. Let's go get some food, lover boy. I'm starving, and I know you don't want to keep your princess waiting on the platform without you for too long." Chapter 7. The Minister's Daughter, Claire. "Claire, Ms. Belmont over here. Look over here, please." She heard as she walked towards the black velvet curtain that was to act as her portkey back to her hotel in Muggle, New York. She cursed silently, continuing to wave as her jaw began to grow sore from smiling at the constant shuddering of cameras. "We love you, Claire." A group of girls dressed to the nines in material from her last runway screamed in admiration as she passed by, while all she wanted was to roll her eyes. She kept up her fake, cheerful demeanor as she blew a kiss back at the girls who began fanning themselves from excitement. "GT aim Aussie." Claire returned, though dishonesty laced every word. She didn't even know the girls' names, let alone have any affection for them. It's all about appearances, she reminded herself, thinking of Jacques, her agent, and the closet thing she had to a brother. Just keep smiling, it'll be over soon. Through the moments in which her eyes weren't blinded by the flashing camera light, she watched as a group of young wizards stood there drooling like a pack of dogs. She had always tried not to let it get to her. It was the standard reaction for men who came too close to her. After all, Avila's allure was a dangerous thing, even if she was only a halfling, and though she knew better, it didn't stop the action itself from being irritating. She sighed to herself as she watched the boys tackle each other, desperately trying to get past the warded security bar that prevented their approach. Men, she thought to herself in disgust as she walked past, hearing them heckle and beg for her attention. "Claire, look over here," a boy shouted, attempting to flaunt his muscular arms for her attention before another called out, "I'd do anything for you." "Anything?" Claire spoke with a sultry grin that hid her disgusted demeanor. "Do you mean that?" "Yes, God, yes. Just ask for it, anything at all, and I'll do it," the boy, completely lost in his trance, spoke. "That's a very nice watch," Claire spoke, gently placing her dainty hand on the boy's chiseled arm. "Is that gold?" "Yes," the boy said in a hyper tone, his body trembling at her touch. "It was my father's, he gave it to." "I want it," Claire spoke, her experiment now in progress as she forced down her allure. "Give it to me, maybe I'll even do a little something for you to show my gratitude." "Here," the boy said, ripping the watch off his wrist, his voice trembling in excitement. "Take it, it's yours." Claire smiled as the boy gently lobbed the watch into her tiny hand, before shuddering inside with disappointment as the boy looked at her eagerly for a reward. Even without the allure, boys would fall all over her, doing whatever she pleased, and she hated it. Any man that couldn't think for themselves was not a man she could respect, and with a glare hidden in her perfect smile, she allowed her allure to flourish once more. The boy collapsed in a puddle of his own drool from the proximity, before she tossed the boy his watch back in disgust. She sighed heavily as she marched out of the view of the paparazzi and warped away with the touch of the portkey from the witch's weekly summer photo shoot at Swinburne Island and back to her reserved hotel suite at the St. Regis. Claire groaned loudly as she fell into her bed. Her jaw was sore, her feet were in pain from the horribly uncomfortable shoes, and her feelings of self-worth were completely crushed as she had just spent nearly 4 hours as a prop for fashion designers. Exhausted, she face-planted onto the perfectly fluffed hotel pillow, smearing her pounds of makeup on the sheets as she groaned loudly. "Tough shoot!" She heard a male voice call out, forcing her to quickly jump to her feet in shock. "Merde!" Claire shouted before feeling herself calm down as she stared at the man before her. He was of average height with a heavily toned body, deeply tanned skin, hazel eyes, and a long, rusty blonde mane. "Christ, Jacques, don't scare me like that." "Apologies, mademoiselle," Jacques spoke with a gentle bow. "I suppose I should have knocked before entering." "You don't have to bow," Claire spoke with a smile. "We've known each other for how long has it been now? 4 years. You don't have to act so politely in private." "Yes," Jacques spoke with a fond smile. "I suppose you're right. I remember when you were a tiny little thing, only 10 years old, going to your first child runway back in France, how much things have changed for you. It's almost too jarring to believe." "How much things have changed for the both of us, you mean?" Claire responded with a genuine smile, the first of her long day, as she tried to recall the 18-year-old boy Jacques once was instead of the 22-year-old man he currently was. "You've come a long way from my father hearing you to be my agent just because you were resistant to my allure too. Do you remember your face when you brought Thomas to the house? You were so nervous I thought your head was going to blow." Claire watched as Jacques smiled slightly, remembering his bow. Claire had remembered fondly the day that Jacques had brought Thomas to the house. She remembered the shocked look that had adorned his face when her father and stepmother had accepted him without a second thought, and how enthusiastically they wanted to meet the boyfriend of the man they had grown so close to over the years. "How is Thomas doing, by the way? I haven't seen him since our trip to Hawaii last year," Claire asked softly. "He's good, living the life of an auror, though." "So God knows I don't sleep well at night," Jacques laughed, though Claire could tell there was some genuine concern behind the smile. However, like always, Jacques was far too kind to her, and with a tender glance he spoke. "You look like you had a rough shoot, though. I'm guessing more trouble with some fans." "Fanatics would be more accurate," Claire sighed, before she felt Jacques' hand resting on her shoulder as he sat beside her on the plush mattress. "Come on, let's go," Jacques spoke softly, and Claire looked at him with confusion before he instantly answered her question. "I've done some asking around, and apparently there is a place called Serendipity 3 not too far from here. Word has it that they make the best hot chocolate in all of New York there." Instantly, Claire shot up at the mention of her favorite drink, and with a smile, Jacques spoke in a teasing tone. "I thought that'd interest you. Come on now, get yourself all dolled up. We still have to walk. Can't just be apparating up and down the streets of New York now, can we?" It hadn't taken any more than the motivation of liquidy chocolate goodness to get her out of bed, and a half-hour later, she had felt a lot better as they walked the busy streets of the Big Apple, drink in hand. The cool summer breeze blew through her charmed, vibrant pink hair as she brushed one of her Dutch fishtail braids behind her shoulder. She smiled as felt the warm presence of the hot chocolate in her to-go cup, while her gray eyes danced feverishly in her sockets, trying to take in the sights of the New York shopping districts. She looked up at Jacques, who smiled down at her as he spoke. "Well, not a bad way to close out the summer, is it?" "Don't remind me," Claire spoke with a groan. "I can't believe my father is making me go to Hogwarts this year. I mean, I get that the Triwizard Tournament is happening this year, but I'm not even old enough to compete. It's honestly such a pain. I wish I could just stay at Beauxbatons like normal." "You know that you going serves a very important purpose," Jacques said as kindly as he could. "England is our closest ally, and the French minister, your father, thinks that sending you there to be in attendance of the event is a good way to show French support, especially with the bad taste many of the English have in their mouths of us from taking so long to join the First War on He Who Must Not Be Named." I know," Claire said in a grumble. "I just hate feeling like I'm being used as a prop." "Coming from the person who chose to work as a model," Jacques said with a light-hearted grin. "That's different, you know why Claire started before she stumbled for words and sighed. "Whatever, at least Fleur will be there too. Hopefully it won't be all bad." Jacques shook his head. Maintaining a positive attitude was something he had always tried to preach to her. "There's no use being so negative about everything. It only makes doing what you have to do worse," he would always tell her, but Claire had always thought it was easier said than done. Being positive was hard when from as far back as she could remember her whole life was nothing more than runways, responsibilities, and days she would like to forget. Yet, despite the downtrodden thoughts that raced through her head, for the briefest of moments, she felt a smile crack on her face as she and Jacques found themselves before a rather large bridal salon. Claire wasn't sure why she had so much of an affection for the ideas of wedding gowns and ceremonies of love. She suspected that part of it came from a desire to have something she never could. She'd sworn off love years ago. Her mother had served as a perfect motive for her resolve. She refused to allow herself to believe the lie that anyone who would actually fall for who she was rather than what she looked like. She knew the stats. Courting a villa rarely ever ended in a positive manner. One way or another, someone was bound to get used. However, despite her cynical view, no matter how hard she wanted to crush it, a small sliver of hope still persisted that she would meet her mate. Many villas claim that each villa has a match somewhere in the world, a partner who will be resistant to their allure even when at full blast, a person who would be able to see past their physical features and fall for who they were at heart. She often cursed herself for allowing those thoughts to fill her mind. The idea that somewhere out there was the person she was waiting for was unrealistic at best, and she knew better than to believe in such a fairy-tale-like hope. Sure, she'd already met many people resistant to her charms, but all were either family, men in happy relationships who truly loved their partner, or people who simply weren't attracted to females, all of which did little to satisfy her own requirements for a partner. Still, she couldn't stop herself from entering the salon, and despite the shaking of Jacques' head, he silently followed behind. Claire grinned sadly as she walked up and down the aisles of dresses, silently wondering to herself about how in another life what dress she would pick as her own. It wasn't until she heard the light sound of crying in the distance did her wandering mind stop to focus. Slowly she approached, hiding behind a rack of dresses in order to not be seen. What she saw was a man, handsome enough with eyes like the sea looking down on a girl with long, curly brown hair currently dressed in a stunning white mermaid gown trying to fan the tears from her eyes with her hand. Claire would have assumed that seeing his fiancée in her gown, while odd that he would even be there, would make him smile with joy. Instead, his eyes were hollow and sad. Claire watched as the man adjusted his suit, and instantly her eyes focused on the poor conditions of the fabric, with style patterns that she knew to be tremendously old. The jacket was worn out and fit that man so poorly that all she could assume was that it had to be a hand-me-down. She watched as the man's fingers rubbed against his cheap stainless steel ring before he sat down beside his wife-to-be and allowed her head to rest on his shoulder. "I'm sorry," the girl spoke. "I shouldn't be crying. I shouldn't have even tried on the dress. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "It's okay," the man whispered, his hands rubbing gently through her hair. "It's okay, love. The dress may be a little pricey, but if I drop the clinic and start working at Lenox Hill instead, even with the student debt we might be able to." "No," the girl spoke. "Don't. You worked so hard trying to build that clinic, and I know you'd be miserable working for someone else. I'll be happy working anywhere as long as I get to come home to you." The man spoke with a gentle smile as he placed his hand on the woman's stomach. "And Isabella, too." Claire watched as for a moment, the woman smiled as her future husband took her hand. "We'll get through this, Stella, I promise. We'll find a way, with or without your parents' help." "I love you," the woman replied, simply laying her head on her fiancé's shoulder. "I love you," he responded with a smile brighter than any Claire had ever seen from anyone before. Quickly, Claire brushed the tears from her eyes as she walked away from the scene, her eyes only focused on the register as her heart pounded in her ears. Love, she thought to herself, the willingness to sacrifice anything of yourself to make the other person happy without a second thought, without hope for a reward. It was a feeling that Claire wished she could experience for herself one day, but seeing an example of it up close had lit a fire in her chest as she found one of the employees of the salon. "Hello, miss," the man said with a smile. "Are you looking for our selection of bridesmaid gowns? If so, I want to buy that woman's dress. Stella, I believe, is her name." She spoke firmly, cutting off the man whose eyes widened in surprise from seeing a girl of 14 make such an expensive claim. "How much is it?" "It's a very kind gesture, little girl, but I don't think your allowance money is going to be able to cover that." The man spoke in a startled and condescending tone. "If you are referring to mermaid gown we brought her to try on, I believe it's nearly $1,500. "I see," Claire spoke. "And do you sell suits here as well?" "We do," the man spoke, taken aback by the question. "Next door is our menswear." "I'd also like to purchase a suit for Stella's fiancé as well. A nice one, please, custom-tailored and everything." Claire returned with the same firmness of before. "How much would all of that cost?" "Young lady, that would be around $2,000, I don't think," the man said, now completely lost. "Do you take checks here?" Claire spoke, thankful that she had researched the non-magique method of currency and banking shortly after her modeling career took off. "Yes. I mean, of course we do, but how do you?" The man attempted to speak before Claire cut him off, once more turning to Jacques. "Please cut a check for $2,500 for this man from my account," Claire spoke firmly. Jacques simply smiled as he shrugged, opening the Muggle checkbook linked to her account at Gringotts before stunning the employee by asking for the required information and signing all the needed legal documents in her stead. As the employee took the check into his shaky hand, Claire smiled. "Tell her to accessorize a bit if she would like to, and wish her the best of luck in her marriage for me." "Wait, miss," the man called as she and Jacques began walking back towards the bustling streets of the New York nightlife. "What's your name in case they want to thank?" "Nobody," she responded. "Tell her it was nobody." Before, with a happy smile, she left the bridal salon behind as they entered the crowded streets, her hand grabbing on tightly to Jacques' wrist as they wiggled their way through the crowd. "For someone who doesn't believe in love," Jacques said with a smile. That was an awfully nice thing you did. I do believe in love, Claire said with a sad smile, just not for me. You're only 14, Claire. Jacques spoke kindly as they entered a secluded alleyway. You'll find him one day. You just have to be patient. Claire simply shook her head in disagreement before she forced her focus back to the scene she had just witnessed. A warm feeling filled her chest, before with a small smile, Jacques took her hand, and with one last glance for non-magiques they apparated. Master! The raven-haired witch spoke lovingly as she kneeled at his feet. I knew you'd return. You're most loyal, we always knew you'd return. You've come to rescue us from this infernal place just as I always knew you would. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Quiet now, Bella, the cloaked figure spoke. There is much to do before I can truly return to my power. Tell me, who among my most faithful are waiting here for their salvation? He watched as his servant shivered from ecstasy at his touch before he whispered, Tell me, Bella, who else of my most loyal were left to rot in this hell? Dalohav, Rookwood, Rabistan, and my worthless husband are all locked away in some level of this hell. Bellatrix spoke fanatically as a smile rose to her face. Are we to free them and kill anyone who stands in our way? No, Bella, the man said in a soft and raspy tone. My strength is confined while I'm trapped in this host, and I would not like to announce my return quite yet. The man waved the wand of his borrowed body and watched as the woman beamed in awe at the conjured doppelganger that her master had created. It sat motionless in the corner in a decrepit state as the man continued to wave his wand, creating visual illusions to make it appear as if the cell had never been touched. Satisfied with his work, he once more turned to his servant and hissed, You spoke of those trapped here, and yet you didn't name Crouch. Did he die? No, Bellatrix said with a twisted grin. He escaped. With the help of his father, Crouch escaped, but I saw him being placed under the Imperious. He watched as Bella dropped her head low, kissing his feet. Are we going to retrieve him, my lord? We will, Bella, the man said, ordering her to her feet before turning to his Imperious Auror. The man was drenched in the blood of his former Auror companions from his orders to eliminate his co-workers. The man smiled at his handiwork. The ministry would think nothing further than the man simply being a maniac, a man who snapped from working in Azkaban, and when the illusions cast eventually faded, he would be blamed for the inmate escapes. The man knew that the ministry would sooner die before they admitted his return. All he had to do was play it safe. As he left the cell, he turned to his Imperious thrall as he hissed, Guide me to my most loyal, and I shall release them from their chains. Then show me where those imprisoned for the most heinous crimes reside. I see a perfect opportunity to bolster my forces while I'm here. With a nod, the Imperious man began to walk, and once more he turned to his loyal servant. Once we are finished here, take a wand, Bella. We'll be paying the Crouch family a visit. Sirius rubbed his temples as he sat at the head of the dining table. The trip to platform 9¾ had gone off well enough, but Sirius' mind was clouded with thoughts regarding the World Cup attack. Dumbledore had certainly voiced his complaints with the lethality of his, Remus, and Emmeline's spells, but that wasn't nearly as problematic as the information Astoria Greengrass had given to him. Narcissa Malfoy, his cousin, had given her a warning. His mind pounded vigorously at the information. He had too many questions to count. Why had she done it? What did she have to gain? For what reason did she betray her husband's cause? And the most important one, could she be trusted? He turned to his right and watched as Remus rubbed his wrinkled forehead in concentration, while on his left, Emmeline had tried her best to give him a supportive smile. Leading had never been something Sirius considered himself good at. He wasn't a natural at it like James or Harry. But as he felt all the eyes in the room falling to him, he knew he had to say something. With a heavy sigh, he spoke. As we all know, Astoria informed us that prior to the attack on the World Cup, Narcissa Malfoy gave her a warning to vacate the World Cup arena for her own safety. This leads us to the question of what we plan to do with this information. Do we wish to assume that this was a one-time act of kindness between pureblood witches, or are we to assume there is potential for Narcissa to be of use to our cause? The table fell quiet as Sirius scanned the table waiting for opinions, but even the normally talkative Tonks seemed to be in a struggle for what to say. However, moments later, a voice cut through the silence. I want to meet with her, Andromeda spoke in a shaky tone. I need to see her. Dromda, Ted spoke softly. I know you want to believe the best of your sister, but we shouldn't act so recklessly. She may not even be a person you recognize anymore. I know that, Andromeda spoke painfully. I know that it's been so long since I've seen her. I know that she hasn't written to me in years, and I know that there's a chance that I might still be dead to her. But if there's even a chance that she could join our side, I can't let it pass me by. Andromeda took a quiet breath as she clenched her fist tightly. I already couldn't save Bella. I need to try and save Sissa. I can't do nothing again. It's dangerous, Andy, Sirius spoke softly. I get where you're coming from, really, I do. But to put you in direct correspondence with a Malfoy puts the Order at risk. We need to know if she's trustworthy, something that I personally find hard to believe. Not to mention we don't know her motivations behind alerting Astoria in the first place. She's a Black First, Andromeda spoke, clenching her chest. We owe her at least a chance to change. Sirius stared at her, his gray eyes soaking in the distress on his cousin's face. She had to know of Astoria's association with Harry. Hell, her sister is dadding the Death Eater's least favorite person. She's not dumb. There's no way that she wouldn't think that Astoria wouldn't alert Harry if given the chance. She knew that by passing on that information it could foil the Death Eater's plans, yet she did it anyway. I'm not saying she's a perfect person. She's made plenty of terrible... Chapter 8. The Goblet of Fire. Neville grunted as he shoved his trunk up onto the overhead compartment of their cabin on the Hogwarts Express. He smiled as he relaxed into his seat watching, while Astoria frantically opened up a chocolate frog before cursing. Dang it, another Dumbledore. Neville shook his head in amusement as he lifted his herbology book, his eyes glancing over to Michael, who was distractingly moving a nut across his knuckles, before turning back to see Daphne grinning slightly as Astoria and Harry tried to catch the now free-roaming frog. A loud, satisfied purr emerged from Loki's throat as the Kneazle caught the frog in his paws, only to hiss in displeasure as Harry forced him to give it up before exchange it for a Kneazle treat. Michael shifted gently against him, and Neville groaned slightly from a jolt of pain. Is your shoulder still hurting? Daphne asked in a concerned tone. Just a bit, Neville answered honestly. I'm glad the cut is healing, but it just feels super sore. I can't believe the Dieter got me. There were 3 of them, Michael spoke calmly. Honestly, a cut is lucky. I know, but somehow you got out relatively unscat. Before he could even finish his sentence, his reflexes quickly activated, catching a small vial that Daphne had tossed to him from her book bag. Is this a pain relief potion? Why do you carry pain relief potions with you? Why do you think? Daphne responded with a grin, nudging her head towards Harry. Hey, Harry said with fake offense. I don't get hurt that. But a look from Daphne had made him reconsider as he spoke. Yeah, you know what, I guess that's fair. The cabin door slid open and Neville turned to watch as Tracy and Blaise entered the now quickly filling compartment. Tracy and Daphne exchanged some pleasantries before Blaise sighed. This year should be fun. Why'd you say it like that? Michael asked, his eyes glancing up at the dark-skinned boy. He unfolded an old paper from the Daily Prophet. For once, the old bat at the Daily Prophet decided to credit everyone that helped during the World Cup attack. While it makes you, Longbottom and Potter, look good, us snakes aren't going to be having a fun time in the common room when we get back to school, that's for sure. To be fair, Daphne said with a shrug, it's not like we weren't outcasts before. Plus, with me and Flybo here together, it wasn't going to be great either way. Yeah, Blaise said with a sarcastic grin. You sure know how to make our lives easy, don't you, Greengrass? Didn't I save your life like 5 months ago? Daphne retorted with a smirk of her own. She's got you there, babe, Tracy said with a chuckle, forcing a smile on Blaise's face as he shook his head. You don't have to sleep in the same room as Malfoy, though, Blaise said distressingly. And speaking of the blonde git, Tracy and I saw him on the way in. He looks a little, well, I don't know how to describe it. Off, Tracy spoke. He looks off. Plus, he's walking like he had back pain. You don't think he was really one of the people at the World Cup, do you? I mean, there's no way he'd be that stupid, right? Neville turned and watched as Michael and Harry shared a quick glance before turning back to the conversation at hand. Malfoy SR didn't look much better, honestly. I've seen the man more times than I'd have liked, but I've never seen him looking so touched. Watch your backs this year, guys, Blaze spoke, as he turned to look at Daphne, you and Potter especially. Thanks for the heads up, Harry responded with a slight smile, but I think I can handle Malfoy. I'll keep tabs on him and let you know what the Git's planning, if anything, Blaze said with a shrug as both he and Tracy found a seat. It's the least I can do anyway. Harry nodded and Neville smiled as he looked around the growing and diverse group, but before Harry even had a chance to respond, the door swung open, and Neville had never felt as frightened in his life as he did seeing Hermione standing before them, absolutely livid. Neville swallowed hard as Hermione approached, and before he could even get a word out, Hermione began. Really? No note, no message, no sign. First, there's an attack on the World Cup, and then I find out that all of my friends are involved, and then you all disappear for the next couple of days without a word. I mean, I expect this lack of concern from Corner, but you all really gave me a heart attack, you know that. Sorry, Hermione, Neville said. Would you believe us if we said we sort of forgot? Because honestly, that's what happened. He watched as Hermione looked around the room, seeing that everyone's face shared the same level of guilt, outside of Blaze and Tracy, who simply stood there grinning, before she sighed. You are going to be the death of me. Well, Harry said with a grin as he stared at Hermione. Next time Neville, Corner, and I go risk our lives on a mission, we'll be sure to invite you. Why do you say that like you're certain another attack will happen? Hermione asked with a groan. Do you even know him, Hermione? Neville said with a chuckle as he helped Hermione to her seat. Harry attracts trouble like a magnet does metal. Neville watched with a smile as Hermione facepalmed before taking a deep breath and leaning back, causing everyone to erupt with laughter as their gang had come to completion. And as Neville tried to contain his blush from Hermione leaning slightly into him, the whistle to the Hogwarts Express blew, and with it, Neville looked out the window as they ventured off for their next year. Michael felt his knees pop as he rose from the bench. He had ridden the Hogwarts Express back and forth countless times, and yet, he always seemed to forget just how long of a ride it was back to the castle. And though he didn't much like to put a lot of effort into most things, he hated sitting down for long periods of time. He felt Harry's eyes turn to him as he cracked his back, Daphne's head resting on his shoulder sound asleep, and Michael whispered the answer to his silent question. Getting a snack. You guys want anything? He collected the sickles and nuts along with the orders before quietly he exited the compartment. Just in time, it seemed, as Tracy had begun to unpack her deck of exploding snap cards. The vibrations of the train moving beneath his feet provided him a bit of comfort, even though he knew it was powered magically. Feeling machines in working order brought a grin to his face, as slowly he weaved himself up the train corridor looking for the trolley. Hi, Michael, he heard a sweet voice call out to him, and quickly he shifted his eyes towards the voice, finding none other than Cho Chang and her friend Marietta Edgecombe waving at him. Odd, he thought to himself, Edgecombe's never paid attention to me before. Michael returned the wave kindly before continuing on his trot. He laughed to himself as he watched the twins and Jordan in the middle of pestering the Gryffindor chasers with some sort of new invention, forcing him to remember that he and Harry owed them reviews on the products they had allowed them to borrow over the summer, before he saw Diggory and his buddies laughing it up as a Hufflepuff that Michael believed was named Marilyn awkwardly rubbed up against Cedric's side, much to his displeasure. He locked eyes with the tall seeker and chuckled as he mouthed, "Don't tell Cho." Michael lifted his finger to his mouth, swearing himself to secrecy before finally finding the trolley cart. The only problem was that the one person in front of the cart was quite possibly the last person he wanted to see, Terry Boot. Don't let it get to you, Harry had told him. You're worth 100 Terrys, not to mention I don't trust Terry to watch my back. I trust you. With a heavy sigh, Michael approached the trolley, and instantly he felt the elbow of Boot push against his chest as he quickly turned around. Oh, Corner, sorry about that, he said with a smirk. Michael simply rolled his eyes and he moved past only to hear Boot call out, "At least you learned your lesson. It took weeks for my body to stop hurting. Hope you liked your detention. I heard you had to scrub every toilet while Filch watched. That must have hurt, getting bossed around by a squib. Can I get 2 licorice wands, 3 pumpkin pasties, 2 sugar quills and a cauldron cake, please," Michael said, ignoring Boots' taunts. He smiled as he paid the trolley witch who placed the sweets kindly in a bag for him to bring back to his friends. "So this is your new plan. You go from beating on me to ignoring me," Boots said. "And here I was practicing my spells all summer to teach you a lesson. Filch must have neutered you pretty good. Looks like I practiced for nothing, well, almost nothing. Susan didn't mind my worko." "Get out of my way, Boot," Michael spoke. "I'm not interested in hearing you run your mouth." "I'm not scared of you," Boot spoke in a rather irritating tone. "You should be," Michael spoke. "Less than 2 weeks ago, I faced down an army of Death Eaters and lived. You don't even register as a threat anymore on my radar. Though if you'd like, I'll give you the first move. Your call." Michael smirked as he watched Boot's eyes widen in shock at his words as Michael pushed him aside. "As for Susan," Michael spoke, "she made it very clear to me that we aren't friends anymore. As much of a scumbag as I think you are, she's made it obvious that she doesn't want my help. But while she can be a bit naive at times, she isn't dumb. And when she learns about what you've been doing with other girls in broom closets, I promise you, you're not going to like what comes next. So, you think I'm scum, and yet you're not going to try and help Susan just because she hurt your feelings," Boot said, trying to regain his confidence. "And here I thought you were such a good guy, didn't know you could be so cold." "Then I guess you thought wrong," Michael said with a shrug as he brushed past Boot, a sad smile on his face as he headed back towards his group. "Sorry, Susan, it hurts less to just let it go." While Hermione was glad to be back amongst friends, she couldn't help but feel like something had changed. It wasn't just physical, though she realized she was struggling more and more to keep the blush off her face every time she looked at Neville. If she had to be specific, it was in their eyes. Harry, while he seemed to keep his rather playful attitude around them, laughing at Michael's jokes or smiling when they played another futile game of exploding snaps against Tracy, his eyes looked colder somehow. Yes, they would light up every time he played with Daphne's hair or kissed her cheek, but his natural expression was so focused. Then there was Michael. Hermione was never the tallest person around, but seeing that Michael had currently hit a growth spurt, which put him now more than a couple inches taller than she was, certainly made her feel quite small. His stare, like Harry's, looked so driven, but apart from the smiles he'd give his friends, or the teasing grins between himself and Harry, Hermione had found it hard to believe that this was still the same clown she'd known for years. Unlike Michael and Harry, Neville's eyes remained the same. They looked happy and full of light, but below them she saw a certain sadness, a certain level of fear. He too had grown taller than her over the summer, and Hermione had to stop herself from gulping heavily as she accidentally bumped against the amount of muscle definition she felt in his arm. If she had to try to describe the troublemaker trio now in 3 words, she'd argue for the most part it was the same. But Harry looked fiercer, Michael looked more calculating, and most distressingly, Neville looked concerned. She looked out the window, seeing the sun setting behind the mountain range, and she took a deep breath, letting herself go, before freezing at the feeling of a hand on her shoulder. "Are you all right, Myone?" She turned to see Neville staring at her kindly, and for a moment his eyes shone so brightly that she assumed she must have not truly seen what she had before. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry about that." "What are you apologizing for?" Neville said with a small smile. "I was just worried. You look like you fell into a trance there." "Sorry, I was just thinking. She started but quickly stopped herself, not wanting to really get into her observations. "Thinking about what?" Neville asked, his face full of patience. "And nothing, really. Just you, Harry, and Michael all look a bit different from last year is all," Hermione said, trying not to lie, but not admit the entire truth. "Well, I'd hope so," Michael said with a teasing grin. "It would suck if we did all that training with Sirius and Remus for nothing. Especially for Neville, he worked harder than I ever have in my life." "Something tells me that isn't too high of a bar to jump over," Harry said with a comical grin. "Aw, shut it, Potter," Michael said with a grin. "But I mean, it's true. Have you seen Nev's muscles now? I mean, you could grind meat on those abs." Hermione felt a blush rising to her face as she saw Neville look in embarrassment. the only sound in the room being Michael and Harry's snicker before the two boys groaned in mild pain as Tracy and Daphne pulled their ears. "Stop doing things to embarrass them," Tracy said with a grin. "Hermione's too innocent to hear about Neville's abs." Right, Harry said with a grin being free from Daphne's grasp. "Sorry about that." "I hate you guys, you know that," Neville muttered under his breath. Yeah, buddy, we hate you too," Harry and Michael responded in a way that frighteningly reminded her of Fred and George. "It's true, though," Hermione said in a quiet voice. "You look good, Neville. I'm sure you'll make the Quidditch team if you tried out this year." "You think so?" Neville said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "You too, I mean not about the Quidditch team. I meant about you looking good, I mean, hey, is that Hogsmeade coming into view?" Neville quickly finished trying to stop his rambling. "He thinks I look good," Hermione thought to herself nervously, staring out the window once as she saw the station coming into view. Quickly, she did her best trying to shake the thought from her head. He was only saying that to be nice. She scanned her uniform up and down, searching for any imperfection before she heard Daphne say with a teasing grin, "You know that your tie is supposed to be tight around your neck, right, Flyball?" "I kinda like it better this way, Princess," Harry said with a warm smile. "It's more comfortable and all that." "I honestly have no idea how you get away with keeping your uniform all unorganized," Daphne said, shaking her head in amusement. "Getting away with things is kinda my specialty," Harry replied with a smile before turning to the overhead compartment. "Need anything from your trunk before dinner?" "No, I got everything I need in here," Daphne said as she patted her bag. "Come on, let's go get a carriage before we're forced to share one with Malfoy." "Don't say such terrible things," Harry said with a face of played-up horror. "With my luck, it might actually happen." Quickly, Daphne took his hand and started heading towards the train exit with Astoria quickly shuffling behind them, and Hermione smiled as she watched Tracy shake her head. "They are so cute together, part of it irritates me." "You didn't have to share a house with him," Michael said with a grin. "Before they went on their date, I've never seen anyone so lovesick. It was pretty gross." Tracy laughed, but Neville simply grinned. "I can't wait until you get a girlfriend, and we can all make fun of you." "Good news is with my luck," Michael said. "That may still be pretty far off. Although Potter and Blondie have a point, I definitely don't want to have to share a carriage with Malfoy. Let's get moving." Hermione watched as Michael set his owl free before the rest of them marched to catch up with Harry, Daphne, and Astoria. The light summer breeze felt good on her skin as she walked beside Neville and the group towards the end of Hogsmeade where the carriages awaited them. She stopped, however, as she watched everyone aside from Tracy and Blaise freeze up. "Is something wrong?" Hermione called out in confusion. "Can you not see them?" Daphne spoke, her voice laced with confusion and a hint of fear. "See what?" Tracy asked. "The black horses pulling the carriage," Astoria spoke with a heavy gulp. "What horses?" Blaise asked. Quickly, Astoria smacked herself on the head. "Of course, I remember what these things are. It was in the book you gave me for Christmas last year, Harry. They're the Strowls. They can only be seen by—" Astoria then stopped herself before Daphne rested her hand on her younger sister's shoulder. "They can only be seen by people who have seen death." Hermione felt her blood run cold, not about the magical creature apparently standing before her, though that in itself was interesting. It was the fact that nearly everyone present in their group could see something that witnessing a death was a prerequisite for. "So, all of you have seen?" "Yeah," Neville said. "At the World Cup, Michael and we saw." "Pettigrew last year," Daphne spoke. "Harry and I watched his execution." Hermione looked sadly at the 12-year-old girl trembling beside her sister before seeing Harry kneel down in front of her. "Astoria," he spoke softly. "The person who attacked you at the World Cup, he can't hurt you anymore. You're safe, okay? I promise." Slowly, Astoria nodded, breaking free of her trance, and instantly Hermione understood why the feeling in back at the Hogwarts Express had felt so different. They weren't just students anymore. They were all survivors of a battle, a sensation that Hermione couldn't hope to understand. The warm embrace of Neville's hand had shocked her system back into reality as she turned to face him. "We're okay, Hermione. Don't worry too much, all right." Slowly, Hermione nodded before Neville. Michael climbed into the carriage before Michael called out, "Potter, you coming? Or are you riding with your bunkmate?" "Corner, I swear to God," Harry started. "Bunkmate," Tracy said with a comically sinister grin on her face. "I'm gonna kill him," Daphne said. "I might just beat you to it," Harry responded, though he didn't look nearly as intense as Daphne's. "No, Michael," Tracy spoke. "Please do go on about this bunkmate business. I'm dying to know." Daphne sighed as she shook her head. "Tracy's not going to let up until I tell her. It'll be less embarrassing if you aren't there to tease." Hermione watched as Harry smiled down at Daphne. "I hate abandoning you like that, Princess, but I think it's for the best," Harry said with a smile. "Meet up after dinner." "What kind of question is that?" Daphne responded, squeezing Harry's hand and turning to face her friends. "Okay, so what happened was..." But before Hermione could hear the story, Harry had hopped into the carriage where Michael grinned sheepishly. "Whoopsie, sorry for letting it slip." "I swear if you weren't my best friend, I'd give you the Malfoy treatment," Harry said, shaking his head. "Come on, mate," Michael said with a grin. "Don't be that way." "You are so lucky that I like you," Harry said with a chuckle which stole a grin from Neville's lips as well. For how serious they seemed on the train, Hermione thought to herself with a light smile. They still act like their old selves, at least that hasn't changed. The ride to the castle, for the most part, was filled with laughter, something Hermione desperately needed after understanding what had really happened during the World Cup. She smiled as she told them about her summer adventures before they soon found themselves at the entrance of the great stone castle. "It's good to be back," Michael had said with a warm smile before turning to Harry and Neville. "I hope you are both ready to cause some mayhem this year." "And here I thought you hated dumb questions," Harry said with a smirk. "Why do I have a feeling that I don't really have a say in it?" Neville said, though his negative remark was masked but a genuine smile. "I'm sure you boys can talk about pranking later," Hermione said, trying to keep her demeanor away from being one that encouraged such reckless behavior. "Right now we need to get to the Great Hall. We don't want to be walking in halfway through the sorting ceremony." "Ugh," Michael spoke. "What a pain. I hate the ceremony. I doubt it's going to be as interesting as when Harry Potter magically appeared." "Just stop complaining already," Hermione said with a small chuckle. "Come on, we don't want to be late." The Great Hall presented Hermione with an overwhelming sense of homecoming. The 4 long tables that seemed to stretch infinitely brought a smile to her face as she stared up at the eagle banner that rested atop her house's table. The thrill of a new year full of learning sent her heart into a rapid pace as she looked at the professors lined up at their table. Except, there was one chair that was empty, the chair of the defense against the dark arts professor. "Oi, Harry," Michael whispered. "Who do you think is teaching defense this year?" "Does it matter?" Harry said with a shrug. "I mean, Remus already gave us our routines until Christmas." "I mean, I know that," Michael responded. "But if the professor's like Snape, it's definitely going to make the class suck." "I don't think anyone could be as bad as Snape," Harry said, shuddering, before he saw Astoria walk up behind him. "Anyways, gotta go. I'll catch up with you later." "Bye," Hermione said as she waved to her friend, while Michael gave a playful salute. Neville cleared his throat. "I have to get going too. I'll talk to you later, Michael, Hermione." Sheepishly, Hermione waved towards the Hufflepuff boy as Michael grinned. Hermione looked at him questioningly as she spoke. "What are you grinning about?" "Nothing," Michael said. "I just think your crush on Longbottom is kind of cute." "I don't have a..." Hermione started before Michael shrugged. "No need to get so defensive about it," Michael spoke calmly. "I won't say a word. Teasing won't really help either of you, so there's no point." "You're an ass, you know that." "Yeah, I know," Michael said with a smirk. "Come on, let's find a seat. Sorting's about to begin." 10 minutes into the sorting, and Hermione couldn't help but shake her head in displeasure as Michael's face had fallen to the table, a light snore filling the air as not even the thunderous applause of the new sorting could wake him. Suddenly, though, the weather changed, and instantly Michael sat up with a look that frightened her. Quickly she watched as Michael locked eyes with Harry and Neville, who too shared a look of confusion on their faces. What's wrong? Hermione asked, a tight feeling in her chest. You don't feel that, Michael spoke. It's crazy magic, not on the levels of Dumbledore, but pretty high. The door creaked open, and Hermione quickly shifted her head towards the entranceway of the Great Hall. Her heart nearly stopped in her chest as the man lifted his wand to the charmed ceiling, fixing the weather before he marched in the room. It was an old man, not as old Dumbledore, but still quite old judging by his dark gray, grizzled hair. His face looked as if it had been roughly carved from wood, and scars seemed to cover every inch of his visible body. A large chunk of his nose was missing, as well as his leg, which was seemingly replaced by a wooden prosthetic of sorts with a clawed foot. But most disturbingly, while one of his eyes was small and dark, the other was a vivid electric blue, and Hermione watched in horror as it rolled to the back of his head before zipping around back to the front of his face. What is he? Hermione asked, her voice shaky. Shot in the dark, Michael said with a smirk. I think that man's Mad-Eye Moody. Who? Hermione asked. I'm sure he'll get around to explaining it himself, Michael said, his smirk still showing. Looks like Dada isn't going to be boring after all, though. Michael watched in intrigue as Mad-Eye walked down the center aisle towards the staff's table. He had heard from Tonks that Mad-Eye was the head teacher at the Auror Academy, but was recently let go by the ministry due to his paranoid behavior. While part of Michael was thrilled that, against all odds, a professor that was probably as capable as Remus to teach Dada was found, another part held some concern. After all, he thought to himself, if he wasn't stable enough to teach Aurors, why would Dumbledore hire him to teach kids? Alistair, Dumbledore spoke with a warm smile. It's good to see you, old friend. It's good to see you aren't dead yet, Albus, Alistair spoke. Still drinking out of open goblets, though, it seems. Perhaps I simply have more faith in people, Dumbledore spoke kindly. A foolish mistake, Mad-Eye retorted before his magical eye turned to Snape, especially with less than trustworthy people always afoot. I understand your concerns, Dumbledore spoke, but this is hardly the place to discuss them. Please take your seat. I believe we have more guests arriving shortly. More guests? Michael thought to himself, but before he could even have a moment to theorize, the doors to the Great Hall opened and out walked 3 men that he recognized. The first was obviously the minister. His lime green hat confirmed all suspicions of that. Following behind him was a man that Michael had seen briefly at the game. It took him a while, but eventually it clicked. Bagman was his name. Finally, the last member to enter was a man Michael had seen the year before. His skull-like appearance, neatly parted gray hair, and toothbrush-like mustache were remarkably memorable features as he recalled Barty Crouch. Though that wasn't the end of the mystery, as Crouch held an ancient-looking object carefully out in front of him. A goblet, Michael thought to himself, though it was like no goblet he'd ever seen before. It was made of wood, though it resided in a large jeweled casket, and unlike any other cup he'd seen before, this one wasn't filled with liquid, but instead burned with a furious blue flame. What is that? He pondered. Ah, Cornelius, Ludovic Bartemius, Dumbledore spoke in a grandfatherly tone. Thank you for your timely arrival. I hope the voyage wasn't too difficult. Well, as you can imagine, Albus. Cornelius spoke in his normal self-important tone. Traveling with the burning goblet can be quite difficult, though I suppose we made it here all right. Excellent, Dumbledore spoke, before with a wave of his wand, a large podium appeared before him, and gently Dumbledore nodded. If you'd be so kind, Bartemius, please rest the goblet and relieve your arms. The mustachioed man complied, carefully dropping the goblet before removing the jeweled casket. Clamoring erupted among the students, as many shared looks of either confusion or excitement before the ministry officials took a seat and Dumbledore spoke. As many of you seem to be aware, what rests before is the impartial judge known as the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire, Michael heard Hermione say in a questioning tone. I didn't read about that in Hogwarts history. The reason we have been granted with such a treasured artifact is that Hogwarts has been chosen to be the location of the Triwizard Tournament. Instantly, Michael shot Harry a questioning look, but Harry simply shrugged back, looking equally lost. For those who may be unaware, the Triwizard Tournament is a magical contest. held between the three largest schools in all of Europe. It is designed to test the magical ability, intelligence, and courage of each school's representative. And now, to introduce the two schools that will be competing against ours, we will begin with our friends from across the pond. Please welcome the students from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress, Madame Maxime. For the third time this feast, the door swung open and instantly an overwhelming presence of perfumes, and the clicking of heels filled the room, as an army of rather beautiful girls with long hair and pale blue dresses entered the hall. While each girl was remarkably pretty, Michael noticed that many of the eyes were focused on one girl, in particular, a woman with long silver hair who caused men to drool as she walked by. What's going on? He thought it himself. Why do I feel so lightheaded? He turned to Hermione, hopping for some answers, but instead, she saw an equally perplexed if not irritated look on her face. He quickly glanced up at Harry but realized that he, unlike Ron who was sitting beside him, or Dean, Harry seemed perfectly fine. Not knowing what else to do, he lifted his hand slowly towards his mouth before biting down hard, shocking himself out of his trance as he looked around. He wasn't quite sure what was happening, but as he saw a river of drool pouring out of Boot's mouth, he felt disgusted with himself for falling for whatever it was that was affecting Boot. What the hell happened? "Michael, are you all right?" Hermione asked. "A second ago you looked dazed and now your hand is bleeding." "I'm fine," Michael whispered. "At least I think I am. I can't explain it really. It felt like I was just exposed to a giant cauldron of a Mortentia. I've never felt anything like that before." "There's no way," Hermione spoke, her eyes opening in realization. "I think that girl, the one with the silver hair in the center, I think she's Avila." "That would explain a lot," Michael said, lifting his wand to his hand, performing a basic healing spell to stop the bleeding. "I guess that explains why it's not affecting the girls, but why does Harry seem immune to it?" Before Michael could even continue down his train of thought, his eyes opened as a remarkably large, but rather beautiful woman entered the room. One look at Hagrid's enchanted face had confirmed his suspicions. The lady was a giant, or at least a half-giant. Slowly, Dumbledore stepped down from his podium, heading to meet the headmistress, and politely, he bowed, kissing her hand in traditional French fashion before standing up and smiling. "It seems we have one more guest from France," Dumbledore spoke with a smile. "This year our school will be joined by the daughter of the French minister for magic, Claire Belmont." Michael flinched as he felt Hermione tightly grab his arm. "What's got you so excited? She'll probably be just like Malfoy, a spoiled rich girl." "I don't know about spoiled," Hermione said, "but she is a teen model for Witches Weekly." "Why do you know that?" Michael said with a scrunched brow before being slapped upside the head. "I am a girl, you know," Hermione snorted. "Just because I don't obsess over it like Brown doesn't mean I don't have a subscription." "Okay, I guess, but..." However, before Michael could continue, he once again noticed the glossy eyes look that had taken over the room before return, as from beyond the Great Hall's door emerged a rather beautiful girl with vibrant pink hair, done in two distinct and complex-looking braids with rather focused gray eyes that seemed perfectly clear. Slowly, Michael lifted his hand to his mouth, preparing for the worst, but as Claire walked through the halls, he didn't feel the effect of the charm. He felt Hermione peering at him before he simply shrugged. "Nope, nothing. I mean, she's beautiful and all, but I don't feel the same pull." "Strange, neither does Harry," Hermione spoke. "Neville seems immune too," she finished, though Michael could hear the clear relief in her voice. Michael watched as Fudge waddled down to meet the girl, extending his hand politely. "It's a pleasure to have you at our school this year, Ms. Belmont. I hope you have an excellent time at Hogwarts." "I will certainly try," Claire spoke, and instantly the superiority in her voice had struck a nerve with Michael. Yet, before he even had a chance to speak, he watched in horror as the Beauxbaton students began walking towards their table, assimilating themselves within their ranks. He watched in severe unamusement as Claire walked right past the Ravenclaws and sat between the group of pale blue robes, almost as if she believed herself too good to associate with the Hogwarts students. "See," Michael spoke beneath his breath. "What did I tell you? Another Malfoy." "Maybe she's just nervous," Hermione spoke. New school and a ton of unfamiliar faces. I'd be wanting to sit around the people I knew too. Whatever, Michael huffed, turning away as he looked up at Dumbledore, who once more prepared to speak. Now, from Bulgaria, please welcome the students from the Durmstrang Institute. Suddenly, the sounds of marching echoed through the air, and before Michael could even adjust, an army of students dressed in bright red robes with black fastenings filled the aisles of the Great Hall. In the center of it all, a tall and thin man, with a rather unctuously cheerful demeanor, entered the room. He smiled, but it filled Michael with the chills as his blue eyes remained cold and unmoving. Beside the man was a boy who looked no older than Astoria, with curly blonde hair and deep brown eyes. But he couldn't focus on the young boy as his eyes were fixated upon the tall man who looked around the room, presenting his bright yellow teeth. Michael couldn't believe it, but as he saw the disgusted look on Snape's face, he found himself agreeing with the potion's masters. And while Dumbledore didn't look so concerned, the fact that Michael had seen Harry scratching his scar didn't leave him with warm feelings in his stomach. However, the room became dead silent as from behind the rest of his class, a boy Michael instantly recognized entered the room, and while a flurry of excited whispers erupted, Michael just stared in confusion. So, crumbs here too. Looks like this year is going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Chapter 9. Start of term, Astoria had felt the tension in the room like gravity. Each girl seemed to glare menacingly at the Beauxbatons front girl, while each boy with hopes of getting a girlfriend this year stared venomously at the Bulgarian superstar. Harry being one of the exceptions to both, being neither affected by the silver-haired girl or angry with Crumb. In fact, what Astoria saw in Harry's face was a satisfied smirk, and a flaming desire in his eyes to hopefully get a chance to fly with him and test his skills. She, however, was focused on another member of the Durmstrang party, the curly-haired blonde she'd met the night of the World Cup. While that night certainly contained its share of horrors, meeting Damien was certainly a highlight of the event, so that's what he meant about seeing me again real soon, Astoria thought to herself. He does have a flair for theatrics, I'll give him that. She watched as the boys of the Durmstrang Institute dispersed towards the Slytherin table, and Astoria nearly choked on her water as she watched Malfoy of all people move for someone else. However, Damien broke from the group, and Astoria felt her eyes widen in confusion as the boy took a seat beside her at the Gryffindor table. As they locked eyes, a large smile formed on his face, and she watched as the look of sheer relief flooded his body. "Oh, thank goodness you're okay," the boy said softly. "I heard about the attack and I was afraid something had happened to you, but sending mail is a bit difficult when I only know your name." "Yeah, I'm okay. I got out of there relatively unharmed," Astoria said with a smile. "You're really slick, though. When you said we'd meet again sooner than I thought, I definitely didn't think it'd be like this. Why didn't you tell me there was a huge tournament that was going to happen?" "It never really came up," Damien said with a laugh. "Plus, we're way too young to compete anyway." "What do you?" Astoria started, but the sound of Dumbledore clearing his throat shifted her focus to the bearded headmaster. "Now that all our guests have arrived," Dumbledore spoke, "allow me to explain the Tri-Wizard Tournament in its simplest terms. Eternal glory. That's what awaits the student who wins the Triwizard Tournament, but to do this, that student must survive 3 tasks. 3 extremely dangerous tasks." "Pass," Harry said beneath his breath, which caused Astoria to chuckle beneath her breath. "While I am certain that many of you will be willing to put your name forth for the sake of competition, I must inform you that only those wizards of age will be allowed to compete." Dumbledore spoke to the boos of the crowd, many of whom clearly seeking the fame the competition provided the victor. "Sweet," Harry said with a grin. "Saves me the trouble of finding an excuse not to compete." "Each school will be represented by a single champion," Dumbledore began, silencing the crowd. "The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. On Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight. where it will be freely accessible to all those of age who are capable and wish to compete. For now, though, Dumbledore continued, I believe I have kept you all waiting long enough. Let the feast begin. Instantly, the piles of food erupted onto the table, and with joyful glee, she and Harry quickly reached for the food as she watched Damien politely lift the food onto his plate, taking his time with every bite. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Astoria slowed herself despite her hunger feeling insatiable, and with a smile she spoke. So, what year are you in? Second year, Damien said kindly. You? Second year, Astoria said with a grin. Looks like we'll be having some classes together. So who's this, short stack? Your boyfriend? Harry asked in a teasing tone. And no, Astoria snapped back, her face ballooning once more. Oh, that's a shame, Damien said with a grin. And here I thought things were going so well. Harry laughed as Astoria elbowed each of them in the side. Sorry, the two said in unison. Really, I apologize, Damien spoke in a formal manner. I was just making a joke. I would like to get to know you better, though, especially seeing as you're my only friend at this school. What about the other Durmstrang kids? Astoria asked questioningly. And there's no need to be so formal, we are friends, right? Oh yes, I apologize, sorry, Damien said, catching himself. Manners have kind of been drilled into me from a young age. Being the minister's child makes me a public figure, and making any mistakes would reflect poorly on my father. It's really important that I'm always on my best behavior, as the world certainly hasn't forgotten about Grindelwald, and Durmstrang has certainly garnered a bad name, which reflects poorly on my country. That sounds like a lot of pressure, Astoria responded sympathetically, but you didn't really answer my first question. Oh yeah, Damien said, scratching his head. I guess you could say it's because I don't really fit in over there. I mean, Durmstrang is a great school, but it's very militaristic. We have classes like charms and herbology, but mostly it's just martial magic, and I don't really care much for fighting. Damien smiled sadly. I just never think fighting is the best first option. I know it's necessary sometimes, but Durmstrang teaches the attack first, ask questions later method. A pacifist like me isn't really liked much over there. That sounds awful, Astoria spoke. But if you don't like martial magic, what do you do at your school all day? I draw, Damien said with a bright smile. I really like art. Photography, drawing, what do the mundane, I mean muggles call them motion pictures. I'm a big fan of those too. My sister likes art, Astoria said, remembering Daphne's doodles when they were kids. But it was more of an absent-minded thing. Why do you focus so much on drawing? Because a good painting can live forever, Damien said with a smile. The world always seems so focused on destroying things. I want to make something that's permanent. Astoria smiled. She didn't know much about art, but she liked seeing the look in her friend's eyes as it lit up like the stars in the night sky. Would you show me sometime? Some of your art, I mean. Daphne's always telling me I should try to appreciate higher art forms, but most of the time they're just so boring. I have a cartoon collection you might enjoy, Damien said with a chuckle. Though the speech bubbles are all in Bulgarian, so I'll have to translate. I love cartoons, Astoria said with a smile. My favorite one's N the Niffler. He's an animagus that always gets in trouble for stealing shiny things from people, Damien finished. I used to love that one too. And the Niffler was actually the first real thing I drew, though I mostly traced it because I was just starting out. It's too bad the main artist died a few years back. But that's what I mean about good art lasting. People remember and the Niffler even though the artist is gone. Yeah, I kinda get it now, Astoria said with a smile. Now I'm kinda excited to see your cartoons. Maybe you have the next end. I don't know if I'd say that, Damien said shyly, but I'll gladly show you what I've got. Astoria felt Harry looking down on her with a slight grin, and with her ballooned face she turned to face him. What's so funny, huh, Harry? Easy there, short stack, Harry said with a smile. I'm just glad to see you making some friends. No need to try and poke my eye out. I'm sorry, Damien spoke, responding before Astoria even had a chance to reply. But our Harry Potter, the boy who lived and all of that. Harry smiled as he brushed aside his hair, revealing his scar. So I've been told. Oh wow, Damien spoke. If you have the time, could I draw you and then have you sign it? I bet it would be one of my best works and— Don't give him a bigger head, Astoria said teasingly. He's already insufferable enough. Tell me how you really feel, why don't you? Harry said with a laugh as he ruffled Astoria's hair. Tell you what though, if you really want a great painting, you should paint whoever wins the Triwizard tournament. I'm not big into being photographed, but I'll see if I can talk whoever wins into giving you their autograph instead. That would be awesome, Damien said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Just Harry's fine, Harry said, brushing it off. Any friend of Astoria's a friend of mine. All right, thank you then, Harry. Even the minister's son of another country stumbles around you, Astoria said with a chuckle. Honestly, is there anywhere you aren't famous? It's a blessing and a curse, Shortstack, Harry said with a chuckle. Trust me. The cool summer breeze filled the top of the astronomy tower as Harry wrapped his arm around Daphne's waist, the two silently overlooking the castle grounds eclipsed by the night sky. Harry smiled as he ran his thumb across the back of his girlfriend's hand. Didn't think you'd be up for sneaking out after dinner, Princess, Harry said with a chuckle. Really didn't think you'd have it in you. Oh, please, Flyboy, Daphne said with a chuckle. Even I can bend the rules a little bit. It's not an exclusively Gryffindor trait after all, though I will admit that you seem to have a propensity for doing it. Thank you, Harry said with a smile. It is what I do best. When I was younger, Tonks and I would get into so much trouble with Andromeda because we'd always be sneaking out of the house for late-night snacks. He grinned sheepishly. It took us a while before we were any good at it, though. Having a cloak of invisibility definitely makes things easier. Daphne grinned as she leaned further into him. Before I met you, I didn't really get into much trouble. Even with Tracy, the worst we ever did was sneak into a weird sisters concert. We later found out it was a charity event, and we didn't have to pay in the first place, but Tracy sort of forgot that detail. Harry snickered to himself before he dared to ask, speaking of Tracy, how was the carriage ride up to the castle? Don't ask, Daphne said with an exhausted look. That girl's relentless. Sometimes you'd think she forgets she has a boyfriend of her own to bother. I'm sure she didn't forget, Harry said with a laugh, but I can't really blame her all that much. We are the most interesting couple at Hogwarts after all. You're welcome for that, by the way, Harry finished with a teasing grin. Oh, please, Daphne said with an equally amused laugh. I carry the interest in this relationship. Nobody's ever asking about what you're getting up to after all. I, on the other hand, have to play 2000s questions with Tracy about if my virtue is still intact. And is it? Harry said with a laugh before feeling a smack on his bicep. What part of first boyfriend escaped your memory, you dolt? Daphne said, flicking him gently on the forehead. Honestly, Flybe, if that smirk wasn't so damn charming, I'd smack it off your face. You think I'm charming, he replied with a grin. You really are getting better at this complimenting thing. Shut up, Flyboy, she said in a warm tone as Harry rested his head gently atop hers. Speaking of charmers, Harry said with a distant look, how are the Durmstrang students? Their headmaster doesn't seem like the most pleasant person. Given that most of them seem to take a liking to people like Malfoy, I'm not a fan, Daphne spoke with a shudder. Crumb was fun to watch, though. Draco invited him to play Quidditch and Crumb shut him down flat. It was pretty entertaining. You speak so highly of him, Harry said with a laugh. Should I be jealous? I already have the future best seeker as a boyfriend. She spoke with a smile and Harry grinned, looking down into her blue eyes. Don't see why I'd want to downgrade. Harry laughed as Daphne gently grabbed his low-hanging tie. But I'll admit, I was glad to see you not drooling over our French guests like most of the male students. I already have the most beautiful witch in the wizarding world as my girlfriend, Harry mimicked. Why would I want to downgrade? Good answer, Daphne spoke with a musical laugh. Harry leaned down, quickly catching her lips before breaking apart with a smile. It looks like this year's going to be full of excitement, though, Harry said. With the Tri-Wizard tournament and Mad Eye here, it might be even crazier than last year. Please don't sound so excited about that, Daphne spoke. Wherever there's anything even remotely crazy, you always find a way of getting involved. I solemnly swear I won't get into anything too crazy, Princess, Harry said. Plus, I'll be spending my free time helping you and Astoria with some spell work, or causing some minor mayhem with Corner. I won't really have time to get up to anything too insane. I guess that's the best I can expect, Daphne said softly before taking a short pause. Harry, it's getting kind of late. We should probably get back to the common rooms before they send a scouting party to find us. 10 more minutes, Harry said softly, squeezing her gently. Okay, Daphne spoke, turning to lay across Harry's lap. 10 more minutes. 10 minutes had never passed so quickly, but as Harry watched Daphne's head began to wilt, he smiled, helping her to her feet before they soon found themselves beneath the cover of his dad's invisibility cloak. I wonder if Mom and Dad ever did this. Harry thought fondly to himself as he placed his wand on the Marauders map and watched it unfold. He seems so carefree, Daphne spoke. But Sirius is a genius, Remus, and your dad as well, I suppose. The number of hours it must have taken to craft something like this, it's almost staggering to think about. Harry grinned as Daphne finished in a less than impressed tone to herself. And then, to use all this potential to simply not get in trouble from their pranks. It's honestly unbelievable. That's true, Harry said with a slight whisper, but it does make sneaking out to see you after hours a lot easier. Guess my old man's still looking out for me, huh? Daphne smiled gently as Harry felt himself take her hand in his, before together, crouched beneath the silver translucent cloak, they silenced their footsteps and left the tower. Harry couldn't help but feel amused as he watched Daphne's eyes open at the number of secret passages his father and friends had discovered at their time in Hogwarts, and his laughter became hard to contain as he turned to face Daphne's shocked expression at finding their way towards the dungeons in record time. You know, Princess, Harry whispered, there is a broom closet nearby if you want to share one more parting gift. Will you stop looking so smug? She hissed back, shaking her head. Honestly, Flyboyeur. But before he could finish, Harry quickly leaned over beneath his cloak, stealing a kiss from her lips, snickering quietly under his breath as he saw Daphne's wide-eyed expression and heavy blush on her face as she found herself gently pinned against the wall. Sorry, Harry whispered with a smirk. Couldn't wait. Idiot, Daphne spoke, trying desperately to cool her expression as Harry took her hand once more, trying to quickly make it to the Slytherin common room, knowing that Tracy would probably sound the alarms if Daphne hadn't returned soon. Harry had honestly forgotten how cold, dark, and damp the lower part of the castle not being used as a classroom was. Goosebumps formed quickly upon his skin as they descended closer and closer while he strained his eyes to see. They walked quietly through the dark passage was before he heard Daphne whisper, Hang a left here. Harry nodded, but suddenly he stopped, and instantly his hand reached for his forehead, gripping his scar tightly as he found himself before previously mentioned broom closet. Flyby, are you? Daphne started, but before she could continue, Harry quickly placed his hand over her mouth, lifting a single digit to his lips, quieting his princess as he carefully flicked his wand out, getting into a ready position before he reached once more for his map, awaiting whoever was inside the closet. The scar didn't hurt as it had in the presence of the dark mark during the World Cup, but it still burned slightly beyond a ticklish feeling. Snape and Karkaroff, Harry thought to himself as he glared in confusion towards the map. Why would they? Don't you feel it, Severus? A man with a rather thick accent spoke. The burning on your arm, he's coming back, I just know he is. I don't have time to speak of such foolish nonsense with you, Harry heard Snape snarl. I have classes to prepare for in the morning. Quickly, Harry reached his rune-inscribed hand to meet Daphne's, prepared for the worst, knowing that together they would have the strength to, at the very least, escape if things went south. The door opened, and Harry's eyes turned into a glare as he saw the dark mark, moving like a snake across the Durmstrang headmaster's forearm. Harry felt his blood boiling at the visual of the dark mark, his wand being gripped tightly in his hand. Sirius had spoken about how he had heard rumors of Karkaroff's avoidance of prison by forfeiting Death Eater names, but the story the Durmstrang headmaster had pleaded was the one of the imperious curse. However, Harry didn't care much for excuses. Whoever wore the brand in his eyes was an enemy. He snarled lowly as Karkaroff spoke. Please, Severus, there must be something you have to stop the pain at least. I only came here to be granted some shelter by Dumbledore. The Dark Lord is growing stronger, there is no denying that. You know it to be true as well as I. Harry, he heard Daphne whisper in his ear as she squeezed his hand. I'm right here, focus on me and calm down. He took a deep breath, allowing his occlumency to rebuild itself before he watched in horror as Snape handed the Durmstrang headmaster a vial of sleeping draught. It'll help you sleep through the night, Snape spoke coldly. Something I imagine is difficult knowing that you're only free now because you betrayed him. As did you, Severus, Karkaroff spat in a hushed whisper. Did I? He answered with a blank stare before Harry watched the black bat escape through the walls of the corridor without saying another word. Harry pulled Daphne as close to him as possible. Together, they held their breath, desperate to not make another sound, while the Bulgarian man marched away in a hurry mere inches from their face. Snape's one of them, Harry said quietly. I don't care what anyone tells me, he's with Voldemort. Sirius told me to be cautious of him even though Dumbledore testified on his behalf, but personally, I don't care what Dumbledore believes. Harry felt his body trembling in anger despite his calm expression. That bastard has the nerve to insult my father while he walks around promoting Voldemort's cause. No wonder he's always treated me so poorly. Here I was believing it was a stupid grudge, but no, he's working with the enemy. Look at me, Harry, Daphne whispered, and Harry turned to her, trying to keep his patience. I don't think you're right about Snape. He's a cold bastard, but do you remember last year when my face was bruised? Harry nodded, remembering their confrontation about the attack. Draco struck me for supporting you. Snape stopped him. If he really was a Death Eater, why would he go through the lengths of disciplining the son of another Death Eater? It doesn't make sense. Harry let out a heavy sigh. I still don't trust him. He then looked down at Daphne. I'm going to write to Sirius tonight and get more information on Karkaroff. He may not know much, but anything helps. Until then, you should probably keep Dobby on standby. I don't want anything happening to you because of your closeness to me. Flybe, Harry heard Daphne whisper as he grabbed his loose hanging tie. Stop talking like that. Daphne, I don't know why you feel it's your job alone to stop every single Death Eater, but it's not, at least not yours alone, she spoke, looking earnestly in his eyes. When you came to talk to me, that night back at Grimmauld Place, you told me you knew you couldn't do this without me. When we spent that night together, I rested my head on your chest and I heard your heartbeat. I felt you wrap your arms around me as you burrowed your face in my hair, and I realized I don't want to lose that feeling. Harry looked into her icy blue eyes that burned with passion as he heard Daphne continue. I know the attack on the World Cup shook us all up, and I know you're a more powerful wizard than I am, but I'm not some random civilian or your subordinate. I'm your girlfriend, Flybe. I'm your partner, and I want to protect you just as badly as you want to protect me. So okay, I'll keep Dobby at the ready, but not so I can run away. I'll keep him ready so I can get to you, and we can kick the ass of whatever wants to come after us together. Understood. Harry's mind echoed the last line of the prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. In the end, despite all the kind intentions, Harry knew he was destined to finish the fight alone. But as he looked down at his girlfriend staring at him with expectant eyes, he forced a smile to his face. And here I thought that I was the one in charge. His face then shifted into an apologetic smile as he nodded. Sorry, Daphne, I had this same problem with Corner recently. I'm just really bad at accepting help. You, Daphne spoke, trying to lighten the tone with sarcasm. The great Harry Potter are admitting to being bad at something. Maybe the world really is ending. Very funny, princess, Harry said, squeezing her hand gently once more. Come on, though. Let's get you back to your common room before Karkaroff decides one vial wasn't enough and comes back to raid Snape's supplies. Or worse, before Tracy comes after me for kidnapping. Harry watched as Daphne nodded, taking his hand as she guided them the rest of the way towards the common room entrance. Harry did his best to smile one last time as he looked down at her, but before he could even whisper a soft good night, she pressed her lips to his once more before slipping out from under the cloak and whispering softly, Good night, Flybe. Sleep well. He watched as Daphne spoke the password, entering the snake's common room before his face turned passive and sad. He knew he needed every single person that had volunteered to fight against the Dark Lord and his forces, but as much as he wished he could ignore it, as much as he wished it wasn't about him, he knew his destiny. He took a heavy breath as he felt his chest warm at the memories he shared of the princess, the calming feeling she provided him, the strength she gave him to practice harder even when he felt at his limits. I do need you, Daphne, Harry thought solemnly to himself, but in the end, there's a part of my path that I must walk alone. He grit his teeth at the thought, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how I'll win yet, but I swear I will. And after I do, I'll spend the rest of my life making up for all the craziness that I've put you through if you'll allow me, I promise. Hermione laid awake in her bed, her mind in a torrent of thoughts as she reflected on what she's seen today. They're not normal, Hermione thought to herself. Harry, I guess I can understand. He's the same guy that ran towards the horde of Dementors last year, but how did Michael and Neville get strong enough to help in the World Cup attack? Just last year Michael was a class clown, and Neville was a teddy bear, but now they've gotten strong enough that Harry trusts them to watch his back in an actual fight. Their growth is insane. She shoved that thought aside. She looked over at the note she had opened and reread at least 20 times since it had been delivered to her by Professor Flitwick. Her hands had trembled when she had seen the author of the note was none other than Dumbledore. She had thought that somehow she'd gotten in trouble. Her heart ached as the idea of having her future prefect title stripped from her overwhelmed her mind. But as she read the later, a new problem filled her mind: anxiety. Ms. Granger, I apologize for the suddenness of this notice, but I am writing to inform you that you shall not be attending classes as normal tomorrow. As you are the student with the overall highest marks in your year, the professors have agreed that since Ms. Belmont is the equivalent of a 4th year at Hogwarts, she will be shadowing you as she adjusts to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall has given her permission for you to be absent from the first Transfiguration class of the year, as it will primarily be a review of the Year 3 materials. During this time, I request that you show Ms. Belmont around the Hogwarts grounds. I believe it wise to leave this duty to you, and not a member of our staff, as I feel it will allow Ms. Belmont to acclimate more naturally to the student environment. Warm regards. Headmaster Albus Wulfric Brian Percival Dumbledore. While the name had brought a momentary smile to her lips, the content of the letter had sent her heart into a tizzy. She was bad enough with people as it was. The only friends she really had was because Neville had decided to be kind and invite her to their group. But now not only was she being bestowed with the duty of showing around another student, she was assigned a wizarding celebrity. Hermione had thought that being around Harry made her less vulnerable to celebrities, but it was much different. Harry didn't want people thinking of him as famous. Claire was famous, and unlike Harry, she profited on it. If her bushy hair wasn't naturally bad enough, her bedhead from her restless night had made it worse than she had ever seen before. She had spent nearly half an hour in the shower trying desperately to make her hair look like less of a mess before preparing her school uniform. Hermione meticulously buttoned each bit of the fabric before snapping on her skirt and adjusting her leggings. She looked awkwardly at her makeup that her mother had gifted her in case their assumptions of a school dance were correct, and for the first time in her life, Hermione genuinely considered asking for help from Cho Chang of all people on how to use it properly. However, just before she was about to swallow her pride, the warm words of Neville popped into her mind. "You look good, Hermione." And instantly, she shook the thought out of her head before she prepared her bags. The September breeze ran through her hair as she began her march towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. She loved Hogwarts, to her. It was one of the most amazing places on Earth, but every step towards the Forbidden Forest had made her feel uncomfortable. Honestly, the proximity to the forest was the main reason why she detested the walk to care of magical creatures despite her enjoyment of Hagrid as a professor. This year, though, Hagrid's hut wasn't the only standout beside the forest, as nearly 200 yards from the half-giant's front door was a powder blue carriage the size of a large house. Hermione gulped as she approached the door, her thumbs spinning rapidly around one another as she tried to gain her bearings. She took a deep breath, attempting to shove down her anxiety, and trembling with nerves, she knocked quickly upon the wooden door. Shuffling soon emerged from beyond the door. And while Hermione had stared down Daphne's resting bitch face many times during their academic competitions, She had never felt so small as when the silver-haired Vila that had ensnared the entire great hall opened the door with a less than amused expression. "It's very early. Can we help you?" Right," Hermione said, her hand shaking beneath the older girl's stare. "I'm actually here for Claire. Professor Dumbledore said she was supposed to shadow me today." "Ah yes, Madame Maxime informed us of this last night," the girl said with an uninterested look before turning back into the carriage. "Levez-vous, Claire," the silver-haired beauty spoke. "Your tour guide is here." Instantly, Hermione felt her blood boil, and while she was for giving people the benefit of the doubt, part of her wondered if Michael's initial assumption was correct, and these girls were nothing more than stuck-up jerks. "Merci, Fleur. Vous verrez à déjeuner. Il semble que nous n'ayons pas beaucoup de choix sur le sujet," Fleur responded with a huff. Hermione was nowhere near what she would consider fluent in French, but the way the two were talking in such a condescending tone about Hogwarts had really touched a nerve. If you hate being here so much, Hermione thought to herself, then why don't you just leave? Her thoughts were silenced, however, as from the carriage emerged the pink-haired girl, dressed in fine blue silk robes. She had seen Claire from photographs, and from a considerable distance, but as she stood before the teen model face to face, she felt a pang of jealousy fill her veins. The girl was flawless. Not a single zit, visible pores, slight discoloration were present. Her features were as perfectly symmetrical as possible, and her teeth were stunning. She watched as Claire and Fleur kissed each other's cheeks before she stepped out of the carriage, as the door slowly closed behind her. Hermione felt herself grow red from staring absent-mindedly for too long before she heard the girl speak with a beautiful accent. "You are Hermione, non?" Hermione nodded, regaining a bit of her presence from his initial swell of jealousy as she spoke. "Yes, that's me. It's nice to meet you, Claire." "Likewise," she said, and though it wasn't calloused, it certainly didn't sound honest. "Professor Dumbledore told Madame Maxime that you were the smartest of your year. Is that true?" "Well, I do work really hard," Hermione spoke nervously. "I do well enough, I suppose." "Vraiment," Claire spoke. "Intelligent and humble, a rather rare combination, wouldn't you say? Most girls our age tend to just be focused on boys rather than studying. Very noble of you." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise at receiving a compliment from the teen model, and nervously she spoke. "Well, boys don't really pay that much attention to me, so it was never really a concern." She looked away from the French girl in embarrassment as she spoke. "I'm not exactly the type boys drool over as soon as I walk into a room." "Ah yes," Claire spoke. "That shameful display from last night." She sighed heavily as she spoke her head. "Trust me, Hermione, I'd much rather be like you than me." "Why?" Hermione asked in confusion. "I mean, I imagine the paparazzi can be a nightmare, but to be able to get everyone's attention without even trying, to never have to be nervous about talking to the boy you like, that doesn't sound awful." "On the surface, I guess it does sound pretty nice," she said with a smile that, while sad, looked staggeringly beautiful. "But at least when you see a boy staring at you, you know it's not just because of what you are. You know there's a genuine attraction there." Quickly, she shook her head, brushing her vibrant pink hair behind her shoulder as she spoke. "But enough about this topic. I believe you are to be showing me around Hogwarts, non?" "Yes, of course," Hermione spoke, a bit stunned at how callous she could become on nearly the drop of a dime. "Would you like to stop for breakfast first?" "Ah, no thank you," she said gently. "My palate hasn't quite adjusted yet to the different different types of food offered here." Hermione tried her best to hide her bewildered expression as she glanced at the French girl. She seemed so kind a few seconds ago, and now she seems so prissy. Is she really the same person? She forced down those thoughts as she refocused her mind. "Okay, so how about instead of breakfast I start by showing you around the castle grounds, and then we'll head to class?" "That would be much preferred, thank you," she spoke in the same plain tone. Hermione did her best to keep her cool as together. She guided the French model along the grounds of Hogwarts, stopping at the Black Lake, the Quidditch pitch, the clock tower courtyard, and the large wooden bridge before entering the castle itself. She desperately attempted to keep her feelings of ire in check as she walked through the castle, showing the diva the transfiguration classroom, the potions class, the defense against the dark arts corridor, the greenhouse, and yet nothing seemed to garner a single notable reaction. Hermione had tried to sprinkle in some facts she thought may have been interesting, but the girl remained unfazed. It was almost impossible to believe that the girl following her around was the same girl that had showed her a hint of kindness and even complimented her intelligence less than an hour ago. It wasn't until they had spotted a group of first-year girls hiding in a corridor near the magical runes classroom did Claire speak. "What are they waiting for? They should be in class, Non." "They should be," Hermione said, shooting the first years a glare which, to her credit, did send one running up towards what Hermione noticed to be the Muggle Studies classroom. She then sighed at the others who remained unmoved. "They probably found out Harry has runes first, and they're waiting to see him." "Harry," Claire spoke. "Do you mean Harry Potter?" Yes," Hermione said, her composure slightly rattled as she saw a glimmer of interest in the French girl's eyes. "He came back to the wizarding world last year. I thought it would be a global story." "It was. I'm not surprised he's here," Claire spoke, correcting herself. "I'm just slightly surprised to hear you speak of Harry in such a normal fashion. Are you two friends?" Hermione said, her eyes burning a hole through the ground as she pondered the question. "I guess we're kind of friends. I mean, we're not very close, but I do consider him a friend at least." "If you know," Claire spoke nervously, "is he a lot like the storybooks? Gallant and brave, noble and kind, or is he more of the quiet type, or perhaps he's a bit brooding but with a heart of gold? Do you know?" "It almost sounds like you have a crush on him," Hermione spoke, not realizing she had said it aloud before feeling her cheeks rise with an embarrassed blush. "I suppose," Claire spoke nonchalantly as if her accusation had startled the girl at all. "Though I only know him from fairy tales, I suppose that's why I'm interested in learning if they have any merit." He's Hermione spoke, trying to think of the right words. "In some ways, he's a lot like the stories. He's always been really kind to me and even allowed me into his group when they saw I was alone at Hogsmeade. And during that same trip, he ran into the fray trying to help people when Dementors attacked the village. So I guess he is brave and kind. I'm not sure if I'd call him heroic in the traditional sense, though, and I wouldn't really say noble either, but he has loyalty in spades. He might get into trouble sometimes, but he'd do anything for the people close to him. You don't have to look further than how he treats his girlfriend to see that. Honestly, he's not really like anyone I've ever seen before." "His girlfriend," Claire spoke. "Ah, yes, the blonde girl from the World Cup photo, of course." Before Hermione could respond, the door to the magical rune classroom swung open, and as the students piled out, she heard Harry whine, "Come on, princess. You don't have to write down every single rune. It's only the first day of class. We're sure to go over it a bit next time." "Fine, fine," Daphne said with a sarcastically annoyed tone. "You're so needy, Flybe." "Whatever, princess," Harry said with a laugh, and Hermione watched as she saw Claire's eyes follow Harry. She watched as Harry took Daphne's bag and smiled down on her as she asked for it back before responding. "Nope. If you want it back, looks like you're going to have to let me walk with you to your next class." "You have charms next. I'm going to the greenhouse. You're going to be late. You don't really want to get in trouble on your first day back, do you?" "Have you met me, princess?" Harry said with a laugh. "But if you don't want me to be late, then you better get a move on." "This is the most ridiculous blackmail I've ever seen in my life, and I'm mad at myself that somehow it's working." Daphne spoke as Harry bent down, gently kissing her forehead before she sighed. "You're impossible, you know that." "Yeah, I know," Harry said with a smile as the two left the classroom, hand in hand, so enamored with each other that Hermione saw that the whole world seemed to fade away around them as they walked through the crowded hall towards the greenhouse. "So that must be the girlfriend," Claire said with a sigh. "They look happy." "Yes, that's Daphne, their relationship. It's somewhat odd that they'd gravitate to each other like that, but they really are a good couple," Hermione spoke with a gentle grin. "Oh well, there goes my idea that Harry Potter could be the one," Claire said with a bit of whimsy in her voice. "You don't sound very broken up about it," Hermione said in confusion. "Most girls at Hogwarts were heartbroken when the two started dating, Some of the crazier ones still haven't given up their pursuits. I guess I'm just shocked that you don't seem all that upset about it." "What's there to be upset about?" Claire said with a shrug. "They love each other, it's quite beautiful, non." Hermione watched in amazement at the undisturbed attitude on Claire's face before she continued. "Anyway, I believe it's time you show me the charms class." "Right," Hermione spoke with a nod. "It's just up this way." And as Hermione led the minister's daughter up the hall towards the charms classroom, she couldn't help but wonder to herself, this girl is just one big mystery. Chapter 10. The slacker and the diva. Harry tossed and turned in his sleep. His head felt as if it was ringing as he found himself on the field of the burning World Cup. "Daphne," Harry shouted. "Corner, Nev, Sirius, where is everyone?" Harry swallowed hard, pulling out his wand as he weaved through the smoke towards where he had remembered the tent to be. As his eyes spun rapidly around the chaos, they locked with the dark mark still burning in the sky. What's happened? He thought to himself desperately. "It's your fault," he heard a small voice call out, and as he turned, he saw a little girl no older than 7 looking up at him. "It's your fault they're dead. Why did you tell them to fight? Why didn't you just let them run away? You killed my mom and dad." "Why did they listen to you?" Harry heard another voice call out to him, this time a young boy. "Why did they listen to you and leave me all alone? Why did you tell them to die?" "I didn't," Harry spoke desperately. "I didn't want anyone to die, I didn't." "Mommy," a kid wailed in pain as Harry ran towards the young boy. "Mommy, please wake up. Please don't leave me alone." Harry swallowed hard as he looked down at the woman, a hole blown through her torso as blood gushed out heavily. He reached down gently for the boy, his mind desperate to try and bring him to safety, but as his hand approached it was met quickly with a slap. "It's all your fault. I hate you. Why did you force them to fight? Why couldn't you just leave us alone?" "Please, you need to get to safety." Harry spoke through a strained voice. "Please, I'm sorry, but you need to go, you need to." But before Harry could even finish, a blinding flash of green light took the boy, and Harry watched as the child fell dead to the floor before he found himself sitting upright in his bed, dripping from a cold sweat. His hand trembled as he gripped his wrist tightly, desperately trying to keep his act together as a silent tear streamed down his right cheek. "Damn it," he cursed beneath his breath. "Not again. Deep breaths, Harry, you need to calm down, deep breaths. I can't let this keep happening." Flashback asterisk. Harry had woken with a jump, his heart still pounding heavily in his chest. He'd slept soundly through the night with Daphne distracting his mind previously, but with her back at the Davis house, Harry had found himself sleeping alone. Though sleep wasn't exactly coming easily to him. 27 people, Harry muttered to himself, his hands trembling. "I led 27 people to their deaths." He shook his head as he rapidly wiped the tears from his eyes, before lifting himself out of bed knowing that more sleep would be pointless. He wandered through the darkened halls of the House of Black before finding himself in the kitchen. Carefully, he poured himself a glass of milk before returning to the still-burning fire, heavily monitored by Creature. Due to the temperature outside, the fire was more for show than anything else. Still, Harry sat on the ground near the orange flames, his eyes watching the fire dance in the pit. Subconsciously, Harry had hoped that seeing fire would stop the chills he felt in his body, but his trembling wouldn't stop as his mind forced him to remember the children he had left parentless. "Why can't I just have the power to do this on my own?" Harry whispered hopelessly to himself. "Why do I have to get others involved?" Footsteps creaked from the floor above, and while part of Harry was tempted to hide, the other half knew that it would only raise more questions, and so he remained, silently watching the flames until with a raspy voice he heard Remus call out. "Thought I heard someone rummaging around in the kitchen. A bit late for a snack, though, don't you think, Harry?" "Sorry, Moony," Harry spoke. "I couldn't sleep, didn't mean to wake you." "Not to worry," Remus had said with a warm look. "I have trouble sleeping myself." There was a quiet pause before he continued. "What's bothering you, Harry? Both Neville and Michael have talked to Ted about the attack. You're the only one who hasn't said a word. You know that before he found his footing in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, he did some training as a mind healer. He may be able to help if something's bothering you." "I don't need help," Harry snarled a bit louder than he had intended. "Sorry, it's just, everyone's been asking me if I'm okay. I just wish people would leave me alone." "That's never going to happen," Remus spoke softly. "It's what a family does. They pester, they annoy, they care for one another. There's a whole lot of pros and cons, but a family will never just leave you alone. I won't pressure you to talk. I understand stubbornness better than most, but at least tell me why you don't want to let us know what's on your mind." "Because it doesn't matter, Moony, I'm fine," Harry spoke. "I have to be fine. No matter what happens, I can't let anything get to me because if I do then the wizarding world loses its symbol for the light. Since I'm not strong enough to fight off the Death Eaters and Voldemort all by myself, I have to at least be strong enough to make sure I don't crack. I can't fall apart. I can't allow that to happen." Another pregnant pause filled the air before Remus slowly knelt down beside Harry, leaning against the coffee table, staring into the flames just as he had before. "You know, for a while I had wondered exactly what it was you inherited from your mother, besides your eyes, of course. And I think I've finally uncovered it tonight. You have your mother's drive." "Her drive?" Harry asked in a bit of confusion. Sirius teased James, calling it her stubbornness. James was the one who had coined it, her drive, Remus had said with a smile. "Unlike James, who was a natural prodigy and of pure blood, things didn't come as easily to your mother. She had talent, of course. Her abilities in charms and potions were second to none in our year. But your mother had to work 10 times harder than everybody else at everything." "Despite my good grades," Remus spoke with a smile, "I had actually felt guilty when I had found out both she and I were made prefects during our 5th year. Her hard work had made me feel undeserving of the title. I can only imagine how your father felt about becoming head boy. Though that is beside the point." Harry watched as Remus smiled in his memories. "Before the two were dating, your father always made me promise I'd make him sound good to Lily whenever we went on patrol. But in reality, it was mostly Lily who led the conversations. One time I had asked her why she worked so hard, and it was her answer that you nearly mimicked. She had told me that the wizarding world looked down on her, simply because of who she was, and she wouldn't quit until she forced the world to acknowledge that Muggle-borns could be great wizards in their own right. If she had made it through the war, I have no doubt she would have turned the ministry on its head. Still, it's that drive and stubbornness, the fire in a person's chest, that's what you've inherited from your mom." Harry looked up at the werewolf with a soft smile as he reached out for his shoulder. "But remember this, Harry, for all her drive and conviction, she still allowed other people into her life. I know that what happened at the World Cup was a lot to handle, and I know the prophecy doesn't make it any better, but even the strongest people can't do everything alone. You have people who love you, Harry, and all of us are here when you're ready to let it out." Harry sat in silence, the feeling of his uncle's hand on his shoulder soothing him slightly as unwilling tears dripped from his eyes. Remus' hand moved from his shoulder, and quickly Harry dried his eyes, turning to the former professor once more and nodding. "Thank you, Moony, for telling me more about her. I hear so much about my dad from Sirius, but I sometimes feel like I barely know anything about my mom." Remus nodded with a warm smile before Harry cleared his throat. "I'm still not ready to talk yet, but I do feel a bit better. I'm going to try to get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Moony." "Good night, Harry. Make sure you pack a bit of flu powder with you in case you ever need a moment to chat." Remus returned kindly before Harry had returned to his bed once more. End of flashback. The conversation with Remus had helped calm his mind for a time, but the reemergence of his nightmares had filled him with dread. Even his occlumency couldn't do much to protect from his own thoughts. He had momentarily considered reaching out to Dumbledore, but with the Order using lethal force during the World Cup attack, Harry wasn't exactly thrilled about meeting with the headmaster any sooner than he absolutely needed to. Not knowing what else to do, Harry left his bed, his heart still racing in his chest as he descended towards the common room. He took calming breaths as he paced around the common room, desperate to stop his active mind before, with a tired sigh, he sat beside the roaring fire. The flickering of the flames brought some ease to his heart, and recalling how his conversation with Remus had helped before, he decided that he would try it again. Harry lifted his wand, and beneath his breath he whispered, "Accio flu powder." Within seconds, the small, tightly knotted bag had zoomed from his bedside table into his hand, and Harry quickly got to work, untying the knot before throwing a pinch of flue powder into the fire and whispering, 12 Grimald Place. Harry had done it before, but honestly, every time he'd done so, he felt absolutely insane. However, seeing the orange flames turn a brilliant green, Harry plunged his head into the fire and found himself looking at the neatly organized sitting room of the Black ancestral home. Harry looked around a moment before he began to feel like an idiot. It must have been at least 1 in the morning, and part of him cursed his stupidity. Why would anyone be up this late without warning? Yet, much to his surprise, Harry heard a shuffle in the distance, and slowly he whispered out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Slowly, a man arrived looking dead on his feet. His fair hair looked a mess, and while Harry had seen the big-bellied man before, he'd never seen the normally relaxed Ted looking so exhausted. However, even in his exhausted state, Ted's eyes widened with warmth as he approached the flue with a smile. "Ah, Harry, is that you? A bit late to be making calls, wouldn't you agree?" "Yeah, sorry about that, Uncle Ted. I couldn't really sleep all that well tonight." Harry spoke, feeling guilty for calling as the bags under the man's eyes made it clear his uncle hadn't gotten much rest recently either. "I see, it appears we are in the same boat then, Harry," he said with a soft chuckle. "Is something the matter? Roommate snoring too loud, in the mood for a late-night snack, what's wrong, kiddo?" "Nothing, just bad dreams is all," Harry spoke tiredly. "I was actually hopping to get in touch with either Sirius or Remus, but I guess they're sleeping. Recently, I've just been having a bad feeling is all. The Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff, I saw that he had the dark mark on his arm. I was wondering if they could give me any information on him, but I don't want you to wake them. I'll just try again later." "The dark mark, you say?" Ted said as he rubbed his chin. "That is concerning. I don't really remember much about his trial. I wasn't in attendance of it, but I heard that he gave up quite a number of names." Ted then snapped his fingers. "Tell you what, Harry, Dora is about to start her week patrol of Azkaban tomorrow. God bless her. And I'm sure she's going to be bored out of her mind. I'll talk to her about looking into the Karkaroff file. If Madame Bones lets her investigate, I'm sure she'll have some information for you by week's end." "That would be great, Uncle Ted." "Thanks for the help," Harry said, a bit relieved that not all was lost, however. Another silent question formed in his mind. "If you don't mind me asking, what's got you up this late anyway?" "Unfortunately, it's not just me," Ted said. "Almost everyone at the ministry is pulling extra-long shifts. My department's being overloaded preparing for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Honestly, the ministry must be insane having us figure out not just how to safely transfer over a dragon, but they want us to wrangle an acromantula, chimera, and a horned serpent as well. It's absolutely mad. I have no idea why they would need these beasts for a competition in which students compete, but we all have jobs to do, I suppose." "Aren't those all Class 5 beasts?" Harry asked. "Why would a school competition require such dangerous animals?" "No clue, but I suppose it's not as bad as what Dora's going through," Ted said. "The ministry's been working the DMLE to the bone trying to get to the bottom of the World Cup attack. They've managed to identify a lot of the bodies, but none of them were known Death Eaters. Madame Bones has required sweeping background checks on all ministry employees, but as you can imagine, Lucius isn't too big of a fan of the idea." "Yeah," Harry snarled, "I can imagine." "Speaking of the World Cup attack," Ted spoke in a warm and mellow tone, "how are you holding up, my boy?" "I'm fine, Uncle Ted," Harry said sharply before pulling himself back. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just tired is all." "There's nothing weak about expressing fears to those you love, Harry," Ted said softly. "I won't force you to talk, but none of us will think less of you for talking when you're ready." It seemed to help young Neville and Michael quite a bit. "I know, and thanks, Unc," Harry said before he forced himself to yawn. "Thank you for helping me look into the Karkaroff situation as well. But it's getting late and I have class in the morning, so I'm going to get some rest." "Of course, Harry," Ted said warmly, "but know that we are here whenever you need us." "I know," Harry said with a nod. "Thank you." Harry pulled his head from the flames and watched as the emerald-green flames shifted back to their original orange. He rested his head against the stone fireplace wall, taking a deep breath before letting out a tired groan. "I'm okay," Harry thought to himself. "I'm just fine." Michael couldn't help but notice the exhaustion in his friend's eyes. It was the same look he'd seen when Harry had first confronted him about whether he wanted to continue on with the order or not. It was clear to Michael that stress was eating his friend alive, and the worst part about it was that he had no idea why. Unlike himself of Neville, Harry didn't talk. Well, he did, but never about what was important, never about the World Cup attack. Michael remembered it like it was yesterday, the exhaustion in his voice, the burning of tears in his eyes, the sickness he felt as he launched a reductor curse at a man that tried to kill him while he escorted children to the safety of the hill. He couldn't imagine what he might have felt like had Andromeda and Ted not been there to help talk him through it. Part of the night, the screams especially still haunted him, but unlike Harry, he'd released the main knot of the pain from his chest. Promising to talk with his friend about it later, knowing a public setting would only serve to irritate Harry, he turned to the half-goblin charms master as with a squeaky voice, his head of house spoke. "All right then, all right, let's quiet down," Flitwick had said as loud as he could muster. "I'm sure you are aware that like most teachers on the first day back, review was set to be the focal point of today's lecture. However, it is my opinion that reviewing material doesn't spark as much enthusiasm as seeing something new. So, while we will be reviewing in the future, today I would like to focus on a new charm, the summoning charm." Michael rolled his eyes slightly as he turned to face Harry, bored out of his wind. "Observe," Flitwick spoke with enthusiasm. "A Keo, water goblet." Instantly, the goblet of water that rested upon the charms professor's desk zipped to his hand as if it were magnetized to his wand. The crowd watched in awe, and Michael had heard students whispering about how cool it would be to send things to them with ease. This spell is known as the summoning charm and serves as the opposite of the banishing charm. It is one of the most useful spells and serves many purposes from household. However, Flitwick was stopped mid-sentence as the door swung open, and instantly, Michael groaned seeing how many of the males around him turned and nearly stopped breathing. "Great," Michael muttered. "The diva's here, isn't she?" "If you're talking about the French girl," Harry started, "then yeah, she and Hermione just got here. Why don't you like her, though? You two haven't even talked." "Bad vibe, I guess," Michael said with a shrug. "Anyway, if we're just going to be going over the summoning charm, wake me up when the class ends." Michael had no sooner placed his head towards the table when he heard Flitwick say, "Ah yes, Professor Dumbledore did say you might be late. Go ahead and take the empty seats behind Mr. Potter and Mr. Corner. We've just begun our discussion of the summoning charm." Michael groaned into his desk as he felt the two girls sit behind them, and with a French accent, he heard the French girl speak. "Bonjour." Hi," Harry spoke with a small smile. "I'm Harry." "I doubt you need an introduction anywhere, Harry Potter," Claire said with a smile. "My name is Claire Belmont. It's nice to meet you." "Likewise," Harry said before Michael felt an elbow dig into him, jabbing his ribs. "Fine," Michael said with a groan. "Name's Michael. It's nice to meet you and all that." He hadn't even given her time to respond, but seeing the confused look in her eyes had made him feel uncomfortable, and quickly, he rested his head back on the table. However, much to his unending disappointment, he heard Flitwick call out to him, "Mr. Corner." Michael took a deep breath, looking up at his head of house as he thought to himself, "Can a guy just get some sleep?" Before he continued, "If you are so intent on napping, perhaps it's because you already know the spell." Michael heard the group of students chuckling, especially Terry Boot, who gave him a snide look. Normally, he wouldn't have cared about being laughed at or shunned. Before meeting Harry, that was essentially his normal, but nothing gave him more pleasure than whipping the smug grin of Boot's face. And with a wave of his wand, the water goblet previously in Flitwick's hand zoomed over to his desk and landed with a soft metallic ring. The look had certainly been removed from Boot's face, but as he looked around, he saw that a new expression had taken over the room, one of pure disbelief. He felt Harry tap his arm, and as he met his friend's eyes, Harry whispered, Corner, you forgot to say the spell." "Son of a bitch," he whispered beneath his breath, causing Harry to snicker. However, the utter silence in the room was broken by Flitwick approaching. "Merlin's beard," Flitwick spoke. "Mr. Corner, I had no idea that you were already capable of wordless magic. That's normally a 6th-year skill. Perhaps I should talk to Dumbledore about seeing you placed at a more appropriate level." "No, no," Michael replied quickly. "Please don't do that. It was just a fluke is all. I got lucky." Michael turned to Harry looking desperate for something, and with a sigh, Harry lifted his wand and wordlessly banished the cup across the room, leaving Flitwick more amazed. "Both you and Mr. Corner are capable of wordless magic." "Not really," Harry said with an easy tone, though Michael knew it was a lie, as while he was more proficient at it than Harry of Neville, all three of them could do it to a certain extent, especially with non-combat spells. "It's just something we practiced a bit this summer. We're still very hit or miss. I don't think we do well in a 6th-year class. Plus, we'd like to stay with our year if that's a possibility." "Of course," Flitwick said, still looking quite impressed. "Though if you two ever decide you'd like to test out, I would be more than willing to accommodate." "Thank you, but we're quite happy where we are," Harry said. "After all, it's important that we learn the basics and all." Flitwick nodded, satisfied with Harry's explanation, but it hadn't been a minute since the professor had left until Michael felt Hermione tap him on the shoulder and whisper, "How long have you been able to do that?" "If you want someone to teach you, go ask Longbottom," Michael said with a yawn. "He can do it too, at least a little, and I'm sure you and him having some alone time wouldn't hurt either of you." "I don't have a crush on Neville," Hermione said, blushing heavily, and Michael still shivered slightly beneath the French girl's gaze. "Right," Michael said with a nod before turning around and placing his head back on the desk in boredom. "I hate you so much right now," Hermione hissed beneath her breath. I know," Michael muttered. "But shouldn't you be taking notes? I just want to sleep." "Just let it go, Hermione," Harry said with a chuckle. "Michael's not used to sitting through lectures yet. He's a bit cranky right now." "Shove it, Potter," Michael said before he slowly closed his eyes, only to be awoken by the sounds of feet shuffling out of the crowded classroom. Harry shook him gently before Michael waved him off. I'm up. Don't wait up for me. I've got Transfiguration, and I think you're supposed to be meeting with Blondie and Potions next, right?" Harry chuckled. "All right, I'll talk to you later. We've got to meet up with Fred and George soon anyway." "That'll be a nice change of pace," Michael said with a nod. "After dinner, we should get Neville and meet up at the lair. We need to plan out our next big prank." Harry nodded, and Michael smiled, knowing that at least around only himself and Neville, he'd have a better chance of figuring out what was up with his friend. And quickly, Harry left towards the dungeon. Michael rose, cracking his back as he rolled his eyes, heavily seeing the swarm of boys trying to start up a conversation with the French model, and he quickly sent Hermione a sympathetic look before leaving the classroom as well. However, much to his surprise, Claire rushed to follow after him, leaving him both irritated or confused. "Michael, isn't it?" Claire shouted, and from behind the girl, he saw a swarm of angry-looking eyes, including those of Terry's, which caused him to smirk. "That's me. Can I help you?" "What is your relationship with Harry Potter?" Claire asked. "We're best friends. He's practically my brother." "Why? If it's because you have a crush on him, I've got to warn you to keep moving. He's got a girlfriend already," Michael spoke. "Nothing of the sort," Claire spoke. "I'm interested in why a person as famous and talented as Harry would want to spend his time consorting with a low-class wizard like you. You're awful judgmental, you know that. Especially with you making calls about who Harry should or shouldn't be friends with without even knowing the guy first," Michael responded boredly. "Harry Potter's a big name in the wizarding community," Claire said haughtily. "From one wizarding celebrity to another, I know that hanging around with someone as lazy as you is only going to affect him poorly." "Lazy, huh?" Michael said with a snicker. "That's rich coming from someone who's never had to work a day in her life and gets everything handed to her by flashing a pretty smile." "You don't know anything about my life. Claire started. "And yet you somehow know everything about mine," Michael retorted. "I don't need to know anything about you to see that you're holding him back," Claire started. "You slacker clown." "Thanks for your opinion, Miss Diva. I'll be sure to keep in mind," Michael replied. Claire gave a loud huff before turning her nose up at him and marching past. Hermione gave Michael an apologetic look before chasing after her, and Michael had never felt as sorry for Hermione as he did then. Still, as the initial anger fled from his mind, he couldn't help but shake his head and wonder what set her off like that. Why'd she follow me in the first place? Michael sighed, releasing what remained of his outburst from his chest as he quickly turned away from the startled crowd of onlookers before placing his hands in his pockets and walking off towards the Transfiguration classroom, his mind still rattling from the previous conversation. He quickly slipped down the staircase before weaving through the halls, not wanting to be late to McGonagall's class, knowing that next to Snape she was the most strict teacher at Hogwarts. Yet his plans were foiled as to his surprise he had found himself face to face with none other than Daphne Greengrass. Hey Blondie, Michael started looking down at the Slytherin Ice Queen. Can I help you? Follow me, she said in a firm tone as she grabbed his wrists, dragging him to a less populated corridor. Look, if this is about my bunkmate comment, can I at least draw my wand before you attack me? Because it hardly seems. Shut up and get in the broom closet. All right, Blondie, you're pretty and all, but there's no way I'm betraying Harry's trust by. Michael watched as Daphne's face heated up in embarrassment before she growled. No, you idiot, not for that. I need to talk to you in private. Now get in. Michael didn't have much of a chance to reply as Daphne quickly pushed him into the closet before entering behind him. He watched as Daphne lifted her wand, locking the door and placing a variety of silencing charms and runes around the door, clearly making sure they wouldn't be interrupted. He looked down at the blonde in confusion before slowly he spoke. All right, so, what's going on? Something's wrong with Harry, Daphne said in exhaustion. He's hiding something, and I know whatever it is, it's tearing him apart inside. I need you to tell me what's wrong so I can help him. You notice too, huh? Michael said as he leaned back against the closet wall. I guess it helps to know that I'm not imagining things. He seems a bit more on edge than normal, right? Even considering all the circumstances, it looks like he's walking on eggshells all the time. So you don't know either then, Daphne said with a tired sigh. Last night, Harry and I discovered that the Durmstrang headmaster is marked. Harry worked himself up into a frenzy and was talking like he had to do something on his own. When I tried to talk him out of it, he tried to make it a joke, but he called me Daphne, something he never does except for when he's serious. His smile seemed forced, and he mentioned that he had the same type of conversation with you as well. Yeah, Michael nodded. It was 2 days after you guys had left the house. He looked like shit when he walked in and he asked me if I was only fighting because he's my friend. I don't know, something just wasn't right about him. He looked so full of doubt, something I've never seen in Harry before. Come to think of it, Michael continued. He never really talked to anyone about the attack either. Neville and I had a pretty long conversation with Ted and Andromeda. I'm sure Astoria had her mind checked at St. Mungo's, but Harry, he didn't speak to anyone. He seemed fine at first, but maybe it's finally starting to take a toll on him. Okay, thanks, Daphne said as she reached for the door. I'm going to go talk to him about it, right? Don't do that, Michael spoke, and he froze momentarily as Daphne glared at him. Hear me out, okay, Blondie? If we're right that Harry's holding back talking about something, it's because it's something that either bothers or scares him. He's trying to keep up this strong persona because he's a Gryffindor and feels this constant need to be proud and strong. Of all the people he wants to be strong for, you're probably number 1 on that list. You pushing him is only going to make him repress whatever it is that's bothering him further. Daphne bit her lip in annoyance. So what are we supposed to do? I'll take care of it, Michael said with a smile. He'll open up around me. I just need to give him some more time. He looked into Daphne's eyes, and for a moment, Michael was almost shocked in the amount of concern in the former Ice Queen's eyes when it came to his best friend. He could see how useless she felt in her eyes, and with the same calming voice he continued. He cares about you. He's too stubborn to admit it aloud, but I'd even say there's even a good chance he's in love with you and doesn't know it yet. He's being an idiot, but he's doing it because he cares. Just be there for him, okay? Don't let whatever it is that's happening with him get to you. I'm sure he'll tell you when he's ready. I know, Daphne said with a whisper. I think I might be falling in love with an idiot. What was it that Blaise said on the train? Michael said with a chuckle. You sure know how to pick 'em." He saw a hint of a smile appear on Daphne's face before Michael whispered, "So how do you want to do this? Do I leave first or you?" "Dobby," she called out, and instantly the elf appeared in the already crowded closet. "Can you take me to the dungeons? I'm going to be late for class." "Of course Dobby can, Miss Greenie," and with a pop she apparated. "Well," Michael thought to himself as she shook his head, "that's one way to do. Aw, damn it, she didn't dispel the runes. Now I'm definitely going to be late. Of all the stupid, arrogant, lazy idiots in the world," Claire growled as blue fire appeared wordlessly in her hand as she sat casting fireballs across the abandoned black lake. Why did it have to be him? Of all the people who it could have been to resist my allure, the first one to do so for no good reason was him. That lazy, idiotic boy. Claire growled in anger as she threw down her blue fire into the lake, causing a pillar of blue flames to emerge from the Black Lake's waters. How dare he call me lazy, Claire thought, her mind festering at the boy's words. Why of all the people was it him? It's just not fair. Harry Potter was right there, and instead the one to resist my allure is that blue-haired deviant. Every spell takes me so long to master, and that boy can already do wordless magic. It's absolutely infuriating. Your mastery over your fire has improved quite a bit, hasn't it, Claire? A familiar voice spoke from behind her, though I won't recommend doing it out here where it could be so easily viewed. Just because we aren't prosecuted like other half-breeds doesn't mean we should give people more of a reason to fear us. Fleur, Claire spoke in shock, how did you? I have quiet footsteps, the elder French witch spoke with a smile. You seem to be in a bad mood, though. Did you have a bad first day? That Hermione girl seemed nice enough, if not a little prudish. She's fine, Claire spoke. She's actually quite nice and intelligent, with a very cute crush on this Hufflepuff boy. There are certainly quite a few attractive Hufflepuff boys, I will say that, Fleur spoke with a nod. But I'm going to assume that if it wasn't the girl, then you met a rather unpleasant boy. Did he drool over you? Drop to his knees and recite poetry? Did he try to grope you? She said, taking a serious tone. Because if he did, I'll tell Madame Maxime and. He did nothing, Claire spoke in frustration. My allure didn't affect him at all. Was he gay or in a relationship? Fleur asked, intrigued by her statement. No, to both. According to Hermione, he was chasing after this girl last year, but it didn't work out. Then it sounds like he could be a potential match, Fleur spoke. Why does that make you angry? It's most Vila's dream to find that person, and for you to have found yours so young. It's almost beyond belief. He's the most frustrating person I've ever met, Claire shouted in anger. I know that whole match system is nothing but a fairy tale, but it infuriates me that off all the boys I've met all over the world, this lazy slacker who sleeps his way through class and is still able to wordlessly perform magic is the one who resists my allure. She clenched her fist. He walks around like he has no clue how hard it can be to learn magic, how hard some people have to work to master even the most basic spell. I can't stand people like him. Angry tears started to fill her eyes. I can't stand that the only real magical power I have comes from my Vila heritage. If I didn't have it, I'd be no better than a squib. And even with my Vila powers, I still struggle with controlling them properly. SHH, Claire, Fleur said, taking her hand and resting it in her lap. It's okay, it's okay. I promised you that I would teach you to control your Vila magic non. I'll make sure you're ready for your transformation. I'll make sure you'll be able to remain in control. I only have 1 year left until my transformation happens, Claire spoke, and I just barely learned to control my allure and my fire just happens randomly or when I'm upset. What if I lose my mind during the transformation and I never come back? I don't want to end up like my mom. I don't want to become a beast. I won't allow that to happen. You are my sister, Claire, just like Gabrielle, Fleur spoke firmly. I won't allow anything like that to happen. When the time comes for your full transformation, I will make sure you're ready. Madame Maxime's already worked out a place for us to practice in the Forbidden Forest with the large man, Hagrid. I believe his name is. You're going to be okay, Claire, I promise. And as for this boy, maybe the tale of the Vila's true mate is nothing but a fairy tale. But who knows? Perhaps this boy might surprise you. Unlikely, Claire spoke with a shake of her head before sitting upright. But thank you, Fleur, that helped calm me down. Of course, Claire, Fleur said with a smile. But it is getting late. I believe it is time we retire for the night. We must be up bright and early for classes tomorrow. After all, we cannot allow these Hogwarts students to believe themselves superior to us Beauxbaton students. Claire nodded as Fleur helped her to her feet before together the two girls returned to the cottage, and as Claire dressed into her silk sleepwear, she collapsed onto her bed, exhausted from the day's adventure. Chapter 11, Breaking News Reducto, Michael bellowed as he pointed his wand towards Harry. Instantly, a bullet of blue light raced towards his friend, but as he'd expected, Harry easily rolled out of the way. Neville, he cried, now. Stupefy, Neville spoke as a jet of red flashed in the air. Quickly, they watched as Harry pushed himself off the ground, the place where his body once rested smoldering from Neville's spell. He's off balance, Neville spoke, now. Michael readied his wand before he watched Harry reach for his back pocket, pulling out 3 deep purple balls that fit easily between his fingers. He threw them at the ground as he whispered, Pratigo! Instantly, Harry disappeared from sight as the condensed ball form to the Peruvian darkness powder filled their lair. Michael had wanted to find Neville. Even if all of them were blind, Harry didn't have to hold back worried he'd hit a teammate. Michael, on the other hand, didn't have that luxury, though he also knew the shouting for Neville would easily give away his location. Suddenly, the sound of chirping filled the air, and instantly, a murder of crows plunged through the darkness. He dropped to the ground, but as he heard Neville wail, he assumed his friend wasn't as lucky. Before he even had a chance to react, however, he sensed a slight shift in the darkness, and as he turned around he lifted his wand before hearing Harry whisper, Tenebris Vincula, and instantly he found himself subdued by black chains. Michael watched as Harry pulled what looked like a tiny corked glass bottle from his pocket before he opened it, and Michael watched in amazement as all darkness that once filled the room somehow fit inside the bottle. He glanced up at Harry and froze as he witnessed the color of his friend's eyes. They were no longer the familiar green, but a glowing yellow. Harry lifted his wand to his eyes before he spoke, Finite, and instantly the yellow faded. With a wave of Harry's wand, Michael felt himself collapse to the floor before turning over to look at Neville, who was getting his cuts sealed by Creature, who had become rather good at attending to the boy's injuries. I have so many questions, Michael started. I guess I'll start with what the hell was that thing you did to your eyes? Oh, it's a charm Tonks taught me years ago. You learn it at the Auror Academy. It's a night vision charm. And you never taught it to either of us, Michael pressed. To be fair, it's not really a spell I use a lot. Probably would have come in handy when I was chasing Pettigrew, but I was a bit too hot-headed to think about it at the time, Harry said, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Honestly, I really don't like the spell much as it causes my eyes to burn if I use it for too long. But with you and Nev really putting the pressure on, I didn't have much choice. Okay then, Michael said with a tired look. What about that bottle? Oh yeah, Harry said. So I was thinking, darkness powder is great, and it's undetectable because it doesn't come from a spell. But it's also super difficult to get rid of, and so I thought, what if I inscribe a sealing rune to the cork of this vial? I talked a bit about it with Daphne in runes yesterday, and she was the one who actually drew the rune itself. It's a pretty handy tool. I promise I was going to share with you, but giving the enemy all your secrets before sparring hardly seemed to make any sense. Well, while we're on the subject, Michael spoke, looking cautiously at his friend, got any other notable secrets you're keeping? What are you talking about? Harry asked, his face as blank as parchment. Harry, Neville spoke, we know something's bothering you. We're willing to give you your space and all, but whatever it is that's troubling you, you should know that you don't have to handle it on your own. We're with you till the end, you know. Michael watched as his friend looked down at the floor. He watched in fear as Harry gripped his head tightly, shaking it desperately. Slowly, Michael reached out his hand, but as if in a fury, Harry smacked it away as he growled, I'm fine. He watched beside Neville as Harry balled up his fist and glared at the ground in anger. Just drop it, okay? Potter, Michael spoke in a calm voice, we're worried about you. You're my best friend, I'm not just going to drop it, some things. I appreciate the concern, okay, Harry said, taking a deep breath, and I'm sorry for snapping at you guys, but there's nothing to talk about, I'm fine. Michael watched sadly as Harry took his bag from their corner and swung it over his shoulder. I'm going to go shower up and get into some clean clothes before my meeting with Dumbledore, all right? I'll see you guys later. Together, they watched as Harry left their secret room, and with a heavy sigh, Michael spoke. Daphne was right. Whatever it is that's going on with Harry, it's deeper than I thought. Do you have a plan? Neville spoke with equal exhaustion. No, Michael spoke, his own body feeling exhausted from their hour of dueling. I haven't got the slightest idea on how to proceed. The knot of concern in Neville's chest only seemed to grow tighter as he and Michael walked towards the Great Hall. Harry had his faults like everyone else, but he never expected Harry to become so distant. Even during their training, Neville could tell that Harry wasn't exactly completely present. When Michael had told him about the conversation between him and Daphne, at first Neville had thought it to be an overreaction, but now he wasn't so sure. As they approached the doors of the Great Hall, Neville felt his legs lock into place, as in confusion he watched the man that had been in the castle just yesterday walk past the goblet in a haze. Neville wasn't exactly sure why Barty Crouch was here once again, but he watched as the high-ranking ministry official walked past them, giving them a quick nod before heading off in the direction of Dumbledore's office. Strange, Neville muttered aloud. You'd think if he had something to discuss with Dumbledore, he'd have done it yesterday. Michael shrugged. I'm sure with the Tri-Wizard tournament happening, the ministry's been swamped. I wouldn't be surprised if he just forgot something. Didn't he look a little funny to you? The man walks around with a toothbrush-like mustache glued to his upper lip, Michael said with a tired yawn. He always looks funny to me. Neville shook off his friend's remark as they entered the Great Hall, though the distant look in Crouch's eyes still bothered him slightly. A bit of levity filled the air as Neville laughed with an amused expression as he watched Michael lock eyes with the pink-haired French girl. Their glares looked like two wolves ready to kill each other, and while Neville found it humorous, he knew that having those two sit beside each other would lead to disaster, and with a sigh, Neville said, Do you want to sit at the Hufflepuff table with me? Michael quickly nodded, and the two friends ventured over towards the table that rested beneath the Badger sigil. Neville slid onto the bench beside Michael as the two awaited the dinner commencement announcements from Dumbledore, but instead were distracted when they heard a friendly voice call out, What's up, Longbottom, Corner? Neville had found it odd at first that Cedric Diggory, one of the more popular Hufflepuffs, was addressing him directly. However, Neville quickly squashed that thought. Cedric, despite his popularity in the school, had always been a very kind person. It was part of what made him so popular, and with his initial outburst of inferiority struck from his mind, he smiled back. Not much, he replied softly. Word around the castle has it that you placed your name in the goblet last night, though. Aren't you the least bit afraid? Neville watched as Cedric lifted his hand. My hand's trembling, so I guess I must be a bit afraid, he said with an honest smile. But at the same time, we all faced down a horde of Death Eaters at the World Cup. How scary could a little friendly competition be? Neville grinned at Cedric's honest nature before he shrugged. I guess I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, though. My name hasn't even come out of the goblet yet. It could be Davies or someone who represents Hogwarts, who knows? It'll be you, Neville said with a smile. If that goblet has any sense, it'll see that you're the best champion Hogwarts has to offer. Thanks, Longbottom, Cedric said with a bright grin as he chuckled. I guess I should be lucky you, Potter, and Corner aren't 17 yet, though, or I'd have a run for my money. It's going to be tough, though. I mean, if I do get picked, I am going to be going up against Crumb. How do you know it'll be him? Michael asked curiously. I haven't seen it for myself, mind you, Cedric started, but rumor has it he's the only one from Durmstrang to put his name in the goblet. Durmstrang has never won the Tri-Wizard tournament before, according to my research. I wouldn't be surprised if Karkaroff's been selectively coaching Crumb, particularly for this tournament. I know it's not like me to think so little of people, but they don't seem like a crowd above cheating. You can say that again, Michael spoke, and Neville could see a concerned look in his eyes, especially Karkaroff. Call me crazy, but that guy just reeks of bad vibes. Neville had no choice but to concede the point, yet before he could reply, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder as he turned to face the blonde that he knew had grown so close to Harry's heart. He watched her eyes scan the tables furiously before she spoke. "Harry, he's not here." "Yeah," Neville said with a somber tone. "We tried to talk to him about whatever's going on, and he kinda lost it for a second. I've never really seen him snap at anyone before, but being on the receiving end, it certainly wasn't great." "You were right, Blondie," Michael said. "Whatever it is that's bothering him, it's bigger than I thought. He's about as stubborn as they come. He may need a more forceful push to finally get whatever it is that's bothering him off his chest." "It could be stress," Cedric piped up. "I mean, I know Potter likes to walk around like nothing's the matter, but to do so after the World Cup attack, it's not normal. I know Potter's tough, but everyone has their limit. Maybe he's approaching his, at least mentally." "That's what I was thinking too," Michael nodded in agreement. "Still, I've seen Harry stressed and angry before. It's not like he's ever hidden his emotions from me. I don't understand why he chooses now of all times to be a cryptic idiot." Neville scratched his head. There was a piece of the puzzle that was missing. When it came to the three of them, it was rare that any of them would hide what they were feeling. When he had been attacked, the anger in Michael and Harry's expression was palpable. When Blaze had been hurt, both he and Michael knew it was bothering him, but this was different. He looked up, trying to continue his train of thought, but was distracted as he caught the eyes of frantic whispering at the staff table, noticing the rather large gap created from Dumbledore's absence. Slowly, he nudged Corner. "What do you think is happening up there?" "No clue," Michael responded as they watched as even Snape's eyes widened upon hearing whatever it was that was being whispered among the professors. "But if it makes Snape's eyes widen like that, I have a bad feeling about it." Though Neville's concern for Harry still permeated his brain, it was pushed aside lightly as the wooden rattling of the grizzled defense against the dark arts professor leg, along with Professor Sprout, approached their location with grim-looking dispositions. "Mr. Longbottom, is it?" Mad-Eye growled. "I'll need you to be coming with me. You as well, Mr. Corner." "Whatever it is you think we've done, it wasn't us," Michael spoke. "We haven't even had time to plan our next prank, let alone execute it." "This isn't about pranks, boy," Mad-Eye barked. "This is a serious matter. Now, where's Potter? He should hear this too. You're all a big group, aren't ya?" "We don't know where he is," Neville replied. "Honestly, sir, if I knew, I'd tell you." "No matter, Professor Sprout. Minerva will deliver the message to her cubs. For now, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Corner, you two and Professor Moody will be accompanying me to my office. Come along now." Neville saw the look of sheer confusion in Daphne's eyes, and while he wished he could tell the Slytherin girl something, he was as lost as anyone else. Seeing there would be no answers for her, Daphne headed back towards her table as Neville turned to Michael, each of them sharing a look of complete bewilderment as they exited the great hall down towards the greenhouse, which was attached to the head of Hufflepuff's house's office. Upon entering the room, Neville felt a brief flash of familiarity. He had spent much time in this room during his first 2 years. It had been a place that sheltered him from the bullying of other students prior to meeting Harry and Michael, but something about it felt so ominous now. The way the shining puffapod bulbs lit up the room, or how Fluxweed seemed to expand around the walls of the office walls, had always looked so inspiring to him, and yet now he felt a certain measure of dread beneath the surface. Gently, he felt his head of house place her hand gently on his shoulder and speak. "Please, take a seat, both of you." Nervously, Neville did as he was told as Michael sat in a chair beside him. Their eyes followed Moody as he paced around the room as rapidly as he could given his prosthetic leg, and that previously mentioned feeling of dread only tightened in his chest. It was Michael who spoke first. Professor, if we aren't in trouble for something, what is this all about?" "Truthfully, Professor Sprout, this information has little to do with you, but seeing as you are so close to Mr. Longbottom, I thought it appropriate for both you and Mr. Potter to join us. However, seeing now that Mr. Potter's location is currently a mystery, and the news is urgent, I suppose it will just be the two of you." "What kind of news is it that you think I wouldn't be able to handle it on my own?" Neville asked, a bit worried. "Well, first, Mr. Longbottom, I want to assure you that you are safe within the castle walls," Professor Sprout began. Myself and the other professors will work tirelessly to assure that neither you nor any other student is affected by this news. I'd like you to take a moment to calm yourself before I. For the love of Merlin, the boys fought Death Eaters according to the prophet. There's no need for this cushioning, Mad Eye barked. Tonks, I assume you're familiar with her. She discovered that there was a break out of many prisoners locked away in Azkaban. Among the escapes were both the Lestrange brothers, as well as Bellatrix Lestrange. Instantly, his body turned cold. It felt as if there was no blood pumping through his veins at all as he felt his hands begin to tremble. His eyes grew wide, and yet he felt his field of vision shrinking as red consumed his sight. They're free, Neville thought to himself, his fist clenched in unbridled rage. The people who attacked my parents are free. Nev, Michael spoke gently, are you okay? Around him, objects started to float off their desks as he continued to shake, the magic rolling off his body like a waterfall. Am I okay? He whispered. I've never been better. This means I'll get to kill the people who tortured my family to insanity myself. A sharp grin filled Moody's face, though Neville paid it little mind. His only thought rested on the image of his mother and father, lying in their beds, their faces blank, their minds destroyed. Maybe, Neville thought to himself, maybe this is a gift from above. I'll make them suffer the same way my parents did. They'll all pay for taking them away. Get a grip, Michael spoke as Neville felt his friend's hand tighten around his wrist. I know you're angry. I'm not saying you don't have the right to be, but you need to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, Neville roared as he grabbed his friend's collar, lifting them both to their feet. You saw them. You saw them last Christmas laying there looking at me like I didn't even exist. It's their fault. We all have our own reasons for fighting against the Death Eaters and my parents, their fate. That's why I fight. Don't you dare tell me that I should let it go. I'd never tell you to let it go, Michael spoke in an even tone. But getting worked up like this, it doesn't help anything. Think this through. What's your plan? Are just going to leave Hogwarts to go travel the world searching for these bastards the way you are now? These aren't the chump recruits we faced at the World Cup here. They're bona fide Death Eaters, bloodthirsty killers. If you don't get your shit together, you're going to end up in a hole 6 feet beneath the ground before you make them pay. What would you know about it? Neville growled, tears streaming down his face. How would you know anything about the way I'm feeling? Your parents may be distant, but at least they're still around. At least when you see them, they recognize that you're their son. How could you even fathom the pain I'm feeling right now? You haven't lost anyone important to. But before Neville could finish, he felt a fist collided with his face, knocking him to the ground as he looked up at Michael, his senses starting to clear as he saw Michael's fist trembling. You're right. I have no idea what it's like to have the people I love taken away from me. But I know what it's like to watch my friends hurting from a pain I can't understand, and how painful it is to not be able to do anything about it. So you're right, maybe I can't understand what it's like to have someone torture my parents to insanity, but I won't allow my friends, the people I care about, to throw their lives away recklessly on a suicide mission. I need you to get a grip right now, Longbottom, because you're one of my best friends, and I'll be damned if I let you get killed acting like an idiot. All right, that's enough, Professor Sprout spoke. I don't know what this business is about 14-year-old boys risking their lives, but this madness stops now. Mr. Longbottom. I'm okay, Neville spoke as he took Michael's extended hand. I'm sorry for my outburst earlier, Professor. I'm sorry for acting so shamefully, and I hope you won't think poorly of me in the future. And Michael, he spoke, turning to the blue-haired boy, thanks, I'm sorry about. Just stop talking, Longbottom, Michael said with a smile. There's nothing to forgive. You, Harry, and I, we promised we'd be in this together. Let's keep it that way. All right. Neville nodded, a slight grin on his face as he wiped the blood from his lip. That's a mean right hook you've got, though, Corner. Maybe you should try that on Harry instead of spells next time. Michael snickered before Professor Sprout spoke. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Corner, I have no idea what just happened here, but I can tell that the tension has been dispelled for now. That is the only reason you will not be serving detention for lashing out against another student. However, Mr. Longbottom, should the need ever arise again, I'd prefer it if you came to talk to me, rather than starting a fistfight in the halls. Am I understood? Yes, Professor, Neville said with a nod. Excellent, Professor Sprout spoke as she picked a ripe bit from the growing fluxweed that filled her office, handing it to Neville. Chew on this. It will alleviate the pain in your jaw for the time being. Remember not to swallow it, though. If the pain persists, please go see Madame Pomfrey as soon as possible. Neville nodded as he popped the fluxweed into his mouth, his jaw grinding against the herb as he felt a numbing sensation overtake his jaw. Thank you, Professor. She nodded before dismissing the two of them, and as they walked out of Professor Sprout's office, the last thing that Neville noticed was a fascinated grin that sent shivers down his spine from Mad-Eye. Hey, Michael, Neville spoke softly as they turned to walk back towards the Great Hall. Michael muttered as the blue-haired boy turned to face him. You're a good friend. That's a little random, Michael said with a chuckle, but thanks, Nev, you're a good friend too. So you're certain, Albus, Severus said. You're certain that the boy is one of them. There is no other explanation, Dumbledore spoke. Voldemort was present in the boy's mind. He can see through the Dark Lord's eyes. If there was any doubt remaining, it was shattered the moment I constructed his mindscape. A piece of Voldemort resides within Harry. Then that means that the boy must die, Severus spoke, and Dumbledore noted the pain in the potion's master's voice. You've been preparing that boy as little more than a pig for slaughter. All of these lessons you provide him are nothing more than false illusions of hope. Not entirely true, Dumbledore spoke. It is important that the boy master his gift for legilimency. It is clear that Voldemort didn't simply stop at one Horcrux, and Harry is the key to telling us where the others lie. And when you know the locations of the remaining Horcrux, you'll send him off to die at the Dark Lord's hands, Severus said. Is there no other way? Don't tell me you've grown to care for the boy. The boy, no, Severus said, but her always. Harry will understand in due time the necessity of his sacrifice. He'll die a hero, and like his mother before him, he'll provide protection for all those who remain to stand against Voldemort and his forces. Dumbledore said, taking a lemon drop from his basket and popping it in his mouth. How can you be so sure? Severus spoke. He's not weak-willed, and knowing he was raised by Black and Remus, he doesn't seem the type to go march to his death willingly. Have faith in my plan, Severus, Dumbledore spoke. I've ensured that he will make the right choice. Doubt is a powerful motivator, especially when implanted directly into one's mind. A light knock on the door had changed the tone of the conversation, and with a wave of his hand, Dumbledore had excused Severus. He watched as the potion's master opened the door and brushed past Harry without saying a word before Dumbledore smiled. Ah, Harry, my boy, lemon drop. No, thank you, Professor, Harry said, closing the door behind him. What do you have planned for us today? Over the summer, we spent quite a bit of time growing your skills with occlumency, Dumbledore spoke, and he watched as Harry nodded, though he seemed to be suffering a phantom headache from the memory. Tonight, I'd like to brush up on some legilimency. By the end of this year, I hope for you to be able to take your first step into the conduit you share with Voldemort, and with luck possibly identify the location of one of his Horcruxes, or perhaps the number he has created. To do so, we must practice safe diving techniques. Would you not agree? Harry nodded. The sooner we can end this, the better. Where do I start? Do you remember the exercise we practiced last year? Dumbledore asked. The one where I asked you to retrieve a specific book from my library. I'd like for us to try that again, as it will provide a gauge in which I can evaluate your progress. Sounds simple enough, Harry spoke as he took a seat across from Dumbledore. He nodded. Whenever you are ready, you may begin, Harry. He watched as Harry lifted his wand, and with a soft tone, he spoke. Legilimens. Dumbledore smiled to himself. The boy had gotten rather adept at mental magic. He'd seen it during his mental probes, but being on the receiving end of Harry's legilimency had certainly made Dumbledore realize how much the boy had grown. He watched from above as Harry entered his vast library like mind and spoke, his voice booming through his mind. Harry, you know your objective. I'm not going to be holding myself back this time, so prepare yourself. Yes, sir, Harry responded, and as Harry lifted his wand, Dumbledore began. Instantly, the books as hot as a roaring fire lifted from the shelves, and with the flick of 2 fingers, he sent a flaming barrage at Harry. Dumbledore watched with a satisfied smile as Harry, with well-trained reflexes, batted away each book with the wave of his wand, his eyes focused and primed. Much to his surprise, Harry spun his wand and spoke. "Fumos!" Suddenly, Harry vanished from his view in a plume of gray smoke. Dumbledore forced his hands together, and instantly, a floorboard lifted, and as if it was a vacuum, the smoke began to vanish. Smart Harry, but in someone's mindscape, a talented Occlumens can bend reality to his will. Though perhaps it's time for stage 2. It hadn't taken long until Dumbledore had relocated Harry within his mind, and as Dumbledore took a deep breath, his heart echoed with pain as he remembered the man he was closer than brothers with. From a cloud of smoke appeared the man himself, Gellert Grindelwald, and with a snap of Dumbledore's finger, the illusion sprang into action, the red book resting in his hand. "Guess he wasn't kidding when he said he wasn't holding back," Harry grumbled as he stared down the dark wizard. "But I won't make the same mistakes as last time. Tenemago." Instantly, black flames erupted on Grindelwald. However, unlike the previous experience where Harry was surprised by the lack of effect the pain had on the illusion this time, Harry stared down the protector of his mind and waited. To Dumbledore's confusion, Harry watched as Gellert lifted his wand, but before Dumbledore could even react, he heard Harry grunt, "Expelliarmus." With a snap, the wand of his mental protector jumped into Harry's hand, and without a moment to waste, Harry flicked his own wand as he barked, "Accio, red book." Dumbledore watched with a pleasant smile as the red book flew from Gellert's hand into Harry's before the protector turned into dust. Harry stood there, panting but clearly pleased with himself, before, with a full-strength push, Dumbledore launched Harry out of his mind. As he opened his eyes, he saw a startled Harry looking up at him. "You could have at least given me a warning you were going to do that. The game was over after all." Dumbledore laughed as he applauded. "Well done, Harry, very well done." In all honesty, he'd expected a bit of pride in Harry's reply, but the boy simply looked exhausted, and for a moment, he wondered if he had done too good of a job with his mental plant in Harry's mind. "So, what do you think, Professor? Do you think I'll be able to enter Voldemort's mind soon?" "I think it is possible that you will be able to achieve the ability to enter Voldemort's mind, but there is no need to rush. We still have time, and a reckless approach would only cause more harm than good," Dumbledore spoke. "We need to take this slowly." "We don't have time to just sit on our hands," Harry spoke. "I saw them, Professor, Karkaroff and Snape. I'm not sure why you trust Snape, but the dark mark on both his arm and Karkaroff's are getting darker. I overheard them talking about it. Karkaroff believes Voldemort is getting stronger with every second." "It's Professor Snape, Harry." "It's scum as far as I'm concerned," Harry retorted. "I don't know what in your right mind inspired you to believe that Snape is trustworthy, but I don't buy it. I may not have a say in what happens in this school, but outside of potions class, I don't want anything to do with him. From what I understand, he's only walking around free because you vouched for him," Harry said. "Or at least that's what I've heard from Sirius and Remus. If you trust him to watch your back, that's your problem, not mine. All I know is that he's not stepping foot into the new order." "Professor Snape is a valuable asset for the light," Dumbledore spoke softly. "After all, if he were as bad as you believe, Remus would have died last year during your pursuit of Pettigrew." Dumbledore watched as Harry grit his teeth, struggling to refute the point as he continued. "It's important to keep an open mind, Harry. Labeling people so quickly as dark and light will only hurt you as a leader in this war. After all, it could be argued that Snape hasn't been responsible for nearly as many deaths as either Sirius or Remus, especially after the events of the Quidditch World Cup." "They didn't have a choice," Harry responded. "They were fighting Death Eaters, it wasn't some schoolyard brawl." "There is always a choice," Dumbledore spoke. "Vengeance is easy, forgiveness is hard. Save the lecture on peace for the Death Eaters, who slaughtered 27 innocent civilians. They stopped being civilians once you ordered them to fight back," Dumbledore replied with intensity, and immediately he could see the look of horror that appeared on Harry's face. "Sirius allowed me to help you develop as a leader. I serve no purpose if you won't pay attention to my advice. Your judgment is clouded in anger, Harry. If you want to be a successful leader, you need to learn to let your need for vengeance go." Dumbledore glanced down, the defeat in Harry's eyes evident, and behind his passive stance, Dumbledore smiled. "Good, first I have to make him doubt himself. Then slowly I tear him down until he looks to me for guidance. It may take a while, but I will make Harry the soldier I need him to be, with or without him knowing." "Regardless," Dumbledore said with a sigh, "for now it's getting late and dinner is nearing its end. Come now, we'll continue our lessons at a later time. For now, you need food and a good night's rest." He glanced once more at the boy, and a sad smile encroached upon his face. "I'm sorry, my boy, but there is no other way." However, just as they were about to leave, the door to the headmaster's office opened once more, and Dumbledore looked on in silent confusion as from beyond the frame, he watched as Barty Crouch entered, a sickly expression on his face as he spoke. "Ah, Professor Dumbledore, I need to discuss some things with you about the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Do you have a moment?" "I suppose so," Dumbledore said with a slight smile. "Go on now, Harry. I'm sure I'll arrive at the Great Hall momentarily." Dumbledore watched as Harry lifted himself from the chair and brushed past Crouch towards the exit, his body ringing with doubt and pain. Harry took deep, panting breaths as he wiped the sweat from his face. His heart was racked with guilt. He knew his friends deserved the truth. His girlfriend deserved the truth, and yet a voice in his head screamed for him to remain silent. Harry had never hated himself more than he currently did. His friends had risked everything to fight at his side. And yet, Harry told them one lie after another. He had hidden the truth of his fate from Daphne, a girl he knew he was falling for faster than he'd have liked to admit. He'd lied about his mental health to his family. And now, he was avoiding his friends in a desperate attempt to find some solitude. He clenched his fist before taking a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves as he looked down once more at the black family grimoire, turning to the back half for the more powerful spells. Wandless magic, he thought to himself, who'd have guessed it would be so exhausting. Once more Harry rose to his feet, his eyes focused on the target before him. His stomach growled in hunger. He'd told his friends he'd see them at dinner, but all he'd done was make a loop around to re-enter their lair alone after changing his clothes. His black muscle shift was drenched in sweat, but he pushed himself forward. Slowly he lifted his hand, his fingers spread apart as he imagined them beginning to wrap around the training dummy in the distance. "Contractus," he muttered as he slowly began to clench his fists. He grit his teeth and watched slowly as the dummy began to shake slightly in the distance. Steadily, Harry continued forcing the magic through his arm as he began to coil his fingers closer and closer to his palm. Suddenly, a feeling like a roaring fire burned through his arm. He clenched his forearm tightly as he fell to his knees, screaming in agony. His hand rapidly began to go limp, and he fought furiously against the tears which wanted to swell from the pain. He looked around desperately as he forced the word out of his mouth. "Creature." With a loud pop, the elf appeared before him, bowing deeply. How can Creature serve the air of, however the pleasantries vanished as Creature looked at him in fear? "Master Harry, you're hurt." "I can tell," Harry growled. "Can your elf magic help?" Harry watched as he grit his teeth, trying to keep the outpouring of vocal outbursts to a minimum, as Creature examined his arm. The elf pulled on his droopy ears, clearly deep in his thoughts as he muttered. "Master Harry, the muscles in your forearm have been torn to shreds. What were you doing?" "Doesn't matter now," Harry grunted out. "Can you fix it?" "Creature can try," the elf spoke, "but Creature isn't the best at healing magic. Fixing the muscles could hurt." "I don't think it can hurt much worse," Harry whispered through gritted teeth. "Do what you can." Creature nodded as the elf placed his aged hands atop his forearm. Like Creature had predicted, the pain of the healing magic was intense. It had reminded Harry of the time he'd taken Skeel Grow when he'd broken his arm at 7 years old, except this time it didn't burn. This time it felt as if his muscles were being sewn together by rapidly moving needles. "Stay still, Master Harry, or this will only take longer to fix." "Easier said than done," Harry groaned, the elf's hand finally moving off his forearm. "How did Master Harry hurt his arm, to begin with?" Creature asked in a tone of concern. one Harry certainly hadn't expected from the elf despite their relationship become less and less antagonistic. Creature, for as long as Harry could remember, had not been the most caring house elf, mostly doing as he was told due to the conditions placed upon as a servant of House Black. Seeing a glimmer of the elf's more genuine side was something that shocked him slightly. Harry continued to glance at Creature in stunned silence before he noticed the elf dropped his head, looking displeased with himself for asking more questions than required of him before Harry's mouth finally opened. "Sorry, Creature. I didn't mean to make you feel like you stepped out of line if that's what you thought. I'm just surprised to hear you ask something in such a caring tone." Master Harry once said he'd like to be Creature's friend. Was that a lie? "No, no," Harry quickly responded. "But if I recall, you claimed to not want friends." "Creature did say that," Creature spoke sadly. "But Creature also doesn't want to be alone. Creature misses Master Regulus more and more now that Creature is surrounded by Master Regulus belongings back at home." Harry looked down at the elf with a sad smile. From what he knew, Regulus was a Death Eater that died mysteriously without a body ever being found. However, he also knew that of all the people in the House of Black, Regulus had treated Creature with more kindness than Harry could even understand. Death Eaters believed in one thing: the superiority of pureblood wizards over every other being. For a Death Eater like Regulus to have developed such a relationship with a lowly house elf was a mystery that Harry simply couldn't solve. Once more, he caught the old elf's eyes as he spoke. "I was trying to learn another spell from the Black family grimoire. I looked into the wandless magic section. Guess I underestimated how difficult those spells could be." "These spells are very advanced," Creature spoke. "Not even Master Regulus mastered all of them before he..." Creature quickly shook his head. "It's unwise for Master Harry to practice these spells without understanding the basics of wandless magic first." "Well, it's not like Hogwarts has a class on wandless magic, so I have to figure out this stuff on my..." Suddenly, a light bulb sparked to life in Harry's mind as he looked down at the elf. "Elves do wandless magic all the time, right? I know it's a different brand, but the basics must be the same. Do you think you could teach me the basics of wandless magic, Creature?" "No, no, no," Creature said, shaking his head. "It's unacceptable. A house elf like Creature has no right in instructing Creature's master. Creature will not, it's not right." "Come on, Creature," Harry said with a smirk. "Please. I can make it an order if that would help, but if you want to be friends, you should know that friends help each other out all the time." "If it is Master Harry's order," Creature said, looking at the ground nervously, "then maybe Creature can help Master Harry learn about wandless magic." Harry smiled. "Thanks, Creature." Instantly, the tiny elf's eyes widened, and Harry felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. The fact that his own elf looked at him with astonished eyes at being thanked for his service had made Harry feel a bit sick. He loved Sirius to him. Sirius was one of the best men alive, yet the way he treated Creature, the animosity that had built up between the two of them, it was hard to swallow at times. Harry shook that thought out of his mind, refocusing himself before he spoke once more. "Okay, so where do we start?" "Creature won't help Master Harry today unless Master Harry orders him," Creature spoke as defiantly as his condition would allow. "If Master Harry doesn't allow his arm to heal properly, Creature will not be able to keep fixing Master Harry's injuries. Creature thinks that Master Harry should get some rest." Harry sighed as he slid to the stone ground, his back resting against the wall. "I'd like to rest too, but I don't want to sleep." Harry watched as the elf approached him, taking his time as he sat beside him, looking up at him. Creature always had a very stern expression on his face, but Harry saw that as the elf slowly bent down to sit at his side. His eyes looked warmer than usual, and slowly he spoke. "Creature spends a lot of time listening. Creature listens to Master Harry, Master Harry's friends, pitiful Master Sirius, Mistress Andromeda. Creature is always listening. Creature knows that many people are concerned about Master Harry, and how Master Harry doesn't want to talk about what's bothering him. But maybe Creature can help. Maybe Master Harry can tell Creature so Master Harry doesn't feel so alone." Harry sighed deeply. "Maybe I can talk to you, Creature, but you can't tell anyone else. That's an order." Creature nodded silently, though a slight look of joy glimmered in his normally dark eyes at Harry's admission. Slowly, Harry took a deep breath as he spoke. "It's the pressure. It's a level of pressure that I don't think I'm ready for," Harry spoke, feeling the bind on his heart release. "At my core, all I wanted to be was an avenger. When I learned about what the Death Eaters and Voldemort did to my mom and dad, I just wanted to be strong enough to bring about justice." Harry started with a sigh. "I feel like everything is starting to make less and less sense, and I feel myself doubting my actions more and more. Growing up around Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Andy, Uncle Ted, they stopped me from becoming a monster, but back then, my path just felt so much clearer." He rested his head gently against the stone wall as he looked up at the roof. "I thought it would be so simple. I'd catch Pettigrew and bring the rest of those assholes who escaped Azkaban to justice. But recently, everything just got so much more complicated. Dark marks in the sky, the reemergence of so many Death Eaters, an actual attack orchestrated by the bastards, and now all these rumors about Voldemort returning. It just feels so overwhelming sometimes." Harry clenched his fist tightly. "I never wanted to be the boy who lived. I don't care about heroics for heroics' sake, but I have to pretend like I do for the sake of others. If Voldemort's really coming back, the wizarding world is going to turn to me to lead them against him, something that I saw firsthand at the World Cup, and it's something I don't care for doing. I'm not interested in fighting a war. I'm not interested in being a symbol of peace, but I don't really have a choice anymore," he said with a defeated tone. "Just a summer ago, my plans were so simple. I was going to find a way of capturing those Deeters that escaped judgment. I was going to graduate from Hogwarts, and I was going to go on to play Quidditch professionally before easing into an early retirement. Part of me even imagined what sharing a normalish life with Daphne would look like. Maybe I'd even start a family. But now, I'm a figurehead for a war against a creature that's more of a demon than human. And somehow I managed to get every single person I care about involved in something that could get them killed. And frankly, I don't know how to handle any of this." Harry grit his teeth as he tried to keep his tears from falling. Michael, Neville, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Andy, Ted, and now even Daphne and Astoria want to try so hard to fight by my side. And while I appreciate the help, I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with any of my friends or family getting hurt for my cause. 27 people, Harry spoke tiredly. "I led 27 people to their deaths. Kids are orphaned because of me, Creature, and unlike me, who knows if they have wealth or extended families to care for them. It's my war, and while I know I can't win a war by myself, I don't know how to stomach the fact that no matter what I do, innocent people are going to die." Harry shook his head in anger. "If I could just die and take all those bastards with me without anyone else getting hurt, I'd do that in a heartbeat, but that just isn't reality." Harry ended his tirade and he turned to face Creature, who looked at him with a look of strange understanding and admiration. Seeing that Harry had concluded his speech, Creature piped up slowly. "Master Harry, is Creature allowed to respond?" Harry nodded and Creature began. "Creature has been a house elf for the House of Black for many years. Many of his masters and mistresses fought for the Dark Lord. Creature has seen many terrible wizards, many who enjoy causing harm and think little of the damage they leave behind. But Creature is happy that Master Harry isn't like that." Harry watched Creature, a normally grumpy elf, speak in a praising tone for the first time in Harry's knowledge. Hearing what Master Harry just said made Creature think that Master Harry is a great wizard, just like Master Regulus. Creature is proud to serve such a noble heir of House Black. "I appreciate the compliment," Harry said with a somber look, though he secretly didn't feel thrilled to be compared to a former Death Eater, despite the fact that Harry knew it to be the highest level of praise for Creature. "But I'm not exactly feeling like such a great wizard right now." Creature nodded. "If Creature can make a suggestion," the elf spoke nervously before Harry gave him the go-ahead. "Creature thinks Master Harry is making a mistake in keeping his thoughts hidden. Creature spent the summer watching Master Harry's friends practice to fight beside him. Creature feels that they've done enough to earn the truth. Maybe not everything if Master Harry feels some things too sensitive to share, but to at least know how Master Harry is doing, Creature thinks they deserve that much." "I just don't want more people sticking their neck out for me," Harry said in exhaustion. "I don't want any of my friends to die." Creature feels that Master Harry's friends should be able to make their own decisions, Creature said, and for the first time in Harry's life, he saw the elf smile. After all, didn't Master Harry tell Creature that friends help each other out all the time? Harry smiled as he shook his head before he sighed. Looks like you got me there, Creature. Creature smiled as he spoke. Creature thinks Master Harry could use a good night's sleep. Creature will go find a dreamless sleep potion for Master Harry, and some food to eat so that Master Harry can sleep well tonight. Harry nodded and looked Creature in the eye with a glance of compassion. Thanks, Creature. Really, it means a lot. Creature furiously wiped away at his eyes before he bowed. Creature is honored to serve the heir of the noble House of Black. Chapter 12. Reassurance. Daphne looked at her boyfriend, his forearm wrapped in bandages as they sat beside each other in the cold dungeon, awaiting the potion's master. Yes, the damage to his forearm was concerning, and yet it was the look of conflict in his eyes that had really commanded her attention. Slowly, she reached over, placing her hand inside his as Harry turned to her with a weak smile. Harry, can you please say something? It's not like you to be this quiet, especially after hearing about the news from Neville. Daphne, Please don't lie to me, she spoke. I know you're not fine. Michael, he told me that I should give you your space, but I just can't do that. Not when you look as miserable as you do right now. I was actually going to say that I wanted to talk to you after dinner tonight. Harry spoke, his eyes heavy with exhaustion and stress. I know I've been being selfish lately and making you worry about me, and I want to fix that. I'm sorry that. It's okay, Daphne said as she squeezed his hand. Whatever is happening, we can handle it together. Harry nodded, and for the first time in days, Daphne had seen an authentic smile upon his face. I'm lucky to have you, Princess. You're damn right, Daphne said with a teasing grin. And don't you forget it, Flyboy. Harry let out a soft chuckle. Before, within an instant, the room grew silent, nothing but the creaking of the chamber door filling the space. She watched as Professor Snape entered the room, and it didn't pass her observation that Harry's eyes had followed the potion's master with a colder than normal demeanor. Daphne had forced Harry to promise her that if they were going to be potions partners for the year, that he wouldn't pull any pranks on the professor that could lower her grade. But the fire that burned in her boyfriend's eyes had told her that he was far beyond pranks with Snape at the moment. To her, Harry's eyes looked like daggers waiting for the opportunity to strike. Snape muttered, his eyes pretending to scan the classroom, though Daphne knew they were truly fixated on Harry. This won't do at all. Potter, you'll be partnered up with Ms. Brown today. Mr. Zabini will be working with Ms. Greengrass today. That's... Harry started, but a firm squeeze from Daphne had quieted him. However, she herself wasn't thrilled at the puppy dog eyes Brown was sending her boyfriend. To her, Brown looked as if Snape had given her an early Christmas present. However, knowing that an argument would only lead to a worse situation, she released Harry's hand as he rose, collecting his cauldron before heading towards Brown's workbench. Whatever you say, Snivelous. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape growled. Any more outburst and you'll be serving a week's worth of detention, Potter. Daphne snarled as she heard Draco chuckle with Nott, but Harry simply shrugged his shoulders as he took his spot beside Lavender, who had wasted no time in scooting her stool closer to him. Daphne soon felt the stool beside her move as well, and she found herself staring at the apologetic-looking face of Blaise, who Daphne gave a quick smile to, letting him know she wasn't upset with him. Daphne quickly turned to face Tracy, who was now fumbling for a partner before taking a seat beside Ron, who, while normally would have looked displeased about being partnered with a snake, took some solace in the fact that of all the Slytherins it could have been, at least it was Tracy. Now, Snape spoke in a hiss, today we will begin our lesson on a rather tricky brew known as the girding potion. Can anyone tell me what this potion does? The room was quiet before Snape called, Weasley, what are the effects of the girding potion? It's an endurance potion, Ron said, scratching his head nervously. I think I've seen my mum make it a few times. Ms. Davis, any more cheating in the form of giving Mr. Weasley, the answers will be punished by detentions. Am I clear? Snape said with a menacing glare. But I didn't, Tracy began. Am I clear, Ms. Davis? Snape repeated sternly. Sorry about that, Professor. Ron spoke in Tracy's stead, much to Daphne's surprise. She didn't tell me it, but I saw it written in her notes. It was a lie, a rather bad one, as while Tracy wasn't an incompetent potions maker. Quite the opposite, actually. Yet, she didn't really care much for planning ahead, and in no way would have taken the time to write notes on a potion before class. Daphne knew Snape must have known this as well, but satisfied in his attempt to discredit the Weasley boy, he moved on. With a wave of Snape's wand, the instructions appeared on the board, and she watched as Blaise ignited the fire beneath their cauldron and began their potion. Daphne had never felt like such a bad partner. Yes, she cut the ingredients with the correct measurements and still ran most of the prep work, but she did so at an incredibly slow pace. Mostly due to the nerve in her forehead that pulsed furiously, not from jealousy, as she trusted Harry, but in anger, as she watched Brown rub up close to Harry despite his obvious disinterest. Daphne, Daphne, Blaise repeated the second one a bit louder than the first. She turned to him with an apologetic look as he spoke. Can you hand me the toasted dragonfly thoraxes? Yeah, Daphne spoke with a stutter. Sorry about that, Trust me, I get it, Blaise spoke, looking over at Tracy. If Ron was trying to touch her, I'd have a hard time keeping my head on straight, too. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. I doubt Harry would even be capable of becoming interested in someone like her. Daphne smiled as she turned to look at Harry, who mimed hanging himself from his irritation, before focusing on Tracy, who laughed. Honestly, Ron, how did you even manage to get an A in this class last year? Ah, shut it, he said with a chuckle. This is easily the hardest class at Hogwarts, especially for a Gryffindor. No arguments there, Tracy conceded with a nod. Hand me the doxy eggs, please. Ron nodded, handing the tiny eggs to Tracy as she carefully dropped them into the cauldron. All right, she said. Go on and finish up the potion. Wait me, Ron said, his voice riddled with shock. Are you sure? I mean, what if I mess everything up? You're never going to get better unless you practice, you know, Tracy said with a warm smile. Plus, there are only like 3 steps left. How badly could you mess this up? It's not like you're Finnegan. Ron gave a nervous laugh as he took the ladle from Tracy's hand. All right, well, here it goes. You're going to be fine, Tracy said, her head resting in her hands. Give yourself some credit. I know you're not an idiot. Daphne would have loved to watch the results of her friend's potion, but she had her own to worry about, and with one last glance at Harry, she returned her focus to her own cauldron, quickly re-entering her groove and finishing the remainder of the potion with ease. She looked down proudly into her golden-colored mixture before the flutter of black robes appeared beside her. Slowly, she watched as Snape overlooked her work before nodding. Well done, Ms. Greengrass, Mr. Zabini. I see your poor judgment of associations hasn't affected your potion-making ability. Daphne watched as Snape appeared beside Harry and Lavender, next scowling as he spoke. Dreadful, Potter. The potion is supposed to be a brilliant gold, not a moldy yellow. Daphne looked at the cauldron before Harry, and despite the constant distractions Harry had faced, she was quite impressed with his end product. It wasn't perfect. Snape was right that it didn't glimmer a bright gold, but it certainly wasn't moldy, and most definitely not deserving of a D, however. Harry merely yawned, not bothering to cover his mouth, his respect for the potion's master reaching an all-time low before he spoke. All right, then. Of course, Snape had given Malfoy and not an O, as well as many of the other Slytherins high marks. Daphne was honestly confused about how this level of cruelty could be coming from a man that had stood up for her in the confinement of the Slytherin common room. It made little sense, and yet Daphne was witnessing it firsthand. Eventually, Snape had reached Tracy and Ron, and with a sneer, he spoke. Ms. Davis, before leaving without addressing Ron. The potions were shortly after disposed of before being charmed clean, and with another wave of his wand and a scowl, the class was dismissed. Despite being so rudely ignored, Ron left the classroom buzzing. I can't believe I got an E on a potion in Snape's class. Fred and George might actually think I found a way to confound Snape. Ron chuckled at the thought before he continued. Thanks for all the help, Davis, Ron said before, to her great surprise, he hugged her, breaking away shortly after and quickly bolting off with a bright grin. Tracy too smiled, shaking her head with amusement as Ron ran towards the direction of the Gryffindor tower. It wasn't much longer until Harry emerged, lavender still attached to him like metal to a magnet, whispering, "Honestly, Snape is so unfair. How could he ever have been given a job teaching student? Don't you agree, Harry?" Harry remained silent before a glare from Daphne aimed at Lavender, which screamed, "Beat it," finally detached the tramp's arm for her boyfriend, and Daphne watched as Harry sighed with relief. "Honestly, I don't know who's worse, her or Snape." Daphne watched with a happy heart as Lavender broke away from the group along with Parvati in the direction of the divination classroom, before walking to Harry's side, who sent her another gentle glance. "Thanks, Princess." "You could have asked her to stop, you know." Daphne said, her arms crossed in mock jealousy. "I tried," Harry said with a sigh, "but something tells me that no matter how many times I repeated myself, the girl wouldn't get the message." Harry shook his head, clearing his mind before gripping her hand and shifting his expression to a serious look. "If I don't see them later, behind the tapestry of Merlin in the corridor between the trophy room and Flitwick's class, there's a hidden hallway that leads to a rather large room. To get past the tapestry, you have to stroke your wand against Merlin's beard, and the hallway itself is covered in Devil's Snare, which I assume you know how to get past. You can tell Astoria, Tracy, and Blaze, nobody else. Meet up there 1 hour after dinner. I'm finally ready to talk about what's been bothering me." Daphne stared into Harry's emerald green eyes before quickly scanning that the hall was clear. Seeing it was, without a moment's hesitation, she leaned up, catching his lips quickly before pulling apart with a relieved look as she whispered, "I've missed you, Flyboy." "I'm sorry for making you worry, Princess," Harry said before Daphne felt his gaze steadily upon her. "I've missed you too." Astoria had found herself struggling with a mixture of fear and excitement, though she wasn't quite sure if fear was the correct word. Her first class of the day had been defense against the dark arts, and it was the first time since his arrival that she had seen the man known as Mad-Eye Moody up close. The more she thought about it, the more she began to realize that it wasn't so much fear of the man she harbored, but a feeling of uneasiness when around him. The man talked about battling dark wizards like it was a thrill, a deep desire of his. She simply couldn't understand that view, as the only time she had faced off with a dark wizard herself, she had nearly died. Yet that wasn't the only thing that weighed on her mind. Her big brother, Harry Potter, had apparently confessed to Daphne that he was ready to talk about what was bothering him, and Astoria was overwhelmingly excited in hearing that perhaps one of her role models was going to return to normal. "Astoria," she heard a voice call out in a light Bulgarian accent, "wait for me." She turned and smiled as she watched the curly blonde hustle to catch up to her. He seemed tired and out of breath, and with a chuckle Astoria spoke. "Are you okay? You look like you've been running around for hours." "I'm fine," Damien spoke through a heavy breath. "I forgot my charms book on the boat, so I had to run back to grab and get here in time. It also doesn't help that I can't remember where the charms classroom is. I was hoping you could point me in the direction of it. I don't want to be late." "Well, it looks like you're in luck," she said brightly. "I'm heading to charms as well. Come on, follow me." Damien nodded appreciatively as the two continued down the third-floor corridor, passing the tapestry of Merlin that Daphne had told her about mere moments ago. However, most of her focus was set on Damien, who looked around the castle in wonder at the armored statues, moving paintings, and brightly lit halls. "You walk around here like you're surprised about the castle," Astoria started. "I might be wrong, but I thought Durmstrang had a castle as well." "We do," Damien nodded, "but it's not as big as this, nor as comfortable feeling. It's only 4 floors, and we rarely have active fires unless people are using the flue. Though I think I like Durmstrang's grounds more than Hogwarts. In the winter, it's hard to use all the space, but in the summer, the way the sun shines of the lakes and mountains, it's just, well, it's magical." "You make everything sound so fancy," Astoria said with a giggle. "I don't think I'd be able to describe Hogwarts to anyone with words. Though you do make Durmstrang, at least the grounds seem so beautiful. Maybe I'll come to visit this summer." "I'd like that," Damien said with a smile which stunned Astoria in the way it had nearly forced a smile out of her. Quickly, Astoria shook her head, clearing her mind as they approached the door to the charms class. Quietly, she pulled at the gold handle and entered the room, catching the eye of a rather enthusiastic Flitwick before finding a seat with Damien right beside her. Before Damien could even pull out his quill and parchment, Flitwick stood, and with a squeaky voice, he began. "Good morning, class. I hope your first couple days at Hogwarts have been going well. Today we will be reviewing the theory behind one of the most fascinating and dangerous charms in all of magic. Today's focus will be on the memory charm." Astoria watched as excited whispers filled the room. The idea of learning about such a charm filled her mind with intrigue as she readied her quill in preparation. "Now," Professor Flitwick began, "does anyone here know anything at all about memory charms?" To her surprise, it was none other than Damien who raised his hand to answer. "Ah, yes, Mr. Ablansk, please go ahead." The memory charm, also known as the forgetfulness charm, is a charm that can be used to erase specific memories from an individual's mind. However, it is not the same as the memory-modifying charm, which creates false memories. The incantation for the memory charm is obliviate, which is also where the term obliviators originates from. "Very well said, Mr. Ablansk, very well said," Flitwick clapped happily. "By any chance," Flitwick queried, "are you aware of the reason I referred to said charm as one of the most dangerous charms in all of magic?" "Yes, Professor," Damien spoke. "Though I've obviously never performed the charm itself, my father has had to deal with a few cases in which a brain was irreversibly damaged by a poorly executed obliviate spell. Even all these years later, the victims have yet to make a recovery." "It is a tragedy when such things happen," Flitwick said, "but obliviators play a very important role in wizarding society, especially considering the importance most ministries place on the statute of secrecy. It is important to understand that every spell, especially those of great power, harbor great risks as well. Magic by its nature is dangerous and volatile. It is for that reason schools such as Hogwarts exist, so that young wizards can safely learn to harness their magical powers." Astoria turned to smile up at Damien as she whispered, "Who would have guessed you'd be such a brainiac?" She couldn't help but smile as Damien's face became red from her compliment as he looked down at his parchment, silently scratching his face. "Well, I do read a lot." Astoria gave a hushed laugh as she watched Damien's pigment adjust to normal. But before she could utter another word, Flitwick spoke. "Now, if you will open your textbooks to page 93, we will begin with Nemone Radford, the creator of the memory charm." As Flitwick spoke, Astoria jotted down every bit of information as feverishly as she could. She loved transfiguration, despite her lack of talent for it. The way in which McGonagall taught her class had made the subject her favorite. However, in this particular moment, the idea of memory charms transfixed her, and rarely had she ever found a spell so interesting. Maybe, Astoria thought to herself, maybe if nobody remembered my curse, it wouldn't hurt so many people. Maybe Daphne would be free. She shook the thought out of her head. No, I wouldn't do that, I couldn't, could I? However, she was pulled from her idea by a coughing fit from Damien, and in concern, she turned to face the Bulgarian boy, whose cough shook his entire body. Finally, his lungs seemed to relax as he took a few calming breaths, and with a worry-laced voice, she asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes," Damien said, though his hand was still firmly around his mouth. He quickly raised his other hand, though it was unnecessary as the entire focus of the class was on him from the moment his outburst started, and with his mouth still covered, he asked, "I'm sorry, Professor. May I use the restroom?" Professor Flitwick nodded, and hastily, Damien rose from his seat towards the exit. Astoria couldn't help but glance over in worry at the direction of her friend as he left the room, and as Professor Flitwick began an attempt to take over the classroom once more, Astoria's eyes widened at the small drop of red that rested upon his fresh roll of parchment. "Is that," Astoria thought to herself in a panic, "is that blood?" While the lecture had continued, Astoria's mind obsessed over the singular droplet of blood. Let it go, Astoria. It's not your business. You could just be overreacting. Maybe he just got a paper cut. Not everyone is like you. Astoria had tried hard to convince herself that she was wrong, and yet, the fact that Damien had yet to return nearly 20 minutes later had only led her to fortify her belief that something was wrong. Yet, almost as if the world had read her mind, The door once more cracked open, and once again, Damien returned to the class looking perfectly healthy. As quietly as he could, Damien returned to his seat before she locked eyes with him once more, feeling better. "Yes, sorry about that," Damien said, slightly embarrassed. "Ever since I was young, I developed these awful coughing fits. They get triggered so randomly that it's honestly very difficult to deal with at times. It's like having random allergies. I hope I didn't get anything on your notes. I know I tend to flail about when these allergy attacks happen." "And no," Astoria stuttered, trying desperately not to remember the blood. "There's nothing to apologize for. I'm just glad you're feeling better." Though Flitwick continued his lecture, Astoria couldn't get her mind off the fixation she had regarding Damien's random condition. She knew she had no right to pry, especially not when doing so could land her in even hotter water due to Damien's family, and yet she couldn't stop herself from feeling like Damien was hiding something. It hadn't taken long after Damien's arrival until Flitwick had ended the class, and as the two departed from the Charms classroom side by side, she felt conflicted as Damien bowed apologetically. "Sorry if this is an inconvenience, but would you be able to point me in the direction of the defense against the dark arts classroom?" Astoria nodded gently, relaying the information before Damien smiled once more. "Thank you. It was nice having a class with you. I'm sorry once again for any trouble I may have caused. I already told you, you don't have to be so formal with me," Astoria said with a sheepish grin. "But if you want to make up for rudely interrupting the class," she said with a teasing tone, "perhaps you could hurry up and show me some of those Bulgarian cartoons you've drawn." "Okay," Damien said brightly, "but I won't be able to do it tonight. Headmaster Karkaroff wants us at the boat right after dinner tonight. I think it might be some sort of strategy meeting for the Tri-Wizard tournament, but I have no idea with that man sometimes. I'll talk to you later. Thank you again for all your help." As Astoria watched her friend wave goodbye, her eyes once more spotted a tiny red dot on his white Oxford shirt, and though she smiled and waved in return, her mind raced with theories to the mystery that was Damien Ablansk. Harry sat nervously in the new Marauder HQ, as he had come to call it. Creature was right. Harry knew that. He knew that his friends deserved the truth, but it didn't change how nervous he felt about revealing that he, the leader of the New Order, had fears himself. Footsteps were soon heard, and Harry swallowed hard as the glimmer of blue hair in the Lumo's light filled the devil-snared hallway before Michael emerged from the hall. Shortly behind him entered Neville, followed by Tracy, Blaze, Astoria, and finally Daphne. Despite her naturally composed expression, it was oddly enough the coolness of her appearance that relaxed his quick-beating heart. Astoria sent him a small wave, and Neville, despite his recent update on some terrifying news, did his best to smile. Tracy and Blaze quickly found a seat on one of the appropriated couches beside Daphne, and Michael leaned up against a nearby wall. Despite their different personalities, Harry saw one look in each of their eyes: concern. "All right, Potter," Michael spoke in a calm tone. "We're here. I'm glad you wanted to open up about what's been bothering you, but it was a pretty low blow telling them where our lair was without asking Neville and me first." "I don't mind," Neville said with a shrug. "I mean, we're all friends here. Plus, they've agreed to fight with us. They're going to need a place to train. This is as good a place as any." "I know you're right," Michael growled, "but that doesn't mean I like it." "Sorry, Corner," Harry said with a small grin. "I promise we can go exploring the castle for other secret locations, but I agree with Neville. This place will serve as the training facility for spell practice outside of class." "We might need to find a bigger space," Astoria said as she looked around. "I mean, for the number we have now, this is fine, but if more people like Cedric and Hermione choose they want to fight too, it's going to start to become awfully crowded." Harry bit his lip hard. The idea of more people joining his war didn't exactly fill his heart with joy. Both Cedric and Hermione were good people, some of the best he knew. Harry doubted he respected anyone as a person more than Cedric in the castle outside of the group gathered before him, and he didn't want Hermione, even though at times she could be a bit bossy, to get hurt or lose her innocent demeanor. Harry shook his head once more as doubt in his decisions seemed to course through his mind like a raging river before he sighed and Daphne spoke. "Harry, what's wrong?" "It's exactly that," Harry said tiredly. It's the idea of more people joining the fight, my fight. Mate, Michael spoke. We're not really doing this again, are we? None of us here are completely oblivious to the risks. We fought at the World Cup. We know what the Death Eaters are capable of. And we are all still choosing to fight with you. You really need to get your head out of. It's not that, Harry spoke over Michael. I know you've all chosen to fight with me. I know there's nothing I can say that will dissuade you, but it's not that simple. I led 27 people to their death during the World Cup attack. Do you think that the fact that they volunteered to fight helps deal with any of the guilt I feel constantly weighing on my chest? In this war, people are going to die. We're fighting monsters, not men. People capable of killing children without hesitation walk among the enemy's ranks. And I know that I can't save everyone. People are looking up to me to lead them against Voldemort and his army, Harry said, ignoring the slight shiver Blaise showed at the name. People think that because I beat him once, I'll be able to do it again. Somehow, people believe that because by a miracle he couldn't kill me as a baby, that I'm some sort of hero, the only one that can stop him. And while I will fight tooth and nail to do so, there's no guarantee that I can win. I'm not leader, I never have been, Harry continued. Sirius, Remus, the rest of the Order, they all think that like my father I'm a natural-born leader. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I wouldn't know. I've never led anything before, let alone an army. I have no experience. I don't currently have a detailed plan. The only thing I excel at really is flying and fighting. I'm terrible at strategy, outside of a duel or a Quidditch match, Harry said as he turned to Michael. I don't have a clue on how to brew difficult potions, Harry said as he turned to Blaise and Tracy. I can't tell you the first thing about any extremely rare magical plant or animal, he said as he looked out at Neville and Astoria. And I certainly don't know the anything about medical magic, Harry said as he looked down at his wrapped forearm before locking eyes with Daphne. I'm strong, sure. I know a good amount of spells and how to use them, but compared to him, if even half of the stories of his power are true, I'm average at best, Harry said. As a wizard, outside of a duel or a Quidditch game, I can even be on the south side of useless depending on the activity in question. Harry took a deep breath as he continued. If Voldemort really is coming back, then we're fighting a man who has decades more experience in magic than I do, and I doubt he'd let me have a Quidditch match with him to decide the fate of the wizarding world. The honest truth is, I don't even know if I can beat him. I'm going to give it everything I've got. I'm willing to put my life on the line to stop him, but make no mistake, as it stands, we're not the winning side. That's why, if anyone doesn't want to stay, I gotta say, Michael said with a smirk, when it comes to pep talks, you really suck. Harry turned to face his best friend. Try getting this through your thick skull. Every single one of us here knows exactly who you are. When I agreed to fight with you last summer, I didn't sign up to fight beside the boy who lived. I signed up to fight beside my best friend. I did it because I believe in you, Potter. I believe you can win, and I'm not going anywhere. The Longbottom family has always fought on the side of the light, Neville said. My parents essentially died doing so. I know the risks, but you're my friend Harry, and I know my parents wouldn't forgive me if they knew I abandoned my friend when he needed help the most. If Voldemort and the Death Eaters are after one Morarder, they're after all of them. You saved my life, Potter, Blaise said. If it wasn't for you, I'd be basically dead anyway. Those bastards look down on people because of something they can't change, and it makes me sick. I'm fighting Potter, that's that. I know you don't care about debts, honestly, neither do I, Tracy began. But I know that I owe you and Daphne a lot, not only with saving Blaise but helping me through a tough time. Daphne's my sister, and you make her happy, Harry, in some weird backward way. It's kinda my job to keep you alive. Plus, being one of the few half-bloods in Slytherin, I wouldn't mind seeing a change to the status quo. To me, that's a reason worth fighting for. I can't even count how many times you've stood up for me, Astoria spoke. When Pansy and Knot tried to attack me, you were willing to fight for me. When I couldn't master a spell, you were willing to teach me. When I wanted to learn how to fly better, you took time out of your day to fly with me. And when I thought I was about to die, you saved me. Astoria clenched her fist tightly. I'm not that strong, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself as a person if I let my big brother go out and fight those monsters by himself. Harry's eyes once again met Daphne's. He watched as she stood and slowly walked over until she stood directly before him. Before Harry could even adjust, Daphne grabbed his tie, pulling him close to her face, their noses centimeters apart. "Well, there's your answer, Flyboy. You're a hothead, you're normally arrogant and proud, and it's true that you don't have any real experience leading. But you have the most important quality of a leader, the ability to bring people to your side. You're trustworthy and loyal, and I know that I'm with you until the end. If we die, so be it, but we go down with a fight, and we fight together. I've seen you perform miracles time after time. I don't know what's gotten into you, but you need to shake it off. All of us, every single person here believes in you, Flyby. You are a great wizard." Harry felt as if the cloud of doubt in his head began to fade as his chest burned with an encouraging flame as he looked down into Daphne's icy blue eyes. "You'll watch over my judgments, right? Tell me if you think I'm not thinking straight," Harry whispered, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "Like I haven't been doing that since I met you," Daphne returned with a beautiful smile. "But you won't need it." Harry looked into Daphne's eyes as her tone turned a bit teasing. "You're going to do fine. Keep being yourself. Focus on your strengths, not your flaws, and I'll worry about second-guessing you, all right, Flyboy." Harry smiled, the weight on his chest finally feeling like it had been lifted as he whispered back, "Whatever you say, princess." Before, with another tug at his tie, Daphne pressed her lips against his, and for a moment, all of the worry, the doubt, the fear, every ounce of it faded away. As the two parted, Daphne gave a soft smile before turning to stand by his side, and Michael smirked. "Well, now that you two have shared your moment, if we're going to stand any sort of chance, we should start training as soon as possible. I know you, Neville, and I all have our plans from Remus and Sirius, but where should we begin with them?" "I want to learn the Patronus charm," Astoria said. "I read that during the last war, V. Voldemort had Dementors on his side. I know that you and Daphne destroyed a bunch of them last year, but you never know, maybe there's more out there." Harry looked around the room first to Michael, and then Neville, who shrugged. "We're supposed to learn that spell soon anyway. I don't see the harm in jumping a bit ahead." Harry nodded as he smiled, a regained sense of self filling his heart. "All right, Short Stack, the Patronus charm it is. I was thinking we should try to meet every day apart from weekends for some sort of training. Obviously, we can't train magically every day because of magical exhaustion, but physical skills are important in a fight as well. Any objections?" The room was silent, and Harry nodded before Astoria piped up once more. "So, where do we start?" "What?" Harry asked. "You said we're training every day, right?" Astoria said with a smile. "It's not the weekend yet, so what's the plan, Captain?" "Captain," Harry replied with an amused grin. "Would you prefer boss man, leader guy, teacher person, Professor Potter?" Astoria said, rattling off a list of names. "I kinda like that last one," Daphne said with a smirk that made Harry blush slightly before he shook it off quickly. "Just Harry is fine, Short Stack," Harry returned with a weak grin. "And if all of you are dead set on starting right away, I guess it can't be helped." An array of smiles filled the room, and with a deep breath Harry began, "All right, basically, the Patronus charm." Narcissa paced solemnly around the empty manor. Her son, her only son, had been sent off for another year at Hogwarts, and her husband had gone on one of his long trips. She wasn't quite sure where Lucius was, and frankly, she didn't much care. The silence of the house was exactly what she needed as she eyed the large grandfather clock in the Malfoy sitting room, her finger twirling around a pearl necklace gifted to her recently by the strangest of visitors. "Creature," she thought to herself, "how old you've grown." She closed her eyes as she slowly took her place on the couch. "What am I doing? Even if Lucius is losing it, he's still my husband. And Draco, how could I ever consider abandoning my son?" Each tick of the minute hand had filled her heart with dread. She had until midnight tonight. When Creature had first appeared at the manor, she thought her prayers were answered. When he had told her that Sirius Black had offered her reinstatement into the House of Black if their negotiations went well, Narcissa had allowed herself to have hope. Then came the caveat: the portkey would only work for her, not Lucius, and not Draco. No, it didn't particularly state that Draco could not be reinstated as well, but Sirius had made it clear in his message that Lucius had no place at the table for the new House of Black, and she knew that her son would follow his father to the bitter end. They want to stop the Dark Lord, Narcissa thought. If they succeed, everything would remain the way it was. No bloodshed, no lost lives. Yes, Draco would remain afflicted, but would the Dark Lord truly save Draco? Especially after Lucius' most recent failure. Would we even be in his good graces anymore, especially after Lucius rebuked the Dark Lord publicly to remain in power? Narcissa swallowed hard as she clutched the necklace. Surely it wouldn't hurt to at least hear them out, right? Yet, before she could even mull over her thoughts, a knock on the door startled her. "Visitors," she whispered aloud, "now." Quickly, Narcissa stood ensuring that her gown looked pristine before she softly walked towards the door. The knock repeated, and while this time a bit louder than before, Narcissa remained composed and with precision. She turned the knob and allowed the door to swing open. As soon as the visitors came into view, she felt a cold chill race down her body as she fought hard against the gasp that wanted to leave her lungs. As with a sadistic voice she hadn't heard in years, her body trembled at the words. "It's good to see you again, sissy." Before her stood 4 ghosts from her past, people she was certain she'd never see again, and yet there they were. Barty Crouch Jr., Rodolphus and Rabiston Lestrange, and in the center of it all, her eldest sister, Bellatrix. "Bella," Narcissa asked, her voice just barely returning to her, "why are you? How did you get here?" "Didn't you read the news, sissy? The Azkaban breakout." Bellatrix spoke as she walked pushed past her entering the manor. "This place certainly hasn't changed at all. I see Lucy still likes to have portraits of himself put up to make himself feel important. But I suppose he had all the time in the world to sit on his hands after betraying our master." "So, it's true," Narcissa spoke as she began putting the pieces together, trying to remain passive in her voice, fighting desperately against her fear. "The Dark Lord is returning." "Not returning," Bellatrix said with a twisted grin. "Returned. Who do you think it was that freed us?" "So Lucius, is he?" "No," Bellatrix spoke. "The Dark Lord is quite furious with him, especially after learning about the stunt he no doubt orchestrated at the World Cup. Smearing the name of the Death Eaters the way he did," Rodolphus said, spitting on her polished floors. "Absolutely disgraceful. When added to his betrayal, I'm surprised the Dark Lord even lets him live." Now, Crouch said as he violently licked his lips. "Lucius is still good for something. He does have the minister's ear as well as a hefty vault." Narcissa swallowed hard. The Malfoy family was by no means poor, but with Sirius cutting Narcissa from the Black family vaults, the money her husband had access to had been cut off by more than half. She hoped her face hadn't betrayed her thoughts, however. Bellatrix must have seen a slight glimmer of fear as she tilted her head questioningly. "Is something that matters, sissy? Did Barty say something wrong?" In the presence of 3 overwhelming figures, all of whom held her husband in such low regard, Narcissa felt she had no choice but to tell the truth. She swallowed hard, steadying herself as she spoke. "Well, Lucius is certainly still in the good graces of the minister, but—" "But what?" Rabiston snarled in anger. "The Black family vaults," Narcissa spoke, unable to keep the tremble out of her voice now. We don't have access to them anymore." "What?" Bellatrix shouted in rage. "Why not?" Narcissa spoke. "He was found innocent of his crimes and was reinstated as the head of House Black. Before he was even a wanted man, though, he cut my line out of the Black family. Both you and I can't access our vaults any longer." No, Bellatrix repeated, and for the first time Narcissa saw true fear in her sister's eyes. "The Dark Lord will kill me. It was in my vault. One of his treasures was in my vault." "Worry not," Barty said, licking his lips once more. "From what I recall, Black doesn't have any children of his own. If we simply kill Black, then custody of the House Black vaults will turn to Draco, and he can reinstate our access to the vaults." Narcissa saw her sister's eyes relax slightly, but she knew if she said nothing the repercussions could be much worse, and solemnly she spoke. "That won't work." Instantly every eye had focused on her, and with a deep breath she continued. "Sirius Black has named Harry Potter as the heir to House Black." "He what?" Bellatrix roared. "That's not all, Andromeda, as well as her husband and their daughter. have all been reinstated into the Black family as well, Narcissa spoke. Not to mention that the heiress of the Vance family has also joined their cause. Simply put, Draco is nowhere close to the Black family vaults. No matter, Bellatrix said, madness taking over her mind in desperation. Barty's plan is still correct. We'll simply just kill everyone that stands in the way of you regaining our access to the Black Vaults. The Dark Lord means to kill Potter anyway. There's nothing to worry about. Still, Crouch spoke, rubbing his dirty boots on her emerald green carpet. It seems like you've become a bit more important to the Dark Lord's plan than your worthless coward of a husband. We have everything we need here, Rodolphus spoke. Let's leave. Seeing Lucius even in picture form makes me sick. You're not staying, Narcissa asked in bewilderment. No, the Dark Lord requires us by his side, Bellatrix spoke giddily. Where is he? That's none of your concern, Rabiston barked. Easy, Crouch spoke to the Lestrange brother before turning back to face her. Don't worry your pretty blonde head about the Dark Lord and his whereabouts. You could be of use, and you're Bellatrix's sister. That's the only reason we'll let you live and not leave your corpse as a message for your pathetic husband. However, Crouch's face turned hard as stone as he licked his lips once more. But when you next see your husband, tell him that if he doesn't answer the Dark Lord's summon, we'll kill every single one of you. And if he disappoints the Dark Lord again, we'll make him watch as we skin your half-breed boy alive. Bellatrix laughed maniacally as pops of disapprobation began to fill the air, and with one last call out she heard, I'll see you around, sissy, before the final pop erupted in the sky. Narcissa's body fell into an uncontrollable tremble as she fell to her knees on her front porch, tears of fear swelling in her eyes as she struggled to breathe. Slowly, she reached for the necklace around her neck, and fighting back against her stutter, she spoke. Teetouger's purr, before with a crack, she too fled the Malfoy manor. Chapter 13. The champion selection Sirius watched the swinging pendulum of the grandfather clock that rested proudly in the Black family sitting room. His mind was running rampant, as if a tornado of possibilities was racing through his mind at full speed, and his stomach tightened at the prospect of possibly inviting the wife of Lucius Malfoy to their cause. It was only the feeling of Emmeline's tired head resting gently against his chest that gave him some comfort. Yet for all of Sirius' worries, Andromeda's were much worse. Sirius had been close to Andromeda for years. She was always very level-headed, and while she liked to dream of a better future, she normally kept her mind focused on reality. That dichotomy had never been as present as it was now as he watched his cousin switch from nervous giddiness at the chance of saving her sister to heartbroken despair at the thought of Narcissa not even coming to see them in the first place. 10 till midnight, Sirius thought to himself as he began to stand, cradling Emmeline's head and gently resting it on a pillow before turning to face Andromeda. All right, Andy, wands at the ready. I know you want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but we shouldn't be careless. He reached into his pocket, revealing a transfigured black-colored galleon with the symbol of a phoenix on it, their own patented portkey, and spoke. Do you have your emergency portkey with you in case Narcissa decided to bring along some friends? I know the place is warded, but there's no telling who could be waiting around the house. She wouldn't do that, Andromeda whispered beneath her breath, but revealed the portkey all the same. I hope you're right, Sirius spoke. I don't want to fight if we don't have to. Padfoot, Emmeline spoke in a mumbled, just got out of bed like tone. Be safe, okay? Sirius smiled as he knelt down beside her, his gray eyes looking into her bright violet ones as he nodded. Always have been, he said in a confident tone before gently pressing his lips against hers. I'll be back before you wake up, I promise. You better be, Emmeline said with a playful smirk, which only seemed to remind Sirius of all the reasons he'd fallen so badly for her all those years ago, before he turned around to face Remus, who was standing beside them smiling. What? Sirius asked with a grin. You want a kiss before I go too, Moony? Not with your dog breath, I'll pass, Remus said with a smirk before the two friends hugged tightly. Keep on alert. I know we want this to go peacefully, but if it doesn't, leave, don't fight. Sirius nodded before walking towards Andromeda, who reached out her trembling hand, and Sirius desperately tried to relax her by sending her one of his confident smiles. "It'll be fine, Andy. We're going to be okay." Andromeda nodded before Sirius scanned the room once more, wishing Tonks and Ted were here as well and not running long shifts at the ministry. But all the same, the time was now, and with a bark he spoke. "Creature." The elf quickly popped into view, but before Creature could begin to go on and on about his blood traitor ways, Sirius continued. "Bring us to the Black Summer Home, Lake District," Creature nodded, though not happily, and with one last look at his beautiful girlfriend, they vanished with a pop. As they arrived at the lake house, Sirius wasn't surprised that he had landed with a thud. The elf cared little about his safety, or about him in general for that matter. But before Sirius could even say a word, Creature had vanished once more, and Sirius was left alone with Andromeda in a house he hadn't seen since he was a child. And judging by the look of the small summer cottage, that seemed to be the general consensus with everybody. The house looked awful, with cobwebs forming along the walls and the ground covered in black soot and dust. Sirius was honestly surprised that at no time did anyone associated with the House of Black visit this place. But then again, with the home being so close to Muggle society, Sirius supposed it made sense. Sirius' eyes glanced over at the clock hanging above the kitchen island, and saw they were quickly approaching the agreed-upon time. The sound of scrubbing from the cleaning spells being cast rapidly from Andromeda's wand, which at least made the furniture usable without leaving black smudges on their clothes, filled the air. And soon both he and Andromeda had taken their seats on the long and lush black silk couch as they awaited the arrival of their final guest. Sirius watched sadly as Andromeda tapped her finger rapidly against the arm of the couch, her eyes locked on the second hand of the clock as the two entered the final minute. "Andy," Sirius spoke softly, "I don't think she's coming." "She'll come," Andromeda said, though the hope in her voice seemed to have vanished. "She has to come. She has to come," though the second was much weaker than the first. Sirius placed his hand softly on his favorite cousin's shoulder and sighed, the second hand passing the 6 before a sound filled the air that made Sirius jump and quickly reach for his wand. The loud crack had kicked up some dust, and yet standing there through all the debris was none other than Narcissa Malfoy. "I hope you haven't all been waiting so long. This wasn't the easiest thing I've ever done." "Sissy," Andromeda spoke, and Sirius could see the shock in her eyes as she stared at her sister. "You're here." Sirius watched as Andromeda began to walk towards her before quickly, he stuck his arm out, halting her progress as he turned to face Narcissa. "Wait, Andy," he spoke cautiously as he lifted his wand towards Narcissa. "Drop your wand." Andromeda swallowed hard. Sirius knew she wanted him to put his wand down, but he couldn't take that risk. Narcissa's blue eyes shone in desperation, but Sirius remained firm in his judgment, and with a heavy breath, the youngest black sister dropped her wand onto the dusty ground. With Narcissa disarmed, Andromeda rushed to her sister's side, heartache present in her face as she took in Narcissa's desperate-looking face. "Sissy," Andromeda whispered softly, "what's wrong?" "He's back," Narcissa spoke, her voice trembling. "I don't know how, I have no idea how he did it, but the Dark Lord is back." Sirius' eyes grew cold at the knowledge. He had known the Dark Lord had never been truly defeated, but to hear he was already back, it was something he feared beyond belief. "Damn it," he thought to himself furiously, "I thought we'd have more time." However, he forced a cool demeanor on his face as he spoke. "Why do you look so frightened by this information? I assume if this is true you learned about it from your husband and would be overjoyed. After all, it isn't like Lucius wasn't a valued Death Eater." "Lucius didn't tell me," Narcissa said, her voice still shaking. "He had his suspicions, of course, but it was Bellatrix who told me." "Bellatrix," Andromeda spoke, shocked. "She was at Malfoy Manor." "Yes," Narcissa said with a nod. "She told me the Dark Lord was responsible for their freedom. She came to get information from me on everything she had missed since she'd been in Azkaban, including the Black family assets." "Which your family has zero access to," Sirius responded sternly. Narcissa nodded once more. Bellatrix was still under the impression that Draco would be the next heir of House Black and hold control over the Black family assets. "There's no point in denying it to either of you, as you already know. But while the Malfoy family is wealthy, compared to the Black family, they don't even come close to the same amount. Sirius nodded his understanding before Narcissa continued. When Bellatrix, Crouch, and the Lestrange brothers caught wind of it, they informed me that without the wealth that Lucius once controlled, it is only his influence over the minister that is keeping him alive. While Andromeda sent her sister a look of pity, Sirius remained stern as Narcissa continued. Lucius will no longer be considered a high-ranking Death Eater. His influence from the minister may stop our family from being an immediate target, but if Lucius fails once more, Bellatrix said that the Dark Lord won't hesitate to have us all killed. Andromeda started, but before she could continue, Sirius spoke. So you're worthless to us, he concluded, and instantly he watched as the hope drained from Narcissa's eyes. The only use you had was as a spy within the Malfoy household. If Lucius isn't going to be privy to sensitive information, then what do you have to offer us? Sirius felt Andromeda shooting daggers into him with her eyes, but Sirius remained firm. He was about to speak once more before he was silenced as Narcissa, a woman who'd been cursed with pride from the moment he'd known her, dropped to her hands and knees, tears rolling down her eyes as she placed her head down on the dirty floor and begged. Please, she spoke, her voice quivering. Killing the Dark Lord is the only way to stop this madness that has befallen my family. If you truly intend to stand against him, then I'll do anything to help. They threaten to kill Draco. They'll skin him alive like an animal if the Dark Lord wins. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, especially not yours, Andromeda, but if you can't forgive me, then use me like a disposable tool. I'll do anything you ask. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Sirius saw her now puffy red eyes stare into his, the black smudge firmly present on her forehead as with a strained voice she cried, "Just please, save my son." Sirius stood there, his jaw nearly hanging open as the display below him. Narcissa Malfoy, the proudest of the Black sisters, had lowered her head onto a filthy floor and begged. She had thrown her life away and pleaded to be used as nothing more than a tool if it meant she could have a chance at saving her son's life. He had no words as Andromeda raced towards her sister's side, holding her tightly as Narcissa wept uncontrollably. He had no idea how long he had watched this unusual scene until his voice had returned to him, but finding it once more, he spoke. Narcissa, Sirius began, I can't make you any promises. In fact, the only thing we can give you is our word that we will fight against Voldemort with everything we have, but there's no guarantee we'll win. However, I will state this. If we win this war, I will see to it that you and Draco are reinstated into the House of Black. But unlike yourself, your husband is a marked man, and if I see him on the battlefield, I don't intend to show mercy. If you want entry back into this house, you need to renounce your pureblood superiority beliefs, accept Harry as the next heir, and most importantly, remove yourself from the Malfoy name. Sirius, Andromeda said, don't you think that's... I accept, Narcissa said, her body still trembling. Lucius, he isn't the man he once was. Draco, his condition has led Lucius to madness. His lycanthropy, Sirius spoke in a confirming tone. Narcissa's eyes widened in shock, but she seemed to have let that go as she nodded. The Dark Lord promised him before he vanished that he'd cure Draco if Lucius proved himself once more. The unfulfilled promise has led Lucius to mania, to the point that the day after the raid, for the first time in our marriage, he struck me. Sirius flinched at the admission as Narcissa continued. As I said, I'll do anything you want so long as you agree to protect my son. Sirius turned to Narcissa and nodded. Okay, we'll sort out all the details later, but for now, let's get you caught up to speed and grant you access to the base. We'll work out the terms of your unbreakable vow when we get there. What if Lucius? He won't be back for a while, Andromeda spoke. My daughter was informed by Amelia Bones that Lucius and the minister will be taking care of business abroad for the next couple of days. They only left yesterday. Sirius saw the look of sadness in Narcissa's eyes as she spoke. You know of his whereabouts better than I do. What a marriage I have, huh? Daphne groaned as she massaged her legs deeply with her thumbs, desperately attempting to relieve them of the soreness she felt. For nearly a whole month now, Harry and her, along with the rest of the group, had been meeting daily for some sort of training. While the magical practice was exhausting, Daphne felt those were 1,000 times easier to manage than the physical exercise. Daphne was never unhealthy looking, but never had she felt as out of shape as when she tried to keep up with Harry, Neville, and Michael on one of their early morning runs around the grounds. On the bright side, Tracy had said with a smile the first time they'd ever joined the boys on a run, "Our asses will look great when this is over." She quickly changed her tune after the first day, moaning loudly of how she thought she was going to die as she, Blaze, and Tracy laid on the ground panting exhaustedly from their last workout as Harry smiled down on the three of them, not even gasping for breath. If she hadn't found his sweat-glimmering shirtless form so distracting, she was certain she'd have punched him in the face for making her feel so unfit. However, as the month went on, she did begin to feel improvement, and while it wasn't as important to her as it was to Tracy, she couldn't deny that her butt was looking better and better, despite the fact that sitting on it hurt tremendously. From the looks of it, she didn't seem to be the only one from her trio feeling this way, as Blaze and Tracy looked equally fatigued despite the fact their workout had been hours ago. At the very least, she was doing better than Astoria, who'd collapsed from exhaustion the first day, requiring Harry to piggyback her back to Gryffindor Tower. Seeing the way Harry carried her younger sister had forced an image of her boyfriend carrying their first child, and while that thought had been pleasant, she shook it off knowing it was still a good way off. If they even made it that far, her brain reminded her, forcing her to once more shake her head, refusing to give in to negativity like that. "You know," Tracy said with a sigh, "I love Harry and all, but do you think he secretly wants to kill us all? I mean, that run this morning, holy shit." "Give him a break, Trace," Blaze said with a smirk. "He just wants to make sure we're in the best shape to face V. Voldemort or his goons if we have to." "Oh, that's right, I forgot," Tracy said playfully. "Both my best friends are Harry Potter fangirls." "Hey!" both she and Blaze shouted back, but Daphne had a feeling that they each had very different reasons. However, before Tracy could even finish laughing at their reaction, Daphne felt a tap on her shoulder, and a stunned silence overtook them as she found herself face to face with the Bulgarian Quidditch star, Victor Krum. "Excuse me," the boy spoke in a thick Bulgarian accent. "You are Daphne, are you not?" Yes." Daphne spoke a bit confused as to why the seeker of the Bulgarian team had approached her. "Can I help you?" "I was wondering," Krum spoke with a confident smile, "would you like to accompany me to, how you say, Hogsmeade this weekend? I heard it was a tradition here." "No, sorry," Daphne spoke, though she didn't feel that bad. She had practiced rejecting people for over half a year with Harry, and the fact that she didn't find Krum to be nearly as handsome as Harry had made the rejection even easier. "I'm sure you're a perfectly fine person, but I'm actually going with my boyfriend." "Ah," Krum spoke proudly, and instantly Daphne's pupils grew in surprise at the confident smirk that overtook his face. "Well, I see. I don't need to force you. If you change your mind, let me know." "I don't really plan on it," Daphne said, her eyes displaying a mixture of fury and confusion, before she turned to face her two friends, signaling for the two of them to leave the Great Hall and Krum in the distance. "That was uncomfortable," Blaze said with a scowl. "He's almost like Harry if Harry had no charisma. I know that you've told me Harry can get a bit full of himself, but at least he's charming. That was just strange." "I don't have to force you. What does that even mean?" "No clue," Daphne said, her eyes fixed with irritation before she turned to face her friends. "But don't tell Harry, okay? I'm super pissed about it, but if Harry hears what Krum just tried, he might go pick a fight, and while I think he'll win, there's no reason to start an international incident over Krum being an ass, okay?" Both Tracy and Blaze looked at each other before they sighed, and Tracy spoke. "Okay, but for what it's worth, I think that you should stop hiding things from Harry, especially regarding Astoria. You know how much he cares about her." Daphne bit her lip and clenched her fist before she responded. I know that he deserves to know, but it isn't my place to tell him. It's a family problem. The only reason you two know is because you're part of my family. If Astoria tells him, then fine, but until then, not a word, okay? Promise me." "We promise," they returned, though Tracy, in particular, didn't look happy about it. I get it, Daphne, Tracy spoke. But still, I don't think it's great for your relationship to keep this hidden from Harry. Especially not when he's one of the best things to have ever happened to you. Daphne looked at her friends. She knew what they were saying was true. But all the same, she shook her head. I'll tell him about Crumb if he becomes a problem. As for Astoria, he'll know when she tells him, that's that. Daphne took a deep breath as she turned now facing the portrait of Merlin. Now that that's settled, let's get to work. As the three wedged their way through the devil's snare, Daphne couldn't help but smile at Astoria's upbeat voice. She could practically hear her jumping up and down as she spoke. Can you show me one more time, please? What is it supposed to look like? I've already told you, Short Stack, Harry said with a laugh. What it looks like completely depends on your innate personality. Daphne walked in just in time to see Harry lift his wand and gently utter, Expecto Patronum. Daphne smiled as she watched Harry's crow bloom from his wand and fly around the room. Her smile only grew more as she watched Astoria's eyes chase it feverishly before, with a wave of Harry's wand, the crow vanished. Okay, Astoria said assuredly. This time for sure. Wait and see. Daphne leaned against the wall just as Astoria raised her wand and with confidence allowed the incantation to leave her lips. Expecto Patronum. Instantly, the white mist emerged and Astoria closed her eyes, ignoring the sweat beating down her brow. I can do this, she muttered to herself. I know I can. Concentrate, Astoria, Harry whispered gently. Focus on every bit of that memory, the smell, the sight, the sound. Let it consume you. Astoria took a deep breath, and Daphne's jaw nearly fell to the floor as from the mist what looked like a large talon emerged from the mist. However, it was just at that moment that Astoria fell, her breath ragged and her body trembling. Damn it, she groaned. So close. You did awesome, Astoria, Harry said, helping her up. Let's take a little break. When you've recovered, we can try again. Astoria nodded and Harry turned to face Michael. All right, Corner, you're up. Right, Corner said confidently. I got this, Expecto Patronum. Though Daphne knew Corner was nothing short of a genius, even more so when it came to charms, her eyes nearly exploded as instantly from the white mist emerged an energetic-looking squirrel, which bound around the room like it was on a quest for mischief. Daphne could hardly hold back her chuckle as Michael looked on at his patroness in disappointment before canceling the spell. Really, he spoke to himself, a squirrel. I think a squirrel fits you perfectly, Harry said with a smirk. Chipper. Yeah, Corner said with a sigh. I guess we can't all have cool patronesses like you, can we, Rook? Well, mine's a bear, Neville chimed in. So maybe we can all have cool patronesses except for you. Whatever, Scout, Michael bit back. Please tell me you two aren't really going to call me Chipper. What did you say, Chipper? Harry said with a chuckle. I couldn't hear you over your welching. I hate you too, you know that, Michael said sourly. Yeah, we know, Neville responded, nudging his ribs gently. Daphne began to laugh, but it was cut short as she soon found herself wrapped in a protective hug from Harry, who looked down at her, finally looking like his old confident self, something that relieved her immeasurably. With a playful smirk, he spoke. What took you so long, Princess? For a moment I thought you'd been kidnapped and I'd have to come rescue you. Very funny flyboy, Daphne said with a smile of her own that only grew as Harry pressed his lips against hers, earning a playful barfing soundtrack from Tracy, which only triggered a louder chorus from the others. You guys suck, Harry said with a laugh which sparked some cheer into the exhausted room before he turned to face Daphne. All right, Princess, are you ready for some practice? Practice, she said teasingly. I thought this was cooking class. Her smile only grew more playful. What else would I be here for, Flybe? All right, Princess, don't get cheeky, Harry said, though his smile betrayed him as he took her hand and guided her through the training room. Let's get started, okay? Okay. And try they did. For nearly an hour, Harry remained patiently by her side as Neville and Michael dueled with Tracy and Blaze, helping them develop combat chemistry as partners in case a real fight ever broke out. Daphne, to her great disgrace, however, soon found herself leaning against Harry, completely out of breath. Hey, Potter, Michael called out. We're calling it for tonight. We've been at it for nearly 2 hours. Are we running tomorrow? Only if you want to. I figured since we have Hogsmeade in 2 days, you might want to take a break and find a date, Harry replied. Maybe you can ask that French girl, Claire was it? Not a chance in hell, Michael replied. I'd sooner go with Parkinson, honestly, that girl has issues. Don't we all? Neville replied. Plus, Hermione says she's interesting if nothing else, at least you won't be bored. Speaking of Granger, Michael returned with a smirk, what's your plan for wooing the know-it-all? Maybe you could recite a Shakespearean sonnet or something. Shut it, Corner, was the last thing he heard as the 5 other members of their group departed, with Tracy and Blaise agreeing to bring the sleeping and completely exhausted Astoria back to the tower. Seeing nobody else was around, Daphne felt relieved as she collapsed onto Harry, her energy completely spent. Damn it, Daphne hissed angrily, trying to fend off angry tears. Why the hell can't I do it? I can barely keep up a mist. What memory are you using? Harry asked quietly, wrapping her in his arms. The night at Grimmauld Place, Daphne said shyly, a blush rushing to her face. If that isn't a happy memory, I don't know what is. That's the best one I have. Is something bothering you? Harry asked gently, and for a moment Daphne froze. Something that's weighing heavy on you that's getting in the way of your Patronus. I know for a fact you're strong enough to do it, and I'd say you have a happy enough memory. Interference is the only thing I can think of. You know, Daphne said, quickly rising to her feet, I think the issue is that I'm just tired. I need to get some sleep. Moody's class has been pretty difficult so far and all. Plus. Daphne, Harry said with such firmness despite the fact that he held her so gently, is something wrong? No, Daphne said, nothing's wrong, okay. I'm just tired is all. Harry looked at her. She could tell instantly that he didn't believe her for a second, and yet Harry kept a gentle smile on his face as he nodded. Daphne, it's okay if you don't want to tell me, but please don't lie to me. I know I'm the last person to talk about that, but I need to know you'll be honest with me, even when it's not easy to be. Daphne looked away in shame. It was bad enough Harry knew she lied to him. It was worse that he was acting so calm about it. However, before she could allow her mind to wander to darker, and darker places his arms tightened around her slim frame once more and into her ear, he whispered, I know that you're smart and talented, and if something is bothering you, you can handle it on your own. But I want to let you know that you don't have to. I'm here for you, princess, always. Daphne rested her head into the crook of Harry's neck and kissed him gently. Sorry, I know you want to help, but it's a really personal issue for me and I'm not ready to share it yet. I'm sorry for being such a hypocrite, but... Harry kissed her gently, cutting her off as he smiled. The fact you can fight your own battles is part of what makes you so attractive, Harry said with a grin before turning serious yet calm. But if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'm lucky to have you, Daphne returned. You're damn right, Harry returned, and Daphne looked up, planting a peck on his cheek. All right, princess, let's get you back to the dungeons. I don't have my cloak, so we actually have to make it back before curfew, but I'm sure we might find time for a broom closet stop of 2. Harry laughed as he took her hand, and Daphne smiled as well. Despite all her exhaustion, Harry filled her with renewed energy, and as she looked down at their entwined hands, Daphne couldn't help but smile. I think I'm in love with you, Harry Potter. The thought sent a terrifying yet thrilling chill down her spine before Harry turned back, his green eyes piercing her blues as he spoke. Oh yeah, one more thing, hey princess, go to Hogsmeade with me. 1 year later, Daphne thought to herself with a smile before nodding. Okay, Flyby. The cool wind blew her long hair behind her as she found herself staring out over the Black Lake. She hadn't really spent much time there, but the longer she sat, watching as the sun sank lower and lower in the sky, the more she found herself agreeing with Harry. Of all the places on the Hogwarts grounds, this place was without a doubt the most beautiful. She sighed contently, her mind wandering freely as she placed her head back against the tree's trunk, charmed for comfort by students who'd come years before her and closed her eyes peacefully. That was until she heard a voice call out to her with a light Bulgarian accent. Astoria, I hope you weren't waiting too long. Professor Binns really can go on about the goblin rebellions forever. They're the worst, aren't they? Astoria spoke with a soft chuckle, but it's okay, I haven't been waiting long. Her eyes then grew with anticipation. So, did you bring them? Damien nodded, and Astoria watched as, from the boy's book bag, a binder, an extremely large one at that, was removed. She could do little but simply marvel at the sheer size of the binder, filled with an innumerable number of laminated pages, keeping every work of art carefully preserved and free of damage. "Wow," Astoria said. "When you said you drew a lot, you weren't kidding." "These are all comic strips." "No, no," Damien said with a smile as he opened his binder. "I have tabs for each section. The comics are in the back, but I still have a good amount of them." She watched as Damien quickly shuffled through the back. "Try not to laugh at my art, okay? These were some of my first works, so they aren't that good. I really only keep them in here because of sentimental value." Laugh, Astoria thought to herself as she looked over the line art, the perfect shades of colors, the outlines, every bit of it looked amazing. She had to fight hard to keep her jaw from dropping as she spoke. "These are your first pieces." "Yes," Damien said nervously. "I've gotten better, I swear, but we all start somewhere, right?" "These are incredible," Astoria said. "I don't think the ones in the Daily Prophet even look this good." She watched as Damien smiled, a hint of red filling his cheeks as Astoria looked down at the binder. "What does this one say?" "Which one?" Damien said, now looking over her shoulder, his light orange blossom cologne filling her senses as she felt his muscular arm brush gently against her. Astoria bit down on her lip, her own face now feeling warm as she pointed her finger. "This one." "Oh, this one," Damien said with a laugh. "This one was when my father was trying to wrangle votes for his election. We were constantly traveling around Bulgaria, answering people's questions, and my father got asked something about a picture someone took when we were at a park. What happened was that a stray goose stole one of his shoes and ran for the pond, and my father ended up chasing him around for nearly 10 minutes. The reporter's question made me remember and draw the incident. It was pretty funny." Astoria chuckled as she imagined the minister she'd seen at the World Cup running around with one shoe chasing after a runaway goose. "I can see that," Astoria said with a smile. "Your dad looked really serious at the World Cup, but that joke he pulled on Fudge was a classic." "He's a great man," Damien said with a happy smile as he looked out onto the Black Lake. "He's the best man I know. No matter what happens, he's never turned his back on me." It must be nice to have a dad like that, Astoria thought to herself in sadness before shoving the thought down hard. She had believed herself to be rather good at keeping her true feelings hidden despite the fact that she normally preferred to be open. But clearly, she wasn't as good at it as she thought as Damien quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Astoria lied, though her smile came easy. "Honestly, I think I'm just overloaded with amazement," she said as she flipped through the pages. "I mean, not only your cartoons, but these landscapes look incredible. The way you painted that sunset is unbelievable, too. I never would have guessed you'd be this talented." Damien smiled happily as he rolled his thumbs, keeping his jittery hands in motion. "But you don't seem to draw a lot of people, do you?" Damien spoke, looking away. "It's hard sometimes. People, they take a long time to paint, and unlike a landscape that's always present, people often get busy. It also doesn't help that the Durmstrang Institute sees arts as a waste of time. My father agreed to let me paint him once, but," Damien said, turning to a laminated page with only the chair and the minister's legs painted, "he never seems to be able to stick around for long enough. He is the minister for magic. After all, it keeps him busy." "You can paint me," Astoria said with a smile. "Really? I mean, are you sure?" "Sure," Astoria said with a smile. "Why not? It'll be fun." "But what if it doesn't come out good?" Damien said nervously. "I'd hate to waste so much of your time and—" "It won't be a waste of time," Astoria said, waving the worry off. "Even if the painting came out terribly, which I doubt will happen, it means that we'll be hanging out a lot, and since we're friends, it'll be fun. You've got nothing to worry about." "I mean, if you're sure." "Of course I'm sure," Astoria said before a loud growl erupted from her stomach, leaving her embarrassed. "Sorry about that. I'm a bit hungry." "A bit," Damien returned with a grin. "Whatever," Astoria said as she playfully rolled her eyes. "Come on, let's get to the Great Hall. Dinner tonight's going to be great. We're going to figure out who the champions are after all." Well, Crumb is going to be the Durmstrang champion, Damien said as he placed the binder back carefully into his bag. But I suppose it'll be exciting to see who the Beauxbatons and Hogwarts champions are. Just give me a mom. But before Damien could even close his bag, Astoria quickly took his hand and began to run towards the castle's entrance. Come on, I don't want to miss the show. And as they rushed into the castle, the only sound beside their footsteps on the grassy plains was the laughter that they shared. Harry smiled as he locked hands with Daphne, the two of them leaving the library towards the Great Hall. Snape's trying to murder me, I'm certain of it, Harry groaned. 3 scrolls. 3 scrolls of parchment on the pepper-up potion. I mean, honestly, how much does he think there actually is to write on such a basic potion? Oh, don't be a baby flyboy, Daphne said with a smirk. At least you didn't have to write in on your own. Plus, I'm dying to know how you feel about completing an assignment before the last minute for the first time ever. You're right, Harry said with a sigh. Thanks for the help, Princess. But honestly, I kinda miss the feeling of pressure that comes from doing things at the last minute. It feels strange completing something like a normal functioning human being. I wouldn't worry too much about that, Daphne said teasingly. You could try all you want, I doubt you could ever be normal. You don't seem too upset about that, Harry said with a smirk of his own as he looked down at Daphne's icy blue eyes. If I wanted normal, I certainly wouldn't have chosen you as a boyfriend, Daphne replied, sinking her blue eyes into his emerald greens. You keep things entertaining if nothing else. Glad I don't bore you, Harry said with a smile. Not a bit, Daphne responded, and Harry quickly placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, forcing Daphne to blush heavily. Hey, PDA, Mr. Potter, not nice. Sorry, Harry said with a smirk. Couldn't help it. You're lucky you're cute, Daphne retorted before, with a chuckle, the two entered the Great Hall, and with a promise to meet up after they broke off, and Harry headed towards the Gryffindor table and found his seat beside Astoria, who found herself sandwiched between himself and the child of the Bulgarian minister. Harry watched with a laugh as Astoria grew a bit red as Damien leaned into her, doing everything in her power to hide her face. She's such a dork, Harry thought happily as he smiled, but I'm glad Astoria finally made a friend in her year. Too bad he's leaving next year. What are you looking at? Astoria asked curiously. Playfully, Harry looked around, pretending he couldn't hear where the voice was coming from, only to be jabbed softly in the gut by Astoria's finger, forcing him to look down and smile at her patented balloon pout. Oh, sorry, Shortstack. Didn't see you there. Jerk, Astoria said with a chuckle before she turned to face the centerpiece of the Great Hall, taking Harry's focus along with her. Harry couldn't help but find the flickering of the blue flames mesmerizing, and as Harry's eyes chased the dancing flames, he heard Astoria whisper, "Who do you think the champions will be?" I don't know, Harry replied with a whisper of his own. I heard Crumb was the only applicant from Durmstrang, so he'll win by default. I don't really know any of the Beauxbaton students besides Claire, and she isn't old enough to compete anyway. But if I had to make a guess for Hogwarts, I don't think anyone deserves it more than Cedric. He's easily the most talented in his year, plus anyone who can beat me in Quidditch has my respect. It's always Quidditch with you, isn't it? I'm also a big fan of talking about your sister, but part of me feels that you're not all that interested in our broom closet escapades, Harry returned with a teasing grin. Nope, 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 Astoria said, shaking her head violently. I don't want to hear any of it. Then Quidditch it is, Harry said with a laugh. Actually, it's been a while since I've asked how you've been doing in class. Need any help with anything? Not really. None of the transfiguration spells haven't been all that difficult yet, especially not when I use that visualization trick you taught me. But I am kind of curious about memory charms. I know they're above my year, but we were learning about the theory behind them, and I just find them neat. Yeah, Harry said with a sigh. I'm not too well versed in those, but you know. Come to think of it, Corner read a lot about them last summer, said knowing it could come in handy with, well, you know. Harry then smiled. Anyway, I'm sure if you wanted more info you could probably ask him. He might be able to show you the basics if nothing else. Really, you think I'd be able to do it? Astoria asked, her eyes wide. They're supposed to be super dangerous and... I'm sure you could do it, Harry said with a smile. You're a much better witch than you think you are, short stack. Plus, you never know with our business, having more people who know how to use the charm could be helpful. Harry watched as Astoria smiled proudly. In all honesty, Harry had meant what he said. Astoria had been able to pick up the Patronus charm incredibly fast, and despite her occasionally struggle in the field of transfiguration, he felt strongly that Astoria was an extremely talented witch, almost scarily so, as she, a girl of 12, was keeping up with not only Tracy, Blaze, and Daphne, people who were 2 years her senior, but Michael and Neville as well, who had survived a grueling summer of training. Harry was certain that either Michael or Neville could still beat Astoria quite handily, but the fact that she was capable of keeping pace was impressive in her own right. And Harry couldn't help but feel an immense sense of pride in his little sister. Harry kept that pride in his heart as the dinner went on. As usual, he and Astoria had undergone their daily challenge of who could eat more, leading Damien to watch them in concern. Specifically for Astoria, as how her small body could contain so much food had been something Harry himself wondered many times. But as usual, Harry still came out on top and finished with a satisfied burp, which ended with a hearty laugh between him and Astoria. Harry chuckled as his eyes caught Michael staring at the two of them, completely lost for words, and Hermione, who shook her head, a rather judgmental look on her face, while Harry simply sent a bright grin her way. However, for as much as Harry was enjoying dinner, he couldn't help but empathize with Cedric. The Hufflepuff boy tapped his fingers against the wooden table impatiently, waiting for Dumbledore to rise and begin the announcements. Cedric must have noticed his staring as he sent Harry a quick wave, to which Harry responded with a confident nod. Hufflepuff was quite often the butt of jokes between the houses, but nobody brought that house more pride than Cedric, and Harry hoped greatly, probably only second to Cedric himself, that the Hufflepuff Seeker would be selected as champion. Finally, to both his and Cedric's relief, Dumbledore stood. "I hope you have all had a nice dinner," Dumbledore began, his grandfatherly tone overtaking the quickly quieting room. "But without further ado, let's begin the moment we've all been waiting for, the champion selection." The Great Hall erupted in cheers as Dumbledore began his walk towards the center of the Great Hall, towards the blue burning goblet. Slowly, the fires that lit the hall grew dim as Dumbledore waved his empty hand along the ceiling, utilizing the bright goblet as the only source of light in the room. Harry couldn't help but feel as if the technique had reminded him a bit of the cinema, as it certainly had the same effect of both quieting the room and building the tension. Harry's eyes were locked on the elderly man, the blue fire bringing a shimmer to his beard as his hand rested gently on the side of the goblet, the fire seeming to grow at his touch. Shortly after, the elderly wizard began to pull away, and Harry couldn't help but allow an expression of his awe to leave his mouth as he watched the fire begin to roar, angrily shifting colors. First to a glistening magenta, and then a roaring purple, before finally settling on an amber red. The eyes of the entire Great Hall were focused upon the flickering and wild-looking flame, before suddenly, as if the fire was sentient, it spit up a crumpled and yet perfectly unburnt piece of parchment. Dumbledore, with a speed that surprised Harry, quickly plucked the paper from the sky as if it was a snitch, and as he gently unfolded the paper, he spoke. "The Durmstrang champion is Victor Krum." The students, decked out in the Bulgarian red, erupted with cheer, and while Harry acknowledged that it was something to be excited about, knowing that nobody else placed their name in the goblet had made Krum's celebration look a bit flat. However, then the Bulgarian seeker did something that erupted a flame in his own chest larger than that of the goblets. Harry's fist clenched in anger as he watched Krum turn to Daphne and smile wickedly before he sent her a quick wink. Had it not been for Astoria quickly grabbing his arm and bringing him back to reality, Harry was certain he would have given the Bulgarian champion a piece of his mind, and maybe a taste of his fist. Harry took a deep breath, allowing his mind to refocus. However, before he could even turn to Daphne for a look that might have given him some answers, the goblet began acting up once more. Like before, the color of the fire switched and regurgitated a name, quickly being captured by Dumbledore, who looked up and announced, "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer." Harry watched as the students in blue stood and applauded loudly as the silver-haired vixen that had caused a scene on the first day back walked towards Dumbledore, with many boys focusing more on the swinging of the French girl's hips rather than the burning goblet. Yet, Harry did see one thing that still surprised him. Claire Belmont, the diva, had been the one cheering loudest of all for the Beauxbatons champion, and Harry couldn't help but wonder what connection the two of them truly shared. Though he didn't have much time to think about it, as the moment he'd been waiting for finally arrived. Harry watched with a smile as Fred reached over to grab Angelina's hand. Someone he knew had submitted her name as well, while many others turned to each other, crossing their fingers and whispering silent prayers. The flames spit up the final piece of parchment, and with the grace of a seeker in their prime, Dumbledore plucked it out of the air. He watched the headmaster smile down at the parchment before, with a calm yet strong tone, he spoke. "The Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory." The students of the castle cheered loudly, and even Angelina, who, while being pretty upset about being passed up on by the goblet, still clapped for one of Hogwarts' most talented wizards. Harry smiled up at Cedric from the bench as he passed through, and slowly he raised his hand for a high five. Cedric responded with pride, and Harry chuckled. "It's going to be weird cheering for you instead of wishing you'd fall off your broom this time." "With support like that," Cedric said with a grin, "I'm sure to win." "Well, get on with it then," Harry said with a laugh. "Congrats, Seed. Nobody deserves the honor more than you." Cedric nodded proudly, walking towards Dumbledore and firmly shaking the headmaster's hand before being pointed towards the direction of the back room where all the other champions had been sent, most likely to learn about what was to be expected of them. As the cheers began to slow and Cedric had left the view of the Great Hall, Dumbledore turned to the remaining wizards and smiled. "Excellent." Dumbledore spoke with excitement. "We now have our 3 champions, but in the end, only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this challenge of champions, this vessel of victory, the Triwizard Cup." Quickly, Dumbledore spun around and wandlessly. He removed the cloth over the staff table's centerpiece, a shimmering cup with the words "Try" and was engraved in beautiful gold. The cup radiated with magic and glowed a brilliant blue. Despite its long-term use, Harry was simply astounded at how flawless the cup looked, especially for how old it truly was. However, the piece was broken as Tracy yelled out, "Professor Dumbledore, something's wrong with the goblet." Quickly, Dumbledore turned, and Harry's expression had never been so similar to the old man's, as each felt their eyes grow 3 sizes at the mayhem the cup was displaying. Harry quickly placed his hand on Astoria's shoulder, preparing to shield her from some oncoming fire if need be. But to his relief, the fire seemed to calm, but from the calming flame emerged another piece of parchment. "What the hell's going on?" Astoria whispered. "I've got no idea," Harry replied honestly, as he watched Dumbledore walk towards the goblet and pick the parchment off the ground. Harry's heart raced in his chest as he remembered the day, cursing his luck. "No, I'm going insane," he thought to himself. "I didn't even put my name in the cup. I have nothing to worry." "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said with an alarmed tone. "No," Harry said in a whisper as he felt the eyes of the hall fall onto him. "Why is it always me?" Chapter 14. "A cheater, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said a bit louder as chills ran through his bones. His eyes dilated in a mixture of confusion and anger at his luck. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore repeated a bit more urgently. "Go," Astoria whispered, though she too seemed to be at a loss as to what had just happened. "Go to Dumbledore." Slowly, Harry pushed himself out of the bench, and instantly he felt his legs tremble. It felt as if the gravity in the room had increased tenfold as every eye in the Great Hall rested upon him. Some at his own table gave him looks riddled with confusion, while others sent him venomous glares. He locked eyes with Michael, who currently was running his hand feverishly through his hair, trying to understand what was happening, while Neville had sent him a look of concern. The worst of all was the look that Daphne had given him, a look of pure fear, as if her heart had sunk to her stomach. "Did you?" she mouthed softly to him from across the hall. "No," Harry whispered beneath his breath before he turned to Dumbledore, who ushered him closer. Each step Harry took, it felt like the floor was cracking beneath him. A lot of strange things had happened in his life, things he struggled to understand, and yet he never felt as lost as he currently did. He appeared at Dumbledore's side, and gently he whispered, "Sir, I didn't put my name in the goblet, I swear." "He's a cheat," a student called out. He's not even 17 yet, bellowed another in outrage. "SHH, Harry," Dumbledore said in a soft tone. "We'll talk more about it in a moment. For now, go to the back room with the other champions." Harry felt Dumbledore's hand grip his shoulder tightly, and as he slowly approached the room where the champions were gathered, he felt the stares of not only the students, but Snape, Professor Mooney, and Professor McGonagall adding to the crushing weight. "That will end the champion selection," Dumbledore spoke. "The students are dismissed and will be guided back to their dormitories. Prefects, if you will." Harry heard the stampede of footsteps being escorted out of the Great Hall, and Harry turned back once more trying to find Daphne, only getting one last look at her concerned eyes before she was removed from the Great Hall. "Come now, Harry," Dumbledore spoke, forcing Harry to a quicker speed. "Come along now." His mind raced rapidly, trying desperately to comprehend what his eyes were telling him, as he crossed the threshold into the back room by Dumbledore's side, the professors entering behind him and closing the door with a thud. For a moment, Harry's mind was encapsulated by the room he had just entered, the entrance to which was normally guarded by a large gate that seemed to contain all the trophies that had yet to be housed in the trophy room. He saw familiar objects like the house cup and the Quidditch cup resting gently on a gold podium in perfect condition, and between all the shimmering awards, he saw the movement of the other champions, along with Madame Maxime and Karkaroff. The room was perfectly silent, but it didn't last long as soon the rambling of teachers echoed in the distance. And while Harry continued to walk with Dumbledore's guidance, the voice of his head of house still reached his ears clear as day. "I know what I saw, Alastair, but it doesn't make sense. It's just not possible." "Clearly," Snape said in a slow and rather uninterested voice, "it is Minerva. All we have now are theories, nothing more, nothing less. We require a deeper investigation." Moody spoke, his gruff voice like sandpaper on skin. As the voices got louder, Harry watched as the other champions and headmasters stood in both attention and confusion at not only Harry's arrival, but the army of staff behind him. As soon as they entered, the gate had closed behind Moody. Dumbledore turned to him, and with a calm and soothing voice, he asked, "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No, sir," Harry returned, trying to keep his voice as strong as he could despite the utter disbelief he currently felt. "Did you convince one of the older students to do it for you?" Dumbledore asked again. "No, sir, wait, that would have worked," Harry said, his mind spinning. "You're absolutely sure?" Dumbledore continued, ignoring his slight tangent. "Yes," Harry replied with a quick nod. "Harry," Cedric called out to him, "what's going on? Are you trying to tell me this little boy's name came out of the goblet?" Fleur spoke with outrage. "Never would have imagined Hogwarts as a school for cheaters," Crumb said neutrally, though, despite his tone, Harry still saw the predatory daggers in his eyes. "What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" Karkaroff spoke with a loud bark. "Are you saying this boy," he spat, "that his name came from the goblet? Is he even old enough to compete? He looks like a frightened kitten." Harry snarled as Karkaroff gripped his shoulder, and with a low snarl he spoke. "Get your hand off me before I show everyone in this room what's under that sleeve." Karkaroff's hand quickly flew off Harry's body as he continued to glare angrily at the Durmstrang headmaster before the voice of the half-giantess spoke up. "Clearly this is some kind of trick. The boy must have cheated in some way." "Like hell he could," Moody barked. "I've no doubt Potter's a decent wizard, but the Goblet of Fire's an extremely powerful magical artifact, and only an extremely powerful and skilled wizard could successfully confound it. Magic way beyond the skills of a fourth year." "You seem to have given this a lot of thought, Mad-Eye," Karkaroff said, getting in the grizzled Auror's face. "It was once my job to think the way dark wizards do." Moody spoke, and Harry couldn't help but grin as he forced the Durmstrang headmaster back with fear. "Perhaps you remember." However, it was through the tension that a voice called out, winded and out of breath. "Apologies for being late. The ministry is currently quite swamped. I hope you can Mr. Potter. What are you doing here?" "Ah, excellent," Karkaroff spoke loudly. "Barty Crouch, perhaps you can sort this out for us." "Sort what out?" Barty Crouch said as he entered into the well-lit and shimmering room. Harry watched as the headmasters each rattled on about the events in question, each second seeming to carry an insult, and each moment bringing Harry closer and closer to an explosive rage before he shouted, "There's nothing to sort out. I don't want to compete. I'll just forfeit and be done with it. It's not like I wanted to be in this competition anyway." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Crouch said, his skull-like face really taking shape in the ominous candlelight. "When a name is chosen from the goblet, the entrant has been bound in a magical contract. Falling to compete would mean a loss of the entrant's magic." "That's bullshit," Harry growled. "I didn't even enter. I mean, look at this handwriting, it doesn't even look like mine." Harry watched as Dumbledore handed the slip to Snape, knowing that nobody could claim that Snape was attempting to show him any favoritism, and soon Snape spoke. "It's true, Albus. This handwriting is far too neat to be Potter's. He couldn't write this cleanly even if he had years to practice." "It matters not," Crouch replied. "The goblet has chosen Harry Potter. As of this moment, he is a Tri-Wizard champion." Harry's hand covered his face as he sighed, a heavy breath sliding down against the pillar as he clenched his fist in anger, feeling the glaring eyes of the Bulgarian seeker and the French beauty upon him, and with a growl he whispered, "Damn it all!" Astoria had felt nauseous when Harry's name had emerged from the goblet. Her chest beat painfully in her chest, and the fact that Harry had neither returned to the Gryffindor common room or arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast only amplified the concern. Her focus turned to Daphne. She had hoped her sister had received some news, but judging by the way Astoria saw her sister rapidly tapping her fingers against the Slytherin table, she knew that Daphne was just as in the dark as she was. Astoria was often jokingly called a glutton by Daphne in their younger years. Her ability to eat was paralleled only by Harry himself, but as she looked down at the piles of eggs, bacon, sausages, black pudding, breads, and juices, the knot in her stomach only tightened. It felt as if her stomach itself had forbidden her from eating. She gripped the fork in her hand tightly, desperately scanning the tables, hoping Harry would materialize before her, but the result remained the same. Not feeling comfortable with the situation, Astoria excused herself from the table, leaving a rather concerned look Damien behind as she approached her sister's table. She felt the eyes of the snakes falling heavily upon her. But she didn't let that deter her as she tapped Daphne's shoulder, causing her sister to jump out of her lost-looking daze. "Sorry," Astoria said meekly. "Didn't mean to spook you." "Oh, Astoria," Daphne said, her face sinking. "Sorry, I love you and all, but I was just hoping it would be somebody else." "Esake," Astoria said quietly as she took a seat beside her sister. "But I'm guessing that means you don't know where he is either." Daphne shook her head morosely, and Astoria swallowed hard. "I hope he's okay. He didn't come back to the common room last night, and I can't get that look he had when his name came out from the goblet out of my head." "Harry's tough," Tracy said, doing her best to hide her own worry from her voice. "He's going to be fine. I mean, we all know that he's more than capable of taking care of himself." "I know he can take care of himself," Daphne said. "It's just—" Astoria gripped her sister's hand tightly. Never would he imagine seeing such a broken, frightened, and utterly concerned look on her sister's face again. For as long as she could remember, Daphne was the strong and unbreakable ice queen who only cared about a few. But now, she looked almost as bad as when she had left the Greengrass Manor for the first time, and while Astoria wished she could do something, she wasn't feeling much better. However, almost as if the world itself was trying to make the day as terrible as possible, Astoria heard a nasally and irritating voice from behind her. "This is the Slytherin table. Astoria, I suggest you get lost. We don't want to be associated with you cheats." "Bite me, Malfoy," Astoria said with a growl before she herself felt a tremble down her spine as Daphne faced Draco delivering what could only be called a killing glare. She watched as Draco took a step back, the initial fear reflexively sending him back before he recomposed himself. "Come on now, Greengrass, what's with the look?" Draco said, his feelings of bravado returning as the eyes of the snakes rallied around him. "I see Potter's not here. Did you finally kick him aside after that awful display last night? I wouldn't blame you. He's probably somewhere crying his." "Shut up, Malfoy," Daphne growled, enunciating every word. Don't be that way, Greengrass. You could do so much better if you didn't have such a nasty attitude, you know," Malfoy said with a smirk before pulling a button from his pocket that read, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." Before quickly it shifted to read, "Potter stinks. Come on, admit it, it's pretty impressive, worked on it with the boys all night in the common room. It's gonna make a mint, but tell you what, you two can have one for free." Astoria glared venomously at the button. Every fiber of her being wanted to slam it against Draco's face. Her blood was boiling, and the fact that many of the snakes around her were laughing at the fact Harry's life had just been put more at risk than usual had angered her beyond belief. But almost as if it was Malfoy's dream to infuriate her as far as possible, Astoria watched with a scowl as Draco turned to Daphne with a cocky grin. "I'm just wondering if you're concerned, Greengrass." "I mean, if he's willing to cheat in a major competition like this," Draco said with a shrug. "How long do you think it will be until he decides to cheat on you? It's pretty clear that boundaries don't seem to matter to Potter all that much now." "Harry would never use slimy piece of," Astoria began, but Daphne raised her hand, silencing her. "Draco," Daphne said, her voice cold enough to freeze hell itself, "if you don't get your sorry ass out of my face in the next 5 seconds, Madame Pomfrey will have her hands full for weeks with you after what I'll do." Draco backed away slowly, swallowing hard as Daphne's eyes seemed ready to shoot icy daggers through the boy's chest. It was only after Crabbe and Goyle rose and rushed to his side did the confident smirk return, and to Astoria's sheer disbelief, Draco approached once more and dropped 2 buttons onto each of their laps. "Well, take those in case you decide to change your minds. Don't say I never do anything for you, Greengrass." Draco ran his hand across his nice button-down shirt, ensuring it was perfectly straight before he spoke once more. "Now, I've got to go find Pansy. I don't want to get lumped in with Blaze and the half-blood on the way to Hogsmeade." "Piss off," Tracy growled, but as usual, Draco ignored her, quickly finding the pug-faced Pansy and leaving the hall. Astoria watched as Daphne picked up the badge, watching the letters shift before tossing it to the ground and crushing it beneath her feet. Astoria followed suit before placing her hand on Daphne's shoulder, trying to help Tracy bring Daphne out of her angered state. But as if the universe itself was playing with them, another great irritation of her sister arrived. "Good morning," a voice with a thick Bulgarian accent called out to them. "It is such a beautiful day for this Hogsmeade visit." Astoria remained silent, knowing better than to get involved in Daphne's business when not asked to. It seemed that Daphne intended to act in the same manner as she continued to stare down blankly at the shattered button, ignoring the Bulgarian seeker's presence. But clearly Crumb wasn't deterred. "I looked around, but I don't seem to see Harry Potter anywhere." "I'd hate to believe he'd let you explore the town alone and unprotected." "I can take care of myself," Daphne responded, her force cold as ice. "Of that, I have no doubt," Crumb said with what Astoria assumed was meant to be his charming smile, yet it looked nowhere near as warm as Damien's. "But for a girl of your beauty to be unaccompanied seems wrong, does it not? My offer still stands if you'd like to go with a real Triwizard champion." Astoria could not believe what she was hearing. From the distance she'd seen that Daphne didn't hold a very high opinion of Crumb, but whenever she'd asked why, Daphne had always simply told her it was a bad feeling. But hearing about this offer meant that Crumb had tried to ask her sister out before, and despite being told no, he still hadn't given up. Harry was important to her, he was important to her sister, and the idea that Crumb had believing he could take Harry's place made her skin crawl. She turned to her sister, who stood there with her face as blank as ever as her eyes locked with Crumb's. "Listen and listen well," Daphne said, her voice calm, and yet somehow terrifying. "I'm not interested in going anywhere with you. I don't care that you're famous. I don't care that you're big and strong. I don't even care that you're a real Triwizard champion. Harry Potter is my boyfriend, and we've been through things that you can't even hope to imagine, so I'm asking you as nicely as I possibly can to leave me alone." Astoria watched as Crumb watched on, his face seemingly as determined as ever to get what he wanted, but Daphne wasn't quite done talking yet. "As for that comment about being a real Triwizard champion, I want you to know that even though he's younger than you, I have no doubt that if he wanted to, Harry would decimate you in this competition." Daphne's voice felt like a sword that continued to cut into Crumb little by little, but it seemed as if Daphne was ready for the finishing blow as she spoke. "There is nothing you can possibly do to impress me. My boyfriend's already an amazing Quidditch player, a talented wizard, just as much of a Triwizard champion as you are, and is more famous than you could ever hope to be. It's better for everyone if you'd stop approaching me, understand?" "I see," Crumbs said with a nod. "Then perhaps after I crush Potter in the first task, it'll become clearer as to who the better choice truly is. Very well then," he continued with one of the most passive and bored voices that Astoria had ever heard. "I suppose that the best man will win in the end. Goodbye, Daphne." Astoria growled as she watched Crumb walk off, only hearing the deep sigh from Daphne before she and the group of snakes left the table heading for the Great Hall exit. As they passed the double doors, they watched as Crumb soon walked out behind them with some random Beaubaton girl as they departed for the Hogsmeade carriages. It was quiet, but just beneath her breath, Daphne muttered, "What? A prick," earning a nod of agreement from herself as well as Tracy and Blaze. Tracy and Blaze soon turned to both her and her sister before Daphne spoke. "Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to go look for Harry. There's no way he left the castle, and I don't want to leave him alone right now. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to find him, so don't worry about waiting up for me. When I find him, I'll see you can Blaze at Hogsmeade, all right, Tracy." "Are you sure?" Blaze asked. "I mean, Hogwarts is huge. If you want us to stick around and help look for Harry, we'll." "It's fine, Blaze," Astoria said with a smile. "I can't go to Hogsmeade anyway, so I'll help Daphne look for Harry." "Really, Blaze, it's fine," Daphne said softly. "Harry and I will catch up with you all later. You should go have some fun. But if I do end up taking a bit too long, promise me you'll bring me back some sugar quills. I'm running low on my supply." Tracy and Blaze both nodded, though there was a notable bit of reluctancy before they began to walk towards the carriage, catching up with Neville, Michael, and Hermione, who Astoria spotted in the distance. As the crowd dispersed, Astoria sighed. "So, how do you want to start? I've already checked the Gryffindor common room, but I suppose I could recheck it and then work from the top down." "No, I have a better idea," Daphne said with a nervous look. "I just hope it'll work. Dobby." With a soft pop, Astoria couldn't help but smile as the elf that had pledged its loyalty to both herself and her sister appeared before them, bouncing up and down with great enthusiasm at being summoned before he spoke. Miss Greenie called for Dobby. "What can Dobby do to help?" "Good morning, Dobby," Daphne said kindly before she asked. "Okay, I'm going to ask you to do something that sounds a little wrong, but trust me, it's okay." Dobby looked at her, a fair bit of confusion in his eyes but zero hesitation. Near Harry's bed in the Gryffindor Tower, there's bedside table. Inside the table is what looks like a blank map. Do you think you could bring that to me? Are you sure it's okay for Dobby to go looking through Mr. Harry Potter's things? "Yes, Dobby," Daphne said with a nod. "If he gets mad, I'll tell him I'm the one who told you to do so, okay?" Dobby nodded before disappearing with a crack, and Astoria watched as a sad smile grew upon Daphne's face. Almost as quickly as he vanished, Dobby returned holding the overly folded map, and both she and Daphne thanked the elf, causing him to dance happily before disappearing once more. Astoria watched curiously as Daphne flicked her wrist, her wand appearing from her holster, before placing the tip of the wand to the paper. "Here goes nothing," Daphne thought to herself. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Astoria's brow furrowed at the words emerging from her sister's lips, but all doubts were silenced as she watched the map unfold, revealing what looked to be scattered footprints all over the castle and the accompanying grounds, with a vast majority of footprints at the carriage station near the gate. "Okay, Astoria, come over here and help me look for Harry's name." "What is this thing?" Astoria said in awe. "It's a map that his dad, Sirius, and Remus made when they were in school. It's actually an extremely impressive work of magic," Daphne said before quickly shaking her head. "Harry can tell you more about it later. We need to focus on finding Harry right now, though. Get to searching." And search they did, but to Astoria's great dismay, Harry's name appeared nowhere on the map. "It's not here, his name just isn't there," she said with a sigh. "Does that mean he's not in the castle?" "No," Daphne said. "I have to believe he'd tell me if he were leaving the castle at least. But if it's not on the map, Then it has to be somewhere that's hidden in the castle. Didn't Harry and Michael say something about the training room being hidden on even the map? Do you think they were talking about this one? Astoria asked softly. It's better than nothing, Daphne said firmly. Come on, let's go. Astoria followed Daphne, who was moving with great haste to the corridor between the charms class and the trophy room, where the tapestry of Merlin rested proudly. Quickly, Daphne stroked Merlin's beard with the tip of her wand, revealing the passageway, and with their wands lit, they ran through the devil's snare, leading them to the empty training room. Astoria's eyes scanned feverishly, and with an exhausted sigh of relief, she smiled as she saw a bed resting in the center of the room with Creature standing guard beside it. Both Astoria and Daphne raced towards the edge, the house elf's expression only softening upon recognizing their faces. Astoria turned to Daphne, who looked down at the vials of healing potions Creature had procured, as he watched over Harry, who was currently snoring mildly atop the sheets. Was he here all night? Daphne asked the elf quietly. Yes, Mistress Daphne, Creature said just above a whisper. Creature did his best to conjure a bed, but Creature isn't the best with conjuration. Mistress, Astoria thought to herself in confusion, a confusion that Daphne seemed to share. She had expected Daphne to say something, but it was obvious that her focus was on Harry, who was lying peacefully beneath them. Astoria watched as Daphne leaned in. For a moment, Astoria prepared herself to turn and look away. However, as both her sister and Harry's face inched ever closer, Daphne pulled back and with quick precision flicked him hard between the eyes, leaving behind an echoing thud. Ow! Harry groaned as his eyes slowly began to open while he rubbed the attacked space. What was that, Daphne? You know, Flyboy, Daphne said, a look of exhaustion on her face. In some cultures, it would be considered rude to pester a girl for a date for over a year and then stand her up. What do you, but before he could finish, Astoria watched as Harry's eyes opened in realization. Oh God, I'm sorry, Daphne. Give me 1 second and then we can. But as Harry quickly jumped from the bed, Astoria's eyes grew in panic as Harry wrapped his arm around his torso before falling to his knees with a painful groan. Astoria raced to his side, slinging his arm around his shoulder as she helped him to his feet before, with a shaky tone, she spoke. You're hurt. I'm fine, really, Harry said, though the lie was so obvious it had made Astoria cringe. I just landed wrong. I just need a second to go get changed, and then I'll be ready to. Sit down, Daphne said, though her voice was warm and gentle, and take off your shirt. Astoria and Harry both gave Daphne a puzzled look, but her sister continued. You're in pain. Let me see what happened. Why? Harry asked, honestly. I've already seen you without a shirt on. There's no reason to get embarrassed about it now, Daphne said with a gentle smile. Plus, you already scared me half to death between last night and this morning. Indulge me, okay? Astoria watched as a guilt-ridden expression appeared on Harry's normally light-hearted face, and slowly he took a seat and began to comply with Daphne's request as she unbuttoned his shirt. Astoria had to bite her lip hard to contain her gasp, as beneath the crumbled Oxford shirt that Harry had awoken with was a flurry of discolored bumps across his torso and abdomen ranging from red to black to blue. Harry, Daphne asked, though there was no judgment in her voice. What happened? It's complicated, Harry replied, trying his best to look at anything but her sister. I'm a good listener, Daphne said with a smile as she gently began casting numbing charms against her boyfriend's torso. With both of you here, Harry said with a sigh, I don't suppose I'll be able to get you to drop it. Not a chance, Potter, the two said in unison. Okay, it started after my name was pulled from the goblet, Harry said, his eyes darkening. Crouch appeared, and for a second I thought that since it was in violation of the rules, I'd be excused from competing. But it turns out the Goblet of Fire makes the rules, not him. And since my name came out, I was entered into a magical contract with the goblet itself and forced to compete in this tournament. Magical contract? Astoria asked. What kind of magical contract? And can't you just forfeit? I mean, even if for some reason you're forced to go to each challenge or whatever, what stops you from throwing in the towel as soon as the task begins? Those are a lot of questions, Harry said, trying to keep the conversation lighthearted, but nobody was in the mood to laugh. The contract is a magically binding one, which means if I fail to follow the terms of the agreement, then I could lose my magic. Astoria grit her teeth. How could the ministry allow such a stupid rule for this competition? Unfortunately, that's not all, Harry continued. Forfeiting isn't an option. I don't know how it works, but somehow the goblet know if you've made a genuine attempt to succeed in the 3 tasks. If I simply give up without a reason, I'm in violation of the contract, and once again, I lose my magic. That's absolutely insane, Daphne said in anger. What if someone gets seriously hurt? What kind of rules are these? That's what I said, Harry replied. But honestly, it seems that getting seriously hurt could be the best-case scenario. Both her and her sister's eyes widened at that remark as Harry reached for a book that he had sprawled open on the ground. Crouch, Harry started once more. Professor McGonagall gave me this book about the tournament before she left. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here to start reading it and figure out what I had got myself into here. Astoria trembled as she watched Harry swallow hard before continuing. Apparently, it isn't all that unusual for someone to die during this competition. It was even discontinued after the 1792 tournament because of a high death toll. Needless to say, I wasn't able to even think about sleep after that. Astoria clenched her fist tightly with anger before turning to Daphne, whose face was in a desperate struggle to remain calm. That still doesn't explain how you ended up with all of these, Daphne said, as she pressed her wand gently to one of Harry's marks while applying the numbing spell. I guess hearing about the dangers of the competition and being talked down upon by both the French and Bulgarian champion gave me some jittery energy, Harry said with a slight grin. I came here to try and work off some of that nervous energy and train. The same book says that it's not unusual for a wizard to have to face off against some powerful magical creatures during the task, and it listed in the book that at least 16 times wizards have died or come close to dying because some creature broke their wands. That's why I called creature, so I could begin learning some wandless magic just in case. Once again, Daphne said, it still doesn't explain why you look like a beaten-up mess. That is Creature's fault, mistress, Creature said as he bowed his head. Master Harry ordered Creature to attack him at full strength so that Master Harry could practice wandless shielding. Creature wanted him to find another way to practice, but Master Harry insisted that this way was best for him. It's not your fault, Creature, Harry said with a smile. I'm the one who gave you the order, plus near the end, I finally managed to block a few. Don't worry about it, really. But before Harry could finish, Astoria watched as Daphne lifted her hand, smacking Harry upside the head. You're so damn reckless. Honestly, Harry, if you were planning on training, why the hell didn't you call for me to come too? There are safer ways to train that don't involve turning yourself into a punching bag, you know. Harry rubbed the back of his head gently before looking up at Daphne and quickly turning to face her. I'm sorry, really I am. I don't want people to worry about me. I try to act like everything's fine all the time because I don't want to bother people with my stresses, especially not you, Princess. You don't deserve this shitstorm that's been happening lately, And you do, Daphne asked in a tone that wasn't quite angry but certainly not calm. Tell me, Harry Potter, what great crime you feel you committed that you think you deserve all this crap that's been happening to you? Astoria watched as Harry eyed Daphne softly. Do you really think not keeping me in the loop makes me stress less? At least if I know what's happening, I feel like I can do something to help. Telling me nothing just makes me feel useless. Daphne, Harry whispered softly. And this business about not wanting people to worry about you, you have to be joking. Daphne said, though her rant seemed to only be growing in volume. I don't care what the situation is. We could be living the most peaceful life imaginable, and I'd still worry about you because I love. But instantly, Daphne felt quite a redness lining her face as she continued in a weaker voice. Because you're important to me and I care about you, Flyboy. Astoria couldn't believe the words that had almost flown from her sister's mouth, and judging by the look on Harry's face, neither could he. However, Daphne seemed unwilling to look either in the eyes as she shook her head. Please, Harry, please, for the love of Merlin, I'm begging you. Stop trying to protect me. My heart can't take much more of this. When it concerns your safety, please stop leaving me in the dark. I want to help you, so let me. Astoria watched as Harry forced himself up from the bed and wrapped his arms around Daphne despite the pain the pressure must have been causing his torso. However, as if nothing was happening at all, Harry rested his chin atop Daphne's head and softly he whispered, "I'm sorry." Astoria felt his chest hurt as she walked towards her sister and Harry, tears brimming at the edge of her eyes. "I'm sorry," Harry repeated. "I really am an ass. I was being selfish. I guess it's a bigger problem than I thought. I don't mean to act like that, really. I just really don't know how to work well as a team yet. I'm used to handling most things on my own, and I don't want people spending their time worrying about me. But I guess I never took the time to see it from anyone else's viewpoint. I'm so..." "Stop apologizing," Daphne said, shaking her head. "I knew you were a headstrong idiot when I agreed to date you. It's part of who you are. I don't expect you to change that, and I don't want you to because if you did you wouldn't be the same flyboy that I..." But once again she stopped herself. "You're not perfect, Harry, nobody is. But I'm asking you, just like you give me the courage to fight and allow myself to feel my emotions, let me help cover your weakness too. We're partners, Harry. You need to trust me that I can handle whatever is thrown at us." Astoria held her breath. It felt like the world itself had stopped spinning as she stared at the two hugging each other tightly before Harry spoke. "Okay, I don't know how well I'll do, and I can't guarantee anything, but I promise you I'll try my best to keep you as informed as I can. After all, Princess, I trust you with my life." Astoria's heart felt so conflicted. As she watched Harry hold her sister, she wanted the smile at her thoughts. I'm glad they have each other. But the second half always crushed her spirits. At least Daphne won't be alone when I'm gone. As Harry and Daphne separated, Astoria quickly forced the negative thoughts from her head as she moved forward with a smile. "Now that you two are done being all lovey and gross, what happens now?" "Very eloquent short stack," Harry said with a smile as both she and Daphne helped him back into a sitting position. "Remus and Sirius are supposed to be coming to the castle tonight to meet with Dumbledore and me, but until then I'm free." Harry then turned to Daphne with a chuckle. "Maybe I can make up for missing Hogsmeade by taking you on another flight." Astoria chuckled to herself as Daphne went a ghostly white. "Never again. If you're thinking of ways to make missing Hogsmeade up to me, taking me on a broom is easily the worst way." Harry and Astoria both grinned before Daphne continued. "Still, I wouldn't worry about making anything up to me right now. When you get better, we'll think of something, but for now, you should get some rest." Harry began to lie down in his bed, but Daphne stopped him. "In the Gryffindor common room. You've been missing for too long, and if you don't show your face at Hogwarts soon, it's only going to make things worse." Harry sat up, and with a loud groan he muttered, "Have I ever told you that I hate it when you're right?" "Once or twice," Daphne said with a teasing smile before Astoria felt her sister's eyes upon her. "Come on, Astoria. Harry's in no condition to be apparated. Let's help him to the lion's den." Astoria nodded, and with both sisters at either side of Harry, and Creature following around with his small medical basket, they left the training room. Claire listened to the flurry of French curses that Fleur spit out in anger as she marched around the carriage tying her hair behind her. She understood why. Harry's name coming out of the goblet was obviously something that made everyone irate, and yet Claire had a hard time swallowing the idea that Harry Potter had cheated. To her, it simply didn't make sense, even if Harry was a good enough actor to fake fear like the fear he'd shown when his name came out. It didn't answer why all those close to him looked so shocked, and why his girlfriend looked to be in so much pain. As she forced herself to remember the way all the life seemed to drain from the blonde Slytherin's face, she couldn't accept that Harry had truly cheated. She may not have known either of them all that well, but she knew that Harry Potter loved that girl too much to cause her such unnecessary stress. Yet, it was clear to see that Fleur didn't see it that way as she ranted loudly. "That little boy, competing against me. I'm the best our school has to offer. Of course I'd be chosen. But how could that stupid cup believe that boy and I to be in the same level? For God's sakes, he's a fourth year. Not to mention this whole competition is rigged. 2 Hogwarts champions. 2, what an outrage." "Fleur, there's no reason to get this upset," Claire said, stopping the older French witch cold. "I mean, even if Potter is lying and did cheat, it's as you said, he doesn't have a chance of competing with you. He's 3 years below you. He's going to be a non-factor. If Hogwarts truly did cheat, it was most likely to give their real champion, that Diggory boy, an advantage by using Potter to throw everyone off. Getting angry is just playing into their hands. She watched Fleur lifted her perfectly manicured fingers to her temples, rubbing them slightly as she took a calming breath before nodding. Of course, Claire. Why didn't I see it before? There's no point in getting so worked up. I won't lose to that little boy no matter what. I just need to calm down. Claire nodded before she stood to face the mirror, making sure her hair was perfect, brushing the final knot out of her hair before standing and observing her outfit. She adjusted her gray turtleneck and black skinny jeans before zipping up her ankle boots and throwing on her burgundy coat, preparing to handle the British cold as she turned to face Fleur, who was in the process now of securely wrapping a scarf around her neck before she nodded. "Well, love," Fleur said in a teasing tone, "are you ready to go to Hogsmeade?" "Of course," Claire said with a chuckle of her own. "It's an honor to have the Beauxbaton champion as my date to Hogsmeade. After you, age before beauty and all that." Fleur laughed, her eyes full of amusement as she exited the carriage before the two of them, a little bit surprised by the cool October air, raced towards the carriages, eagerly hopping in an empty one just before it left. As she felt the carriage began to be pulled by an invisible force, she felt a bit of glee and intrigue on what exactly this Hogsmeade looked like, and why all the Hogwarts students were so excited about these weekends. Claire had spent the short trip practicing with Fleur how to control her allure. She'd gotten much better at it over time, but she couldn't help but agree that a warm-up was never a bad idea, especially before entering such a public setting. Soon, however, the carriage came to a stop, and the door swung open, revealing a small, sleepy little town whose occupancy was being pushed to its limits by the sheer number of students. She and Fleur stepped down from the carriage, and Claire couldn't help but smile as she looked around at the cozy-looking village, each building releasing a gentle amount of steam their chimneys. She smiled as she saw shop employees standing outside each store with small samples hearkening for students to enter, while other locals like restaurants were filled with timid-looking students on first dates. Claire honestly never believed such a storybook town existed, but seeing it had made her feel warm inside. "This town is so cute, don't you think, Fleur?" "I still prefer the Beauxbatons shopping district, but I suppose this place is nice," Fleur returned, and for the first time in all the time she'd known Fleur, she couldn't feel more differently. The shopping district was nice with boutiques and high society dining options. It was very posh and formal, and while it did have its charms, it came nowhere near the level of charm Claire felt the small village before her held. Despite their differing opinions, Fleur still followed as Claire wandered through the town with whimsy. Of course, there was the more than occasional stop as she and Fleur had to turn down boys who still approached them even with their allure suppressed. But eventually, they had arrived at the shop that Claire was waiting for, Honeyjuke's. Having to deny her sweet tooth was the worst part about her summer job, but as she saw the walls lined with assorted candies, she couldn't hold herself back. All she could do was turn to Fleur and state firmly, "I can buy 1 pack of pepper imps. Don't let me get any more no matter how much I beg." "Okay," Fleur said with a chuckle, "although I'll never understand why of all the candies you like the one that makes your mouth feel like it's on fire." "They're just so good it's worth the pain," Claire said with a smirk, but instantly, the joy seemed to be zapped instantly from her body as she watched a group of 5 people roaming the aisles. "I hope Harry and Daphne are all right," she heard a girl's voice say. "I thought they'd be here by now." Knowing Harry, the Hufflepuff boy she knew Hermione had a crush on, started with a chuckle. He probably did something reckless, and now Daphne's chewing him out for it. "I don't know," a voice she recognized as Hermione's cut through. "People were saying some really nasty stuff about him in the halls. I hope he doesn't let it get to him." Then the reason for her lack of joy presented itself. In the center of the 5, the blue-haired boy spoke, his hands resting atop his head. "Don't worry too much about that, Hermione." Dumbledore sat at his desk, his fingers rubbing against his temples furiously as he tried to piece together what had occurred the previous night. Who could have done such powerful magic? To confuse the goblet of fire, it's almost unthinkable, and yet it happened. And more importantly, why? Dumbledore sighed. "No, the why is obvious. Somebody wants Harry dead, and there's only one man who would go to such lengths, but I would have sensed his magic. Surely he wasn't in the castle again." The door to his chamber cracked open, and with the thud of wood against the floor, Alastair Moody entered the room. "Evening, Albus," he spoke in a gruff voice. "You called for me." "Yes," Dumbledore said with a tired voice. "I'd like you to be here when Sirius and his ilk arrive. Your experience will no doubt prove useful in truly understanding what happened last night. On the subject of last night, did you keep watch on Harry as I asked?" That I did," Moody said with a nod. "Lad was up late training in a secret room behind the Tapestry of Merlin. Saw it all with my eye. Honestly, the boy and his gang hid their base of operations quite well, I must say, at least, for a group of 14-year-olds. Dumbledore felt a bit uneasy about Harry inducting more students into the battle than needed. After all, if the boy would simply listen to him, then nobody else would have to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. However, Dumbledore was pulled from his thoughts as Moody continued. The boy must have passed out, but that elf kept watch of him all night long, it seems. I didn't enter the room myself, but my eye did sense two magical beings in that room at all times. That elf is dangerous loyal to the boy, if you ask me. If you knew where he was, why didn't you simply return him to the Gryffindor Tower?" Dumbledore asked in complete bewilderment. "You asked me to watch over the boy," Moody replied, his voice firm. "If you wanted someone to coddle the boy, you should have asked Minerva." Dumbledore sighed. "I suppose it matters not so long as the boy is safe. We must ensure that he survives the trials ahead. Him losing his magic would decimate the chances the light has for victory. Hopefully, the stress and fear of this situation will lead him to become more open to my advice. The boy can be a bit stubborn at times, even against my persuasion." Moody growled slightly at Dumbledore's choice of words, but he paid him no mind, their focus quickly being shifted to the knock against his office door as he heard the boy he'd been expecting call out, "Professor Dumbledore, it's Harry." With a wave of his hand, the door opened, and Dumbledore felt a pulsing vein against his forehead as he realized that Harry hadn't come alone as he'd requested, but brought along the Greengrass girl as well. Dumbledore stared at the blonde girl, keeping his expression friendly, but his mind raced thinking of a way to remove her. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "the reason I requested your presence is because we, including the members of your family, have sensitive business to discuss. I don't think it wise to have more parties present than necessary. With all that's been going on recently, I'd like her by my side," Harry stated flatly. "I'm not trying to be rude, but with nearly everyone being a possible suspect regarding my name's placement in the goblet, I trust Daphne more than I trust any adult in this castle." "But surely, Harry, you have concerns regarding a leak of information," Dumbledore said softly, using a gentle nudge of passive legilimency to push the seed of doubt he planted in Harry's mind. Dumbledore kept up his friendly smile, but he could see Harry's eyes shifted slightly. The boy was about to speak when suddenly, the Greengrass girl gripped his hand gently, and Dumbledore felt the passive link break, the confidence returning to Harry's eyes. "I acknowledge that it's a concern, Professor," Harry said, his voice firm, "but all the same I trust Daphne. She wouldn't betray me." "Harry, I implore you to." But before Dumbledore could finish, his flue lit up a bright emerald green, and from it emerged Andromeda, Remus, and of course, Sirius. "Ah, good, it seems everybody is here. Now we can begin." Chapter 15. Unforgivable. Remus' heart was filled with fury at the news that Harry's name had emerged from the goblet. He'd been worried about his nephew since the attack on the World Cup, which had led to an unfortunate number of civilian casualties. Casualties Remus knew all too well that Harry had been taking personally. He saw it in his nephew's face the night he'd come down from his room after what could have only been an ungodly nightmare and sat by the fire. It was too heavy a burden for anyone to carry alone, and Harry's shoulders were far from light to begin with. Remus sighed as he placed his book down. Rising as he cracked his back, he knew that he'd have to be the calming force, and judging by the vein that was pulsing heatedly in Sirius' forehead, he knew it would not be an easy task. Remus ran his hand through his brown hair, feeling how much it had grown out since the summer holiday, but his mind was occupied as the sound of a pop filled the room, and suddenly Narcissa Malfoy was standing before him, her face white as snow. She looked terrified, and while Remus didn't exactly care much for the woman, he still walked over to her side and gripped her shoulder gently. Narcissa, Narcissa, you're safe here, you're okay. I'm okay, yes, I'm okay, she said in a trembling voice. From the kitchen emerged a jolly-looking man with a smile that could only belong to Ted Tonks. But as he entered the room, his smile had developed into a puzzled look as he spoke. What was that noise? Is everyone okay in Narcissa? What are you doing here? You look a mess. Awkwardly, Remus removed his suit jacket and pulled it over Narcissa's shoulders. He watched as the Malfoy matriarch gripped the jacket firmly, pulling it closer to her trembling chest. If the woman didn't look so frightened, Remus might have dared to laugh at the fact that the high society wife of Lucius Malfoy was wearing his battered jacket. He suspected it was the first time the woman ever wore something that wasn't made of fine silks in her life, but the fact that she didn't seem to care about that meant that whatever had occurred had been serious. Ted dashed into the kitchen, returning moments later with a hot cup of tea and handing it to the trembling lady as he spoke. "Drink this," Ted said, smiling. "It will make you feel better." Remus watched sadly as Narcissa's unsteady hand lifted the teacup to her lips. She attempted to drink, but more of the tea seemed to fall on her dress than in her mouth. She put the teacup down her hands, shaking heavily, as Remus quickly casted a cleaning charm on her dress before he rested a soft hand on her trembling arm and asked with as much empathy as he could muster, "What happened, Narcissa? Are you hurt?" Narcissa remained silent, and Remus watched as her eyes rested upon his hand. He closed his eyes knowing there was no benefit to getting angry and began to remove his hand from Narcissa's arm. However, to his great surprise, Narcissa grabbed his hand, tightly allowing a few loose tears to fall from her eyes before releasing him to wipe them away. "Lucius, he came back recently from his trip. I told him about what had happened, and he told me he'd already received a letter informing him of his new orders. The Dark Lord informed him to bring back a diary that had been entrusted to him years ago to a location that the letter would teleport him to within an hour. But according to Lucius, he told me that the diary had been destroyed, and when he returned from the meeting point, he looked on the brink of death. No doubt he received repeated exposure to the Cruciatus curse. When he awoke, he instructed me to look for a book in the library entitled The Lost Soul Compendium. He claimed it would be a way for him to return to the Dark Lord's good graces. But if it was in our library, it isn't there now." Remus felt the woman's grip around his once more offered hand tighten, as the fear seemed to pour into her eyes like a waterfall into a basin as she continued. "When I told Lucius, he claimed that if we didn't do something to return into his good graces, the Dark Lord wouldn't hesitate to kill us all. Apparently, whatever that diary was, it was enough to make killing Lucius more desirable to the Dark Lord than having the minister's ear. The Dark Lord wasn't particularly forgiving to begin with, and knowing my husband, it's only a matter of time until he makes another mistake. I don't know what to do." "Look at me, Narcissa," Remus said firmly. "We gave you our word that we'd do everything we can to protect you and your son, and we keep our promises." Narcissa looked up at him in a weird mix of confusion and admiration. "What we need is for us to plan a way to get Lucius back in the good graces of Voldemort, and in turn the Death Eaters off your back. The first option is finding the location of that book. We'll start by searching for it in the Black Library. If it regards dark magic, there may be a copy of it here. If that fails, then we fake bait, we'll plan our own ambush, we'll all have escape portkeys on us, but the information will be accurate. It will make it look like Lucius has inside information to the Order, and that in and of itself will be incredibly useful to Voldemort, especially since Snape won't be able to play that role well any longer." You'd put your life at risk to protect my family?" Narcissa asked with an astonished breath. "You're Dromeda's sister," Ted said. "I love that woman and she loves you. It's my job as her husband to keep you safe, though I will not allow Nim to take part in this planned ambush if it comes to it. Even I have my limits." "I don't like your husband," Remus said calmly. "Certainly not after he helped push that pure-blood fanatism through the ministry, which didn't help my position whatsoever. All the same, however, we agreed to protect you, and that's what we'll do. If we don't keep our honor, we're no better than the monsters we fight against." The sounds of fumbling movement echoed from the floor above, and before Remus even had a moment to adjust, Andromeda rocketed down the stairs towards her little sister, seeing her current state, with Sirius following from behind though with a lot less urgency and Emmeline in tow. "Sissy, are you okay?" Andromeda asked as she watched the older sister examine the younger one for any visible injuries. "What happened?" Remus caught the desperate look in Narcissa's eyes, and with a heavy sigh, he began to retell the story to the new arrivals, all there of whom developed a rather deep frown as the story came to its conclusion. "I swear," Sirius said, seeming to have gained control over his initial panic over the hairy news thanks to Andromeda and Emmeline. "It's one thing after another. Remus and I have to head over to Hogwarts to talk with Dumbledore in a few minutes, so do you think you could lead the search, love?" Remus watched as Emmeline sighed. "So you sweet-talk me now that you've given me an errand, I see how it is, Padfoot." But Emmeline smiled shortly after as Sirius gave her a sheepish grin. All right, I'll look. Just let me know how Harry's holding up when you get back, okay?" "I solemnly swear it," Sirius said, with a grin that made Remus shake his head at the sheer corniness of the joke, before returning his glance to the broken woman beneath him. "Remus," Narcissa began. "I know I have no right to ask you this after everything my husband has put you through, but directly and indirectly. But if you could, I'd like to learn more about your condition, Of course, when one of their own becomes afflicted then, it's a condition and not just a symptom of being a filthy half-breed." Remus had felt his hand clench with rage, but as he saw the desperation that exuded from the youngest black sister's eyes, he sighed. "Okay, when I get back, I'll answer whatever questions you want to know. For now, though, Sirius and I have something important to take care of." "Of course," Narcissa said, her eyes locked to the ground. "And Remus, thank you." Remus nodded before looking eyes with Sirius, who sent him an understanding look as the two approached the fire, hearing the clock strike 6, and with a pinch of Floo powder in their hands, they spoke. "Headmaster's office, Hogwarts." Sirius was very thankful the layer of awkwardness between him and Emmeline had finally broken. It was more than just the fruity smell of her hair that ensnared his senses as he slept beside her. It was more than just her scratchy morning voice that he was blessed with hearing first thing in the morning. It was even more than the delicious breakfasts he'd become so accustomed to thanks to her. What Sirius was the most thankful for was that she understood him. Like both Remus and James, Sirius felt comfortable opening up to her, and he was grateful that she was by his side when he heard the news about Harry. Yes, Sirius was still steaming as they left for Hogwarts. Safest place, my ass, he thought to himself furiously. But he was lucky enough to have such a calming force around him, keeping his mind present and not full of rage. As the emerald flames encompassed both himself and Moony, Sirius did one last check of his pockets, ensuring his gift was present, and gripped it firmly after confirming its location. Sirius felt his feet make contact with the ground, and a heavy thud filled the room as he crawled as elegantly as he could from the fireplace in the headmaster's chamber. "Nice landing there, Padfoot," he heard his godson say warmly. But before he could even respond with some snark of his own, he found himself gripped tightly by the growing boy and smiled as he returned Harry's embrace fully. "Ah, Miss Greengrass, it's good to see you again," he heard Remus call out. "I hope Harry hasn't been too much trouble." "If you hear him tell it, trouble seems to find him," Daphne said with a smile before turning back to Dumbledore and regaining a passive face. "But after the events of yesterday, I think I'm starting to believe him." Like a bucket of ice water had just been poured upon all of them, the joyous energy in the room had vanished, instantly being replaced by one of dread, with a deadly serious overcast. Sirius nodded, gripping his godson's shoulder, seeing the resentment he felt towards his luck embedded in his eyes. "I suppose there's no point in dancing around the subject." "Well, Albus," Sirius said, his eyes hardening as he looked at the headmaster, donned in a ghastly magenta robe. "Tell us what you know, everything you know." Sirius listened intently, taking in the story of the recent events, information being patched in by Moody of people, who he believed to be possible suspects, nomming Karkaroff as the primary suspect, but Sirius didn't exactly discount Snape as a possible culprit either. But to him, it was obvious. The only mystery was who had convinced the goblet to select Harry, the mastermind behind the whole plan. He was convinced it could only be one man, Voldemort. There was no other option, not with Narcissa's reports of Voldemort growing stronger, Of all the people who'd want to put Harry in harm's way, Voldemort was at the top of the list. Sirius turned to Harry, and his heart ached at the look of exhaustion on the boy's face. For a moment, he had considered sheltering Harry from the information he'd learned from Narcissa. He knew the boy deserved some good news for once, and yet he knew hiding it would only make it worse. Sirius closed his eyes before focusing his thoughts. We have some news of our own to report. We have a confidential witness that claims with accuracy that the Azkaban breakout was orchestrated by Voldemort himself. His freed Death Eater are already at his side. While his current goals aren't exactly known quite yet, we know that at the very least, he's created a temporary body strong enough to conduct the raid on Azkaban, but it's far from perfect. From what we do know, the Death Eaters are searching for a book that once belonged to the Malfoys. We don't know what information was contained inside it, but Emmeline and Andromeda are currently searching to see if we have a copy of it in the Black family library. Remus, what was the title of the book again? The Lost Soul Compendium, Remus said, and instantly, the room turned to Daphne, whose gasp had filled the room. That's the book I borrowed from the Malfoys last Christmas, Daphne said, her eyes wide. Oh, Merlin, nobody was killed because of it, were they? No, nobody was killed, but the fact that you have the book is fantastic for us, Sirius said with a grin. Do you happen to have it with you here at Hogwarts? No, Daphne then looked at the ground in shame. I remember that I put it in Astoria's book bag last year because mine was full when we left the castle. I doubt she bothered to take it out until she arrived home, which means most likely it's currently residing in the Greengrass family library. Which means it's currently in the hands of another suspected Death Eater, Harry said with a sigh, and Sirius watched as Harry reached his hand over to Daphne, squeezing it softly to let her know he didn't blame her. Sirius, I must say this information is very detailed, Dumbledore said. Who is your informant? I won't disclose that information, Sirius returned. Sirius, please, I must know. Perhaps a coordination attempt between your source and Severus can. You can keep Severus as your source of information, Sirius said firmly, but I'll trust my mole over that slimy git any day. We made a deal with our mole. You being privy to the information isn't part of it. If something prudent comes up, I'll inform you, but the mole's identity is none of your business. Sirius, you must see reason. I know we've had our moments of distrust in the past, but surely you can see that keeping this information so private is not wise. That's rich coming from you, Albus, Sirius said firmly. Listen, I may not trust you, Albus, but I do respect your power. So respectfully, I'm asking you to understand that it is my decision that until further action is required, the identity of my mole remains as secretive as possible. Any exposure could put their life at risk, and I'm not as willing to throw away people's lives for the greater good as you are, Albus. You're an advisor this time, Albus, and while I certainly didn't trust you before, the fact that Harry's found himself in harm's way once more has dampened your reputation in my mind even further. If it wasn't for the importance of the mission, I'd have pulled Harry out of Hogwarts last year, but unfortunately, my options of people strong enough to teach Harry to face waves of Death Eaters and Voldemort himself are thin. We're on the same side, Albus, Sirius said firmly, but that doesn't make us friends. You need to remember that while Harry is in school, I'm the stand-in leader of the New Order, and it's my decision as the stand-in leader to keep this information private. Very well then, Dumbledore said, distaste noticeably present in his voice. We'll leave the topic here. For now, it's not the matter we intend to discuss in the first place. Dumbledore once more stared firmly into Sirius' eyes, but I do hope you'll reconsider. For now, though, Alistair, if you'd be so kind as to relay the information and any theories you may have regarding Harry's name emerging from the cup. Sirius turned to face Mad-Eye. For a moment, even he trembled beneath the grizzled man's glare, and as he felt the tremendous magic that radiated from Moody, his respect for Tonks as an Auror had shot up tremendously. Sirius listened intently as Moody relayed the events in surprising detail, mentioning everything from the outrage of the other schools to the name-calling of Harry that had sent his vision red for a moment, before Harry showed him that it didn't bother him much by even laughing at the idea. However, it ended on a somber note. No matter what they wanted to do, Harry Potter, His godson was forced by a magical contract to compete in this tournament of death. For a moment, Sirius had wanted nothing more than to smash the goblet to pieces, but as he recalled the exhausted look upon Harry's face, he knew that keeping his cool was of the highest importance. Not just for Harry, but for the protection of his own secrets from Dumbledore. He, Remus, Andromeda, and Tonks had all gone through some very basic training of the art of occlumency with Ted, who recalled the details from his mind-healing days. However, with Sirius' explosive temperaments, any inkling of anger could break his fragile occlumency. "Okay," Remus spoke, taking a calming breath. "What's the best theory we have?" "The best," Moody said with a growl. "There is no best, they're all crapshoots. But if I had to guess, judging by how the handwriting was obviously not Potter's, and how the slip had no school name beneath it, I'd bet on the theory that someone used the Confundus charm on the goblet, making it believe there was a fourth school, forcing it to choose Harry by default. As for motive, it's unfortunate, but with the information you just provided, this plan simply reeks of Death Eater fingerprints." "I see," Sirius said solemnly, his anger fighting violently against his forced occlumency. "So it looks like we have no choice but to wait and see what happens." He quickly turned to face his godson. "Harry, unfortunately right now the best we can do is gather information. We don't exactly have a target to attack, but it's very important that you remain vigilant." Sirius gave Harry a weak smile as he pulled his gift from his pocket. "I want you to keep this on you at all times. It's a contact mirror that will allow us to speak anytime we wish. It's instantaneous and will allow you to stay updated with any new information we find. I promise I won't rest until we figure this whole thing out, so stay strong, okay, pup?" Sirius watched as Harry looked over the mirror, his other hand still locked with Daphne, and for the first time in weeks, Sirius had witnessed Harry's smile. "Of course I'll stay strong. You and Remus trained me, after all. I've already fought Death Eaters and lived. There's no way I'm getting taken out by a cup, I swear it." "That's my boy," Sirius said with a warm smile before Remus had tapped him on the shoulder gently, and Sirius sighed. "I wish I could stick around for longer, pup, but duty calls back home. I'll let you know as soon as we gather any information. In the meantime, we'll also try and figure out what it is exactly that Voldemort could want from that book. It would be a great help if you could figure out a way of retrieving it for us, Daphne." Both Daphne and Harry nodded, filling Sirius with pride as he placed his hand atop Harry's head. "I'm proud of you, pup. I'm glad you're not letting this think drag you down. I love you, Harry, if you ever need anything." "I know, Sirius," Harry said with a slight grin. "I love you too." Sirius nodded, taking one last look at Harry and Daphne. "They're so much like James and Lily," Sirius thought to himself. "I'm sure your father would be proud of the man you're becoming." With that brief respite of happiness, Sirius ducked back into the flue, and in a flash of emerald green, he and Remus vanished. Harry laid atop his four-poster bed tiredly as he looked up at the ceiling in the boys' dormitory, his mind racing at what felt like the speed of light as he replayed the conversation he'd had in Dumbledore's office. He wished Sirius would have told him the identity of the mole, but he understood why. If Sirius didn't trust Dumbledore with the information just yet, it wouldn't make sense to share it with Harry, especially with Dumbledore poking around constantly in his head. Yet, try as he might, there was always one subject that controlled his mind. "So, he's back," Harry thought to himself. "I thought I'd have a bit more time. Am I really ready for this? How long until the war begins?" Harry clapped his hands against his cheeks. "Focus, Potter, one step at a time. First, I need to probe Voldemort's mind and try to find where the Horcruxes are. Then I have to find and destroy them. Only then should I focus on fighting Voldemort. Otherwise, I won't be able to put him down for good." "You don't know what you're doing." A voice of doubt echoed in his head. "You're still too weak. You'll get everyone you love killed. You should listen to people who have more experience. You're powerless alone." "Shut up," Harry whispered to himself as he shook his head. "Even if that were true, I'm not alone. I can do this. I was born to do this. I was born to kill him." Harry forced his mind to fight against the heavy feeling of doubt. Each breath he took to calm himself initially felt like fire in his lungs. But as he placed his hands together and began entering a meditative state, he felt his heart rate start to slow, and the trembling in his body ceased. Harry reached for his bedside table, retrieving the mirror as he stared at his reflection. I can't keep slipping like that. Remember your purpose, Potter. You live to avenge them, to avenge everyone he killed, including Mom and Dad. Stay focused. I was marked as his equal. I don't know what that means exactly, but if it's true, then I can kill him, no. Harry said, a fierce look of determination in his eyes. I will kill him, and I won't allow him to take away anyone else that I love. I swear it. Abruptly, Harry felt a strange warmth emanating from the mirror, and as stared at the glass, his reflection now shrouded in a deep mist, he whispered, Sirius! To his great surprise, the mist began to clear, but his face was no longer seen in the mirror. Instead, a bright puff of bubblegum pink hair filled the frame, and Harry saw the warm and comforting smile of none other than Nymphadora Tonks. Watch her, kid, Tonks said with a smile. I heard Sirius you gave one of these communication mirrors. He didn't want to let me borrow it because he thinks I'll drop it, but I nicked it from his room after he and Remus got into a long, boring conversation. Harry smiled at his sister's animated expressions before the tone grew serious. I heard about what happened with your name coming out of the goblet. How are you holding up, kid? I mean, honestly, I think fate is having a fun time kicking me in the dick, Harry said with a sigh. But I think I finally managed to kick these negative thoughts aside. For the most part, I fought Death Eaters. How hard could a friendly competition be? Right. Tonks gave him a weak smile. I know you're trying to keep your spirits up, but don't get careless, okay? You're strong, Harry, easily as strong as any of your other competitors, but even a great wizard can be defeated if they're caught unaware. I know, Harry said, but I don't think that sitting here wallowing in fear is any better. You're right about that, Tonks said with a nod, before her eyes scanned furiously. Listen, technically it's against the rules for a champion to know what they're up against in the competition, but honestly, I don't care. I only know about the first task since I'm one of the Aurors that are going to be stationed at Hogwarts for safety's sake, but it's better than nothing. Harry nodded before Tonks continued. You're going to have to retrieve an egg from an arena. The egg is going to be protected by a Class 5 beast, and the arena is going to switch depending on the creature. The first is a dragon. That one is a standard arena. I don't know which dragon exactly will be there, but that one is going to be tough. A dragon, Harry said as he rubbed his forehead. That's right, Harry said, his eyes opening wide with realization. I remember Uncle Ted was going mad about this a couple of weeks back. That's not all, Tonks said. There's also going to be a mountain range arena that houses a chimera, a forest arena for an acromantula, and finally a swamp-like arena for horned serpent. Tonks gave a weak grin as she continued. I want you to listen close, okay, Harry? I'm going to send you some of my Auror notes through Creature. You won't find any in-depth books about dealing with chimeras and such for sure in the Hogwarts library, so I want you to study the information I'll send you carefully. Harry nodded. Thanks, Tonks, that's going to be a huge help. But if I can be honest, I'm super tired and it's been a long day. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to keep my eyes open. That's all right, Tonks said lightly. I'll send Creature with the information first thing tomorrow morning. Harry shared a smile with his older sister before Tonks finally broke. Harry, I never mind, she said, gathering herself. Just sleep well and study hard, all right? I love you, kid. You're going to make me cry, Tonks, Harry said with a small laugh, before resting into a gentle look. I'll do my best, Tonks. I love you too. Tonks nodded before giving a small wave, and once again, the mirror returned back to normal. Harry once more turned to look up at the ceiling, allowing his eyes to droop slightly as he sighed. It's just one thing after another. But at least I'm not going in blind this time. I just need to stay calm. I know I can do this. However, just as Harry's eyes closed, a thought sparked furiously in his mind. I should probably let Cedric know too. It's only fair after all. Mitchell felt a bit odd about eating breakfast in their lair, especially since it was currently at full occupancy. But the look he had seen in Harry's eyes when he had requested the move had been enough for him not to question it, at least for the moment. However, as Creature disappeared with the last of the plates, he couldn't stop his eyes from shifting to Harry, and clearly he wasn't alone. All right, Rook, Michael called out using his friend's marauder name. You called us here, and I also noticed you didn't stuff your face to completion. so I'm assuming you have something you want to tell us." "Yeah, Chipper," Harry said with a teasing glance as he pulled out a stack of parchment sheets bound together into what looked like Muggle notebooks from his book bag. "Here, I want you all to take a look at all of these." Michael reached out, and as he lifted a notebook from the stack, his mind began to race. Notes, he thought to himself, about dragons. And is this Tonk's handwriting? What's going on? Harry cleared his throat, and Michael's focus returned to the events of the lair. "I called you all here because I need your help. I honestly didn't expect for Tonks to have this many notes, but there's no way I'll be able to keep my head above water in class and read all this information before the first task. So I'm guessing since you have these notes, it means you have an idea of what the first task is going to be, right, Harry?" Neville said as he too lifted another notebook from the stack. "Not just an idea," Harry said with a grim look. "Tonks broke the rules and told me exactly what it was going to be. I'm going to have to retrieve an egg from a Class 5 creature." The room became cold, and he heard a frightened gasp leave Astoria's mouth, most likely from being the most well-versed in the range and dangers of Class 5 monsters. Harry gave Astoria a gentle grin before he continued. "There are 4 possible beasts: a chimera, a dragon, an acromantula, and a horned serpent. The terrain is going to be changed to make it so that the Class 5 beast has even more of an advantage." "Are you serious?" Daphne asked in a furious tone. "Have the people in the ministry completely lost their minds? I thought they were trying to avoid another 1790s issue. This is insane." Michael nodded his agreement, but Harry continued. "Look, it's stupid and unfair, and I'm seething with anger as we speak, but getting worked up won't keep me alive." Harry sighed. "Thankfully, Tonks has given me these notes from her time in the Auror Academy. There was a lot of information about dark creatures, and I'm certain that the weaknesses are listed in there somewhere. I need all of your help to not only help me find the weaknesses, but to help me find a way to exploit them as well." "I can't do this alone," Harry said with a pensive look, "but I trust every single one of you with my life. I need help figuring." "All right," Michael said, cutting him off. "It's going to be a massive pain, but I guess I'll start with this one. If there's a way to take down a dragon, I'll figure out a way of making you Harry Potter the Dragon Slayer." "I'll start on chimeras, I suppose," Daphne said with a weak smile, and Michael watched as she gripped her boyfriend's hand. "I'll start the brew for the chimera anti-venom as well. It never hurts to be prepared, but it's definitely not an easy potion to make." "I'll help," Blaze said warmly. "Poisons are a specialty of mine as well." "Maybe I should talk to Hagrid and Professor Sprout," Neville said hastily, more to himself than anyone else. "If anyone would know anything about the forest habit acromantuals like to live in, and the beast itself, it would be those two." "I guess that leaves me in bite size with the horned serpent research," Tracy said with a grin. "It could be fun. I always found them neat anyway." "Thanks," Harry said nervously, "but I just said to help. You don't need to do all the work for me. I mean..." "Relax, Potter," Michael said with a grin. "You just focus on mastering some spells and keeping yourself in shape and as rested as possible. Leave the rest to us." "But are you sure?" "We're your team flyboy," Daphne said with a smirk. "Plus, I think everyone knows that if we left the research to you, you'd be here for years before getting through all this. I hate to say it, but Squirrel Boy over there is right. You just focus on staying alive." "Whatever, Blondie," Michael said with a chuckle. "On that topic, though, maybe we should make some charmed Team Potter buttons to combat those Potter stinks ones. Honestly, I think their unoriginality is more insulting than the message. It's like, did the idiot even try?" Michael was relieved to see a smile crack into his best friend's face before he stood with an alarmed look at the clock. "Shit, we're going to be super late for class." "Since when do you care about that, Rook?" Michael said with a smirk. "Since my first class was with Mad-Eye," Harry responded, and instantly, Tracy, Blaze, and Daphne, who shared a class with Harry, all stood in unison with equal amounts of fright. "Yikes," Michael said with a face of newly found genuine concern. "Yeah, you 4 better get moving. I'll see you all later." But before Michael could even finish, the Slytherins plus Harry had already bolted for the exit, and Michael simply shook his head. "God, I'm so lucky to have Professor Burbage first. That woman loves me, although I'm sure the diva's going to be there to ruin the mood." What are you thinking about? Asked Neville teasingly. I was thinking about the French pain in the ass that's going to make this class I'm about to go to a living hell, Michael said with a sigh. You know, you could just admit you were thinking about her because she's cute, Neville said with a smirk. I swear, Scout, Michael said with a devilish smirk. Keep pushing me and Hermione's going to be receiving a very repulsive love letter with your name on it. You wouldn't, Neville spoke in abject horror. Try me. Claire sat eagerly in her desk preparing her parchment and quill for the lecture that Professor Burbage had planned for today. If the syllabus was correct, this week would focus on the development of electricity and why it was that Muggles needed it. If she was honest with herself, Muggle Studies was one of her favorite classes, and yet she couldn't help but show some disappointment in how little pure-blood students were present in the class. She herself had come from a long line of magical heritage, but she still found everything about Muggles fascinating. She particularly enjoyed sharing the class with Hermione, who had a copious amount of insight into the Muggle world, and she'd been extremely disappointed when Hermione had been forced to drop the class from having an overbooked course schedule. However, she tried to make the most of the situation and focused on the jittery blonde professor as she organized her own lecture desk. Well, I already learned the Muggle banking system, and that was super confusing, Claire thought to herself. How hard could understanding electricity be? Suddenly, however, a chorus of shifting chairs filled the air, as the door squealed loudly announcing another arrival. The eyes of the students hardened, and as a blue-haired topknot came into view, Claire immediately understood what was happening. She watched as anyone with an open seat beside them quickly rushed towards each other, desperately trying to fill the spots, and while Claire knew herself enough to know she'd be seething at such a display, Michael seemed to remain completely indifferent. Michael shrugged as he brushed off the glares that he'd been receiving and took a seat at an empty desk, placing his cheek in his hand as he rested his elbow on the table awaiting the beginning of the lecture. Go to him, a voice echoed in Claire's mind. You know you're fascinated by him. I'm not interested in him in any way, Claire growled back. Maybe I was wrong about his relationship with Harry, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a no-good slacker who will only piss me off. He's naturally resistant to your allure, the more curious and adventurous side of her brain rebutted. You know that you're intrigued by that. You're never going to get your answers without talking to him. Fine, Claire growled back, before, to her own disbelief, she began to lift her materials and walk them over towards Michael's desk, gulped slightly before taking a seat beside him, instantly earning her a confused look from the boy. Why are you here? Not sure if you got the memo, but it's sort of social suicide to sit beside Harry or any of his friends right now. With you being a diva and all, shouldn't you be more protective of your reputation? Claire felt her hand ball into a fist, her blood boiling at the uninterested expression on his face, and for a moment she wondered, is it because he doesn't find me pretty? But Claire forced that thought down with anger as she echoed back in her thoughts, I don't care. However, clearly she'd been silent for too long as Michael's expression had become more and more puzzled, and Claire couldn't help but admit it was kind of cute the way his brow furrowed. I don't think Harry put his name in the goblet, Claire said, and instantly she saw a look of genuine curiosity grow on Michael's face. I also don't think that people should be outcast for standing up for their friend. So you saw that, huh? Michael said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair. But I've got to admit, I'm still kind of confused as to why you care. Didn't you claim that all I was going to do was bring Harry down or something? Maybe, Claire said with hesitation, fighting the words with everything she had. Maybe I was wrong about that. Claire watched in confusion as Michael leaned towards the glass window, his eyes focused up at the sky, and impatiently she asked, What are you looking at? I'm just checking to see if the sky is falling, Michael replied. I mean, when a girl like you admits they were wrong about something, it has to be a sign of the end times. Ha ha, very funny. But suddenly a flicker of rage flushed through her. Wait, what do you mean girls like me? I mean judgmental girls who think they're above everyone else, and if anyone dares to criticize them they throw a fit, Michael said lazily. Bothersome girls like you. That's not like me at all, Claire returned haughtily. Right, Michael said with a shrug. Because you're definitely not a spoiled brat who formed an opinion of me within seconds of meeting me. And you're supposed to be perfect, Claire replied snidely. You have no idea what it's like to have to work painfully hard to master even the most basic of spells. You have no idea what it's like to struggle through every class and keep moving forward because you can't just quit. You have no idea how infuriating it is to watch someone as talented as you squander all your potential by napping, and how irritating it is to have to work hard to even scratch an A, let alone an E. It was quiet for a moment, and Claire was surprised that despite the volume of her outburst, nobody had turned to look at them. In confusion, she turned to look at Michael, who yawned loudly. I cast a privacy charm when it looked like you were about to start lecturing. Merlin, you sounded so much like my mum. What a pain. He didn't let me embarrass myself. Why? Claire thought to herself. But before she could even ask, she heard Professor Burbage call out, Okay, let's review who is stated in the Muggle history books as the father of electricity. Claire. Merde, she thought to herself, I wasn't listening to the lecture. However, just before she was about to admit to her shame that she hadn't been listening, a ripped piece of parchment slip across her desk. Her eyes glanced down, and with the best attempt at keeping her expression passive, she read, Thomas Edison is the colloquial father. Bonus points if you include Nikola Tesla and Michael Faraday. Fighting the stutter from her voice, Claire listed the names, and to her great surprise, Michael had been telling the truth as Professor Burbage's smile grew happily. Very well done. I'm surprised you even knew about Michael Faraday. He's not even mentioned in the version of the textbook we're using for this class. You must have read on your own. It's always good to find such a motivated student. As the class continued, Claire remained still in shocked silence. He helped me. She turned to face Michael, who'd rested his head on his folded arms, and she couldn't stop her mind from racing. Despite the fact that the class was an hour long, it seemed to fly by in seconds, and before she knew it, Burbage had excused the class. Claire had never seen the boy move as fast as he did as he sprang for the exit, but not one to leave her questions unanswered, she rushed after him. Michael, wait. Yes, Michael said with a bored expression. Look, if you're just going to chew me out, I get enough of that back home, so just skip it, all right. Back home, Claire thought to herself before she refocused her question. Why did you help me? It's not like we're friends. In fact, I wouldn't even say we're acquaintances. I know you don't like me, so why didn't you just let me crash and burn? You're annoying, Michael said bluntly, and incredibly bothersome, but you believe Harry, and that's worth something in my book. Plus, I guess it's kind of my fault you got distracted anyway. I'm not the type of guy that brings other people down with me. Claire watched in confusion as questions rapidly popped into her mind. I don't understand him at all. She broke out of her thoughts as in the distance, she heard his voice call out to her once more. Well, Diva, any more questions? Snape already doesn't like me much as it is, and being late certainly isn't going to help. Claire shook her head as she walked up to catch up to his strides, and with another lost look he spoke. Is there a reason you're walking next to me? I know I'm very fascinating, but if you have a crush on me, you can just come out and say it. Me having a crush on a slacker clown like you, as if, Claire said, turning away. I just happen to have potions too, remember. I'm not walking with you because I like you, idiot. Very convincing, Michael said as he rolled his eyes, and Claire turned away looking at the castle wall as the two continued their path down towards the dungeon. Every time that Daphne had entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, she couldn't believe how much it had changed from the year before. When Remus was the professor, the room looked so organized with every artifact and study material placed away securely in his office. Professor Moody, on the other hand, had a drastically different approach. The room was filled with what looked to be buckets full of deceased creatures, metal jars of worms, a glass container full of hornets. And currently on his desk, a single spider, locked in a clear box. In fact, the only familiar pieces in the room were the chandelier and the large dragon skeleton that hung from the roof. However, of all the things within the classroom that sent chills down her spine, nothing sent as much fear into her heart as the man that stood in the center of it all, Mad-Eye Moody. And mad was certainly an apt description. The man spoke of pursuing Death Eaters in his younger days as a game, and he seemed particularly proud about a scar near his bright blue eye that grizzled his face. It was a rare occasion for Daphne to agree with anything that Parkinson said, but she supposed that even a broken clock is right twice a day, and Parkinson had said it best. Mad-Eye Moody was indeed creepy. Yet the look she saw in Harry's eyes every time the professor spoke worried her. Every time Moody would talk about how he killed or brought in a Death Eater, Harry seemed to tremble with excitement at the thought, almost as if he was living through Moody by proxy. Harry didn't seem to see the same thing that she saw. To Harry, Moody was a hero, living her boyfriend's dream of bringing the Death Eaters that had caused his life so much turmoil to justice. To her, all she saw was a husk of a man, with no family, no loved ones, and only Dumbledore as a friend. Harry, she thought to herself solemnly, please don't become like him. What are you staring at? Harry asked lightly, his standard lazy grin plastered on his face. You, Daphne said with some sarcasm, hiding her deeper thoughts. Got a problem with that? Not at all, Harry said with a chuckle. Stare all you like, princess. If you're lucky, you might just get to touch as well. Ha ha, she replied. How generous, Flyby. No, Daphne thought to herself as she looked at the teasing grin on Harry's face. He won't become that way. I won't let him get trapped in the darkness, I swear it. Daphne's focus was forced to switch from her thoughts to the front of the class as the gruff voice of Mad-Eye cut through the room. All right, quiet down and listen up, he barked. I'm sure all of you have read in the Prophet about the Azkaban breakout, yes? The room nodded quietly. Among those released, many were high-ranking Death Eaters. I don't know why they were put in Azkaban. If it were up to me, I'd have had them all thrown through the veil. I'd happily have done it myself, but that isn't the point. Daphne's body shook as the bright blue eye of Moody turned to face her before abruptly zipping to the back of his head. I'm sure everyone here knows who the Death Eaters are, but for those of you too naive to know that there are evil forces out there coming for you at all times, I'll explain briefly. The Death Eaters were considered to be the Dark Lord's most loyal followers, and while many were thrown into Azkaban, not all of them were. Does anyone know why? Once more the blue eye spun rapidly before Moody barked. Weasley, your father works in the ministry, yes? I'm sure he must have told you something. Why, yes, sir, Ron said, his voice trembling. My father said that many Death Eaters escaped sentencing by claiming they were under the effects of the Imperious Curse. Yes, yes, Moody spoke with some excitement. Who among you are aware of what the Imperious Curse is? Daphne looked around the room as both she and Harry raised their hands along with a flurry of other Slytherin students, while most Gryffindor students remained with their hands low. I see, Moody said with a disappointed growl. Well, I suppose I'll be in charge of inducting you innocent flowers into the cold realities of this world. The ministry says that information regarding the unforgivable curses shouldn't be distributed in school. I say different. How are you supposed to be prepared for what is really out there if you don't know what magic is capable of? Now, one of you, tell me how many unforgivable curses there are. How about you, Miss Greengrass? T3, there are 3 unforgivable curses, Daphne said, her confidence shaken for a moment under Mad-Eye's intense stare. And they are so named, Mad-Eye pressed. Because they are unpardonable by law, Daphne said, her mental state reclaimed. Usage of any of the 3 unforgivable curses will buy you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, Mad-Eye finished for her. Now, he said, his voice growing sinister, Mr. Weasley has been so kind as to name the first of the 3 for us. Now I'm here to show you what it does. Daphne watched as an ominous feeling filled the air. The thumping of Mad-Eye's leg against the ground sounded like a nervous heartbeat as he approached the clear box that contained the spider. In earshot, she heard Tracy attempting to calm Ron, who'd gone as pale as snow from seeing what Moody rescued from the clear box, lifting the spider in his hand. And then with a rough whisper, Moody spoke. Engorgio! Before her eyes, she marveled as the once tiny spider grew to be the size of Moody's entire palm before the man spoke once more, this time with a layer of malice in his voice. Imperio. Instantly, with a flick of his wand, Moody sent the spider racing towards her and Harry's desk, before with another swish placing it directly on Draco's face. Despite the seriousness of the moment, Daphne couldn't stop herself from allowing a chuckle to escape her lips at the way Draco's eyes grew with fear. And clearly neither could any other Gryffindor before Moody pulled the spider away from Malfoy's face with a laugh. Talented, isn't she? What should I have her do next? And suddenly, as Moody dangled the spider out of an open window easily over 100 feet above the ground, The ominous feeling returned. Jump out of the window! She then watched in horror as Moody suspended the spider over a glass of water who was desperately trying to cling to the rim of the glass. Drown herself. With the class silent, Daphne watched as Moody recalled the frightened spider to his hand before addressing the class. Many Death Eaters escaped conviction by claiming that they only did you-know-who's bidding because of the effects of the Imperious Curse. But here's the rub. How do we sort out the liars? Daphne felt her pupils shrink as she thought back to the question Harry had asked at Pettigrew's trial about Imperious Death Eaters. The rat's words still embedded in her mind. No, Pettigrew had said, Death Eaters were the most valuable and loyal of the Dark Lord's followers. It was only the gentle squeeze of her hand by Harry that helped shift her back to reality as Moody once more scanned the room. All right, let's move on. Does anyone else know a name of a different curse? I know one, Blaze spoke up, his voice weak. The Cruciatus Curse. Yes, good, Moody said. The Cruciatus Curse, better known as the Torturing Curse. And the one the Death Eaters used on Neville's parents, Harry added, though in a quiet whisper only loud enough for Daphne to hear, as she felt her body quiver at Harry's cold stare. Once again, Moody lifted the spider with his wand and placed it atop the lecture stand. The entirety of the class's focus rested upon Moody and the spider before, with a low tone, Moody whispered, Crucio. The effect was instantaneous, and Daphne felt her blood run cold as the sound of a shrieking spider pounded in her ears. She reached for Harry's hand, gripping it tightly, but Harry too seemed to be transfixed on the way the spider rolled around and screamed in agony. Harry's eyes turned cold as below his breath he whispered, Neville, before developing a venomous expression. They all need to be put down. Every single one of them is a monster. Seeing that room had been frozen with horror, Moody canceled the spell before gently placing the spider down on the table she shared with Harry. There is only one more curse. Does anyone know what it is? Daphne had never as small as she had under Moody's gaze, but she refused to open her mouth as she shook her head violently. The Killing Curse, Harry spoke, numbness lacing in his voice, his whole facial expression blank. Avada Kedavra. Daphne turned her head, the last thing she saw being the smirk that rose to Moody's face before the grizzled Auror projected his voice through the room. Avada Kedavra. And with a flash of green light, she heard the small thud of the spider's corpse hit the table. The Killing Curse, as all of you can now see, it's the most lethal spell ever conjured by wizards. Daphne felt herself flinch unwillingly as Moody placed his hands upon their desk, both his eyes now focused up her boyfriend. Not nice, he said calmly. Not pleasant, and there's no counter curse. There's no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me. Moody cleared his throat, but the focus in the room had clearly disappeared. Are there any questions? But the room was as silent as the death Moody had administered to the spider. Very well then, class dismissed. Daphne had never experienced such a quick dismissal, but she certainly wasn't complaining. Reading about the curses was one thing, but seeing it in front of her was on another level. Calm down, Daphne, she thought to herself firmly. You need to calm down. Daphne felt her breath hitch as a flood of soothing energy seemed to flow through her body like a river before hearing a voice beside her call out. Hey, are you okay? You don't need me to carry you, do you? Daphne turned to face the voice, the pair of emerald green eyes calming her rapidly beating heart as she heard Harry speak once more. Come on, let's get you to your next class. But you'll be late, Daphne said, fighting desperately to keep the sound of the screaming spider from her mind. Don't worry about that, Harry said as he gripped her hand gently. Let's go. Daphne felt a weak smile rise to her face as she nodded, the two of them heading towards the door. She felt a spark of anger fill her chest as she saw Malfoy standing at the door, his Potter Stinks badge prominently on display. She had intended to tell Harry to pay him no mind, but clearly, she didn't need to as Harry brushed past the blonde Slytherin, his shoulder ramming into Malfoy's skinny frame as he pushed the boy aside. Hey! Malfoy called out to Harry, and Daphne rolled her eyes heavily. Idiot doesn't know how to leave well enough alone. That was awfully rude, Potter. And here I was waiting to be all supportive. I mean, seeing that spider must have brought back some bad memories, huh? Malfoy, Harry said in a tone colder than Daphne had ever heard before. "I'm not in a very good mood right now. I suggest you get lost." "What did you say?" Malfoy said, a rage-filled expression building in his face. "What makes you think that you can act like you're better than me?" "It's not an act," Harry said, his voice dull and unamused. "I am better than you." Daphne had to stop her eyes from popping out of her head, as she'd never seen such Harry act in such a cold manner before, not even to Malfoy. "Come on, Daphne, let's keep moving." Daphne nodded, but as the two turned, she watched as Harry's wand slid from his holster into his hand. "How dare you walk away from me?" Draco said, his eye twitching with anger. "Stop." "Oh, no, you don't," Moody said in an unamused tone, and Daphne watched in amazement as Malfoy was transfigured into a ferret right before their eyes. "Knowing your father, I shouldn't be surprised that you'd be the type to curse people behind their backs." Moody's eyes then zipped up to face herself and Harry once more. "Well, don't let me stop you. I'll be having a conversation with Mr. Malfoy for a while. You too, best be off to class." Daphne nodded, and while Harry was hesitant to leave the scene, Daphne had eventually persuaded him, and with joined hands, the two headed towards the Transfiguration classroom with amused grins on the surface, but darker thoughts in their minds. Now if only I can get that book back. Chapter 16. A new alliance. Neville clutched the mini statuette of the basilisk as he turned to look up at his partner sitting across from him. "Thanks, Hermione. I don't think I could have done it without you." A hint of red seemed to appear across her cheeks as she smiled. "No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm glad I was able to help Harry out a little. With him getting all this negativity from the other students, I feel it's the least I can do." "It's more than that," Neville said with a weak smile. "I didn't even know about the fear acromantuals had of the basilisk. If it wasn't for you, I'd have been out of luck." "I'm sure you could have figured something out," Hermione said kindly. "But if you want to thank anyone, you should thank Hagrid. Remember 2 years ago when all those people were getting petrified?" Neville nodded, remembering the horrible experience before Hermione continued. "Well, I saw that it was only really happening to Muggle-borns, with Ron's sister being an exception to that, and I wasn't going to sit quietly and do nothing. I ended up doing some research on the Chamber of Secrets and found out Hagrid of all people had been accused of opening it before, so I went to go talk to him," Hermione said. "Long story short, that's when I found out about acromantuals and their fears." Hermione then looked away. "I was going to go report my findings to Dumbledore, but well." "I know," Neville said with a downturned look. "I remember." "You used to visit me," Hermione said, and Neville watched her as she looked away in embarrassment. "I still remember that. You used to come and talk to me and tell me what happened in class. I even remember you talking with Professor Sprout to let you help with raising the mandrakes. It really helped when I was feeling alone." "Wait," Neville said, his face now bright red. "You could hear me," Madame Pomfrey said. "Nope," Hermione said warmly. "I could hear you. It was strange at first. I didn't really understand why you came to visit me in the first place. We weren't really friends then, but you came to see me after dinner every night anyway. If I'm being honest, I still don't really understand why you did it, but still, thank you for that." "You don't have to thank me," Neville said with a quick shake of his head. Neville stopped before taking a breath and continuing. "I hated that nobody seemed to care that you were in the hospital wing. It made me so angry. Nobody, not even scum like Malfoy, deserves to feel the pain of being completely alone." Neville felt his blue eyes lock with Hermione's warm brown before a gentle smile rose to each of their faces. "You have a big heart, Neville," Hermione said, looking away shyly. "Hannah really didn't understand how lucky she is to have a guy like you interested in her." Neville replied instinctually before Hermione turned to face him, her eyes bright and yet somehow riddled with confusion. I'm not really interested in Hannah anymore. She's pretty and all, but I don't even know her that well. I kinda like someone else right now." "Who?" Hermione asked gently. "You," Neville thought to himself before shaking his head. It's not really important right now." He watched as the curiosity in Hermione's eyes turned to sadness before he cursed himself in his mind. "You know, it's getting close to dinner time. Let's call it for tonight and head over to the Great Hall." "Okay," Hermione said, and as Neville finished packing up his things, wrapping their transfigured statue carefully in a wad of crumpled parchment, the two left the library, a feeling of extreme heat rising to his cheeks as he felt his hand brush against Hermione's. Is it possible that she likes me back? But Neville quickly shook that thought out of his mind. No, I mean, look at her. She got even prettier of the summer. There's no way she'd be interested in the third wheel of The Boy Who Lived and the most talented wizard of our year. Neville had tried to not allow his thoughts to crush his spirits, fighting hard to keep a gentle expression on his face as they approached the Great Hall. For the last couple of weeks, the atmosphere in the Great Hall hadn't been very welcoming to Harry and anyone who supported him, but tonight felt tenser than ever before. Neville had given Hermione one last small grin as they parted ways for their individual tables. But as Neville looked up at the staff table, he saw the cause of different atmosphere, right beside Dumbledore. Neville saw the man he'd seen before at the World Cup, Ludo Bagman. Well, so much for people moving on, Neville thought to himself as he found his seat. Even at his own table, Neville had felt like an outsider. He'd never been the best at math, but if he was asked to give a rough calculation, he'd have said that at least 80% of the Hufflepuff table had purchased a Potter Stinks badge. And while there were holdouts, Neville was convinced that it came more because of a distaste towards Malfoy than a feeling of solidarity with Harry. The Great Hall had always been noisy. Even when Dumbledore had given speeches, there would always be a hint of whispers. But almost instantaneously, Neville felt a chill down his spine as the entire Great Hall fell silent, the eyes of nearly every student locked on the Great Hall entrance. Neville turned, offering a weak smile as he watched Harry enter, hand in hand with Daphne. Michael's words at Hogsmeade may have frightened most of the younger students to remain silent, but the anger and jealousy were ever present in their eyes, and in no place was it more palpable than at his own table. The only exception was Cedric himself, who, rather than harboring a hate-filled glance, looked down at his golden-plated eyes, portraying a great conflict within. Neville had felt it obvious that Cedric didn't want to be disturbed, but clearly it wasn't as obvious as he believed as countless witches approached the Hufflepuff sixth year, proudly displaying their buttons, whispering things ranging from, "You're going to crush Potter," to, "Can you sign this for me?" to, "Will you please go to Hogsmeade with me?" And most infuriatingly, "Potter doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. You're the real Hogwarts champion." Neville had felt the fork in his hand heat up as he subconsciously released magic while he listened to the nonsense spewing from every witch's mouth, only returning to his senses upon feeling a tap on his shoulder. He had wanted to lash out, but he calmed himself as he saw his blue-haired friend looking down at him. "Hey, how'd your research go today? Did you figure anything out?" "Yeah," Neville nodded, releasing a deep breath before whispering. "Hermione actually was the one to come up with it. If Harry has to go up against Acromantula, then I'd say his odds are pretty good." "That's good," Michael returned in a low whisper. "Wish I could say I'm having the same success with my research. But without knowing which dragon it is, it makes it almost impossible to figure out what approach would be best to take." "Hopefully, Blaise and Daphne's research has been going better," Neville said. "Don't get me wrong, a horned serpent is frightening, but I'd say the chimera is easily the scariest beast of the four." "I don't know, horned serpents are extremely intelligent. Exposing its weakness is going to be..." But before he could finish, Michael's voice became trapped in his throat, and as Neville turned to look in the direction his friend's eyes had focused on, he instantly understood. Terry and Susan had entered the Great Hall, and while Neville understood that seeing them together must have hurt Michael enough, the fact that both Boot and Susan were wearing Potter Stinks badges only deepened the pain. "Bye, babe," Terry said, pecking Susan quickly on the lips. "Have a good dinner." "Why, yeah," Susan said, her eyes staring hesitantly at the button on her boyfriend's shirt. "Have a good dinner." Neville watched as Michael's eyes followed Susan's approach to the table, but their view of the redhead was quickly obstructed as Hannah jumped from the bench, hugging her best friend with a smile. "So you finally got one," Hannah said in relief. "Good, it's about time you came to your senses and saw that the truth." Just when Hufflepuff House was going to get the respect it deserves, Potter has to come along and ruin. "So," Michael said, cutting off Hannah, his light brown eyes filled with disappointment as he stared into his previous friend's amber pools. "You're wearing one too." Michael sighed and Neville watched as Susan seemed to flinch under his gaze. "I didn't think you'd be the type of person to condone bullying." "You're the last one to talk, Corner," Hannah said, standing between Michael and Susan. "Don't think I've forgotten what you did to Terry last year. Honestly, getting so jealous you'd beat someone up like that. You would have been expelled if I had the final say. You really have." "I wasn't talking to you," Michael said, his voice filled with sadness. "When did you buy the button?" "I didn't," Susan said, but Neville didn't miss how she failed to meet her friend's eyes. "Terry bought them for both of us this morning." "Do you believe that Harry cheated?" Michael asked, his voice calm yet depressing. Susan started, but once more Hannah spoke in her place. "Of course she does. It doesn't take a genius to see that Potter cheated. I mean, I know he's your friend and all, but I thought you were supposed to be smart. Guess you're a bigger idiot than I thought if you're willing to believe him." "Do you believe Harry cheated?" Michael repeated, almost as if his friend hadn't heard a word that Hannah said. "I don't know," Susan admitted, "but—" "So why would you wear the button if you weren't certain about Harry?" Michael asked, and once more Susan remained speechless. Her one action was a quick glance over to her boyfriend, who lifted his eyebrows, unable to hear the conversation. "You're wearing it because he told you to, aren't you?" "So what if I am?" Susan said, but once more her eyes didn't meet his friend's. "He's my boyfriend. He went through the trouble of buying me the button. The least I can do is wear it." "I guess it doesn't matter," Michael said with a sigh as Neville received one last look from his friend as he began his walk back towards the Ravenclaw table. "I just thought you were better than that, Red." Neville couldn't help but notice the queasy-looking expression on Susan's face as Hannah took her friend's hand, leading her to another place at the long table. His eyes looked back towards the table beneath the eagle banner, and Neville had felt a sadness in his heart as he looked into Michael's disappointed eyes. Harry, too, sent him a stare, with a look that shouted, "What happened?" But Neville gently shook his head and watched with equal sadness as Harry's shoulders slumped back down. Neville had thought that the worst was over, but he was beginning to realize how wrong he was as Dumbledore rose and gathered the Great Hall's attention. "Good evening," he spoke, his magic amplifying his voice across the hall. "I know that many of you are excited for the beginning of the Triwizard Tournament." Cheers of affirmation filled the hall as Dumbledore continued. "That is why I am thankful to announce that I have the current head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Mr. Ludovic Bagman, here tonight to share some information regarding the upcoming first task. Mr. Bagman, if you will." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Bagman said, rising from his chair. As Professor Dumbledore said in his introduction, the first task of the Triwizard Tournament is rapidly approaching. In fact, I'm pleased to announce that the first task will take place this month on the 24th of November. Once again, cheering filled the room, but Neville felt his body temperature drop as he began to shake. That's only a few days away. "While I cannot inform anyone of the details regarding the first task, I can administer a word of caution," Bagman said, and once more the room's attention gathered upon the department head. "These tasks are not for the faint of heart. Each of our champions must be ready for anything." Neville watched as Cedric swallowed a lump in his throat before Bagman continued. "But have no fear. The goblet chose each champion because they were deemed worthy to compete. I have no doubt that each of our 3 champions will give stellar performances." The eyes of the entire hall then shifted to Harry as Dumbledore whispered something quickly into Bagman's ear. "Ah, yes, of course. I meant each of our 4 champions." But this time, there was no applause. This time there was only silence before a loud chorus of boos filled the hall, led by none other than Draco Malfoy. Despite Bagman's best attempt to get the hall under control, the rest of the students wasted no time letting their displeasure be heard to the department head. But Neville's attention rested firmly on Cedric, whose low growls had encapsulated him before, to his great surprise, the Hufflepuff prefect shouted, "That's enough." Better than Bagman ever could, and Neville dared to say Dumbledore, Cedric had silenced the hall, his body heaving with emotion. "That's enough booing," Cedric repeated. "I know that this whole situation is stupid and unfair, and I know it's infuriating, but nobody in this hall has more of a reason to be frustrated than me." The eyes of the hall fell upon Cedric like a hail of arrows, but Cedric pressed on his voice, calming down. "Still, I won't tolerate such disrespectful behavior, even if it is in support of me. If it were anyone else, I'm not sure I'd believe them. I mean, getting to compete in the Triwizard Tournament is a chance at fame every wizard could only dream of, but Harry doesn't need it. I believe him when he says he didn't put his name in the goblet because Harry is a person I consider a rival and someone I respect. And more than that, he's my friend." Neville could hardly believe what he was seeing, but with one final sigh, Cedric continued, "If I see anyone else walking around with a Potter Stinks badge on after dinner tonight, I'll take it as an offense towards me. You either support both Hogwarts champion or none at all." And with those final words, Cedric sat, his conscience cleared as a stunned silence filled the room, and while Neville saw an angry glare from Crumb and a dumbfounded look from Fleur, Harry's face was filled with a small grin as he nodded toward Cedric's direction, receiving one back in return. And while Bagman did his best to finish his announcements, nothing could shake the astonished atmosphere of the room. Not even the appearance of a plethora of food. Claire felt frozen in her spot at the Ravenclaw table as she attempted to digest the words she just heard spewed from the mouth of the real Hogwarts champion. The fact that the Hufflepuff boy had come out and said what he said was one thing, but it wasn't the only thing that shook her to her core. Despite the torment in the halls, the silent, judgmental glares, the anger in the hearts of many students sprouted from their jealousy. Not one of Potter's friends had wavered in their support of him. His girlfriend had remained proudly at his side. Hermione and the Hufflepuff boy didn't break under constant taunts and pressure, and Michael had stared down an entire mob without a second thought. The resolve each of Potter's had was incredible, and even more frightening than that was the amount of loyalty Potter had managed to inspire among his crowd, even turning people who should have been against him to his side. It wasn't superficial. They gained nothing from remaining by his side, and yet each of them chose to remain faithful to him. Why? Claire thought to herself, what is it that makes people so loyal to him? Why is it that someone as lazy as Michael would be willing to fight an army for his sake? What makes him so special? Without realizing it, she had caught herself staring at Michael frequently throughout the dinner, but never once did he stare back. And while she worked vigorously to not let it get to her, the fact his eyes were focused upon another girl made her chest feel like it was on fire. So that's her, Claire thought to herself as she stared at the red-haired Hufflepuff. That's the girl who broke his heart. Does he still love her? She thought to herself sadly, is that why he's resistant to my charm? She forced that thought down violently, so what if he likes someone else? Why do you care? He's just an infuriatingly lazy wizard. It's not like anyone could ever love you for you. Just stop being an idiot. Claire nodded as her mind reinforced her core belief, but the disappointment in the blue-haired boy's eyes had caused a pain in her heart. I didn't even know he could look that way, she thought solemnly. He normally looks so bored and dismissive. What kind of relationship did they have before that could make him look so hurt? Claire's thoughts only burned deeper questions into her mind, but as she felt herself drifting ever more into her thoughts, she felt pressure wrap around her hand before a familiar voice called out to her. Claire, Claire, can you hear me? Pardon, Claire spoke in a daze. Oh, Fleur, is everything okay? Dinner's over. Fleur spoke, her French sounding as beautiful as she looked. Let's get back to the carriage. I'm in a terribly foul mood. Claire nodded as she lifted herself from the bench and began walking towards the exit beside Fleur. Despite her mind's heavy protest, she could stop herself from sparing the blue-haired boy one last glance, and it pained her to see how dazed the boy looked, the majority of his meal uneaten. She should have known better than to not look where she was walking, as just upon making a left from the Great Hall's door, she felt her butt slam onto the cobbled castle ground after her body made hard contact with the Hufflepuff champion. Oh, he said politely, sorry about that. Here, let me help you up. Claire took the boy's hand, though the look of disapproval was fierce in Fleur's face. Claire then watched in silence as the older Hufflepuff boy turned to focus on Fleur, a weak smile upon his face. So, the tournament starts in about a week, huh? How are you feeling? Nervous? I'm the most talented witch Beauxbatons has to offer, Fleur said haughtily. I have nothing to be nervous about. If Hogwarts education was as decent as our academies, I'd imagine you wouldn't be nervous either. Ouch, Cedric said with a playful chuckle. Harsh, but I guess that's not untrue. Besides last year and I guess this year, our defense against the dark arts professors weren't all that great. Claire was amazed at the grace in which the Hufflepuff champion had brushed off Fleur's insult. Anyway, he said, keeping a kind smile, I'm glad to hear you aren't nervous. Wish I could say the same, but at least it will make the competition interesting. May the best champion win. Claire watched as Fleur nodded curtly before the two began to separate. However, just before they had exited the diverging hallway, another voice called out, Cedric, Fleur, wait up. Fleur had stopped dead in her tracks as she turned around to face the new outburst before her face turned cold as ice, realizing it was none other than the fake champion Harry Potter. Cedric had begun to walk towards Harry's side, but Fleur remained firm and unwilling to move, causing Harry to sigh and shrug his shoulders before the two Hogwarts champions approached her. Thanks for sticking up for me, Diggory. You know you didn't have to do that, right? Harry said with an earnest tone. No, I did, trust me, Cedric said after he himself sighed. Honestly, I'm just sorry I let it go on for so long. I was kind of hoping it would die out on its own. Despite the friendliness in both Cedric and Harry's tone, it was clear as day to Claire that Fleur had no interest in partaking in pleasantries, and with a stern expression Fleur spoke. What is it that you want, little boy? Harry sighed, lifting his hands behind his head in a laid-back fashion. I really wish you'd stop calling me that. His emerald green eyes looked up at Fleur for a moment before becoming serious. I just thought you might want to know exactly what the first task would be is all. You know what the first task is going to be? Cedric asked in amazement. Yeah, I have a source in the ministry who told me what was going to happen. I figured I should share the news, Harry said with a shrug. And why should I believe anything you tell me? Fleur said harshly. I believe you cheated to get into the competition. Why shouldn't I believe you'll cheat during it? Because I don't care about winning this thing, Harry said exhaustedly. I'm already the boy who lived. I don't care about being a Triwizard champion. Plus, it's not like I'm doing this only out of the kindness of my heart. If you go into the first task underprepared, you could get really hurt, and that would be on me. Hurt, Fleur said with a shudder in her voice. What do you mean hurt? Despite the name sounding so friendly, Harry said, an angry glare embedded on his face. This isn't some fun and carefree competition. The stakes are incredibly high. For example, for the first task, we're each going to have to retrieve an egg from a Class 5 beast. Are you serious? Cedric said, his eyes widening in shock. You've got to be kidding me, that's insane. I know, Harry continued. The beasts that are being transferred by the ministry include an acromantula, a horned serpent, a chimera, and perhaps worst of all, a dragon. Claire felt her heart pump rapidly in her chest at Harry's admission. As I said, I don't care about winning, and honestly, I don't really like you all that much either, Fleur. But this isn't a game. This tournament is incredibly dangerous. What about Crumb? Cedric asked, a look of genuine concern in his eyes. What about Crumb? Harry repeated, though this time more antagonistically. Keeping it simple, Crumb has been flirting with Daphne despite her insistence on getting him to stop. He was talking about how he'd show her which champion was truly more fitting of her affection. I'm not feeling all that generous towards him. But he could die, Claire said. I mean, I get that you're upset, but... Relax, Harry replied. The ministry will have aurors on hand making sure things don't get too out of control. I don't care about winning this thing, Harry reiterated. I only care that Crumb loses. I told you both what I know because if either of you wins this thing, that's fine by me. Crumb, however, needs to be taken down a peg or two. Plus, it's not like he and Karkaroff aren't going to be cheating their asses off anyway. They can swing by themselves as far as I'm concerned. For a moment, she alongside 3 of the 4 Triwizard champions remained silent before Fleur nodded. Thank you. I'll take the information under advisement. Before Claire felt Fleur's eyes upon her once more. Come on now, Claire. Let's get back to the carriage. Claire nodded, but not before hearing Cedric whisper to Harry with his best attempt at light-hearted humor. Class 5 beasts, huh? And I thought that the Dementors last year were insane. Maybe I should have transferred to a different school. I've been thinking that too, Harry said with the best grin he could muster, but I don't think I could pull off those blue dresses. Claire smirked slightly at the last remark before catching up to Fleur, who had just left the castle. She noticed that a look of doubt and confusion had leaked onto Fleur's normally calm face, and with a whisper, she heard Fleur ask, "Do you think he was being honest about the first task?" "Well," Claire responded, taking one last look at the castle for the night, "if he wasn't, then that was one hell of a lie." When Narcissa had learned from Remus that the location of the book had been discovered, it had filled her heart with relief, and when she had heard that it had been the Greengrass girl that at one time had spent a significant amount of time under her eye, she felt a certain level of pride in the cunning that Daphne had displayed in taking the book from her home. However, that flame of hope that had been so tenderly kindled by Remus and the rest of the order had been extinguished as her husband paced the floor of their sitting room as rapidly as his pain allowed him, his face blistering with rage. "That bastard," Lucius growled, his voice laced with rage. "How dare he lie to me? Doesn't he understand that he wouldn't have even had a chance to become one of the Dark Lord's most faithful if it wasn't for me? How dare he look me in the eyes and tell me he doesn't have the book that I need? How dare he patronize me?" Her husband, in his infinite stupidity, had spoken aloud of his problems to Jonathan Greengrass, the last person he should have let know about his problems weeks ago. Yes, it was true that at the time Lucius was unaware the Lost Soul Compendium was currently in Jonathan's clutches, but regardless, his outburst had certainly proven problematic for Daphne Greengrass, who had reported to Sirius and Remus that Dobby, now acting as a free elf voluntarily serving both Greengrass sisters, had searched the entire Greengrass manor whilst Jonathan was away and found nothing. They currently were working with nothing more than a theory, and yet Narcissa felt sure about it. Knowing the value the book had to the Dark Lord, Jonathan had sealed the book in his private vault, awaiting the chance to give the compendium to the Dark Lord and rise to a level even higher than Lucius himself. Once again, Narcissa thought to herself, "You've doomed us all." Chapter 17. The tournament begins. The candlelight that brightened the Hogwarts library was beginning to dim as the open hours of the facility drew to a close. And yet, despite being there for over 3 hours studying every type of dragon in existence, Michael hadn't felt himself getting even an inch closer to any form of solution. Do I just tell him to aim for the eyes? All dragons have an innate weakness in their eyes after all, but Michael shook his head, aggressively ignoring the thought. Easier said than done. It's not like the dragon just going to be sitting still batting its eyelashes at Harry. It's simply not a reliable strategy. A wave of exhaustion overcame him as Michael slumped back into his chair, sighing deeply before slamming his head into the notebook he'd received from Harry and Tonks with a defeated groan. "Damn it," he spoke aloud. "It's like trying to play chess blindfolded against a grandmaster. How do you win at a game that is designed for you to lose?" "And here I thought you were smart," he heard a cheery voice with a gentle, yet familiar French accent speak softly behind him. "You simply don't play by the rules." Michael shifted in his seat, his eyes drooping from boredom. Reading was never his thing to begin with. Adding stress to it certainly hadn't helped his enjoyment of it. Still, a slight ghost of a smirk appeared on his face as he looked up at the French beauty standing over him, her hands resting confidently at her curvaceous hips before the words rose to his lips. "Isn't it a little late for you to be roaming the library? I mean, the sun's setting soon. I thought you'd be out getting your beauty sleep." "I could not sleep for days and still look better than half the girls in Slytherin," Claire shot back sarcastically, and a grin rose to his face at the pink-haired girl's sass. "I'd say I still beat out 30% of the Hufflepuff girls at a minimum, too." Michael shook his head, but he did have to admit, despite her bothersome qualities, Claire was certainly beautiful. He wasn't so sure about her prissy nature, but if the game was simply about physical appearance, Claire was a knockout, even without her allure, as Hermione had called it, affecting him. "All right, beauty queen, you've got me interested. I'll bite. What do you mean don't play by the rules?" "If you want my help, smart ass, you're going to need to stop with the nicknames, understand?" Claire replied, her face glowing with a faint red tinge. "Unless you can come up with one I like, that is." "A challenge," Michael said, a genuine grin rising to his face. Now you've really got my attention. All right, Miss Diva, tell me what you've got for me. You're impossible, Claire said with a sigh before slouching into a chair beside him. Whatever, I guess I can't expect much from a slacker clown like you. Anyway, you did me a favor when you stopped me from embarrassing myself in class, so I'll return the favor and help you just this once. Michael cocked his head, his light brown eyes staring into her glimmering gray ones as she spoke. It's important to remember the objective of the task. The champion doesn't have to beat the dragon, he just has to retrieve the egg. The dragon itself only serves as a distraction from the actual challenge. If you're suggesting Harry just Akio the egg, it's not something I haven't thought about, Michael said, a hint of strain present in his voice. But most likely, there's probably going to be an anti-summoning ward on the egg. It would simply make the task too easy if there wasn't, and I doubt Bagman and Crouch are interested in that. You're awfully impatient sometimes, you know that? Claire retorted, a stunning, sarcastic grin gracing her face. You didn't even let me finish. I may not be as gifted in magic as you, but I'm not an idiot. I thought about that already. But just because you can't Akio the egg doesn't mean you can't bring something to help you into the competition. I won't tell you what Fleur, and I have planned if she has to face the dragon. But from what I've heard around the halls, prior to Harry being seen as a cheat for competing, people were saying he might be the greatest seeker Hogwarts has ever seen. I see, Michael said as the light bulb in his mind finally sparked with illumination. If he can't fight the dragon, he'll just have to outfly it. Michael nodded his head, slightly mulling over his thoughts before he looked back into Claire's eyes with an amused expression. I've got to hand it to you. You're not as dumb as I thought. Honestly, I thought all you were was a pretty face. It looks like there's a real powerhouse of a brain behind that petroleum jelly smile. Whatever, smartass, Claire said with a huff. At least now we're even. I don't recall ever telling you that you owed me, Michael said with a teasing grin. I'm starting to think that maybe you just like coming out to see me. Keep dreaming, Claire said, turning her face quickly as she began to walk towards the exit of the library. And while Michael had wanted to turn and look away, he couldn't seem to pull his eyes apart from the bouncing of Claire's hair or the gentle sound of her uniform heels clicking against the stone floor. Then the clicking stopped, and for a moment, Michael felt a ball of concern appear in his throat as he began to fear he'd been caught starring. But Claire didn't turn around. Instead, she kept her face forward before, with a shaky breath, she asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Careful, you may end up owing me again and will have to pay me another visit if I answer it," Michael said with a sarcastic tone, but all the whimsy that was in his voice faded as he saw the truly puzzled look on Claire's face as she finally met his eyes. "I was just kidding," Michael said as calmly as he could. "What's up?" "Harry," she started, "why are you so loyal to him?" "Huh," Michael asked, a bit startled by the question before he let out a small chuckle. "And you thought I was oblivious?" Michael shook his head in amusement before he looked back into Claire's gray eyes, and a gentle simper filled his face. "It should be obvious, right? Harry's my friend." "What does that mean?" Claire asked, her voice fighting back against a heavy strain. "What does being someone's friend have to do with it? I have tons of people that claim they want to be my friend, and yet I know they'd all drop me as soon as I lost value in their eyes. Why do you stand by him when the rest of the world seems to be against him? It's not just you either. Why is it that the Hufflepuff boy, Hermione, Daphne, the short girl, and the other Slytherins all refuse to abandon him?" "I don't understand it." "What's with these questions?" Michael asked curiously. "You're talking like you've never had friends before." He watched and felt a slight pain in his chest as she watched Claire turn her face, exposing her cheek to him in shame. "What about Fleur? You two are friends, right?" "It's complicated," Claire said. "And I don't want to talk about me. I want to understand, what is it about Harry that makes him so special to all of you that follow him?" "I don't really know how to explain it," Michael said as he ran his hand through his hair. "Harry, he's not really a normal guy. He may seem a lot like me, lazy and uncaring, but when it comes to the people around him, he'll work harder than anyone to make sure they're safe and happy. He's constantly willing to stick out his neck for all of us and does it without the expectation of any thanks or gratitude. He's always giving it everything he's got, and while it's irritating, He never seems to compromise anything when it comes to me, Daphne, Neville, Astoria, Tracy, or Blaze. Michael continued. He always pushes himself too far and is reckless when it comes to protecting the people that he cares about. And part of me is afraid if I'm not there to reel him in and make him think straight, he's going to get himself seriously hurt. So it's guilt that, Claire started, but he quickly shook his head. No, it's not guilt, Michael said with a sigh. When I'm with Harry, no matter what it is we're doing, pulling pranks, flying, practicing spells, he makes me want to follow him. A gentle tug pulled at his lips, exposing his teeth in a gentle grin. It's troublesome, but whenever he falls down, there's something about him that makes you want to help him back up. It's almost like my legs just move on their own sometimes. Michael looked Claire in the eyes once more as he let one last exhale leave his mouth. Harry, he possesses something that no one else does. Something? Claire asked. Yeah, Michael nodded. Someday, he's going to turn this whole wizarding world on its head. And when it comes to that, when it comes to Harry, I guess I want to walk that road together with him. After all the greatest people in history had great advisors by their side. The silence in the room as Michael concluded his speech was palpable as he felt Claire's eyes staring into his forehead, almost as if she was trying to read his mind. Before, with a lost expression, Claire spoke. It's kind of weird, she started. You didn't strike me as the kind of person to give praise to anyone. Michael smirked as he shook his head. Not many people are worthy of it. Without another word, he watched as Claire turned heel and left the library. She's strange, he thought to himself. What's even stranger, though, is why I feel so relaxed talking to her. What is that? But before Michael could finish his though, the courtyard bell rung, its sound echoing through the entire castle. Damn, only an hour until dinner. I've got to move if I want to get in any training today.